All right, welcome everybody. Special guest, Zach Lawrenson, also known as Scratch from the baseball team, starting us off with our Day of Giving, Orange and Blue Fund-athon, the national anthem. Thank you so much. Hey, we are so excited to bring this to you today. I'm Becky Schmidt, head volleyball coach at Hope College.
And my name is Darren Dystemars, one of the public address announcers here at Hope College.
And we thought, so the theme for the Day of Giving this year is student stories. And what better way to be able to communicate some of those stories than 16 hours of conversations with student athletes and the things that they've been up to.
If you've ever had the opportunity to get to know or just talk to some of the coaches and the student athletes here at Hope College, your life just becomes better. So we're going to hear a lot of great things today. Hopefully people will give to the Orange and Blue Fund. We're going to have a lot of fun today.
So the first team that is going to be joining us is going to be women's basketball. So Coach Mo, do you want to come on out and join us? There's a couple of your student athletes. We're going to use the mics right over here. This is live, and this is actually our first rodeo at this. So there's going to be some fun kind of happy accidents that happen as we go. So we'll come over and join you. Thank you.
Congratulations on being the first ones to do this today, by the way.
Yes, this is going to be wonderful.
We didn't just pick anybody.
Liz said that she feels like the guinea pig.
Well, congratulations.
Yes.
You are.
We're good with that.
Awesome.
Awesome. Let's first start off with just some introductions. You want to introduce yourselves, tell us where you're from, and then maybe what got you to Hope.
Yeah, I'm Cindy Vitt.
Oh, you're going to use the mic.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm Cindy Vitt.
And hold on. Make sure that the orange mic is unmuted. So, yeah. All right, 1 second. Orange mic. There we go. Oh. All right, Sid.
Okay, I'm Cindy Viss. I'm from Byron Center, Michigan, which is about 30 minutes away from here. What got me to Hope is just the amazing environment around here, and of course the basketball program is amazing, and all the success they've had behind it, and it just really draw me here.
I'm Lauren Leach, and I'm a sophomore. I'm from Angola, Indiana. It's not too far. And I just came to Hope because I love the program and the academics. I was getting the best of both worlds coming to Hope. And Holland is great. I'm kind of from a small town, and Holland's not too big, but it's got everything that Angola doesn't. So, yeah, I was drawn here.
Coach?
I'm Brian Morehouse, and I came to Hope a long time ago in 1987 due to Dr. Glenn Van Weeren, the head men's basketball coach, and with no promises for anything other than a great education, meaningful relationships, and a chance to really grow and go out and do great things in the world with his mentorship. And I didn't expect to stay at Hope since 1987. That was not in the plans, but so glad I did. And I love helping young people just like he helped me.
Awesome. Give us a little bit of where you're at in the season and like what you've got coming down the pipe here. Big MIAA tournament.
Yeah,
around
big.
The corner.
Yeah, we just completed the regular season, 23-2, top 10 in the nation. Tremendous season. Won the league by 3 games, which is the most ever in the MIAA, the biggest margin of victory. And now on to the league tournament, and we're Albion won last night, so we play them on Friday night at 7:30, and just hoping for a strong postseason run right now.
You guys want to talk a little bit about some of the things that have gone into this season, maybe some of the challenges, but also some of the big growth opportunities?
So, I mean, it's not a secret. We're a really young team, and we've been going since we really got here on campus with, like, open gyms and conditioning and stuff. And I think the biggest part is just, like, learning how to, like, build relationships with each other and build this strong connection. We've got great leaders, but, like, I mean, this is, like, their first time, too. It's kind of a lot of firsts for everybody. So just learning how we are with each other and learning how to grow as basketball players and as people I think it's just been like the biggest growth opportunity for us this year.
Yeah, kind of going off of what Leach said, that we are super young, but it's also like helped us during the season. It's helped us grow all together, and like we're each other's best friends on and off the court, and so it helps us like on the court obviously work together, and we've had to go throughout the season to learn how to do that, and I think we've come a super far way.
That's awesome. When you guys think back to the entirety of your experience, talk a little bit about some of the things that have been most meaningful in this journey.
Yeah, I don't know yet. You go.
Okay. I would say just like growing as a leader. Like even though we're both only sophomores, we've learned, like last year we had great leaders in our program, even with our staff. Like I think the best part is just knowing, like having those role models in front of us, and just being able to learn and grow in their footsteps.
Yeah, I'm just gonna emphasize what you said too, but I think that having those leaders before us helped us this year, especially since we are such a super young team. Like we know how to, and we know what and how to fit into that role, even though it is our first time, but having those past leaders, it helps us, and we know what to do now because of it.
Awesome.
I have the honor of announcing your games, and it is probably one of the most enjoyable experiences I get to be a part of. But one thing that you've kind of touched on a little bit is your experiences here. Coach Mo said that as well, and Coach Van Weeren being a very big influence in that. One of the things that you've done for years is your involvement with the Special Olympics program. And I've been to a couple of the events that you've had in years past, and to have them here at DeVos and to interact with these teams like you do, you talk about the experiences that you get, playing basketball, but something like that a little bit outside of basketball. Tell us what that's like and how that's impacted you.
Yeah, that's actually one of my favorite days of the year. So I'm a special ed major, so it's close to my heart, and I love it so much. It's like I look forward to it every year. But yeah, it really shows like that those kids, they really love basketball and they would do anything to be in our shoes. So it shows us that we wake up every day and we might not want to go to practice, but we get the opportunity to, and it means so much to us.
Yeah, it's just so fun because they have so much energy all the time. And I think it's like it's a cool perspective because like they could miss a shot and they took a shot and it's the best thing ever. Like they're still Kobe. They're, and it's like I feel like that's a great mentality to have. Like I think that's so fun, and it's kind of like it's just like it reminds me that basketball is fun and it's a game, and it's honestly a privilege to play and have this type of platform. Yeah.
And Coach, as the head coach of this team, you've been very fortunate to have success in the wins and losses columns, but I have to imagine with the caliber of players that you have and the quality of the individuals that they are on and off the court, the things that they've done, your graduates who've gone on to do bigger and better things, that's got to be something you must be incredibly proud of.
I am, and with my success, I get the question all the time from my peers, why haven't you left? Why haven't you taken a Division I job? Do people call? Of course people call when you're winning. But probably the biggest draw that I have to Hope College is my colleagues that I work with were aligned, led by Tim Schoonveld, our athletic director, and also President Scogan. I think we're aligned in our mission. And just the women that I get to interact with every day and coach and mentor, it's a tremendous opportunity to help shepherd them into the next phase of their life, helping them to grow, and just making them uniquely qualified to like go out into that next phase of their life and not just exist, but like impact people in their community and in their places of employment.
Definitely. So one thing that you don't know is that I think I'm a year older than you, and we were here together at Hope, and you were always a pretty good player, but even when we play at the Dow or just wherever, you were like this basketball sponge. Even when we were playing at the, you were always just contemplating things or figuring some things out here and there. Did you know you were going to be a coach back then?
Oh, not when I was in 7th and 8th grade. I was still planning on going to the NBA. And then I got to 9th grade, and I was like, maybe. As I got closer to my junior and senior year, I wanted to play in college. And then I came, and Elliot and some other, guys who played professionally were here. And my dad was a coach, so I knew it was a possibility. I really was impacted by coaches all along, and then I just sort of developed into loving it even more and more, and I saw the impact Coach Van Wieren had, and that kind of led me to, hey, maybe I could make this a career, and I might be pretty good at it, but I need a lot more experience, and I was given those opportunities, and here we are.
Definitely. So the only other question that I have, again, for Coach Mo is you really do such a great job of what I would say utilizing the word family with your program, with your team, your players, and what have you. You've obviously mentioned your father, who is a wonderful man, great basketball coach. But I would have to say maybe the biggest Hope College women's basketball fan might be your mother.
Absolutely.
And I tell you what, she is just a wonderful person to sit next to at a game, for that matter. And boy, does she get into it.
Oh, yeah.
But how does that, I guess my ultimate question is, with those family values that you've had with your parents, is that part of your coaching? Do you bring that to your team? And
Oh, absolutely. I think the strategy and the passion for people and everything like that, I get from my dad. My fieriness, my sometimes lack of a filter, to be perfectly honest, comes from my mother. God bless her. She is she's so tough. She just is, she just tells it like it is all the time. And, growing up, I think people see my dad and they see him as a coach and they're like, oh, that must have been, you're the person that led you through this. But I see such an impact from both my parents and honestly, with my wife as well right now, with her being a leader in public school education. And, we share so much on leadership and mentorship. And I've been impacted by so many people around me.
family, that's what it's all about.
Yeah.
One of the questions I've got is, as a Hope alum, and you had the experience of coaching with Coach Van Wieren and having that kind of that experience, can you describe anything that you really hope that your student athletes have the opportunity to experience that was similar to the type of experience that you had when you were a student athlete here?
Absolutely. A couple of things that Coach Van Wieren really wanted to make happen while we were members of the men's basketball program were international travel and also transformational experiences within your season. So, for example, thanks to the Orange and Blue Fund, this year we went to New York City, and Coach Van Wieren, when I was 1990, we went to New York City, and we didn't do the same thing, but it was like deja vu because we had some great experiences this year when we were in New York City, and I was kind of building off what Coach Van Wieren did, 30 plus years ago, to wanting to impact our players and have them be a part of they got a chance to be in and on the New York Stock Exchange. We had a chance to go to all the different areas of New York City. We went to the 9/11 location where we were. I thought that was incredibly impactful, and we don't do that. We don't do that without the Orange and Blue Fund. And that's not a shameless plug. That's just fact. I mean, these things allow our students to have transformational experiences, which I think then transforms them into even greater leaders and women that can go out and impact their communities moving forward and better able to tell their story in the next phase of their life.
That's awesome. We should probably hit on a couple of the logistics of the Day of Giving. And if you go to our website, to the Day of Giving website that's on Give to Hope, or hope.edu/give, I think is the right website. There's an opportunity for you to donate to the Orange and Blue Fund specifically. There's an opportunity to identify who you cheer for, who you root for, and you can put women's basketball down as one of those teams. I know that you've got a ton of fans that are out there in the community that come to these games and would love to support those types of efforts. There's also an opportunity to be able to identify if you'd like to make a gift in honor of or in memory of. And talking about the mentorship of Coach Van Wieren might be a perfect person to give a gift in honor of. Let's go back to student athletes. And if you guys can talk just a little bit more about some of those types of things that have, you're only sophomores, but so you haven't had a whole lot of those types of experiences yet. But what are those types of transformational experiences? How do you want to be transformed through this basketball experience? What about being a part of this program is giving you the opportunity to grow in the ways that you hope to through your Hope College experience?
First off, I want to touch on going to New York. I've never been to New York, and that was such a cool experience. Mo talked about, the 9/11 museum was awesome. I had never we weren't alive during 9/11, which is kind of weird to think about, but that was a really cool experience. I kind of got a different perspective on what it was like during that time period. So that was super cool, and hopefully we'll be doing some more stuff like that in the next couple of years. But I also think just being in this program, it's not easy. Sports are hard. It's a hard game. And I think it's just preparing us for life after basketball. We aren't just here getting better at basketball. We are doing that, and we want to win. We want to be successful. But I think we're learning how to be great women in the world after basketball, and I think that's super important. We battle adversity every day. We do the hard things, but we learn how to get through them, and we learn how to succeed and grow from them.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I think that it all kind of starts with Mo. He really, his goal here is not for us to win games, but it's for us to be a better person after we graduate from here. And I think that, we all do all these, little things, like Mo time, be to places 15 minutes early instead of 15 minutes late, or even on time, and all these things that are just, helping us be prepared for the outside world and not just, basketball in general. So I think Mo has really done a really great job of that and getting us prepared for life after college.
That's awesome.
So speaking of that impact, just so that you know, I'm a Parks and Recreation Director, and I run a variety of different programs. One of them is this Intro to Basketball program that we've had. And it's for kindergarten, first, second graders. And I think we had somebody you might know in that class in years past. Just so that you know the kind of impact that you have. Whether it's poster day, or if you meet somebody, after a game, just to shake their hand or what have you. We don't get too many girls that participate in our program for that. But when we do, we always tell them to come to these games. And there was this young girl, long braided blonde hair, who made it a point to come up to me and say, "Hey, I went to the game and I met Sydney Vest, or I met somebody here," and they just were so impacted by that and couldn't wait to tell me. So if you think that even just playing a game doesn't impact people, you're wrong. In fact, you're actually impacting the right people. These kids really look up to you, and little things like that make a huge difference. So you're already doing that.
Well, speaking of games, we are not just doing an interview here, but we are going to be playing some games. All right, and so we have the wheel of games right behind you. Coach Mo, you want to give this a spin? Now it's only leaning here, so be gentle. See what we got here. Go the distance. Go the distance. All right. So while we try to get this set up here, we're gonna cut to another little video, and we'll get the little minute to win it game set up. This is coaches versus student athletes. So if coach wins, he gets 2 points. If one of you, if both of you beat him, then you guys get the 2 points. All right. So We'll get it set up. We'll be right back.
Can I phone a friend and call Cuss?
No.
I need Cuss.
No.
Awesome. Yeah. If you hit auto. There it goes.
All right, we're going. Hey, thanks for joining me today. I have three distinguished alumni from our women's basketball program, and I'll go in order of when they played for me. I tried to spread it out over the course of my career, and hopefully that gives just people a broader range of contact and context that we have on the screen here. So Tara Porter, I always use just people when they played for me. I call her Porter. I called her Tara earlier today, and she's like, Mo, I don't know who that is when I talk to you. So Tara Porter was on the first team I ever coached 28 years ago. Great point guard, tremendous defensive player, really was one of the earliest point guards that we ever had that brought the pressure on the other team's opposing guards and made them feel super uncomfortable. Next up is Liz Ellis. Liz played for us in the run to the Final Four and was a tremendous player. Sort of, I think, set the stage for so many of our players of the year defensively. Before that award started to be awarded in our league, I thought Liz and Tara both set the tone for like what does great defense look like in our basketball program to go along with their great offense. So, and then finally, Ella McKinney. Ella recently graduated and is now off doing her thing at grad school, but we're super excited that she could join us in between classes at the University of Michigan. So I'm just going to get things kicked off here. We're going to start with you, Tara. What are you doing now? What does a day in the life look like for you?
Well, my husband and I own a business construction company. It's a apartment building, so residential, multi-million dollars worth of contracts every year. It's exhausting. I work part-time because we have children, and he gets more wrapped up in the business side of things than I have time for. So I currently have one at Michigan. She is a sophomore, and I have twins that are in 8th grade. So they are at that period of time where, they can't drive. So lots of activities, lots of chauffeuring, but it's fun. I love every minute of it because I know it doesn't last. As soon as your kids start driving, they're gone, and it doesn't feel like you have as much time with them. So yeah, that's my current life for right now.
Completely respect that balance in your life. I think that's awesome. I forgot to ask this, but what was your major when you were at Hope?
Accounting and business administration.
Accounting and business administration. Great. And your favorite professor? That's a tough one.
28 years ago. Let's see. I liked Blankenship.
Yeah.
So he was a big supporter of the program at the time.
Yeah.
And so he would come to the games and talk to you about it. I had an accounting professor as well. He actually had me work with his daughter, who was at the time, I think, going out for her middle school team. It was just a couple hours, I think, one day. But yeah, those are my two most memorable, I think, for right now.
All right. Liz, what about you? Major while you're at Hope?
I was a business management major and a Spanish minor. And my favorite professor, probably Stacy Jackson. He was a phenomenal guy, great life experience, just really good guy all around. I loved being in his classes. Awesome.
Talk us through your career path. What have you done since you graduated? What are you doing now?
Yeah, so since I graduated, I right out of college went and worked at Meyer in the corporate office out in Walker. I was there for about 10 years and was able to kind of climb up the ladder there, and had an awesome experience, a lot of amazing career development that happened there. And since being at Meyer, I've since had 2 kids. So was looking for something a little bit more remote where I could fully work from home. So about a year ago, I switched and I'm now doing sales for Campbell's Soup Company. So if you eat like goldfish, if you drink V8 Splash, if you like paste salsa, this is all a plug for Campbell's. Those are all things that we make. And I most recently, I just had another son, so 2 boys, and he is 8 weeks old. I'm currently keeping one eye on the monitor right here while he naps. But I'm going to take Tara's advice and not wish away these tough days because I know it's going to go by fast. But it's been awesome being able to still work and have had a great career since leaving Hope, and also be able to be a mom. And yeah.
Love that. Yeah. Ella, fill us in.
Yeah, so I'm at U of M Dental School. I started last June, so after graduating early May, I only had about 6 weeks off before I got right back into it. And so it was a short break, but it's been really fun so far. I've got a good group of friends. I like exploring Ann Arbor and getting a little bit more of the city feel compared to Holland. But it's definitely different being so fresh out of college and not playing basketball. So that's definitely been an adjustment, but I've been loving school so far, which is really great.
Favorite professor?
Oh, yes. I would say Dr. Chase. I had her for biochemistry and I loved her. Big supporter of basketball program too.
That's amazing. What have you felt prepared? I guess that would be one of the questions I would have for you, like heading into, I mean, everybody compares and contrasts, right? Like, so as you look at your other classmates at dental school, do you feel like you were well prepared?
Oh yeah, for sure. You know, one of the things is I try not to compare myself to my friends and classmates because I know what that can do to your mindset and anxiety and stuff. But I do feel like I've been a little bit more prepared, just coming from Hope in a smaller institution, getting really great professors and classes and an experience there. So it's been nice.
Awesome. Thanks. I'm going to throw this one to you, Liz. How did you grow through your athletic experience, and how have you put that to growth in your current life?
I think one of the main things that my athletic experience taught me, whether it was growing up or specifically at Hope, is just resiliency in life. But I think we learned that on the basketball court. We're going to have good days, we're going to have bad days, but you keep stepping forward and moving on, and you do it again the next day. And I think when you get to, we'll call it the real world after college, you're going to face a lot of hardships and challenges. And in your job, you're going to have good days and bad days. You're going to be thrown teammates that maybe you didn't choose, and you might be different than them, but at the end of the day, you have to figure out how to work together to achieve a goal. So I think coming out of college after having been on a team, I feel like we are at an advantage because we've had to work through some of those up and down days with teammates around you. And I feel like that's really prepared me to have a good career and keep just a level mindset day in and day out.
Love that. Ella?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things I learned through the program was more on the culture side of like the importance of intentionality and just in the day to day, you know, how to win like the little moments and be grateful for simple things. It's easy to get caught up in like your surroundings, your circumstances, even your anxiety. But I feel like now I have a peace of mind kind of at the end of the day where I'm grateful for things that I wasn't so much before. And I definitely learned that while being in the program.
That's awesome. Tara?
I think for me, it was just confidence. When I decided to go to Hope, I didn't know anybody there. And I came from a
All right, we're going. Hey, thanks for joining me today. I have three
national champions for 2022.
Okay, here we go, guys. We got a little cord wrapping around. Sorry, I don't want to trip you, Coach Mo. We definitely do not want anybody to get injured during this today. Sorry, we cut the video on the alumni a little short. It's still, again, first rodeo at this. We're trying to figure it all out. But we are excited to now go into the Minute to Win It game. So this game is called Go the Distance. And what Coach Mo is going to start off doing here is he's going to take a ping pong ball, he's going to put it on the tape measure, and then try to extend the tape measure all the way over to the red cup over there and get as many ping pong balls in the red cup as he can in 30 seconds.
I love it.
All right? Do we have a timer? Anybody have a timer?
Leach can't do it. She'll short me.
You can line it up. You can line it up.
Line it up.
Yep.
All right, I love that.
Okay, so 30 seconds on your mark. Get set. Go. Oh.
No helping over there.
Yeah, see?
Come on, Dice Jamar. You're hurting me. Look at that. It just shoots off the end. All right.
There might be
Some strategy
a
involved?
little learning bias.
Uh-oh. Get up, get up, get up.
No, that still counts. That still counts. We'll give him the point. All right, 2, stop. All right, that one does not count. All right, Coach Mo got grand total of 1. 1. All right. All right, Sydney, you're on.
Oh, you're holding the Wait, do we each get 30 seconds?
Yes, you each get 30 seconds to go.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
no teaming up though.
Teaming up.
No.
Okay.
All right, ready?
Yeah.
On your mark, get set, go.
Oh, shoot.
Okay.
See? Learn this. I love this. Miss.
Oh, there it is.
Yes, Vis.
Mo, you quit it.
No, I didn't do anything. I didn't touch it.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's 2 points for us.
3.
Mo!
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and stop. All right.
I had
All right.
5.
5?
Yeah, 'cause
5.
Mo hit 2.
They were gonna rim out.
No, we weren't.
It's like your free throw, rimmed out.
No, I couldn't get it. Wow.
All right, here we go.
All right, that was pretty good, Vis.
Thank
I gotta tell you, that was pretty good.
30 seconds. Ready, set, go.
Leach, you got it. Yeah, you gotta hold it a little tight. Yup.
You guys are better at this than I am.
Keep it straight over here.
Oh.
So close.
Yes!
There we go.
Banked.
I do believe there was a lot learned.
The bank is open.
All right.
On what not to do.
Ah!
Hey, you're our coach. We learned from you.
There you go. But this is all part of what I'm trying to grow in you ladies.
Oh.
Go on the rest of your life being transformed by this.
Oh.
Wait, try to put the edge down more. I think.
And stop.
In and out.
Yeah, you're right.
2.
That's good.
All right, so both student athletes beat Coach Mo. So what do we'll get this arranged over here. Excuse me a second.
One less
throughout the day of giving. Student athletes are now up 2-0 on coaches. So this is great, you guys. Thanks. Hopefully there's going to be a chance for us to catch the rest of the interview with your alumni at a point here as the day goes on. Yeah, good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Have fun, enjoy, and we appreciate all you do for Hope Athletics.
You bet. Go Hope.
Go Hope!
Thanks for being the guinea pigs.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
All right, we are going to.
All right, dude.
Darren, you want to come
Thank
back
you very much
around
for doing the call.
here?
For everybody who's watching,
Before
this
we
is
get
Tyler's staff.
going with tennis, men's and women's tennis, we just want to chat with you a little bit about, again, with the Orange and Blue Fund. Today is a day that we are trying to raise money that is going to really support transformative experiences. And those transformative experiences come through trips to New York City for the women's basketball team. They came through a trip for the volleyball team to Boston last year. There are spring break trips that our spring sports teams are about to go on, and there are experiences that they get to benefit from because of the Orange and Blue Fund. The budgets for our college athletics program we'll say, generous to be able to do the things that we need to do competitively out on the court. But beyond that, the transformative experiences really happen because of some additional money that's kicked in through the Orange and Blue Fund. And so if you are a past student athlete and you felt like some of those types of extra experiences made an impact on the entire experience that you had, that's why you might want to be able to give to the Orange and Blue Fund today. If you were impacted by an assistant coach salaries and opportunities to be able to have more assistant coaches present with our programs is one of the other kinds of initiatives that has been supported through the Orange and Blue Fund. And so if you've been impacted by an assistant coach, then you might want to be able to give to the Orange and Blue Fund today. If you, when you were a student athlete or you kind of saw student athletes out there dealing with a little bit more of the anxiety and the different challenges that come around with regards to mental health, the Orange and Blue Fund is one of the things that is providing opportunities for us to be proactive in really helping student athletes deal with the different types of pressures that being a college student athlete brings. And so you might want to give to the Orange and Blue Fund if you want to support the efforts that we're doing with regards to that. Team 43 is a big kind of piece of that. You're going to hear about that throughout the day today. You're going to hear about seed trips and the support that we get from Sawyer products in order to facilitate a lot of those seed trips. There's some extra things that happen around those trips that are provided through the Orange and Blue Fund as well. The Orange and Blue Fund basically goes to being able to help the athletic department support athletics in lots of new and innovative and different kinds of ways that are not available at a lot of other institutions. And we want to encourage you to be able to give to the student athletes that are part of this experience, to the coaches that are working really hard to try to make this an incredible experience, and to continue to support those efforts. If you're doing that right now, we thank you. I think as already by the time we went to air, there was about $1,500 already donated to the Orange and Blue Fund. The goal that we have for today is $75,000, as well as 400 donors. Last year, I think we had in the neighborhood of around $58,000 donated. We had that based on about 250 gifts. We're trying to grow the number of gifts and the amount of money that we're able to raise in order to benefit student athlete experience. Hope.edu/give. go to the Orange and Blue Fund, select the team that you cheer for, because that is going to be one way to get a matching gift that is coming from the Borichter family, who is, if we can get $1,000 from every single team at Hope, they are going to match that by giving an additional $20,000 to support this effort. So please make sure you're identifying the team that you cheer for, in order to make sure that we're getting that matching gift as the day continues. Darren?
No, I think just to add to that, one thing that people may not completely understand is when you're a student athlete here at Hope College, it's not just about the practices and the games, it's so much more. Everything that Coach Schmidt just talked about here, there's almost like a responsibility to go out and give and to learn and to impact people in a positive fashion. So this day of giving, these funds will help student athletes do that. And again, if you're a Hope fan, you understand the impact that these student athletes have on our lives in general. Imagine what they can do once they leave this wonderful place. So this is a big day. Please give as best you can.
The other thing that you can do is just keep this live stream going. Hopefully, we're going to work out some of the kinks as we get better at this, and provide you a lot of content that's going to hopefully be inspiring as the day continues. So right now, we are going to try and cut to a little bit of a highlight video commercial or something in order to then get ready with our next interview with Coach Hunt and a couple of our tennis student athletes. Thank you.
DJ, thanks for joining me today.
All right, so I am Coach Lee Sears here with Hope College Women's Soccer, and I've got 2018 alum Allie Wittenbach with me today. And Wit, which is what we're going to call you now, she's Wit. What are you up to now?
Hey Lee, thanks.
I got the blood of a winner. I don't know how to be stagnant. I got way too much ambition. I keep on beating statistics. How would I be denied? My only option is winning. I'm crossing the finish line. Hey. Colossal, not minimum wage. Talk to the loss like I know the way. Stay on my job like who need a break? It wasn't possible, I heard him say, but I'm like MacGyver to all my mistakes. Run it back home, now look at the bases. Been winning so long, I feel like a native. I got what you want, but you cannot take it. I do what you don't, cause I'm more creative. I put me on, no help for your favors. I'm breaking the mold to show you the flavors. I got control, you can't enable. I'm using my flaws to make me the greatest. I'm number one, I'm number one. I'm number one, yeah, I'm number one, 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 yeah, I'm number one, I'm number one. Once I
right. Welcome back. Yeah. All right, welcome back. We are here now with Austin Hunt, head coach of our men's and women's tennis teams. Coach, how's your season going so far?
We're in the thick of it for sure. I think we're pretty much right smack in the middle of it, but it's very successful. Women are doing great. On a roll here, I think 4 in a row. The men are like fighting like crazy, which is very normal for them, and they're in tight battles all the time, and that will continue. So just in the thick of it, really. But we're looking forward to it. We're headed to Florida soon, so it's one of the coolest parts of the year. So it'll be really good, really fun.
Awesome. You want to introduce your student athlete?
Yeah, this is Miyako Coffey, a junior from Iowa here. So been here for a while now. One of my first players that I had when I first started here, so this is a really cool one for me. So
where in Iowa are you from?
I'm from Cedar Rapids, Iowa,
Nice.
so on the eastern side of the state.
Awesome. What brought you to Hope?
I came to Hope, I was told of Hope through the athletics and the tennis program, but what really made me come to Hope was just coming onto campus and feeling the environment and the community. I had never even stepped foot in Michigan before I came here, so it was very different, and I didn't really know what to expect, but the second I came here, I just was welcomed with open arms, and I was like, is this all of Michigan? Is it just West Michigan? Is it just Hope? But I loved it no matter what, so yeah, that's what made me stick here.
That's awesome. All right, we got a few questions here for you, Coach, and then we'll get into some questions for you, all right? So the first one is, can you share a story of a team that rose to the challenge and exceeded expectations?
yeah, this one's really cool, honestly, because we didn't even come out on top in this story. I think of my men's team from last season, and kind of again to reiterate, our seasons are never easy. We play the toughest teams we can possibly play. And so last year, leading up to the championship match in the MIAA, they had gone through a really tough season, the men. And we kind of just told them, can you band together? And then when we got to the championship match, it was a cool cap to the story of just saying, kind of what the question is just can you continue and keep going and put what has happened behind you and then just give what you got in this last match. And like I was saying, they didn't come out on top, but literally by 2 points, 2 individual points, when you look back on that match, it could have flipped in our favor. And it was just cool to see them go about not only the whole season, but cap it off in that way and not let the whole season kind of define the very end for them. And so I think of that one immediately, and it was just really cool to be the coach for that team in that moment. So that was really cool.
There's nothing like seeing your team rise to a challenge and continue to grow.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Awesome.
So I knew I had something in common with you when you walked in because I used to live in Iowa as
Really?
well. I lived in Pella, Iowa, and
Yep.
I lived in Sioux Center, Iowa for a little bit.
Wow.
Not much going on there. But I want to actually ask both of you this question. You have it on here as well. You mentioned a little bit about what brought you to Hope, but what are some of the things that you as a coach do to talk about to your recruits to get them here?
Yeah, well, I have a longer story. I didn't obviously go to Hope, but when I was in college, we played Hope every year. So my first exposure to Hope was as a player for a different school, and I just fell in love with it just from the beginning. And I was fortunate enough to have friends who were from Holland, so I got to experience Holland. Pretty similar to Miyako's story, is like I knew nothing about it. I was from Texas originally, so you fall in love, I think, with the campus first and everything, of course. But then, even when I interviewed for the job, and now that I've been here for a few years, I just tell people, you have to experience it and just live like a few hours on campus, and you'll find out why this place is so amazing. And so, yeah, that's what I tell people initially. I just say you got to get here first, and then you'll be able to trust everything I'm telling you about it. So,
like I said before, the community here, right when I stepped on campus, it was palpable. You could just feel the love and the outpour from the Holland community into Hope, and it's crazy to think of the connections that Hope has to make me feel at home so many hours away from my actual home, and you know, my admissions rep had connections to Iowa, and there were people that had known my tennis coach and all these types of connections that I was like, how is this possible? This little school that I had no clue of can just reach to so many, and I felt like they were reaching out to me, and that's really what brought me here.
That's awesome. Coach, can you tell me a little bit about your, like, the professional inspirations? Like, who has been somebody that you really look up to in coaching that influences the type of coach you want to be?
I would say I take a lot of kind of, I think, just little things that get me kind of amped up to be a coach from, like, football coaches. So, of course, like, Jim Harbaugh I freak out about all the time. I think he's amazing. But I think the general ones that have influenced me the most are the ones most close to me, which my whole family is college coaches. So, like, my father's the head women's coach at Cornerstone right now in Grand Rapids, and I have a younger brother who's a head coach for the University of Texas of the Permian Basin down in Texas, and just talking with them all the time. And, like, my dad was my coach, so he has inspired me for a long time.
That's awesome.
Yeah, even my younger brother, who he's down there doing his thing as a head coach for his team, and we do like little conference calls all the time, just sharing ideas and talking about it all. So I take a lot of inspiration from them, and it's nice to have them so close, I would think. But those are probably my main inspirations, I would say, and then I get nitpicky with all my favorite, like, football coaches too, so it's fun.
Who was, there's got to be some stories of playing for your dad.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I would say the one that sticks out most, taught me a good lesson of controlling my emotions. I think we were playing a team, and when I was in high school, when he was my coach, and the other team was just not treating us super well. And I remember I was a freshman at the time, and, like, I'm, like, turning the corner of one of the courts to go and, like, I guess, like, get in the face of the entire other team, probably 15 other people by myself. And then my dad just, like, walks over and just goes, "Hey, no." Like that, just kind of embarrassed me in front of everybody. But it was such a good moment for me just to learn, like, self-control, I think. But that's one that sticks out in my head. And he's like a strategic genius. So pretty much everything I talk about and spew out to these people is from him. So, but
That's fantastic. There's a lot of self-control required in tennis, so
yeah,
that's great.
So, I played tennis many years ago, and every once in a while, especially during Wimbledon, my parents would every once in a while let me stay home from church to watch the finals.
Nice.
Didn't happen often, but when it did, it was a big deal.
Yeah.
So I grew up watching players, you know, in my era, from Bjorn Borg, John McEnroe, Jimmy Connors. Chris Evert was somebody that I enjoyed, Martina Navratilova. Who are some of the players that each of you used to look up to or inspired you to play the game?
I would say, for a female athlete, Naomi Osaka is my favorite. She is Japanese American like me, and so I really feel a connection to her. The poise and grace that she has on the court is really admirable, and she makes a point to use her platform with tennis for more than the sport. During, I don't even know, many things that she has just raised her voice about, and she's not the most outgoing person, but she knows the power that she has and the opportunities that she has, and I really appreciate the fact that she takes them no matter who she is, because she knows that it's a privilege to be where she's at, and just the way that she can really use the sport for such good and represent the sport in a great way. I look up to her in so many ways.
She's great on and off the court. That's what's so cool about her.
Yeah, I think I grew up with, like, Roger Federer when he kind of took over, but for people who don't know him, I think the story before he became who we know him, he used to be like a hothead and kind of, I don't know, a little bit of a whatever, bad boy of tennis, and then he had a coach get a hold of him and kind of reframe it all for him, and that's the moment where he took off, and the Federer that I grew up with. And I think that everybody knows, honestly. But I think that's why he's one of my favorites, is because of that transition from kind of crazy guy to fixing it, and then he became like the epitome of class and just the champion that everyone knows him for. So
that's a great segue into the idea of transformation, right? You know, and we talk a lot at Hope about having a transformational experience. In athletics, kind of our mission is around competitive excellence, transformative experiences, and academic success. Can you talk a little bit about both the type of transformation that you're experiencing as a part of this program, and then Coach Hunt, the type of transformation that you're really trying to create in the type of program that you run?
I'm right in the middle of that transformation, so I feel like this is a very fitting question. Being a student athlete at Hope, there are a lot of things that you just don't know what's going to happen. There are a lot of unknowns. And what I think has really been transforming for me at Hope is just being able to handle those unknowns and knowing the support that you have around you to jump into those unknowns. You never know what's going to happen, but you know how you can deal with it. And I feel like the people around me and the support system around me have taught me who I am. So I know that going into whatever unknown, I know who I am, and I know how I can represent myself, my school, the people around me in a good way. And in a tennis perspective, there are so many things that I can take from tennis outside into real life: perseverance and diligence, discipline. And that goes for a lot of sports too, but I feel like the emphasis on that here, I've been playing tennis all my life, but to come here and to know that all of these things really are applicable outside of life in these just few years that I've had here, to really highlight those things has been incredibly transformational. Yes.
That's awesome. You know, I think one of the great values of college is to know that you can the confidence to be able to go into things that are unknown, to work on problems that you know that there might not be solutions for right now, but to invest in it and to try, you know. And you know, every single time that you take the court, you're going into a game that, hey, you know, I'm playing to win. I don't know if that's going to happen or not, you know, but I'm courageously going to step into that space and see what we can do here, you know. And yeah, what a difference that makes when you then are able to take that to the business world. Or what are you going to go into?
I am actually going to go into the tennis world. I have done a 180, and I'm in the professional tennis management program here at Hope, which helps you get certified to be a pro and to teach in all different types of settings. So I've taken that quite literally and really wanted to help other people know what I know, and use tennis as a facilitator for hope and change and just really great things in the world. So, yeah.
That's fantastic.
Thank you.
Coach, when you hear something like that, how does that make you feel, and knowing that you play a role in that?
It's very cool. I mean, I think Miyako's story is pretty great too. And the timeline's great for her kind of starting to figure out where she wants to go and what she wants to do after she's done here. And so I'm obviously biased. It's awesome. She wants to be involved in the tennis world. It's an amazing place to go into, I think. But hearing some other thoughts about like what she wants to do, maybe on the legal side, like the law side of things, in the tennis world or just the athletic world too. Maybe she can do that as she goes on. So it's cool. I just like hearing it. It's cool when they start narrowing down kind of where they want to go and what they want to do after. And so it's just great to watch it all happen, really. So.
Yeah. Any stories of adversity that you've overcome?
This one, I'm actually going to bring up the women's team, because last year as well, we had a match that we went into, and it was essentially for the regular season championship at that point. The season wasn't almost done, and it was away, kind of a crazy day, like a few things going wrong, you know, not even with tennis, just outside, and kind of we came up short that day. And I remember telling them at the end, it's just like, if you gave what you gave, and if it was all that you had, then we'll see them again. And that's pretty much all we said. And then it was about a 2-week window, and then we saw them again. And then we took care of it that time. But like, it was just really cool because for that 2 weeks in between, the amount of work and just energy and effort that the women put into those 2 weeks, from my angle, it was like I wouldn't have even need to be there almost, and they would have taken care of it, I think. So it was cool. It was a really good moment for them as a team to experience that tough one. Yep. And then just kind of decide right after that we're going to get after it for 2 weeks, and then we took care of it at the end. So it was cool. It was really cool.
How about you?
I was going to say the same exact instance. I mean, from a player perspective, I think we learned a lot because sometimes our expectations can limit us. And I think that was one of those instances where we didn't shoot far enough, or we thought that maybe our success stops at a certain point. And to lose when we had expectations to win, it was really just shaking, I guess. I at the team hadn't experienced a loss like that yet, and so we had a few weeks to just take a step back and realize, okay, where are we at? What are we going to do about it? And to realize that no, our expectations can actually seek further than this, and to really grow a path for ourselves past this MIAA or past this one specific team. In this instance, if we had let this loss get to us, then we wouldn't have been able to even get and see them again. So that taught me a lot about mental strength in adversity. Yeah.
So, sometimes when you talk about things, we mentioned football a second ago. Of course, we're here at DeVos Fieldhouse, where volleyball and basketball takes place. Certainly, you don't get the numbers of fans that are able to come to a tennis match per se, but if you do get the chance to go, what would people see? If they're going to come to watch tennis matches at Hope College, what are they going to see?
They are going to see fight. They're going to see perseverance. I guess that's kind of the same thing. But they're going to see a lot of fun. We make an emphasis that we are going to have fun every time on the court. Me and my partner in doubles specifically, our mantra is just kind of going on the court and having fun, because that's what helps us focus. Some people honestly don't like it. They're like, they're not taking it seriously. They're not focusing. No. Just because we're kind of dancing the music in between points doesn't mean that we can't go down there and do our business the second the point starts. And so it is pretty electric when you go in there, and tennis matches are quiet. You got to be respectful, but I mean, when a point is good, I'm not going to stop from yelling, so I don't have to be quiet. Maybe you guys do, but I'm not going to be quiet. So you're going to see a lot of fun and a lot of fight, because we will never go down without a fight. We're never going to lose without giving it our all. So no matter what, you're going to see us fight, and I think that's the best thing.
That's great.
Yeah, I mean, from the coaching angle, I love match days because kind of like what she is saying, one of the core, I guess, things that I preach to these players and the teams is, she brought up energy was one of them, and just that would be a word for sure. If I could just tell you one thing, energy, like, it's pretty loud and rowdy from the very beginning. So, I mean, that's a good thing you'll probably see. And then she said fight, which is another core thing we talk about all the time before matches. And I've never seen either team like ever, and I'm the coach, so I think most people are thinking I'm going to say this, but I think it's not the case for a lot of coaches. Like, I've never seen these two teams just flop and stop fighting and give up, even if the match is over already and we're just finishing out some matches. It's great because I know that they're going to keep going, and so she hit it on the head. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good picture of what you would see, I think. So
I really want to go. No.
Yeah.
Heck yeah. Just see what you might do or say. That'd be fantastic.
Well, and one of my student athletes, Lauren Lee, is on your team as well, and so and she brings a lot of that same type of fun and spirit to our game. We're going to talk with her in a little while, but there's a balance point, right? With regards to the fun and the focus. And I love how you described it, saying that you're able to like have fun in between points, but that's not stopping you from being able to dial in when the point is going to get played. And I love that it is inspiring a different way of being able to do things, because I think so often in athletics we see we've got this image of the angry athlete, that is like, in order to be able to get their best, they have to go to this level of intensity that is great for some people, but like I don't think that that's the message we should be sending of what it should be like, right? Like, sports is fun; it's a game, and for you to be able to have that experience and be able to then take that to the people that you're going to be working with in the tennis profession is absolutely awesome. So
thank you.
What other things are you involved in at Hope? Because as a Division III student athlete, there's a lot of things that epitomize what this experience is all about.
Thank you for asking. It's part of the D3 experience, right? I am so impressed at all of the things that I've been able to do. I am involved in the Pre-Law Society. I was a part of their executive board at one point, which is a great organization. It's really great on just helping kids figure out, well, I'm a kid, helping us figure out what we want to do if we even have a thought of going into law. And then I've also been involved in Student Congress as a Dykstra representative of my freshman year dorm. I've been involved in multiple social media outlets and organizations trying to help further, the tennis program, the Pre-Law Society through social media outlets. And then I'm also doing a few student on-campus jobs. I work at event staff, so I just get to be paid and watch sports and help out, which is just the environment that I love. I also am an academic peer coach, which means that I work one-on-one with students to try and help them figure out whatever adversities they're going through. It could be time management, it could be organization, and just working one-on-one with them to figure out what we can help and set goals for them to achieve what they want in their time here at Hope. So I've just feel really grateful that I'm able to do all those things, and those kind of come on and off with being in tennis, off season, in season, and everybody's really flexible, and it's allowed me to dive into the different areas and things that I want. Just because I'm in it for one semester doesn't mean I have to do it for my whole time at Hope, but at least I got to try. At least I got to see what I like, and that's just one of the great things I love about Hope and D3 athletics.
When I hear something like that, I'm like, man, if I could hire you right now, I would. All those experiences that you're going to take on and off the court, will turn you into the type of person that you're going to be, and you'll go out and impact the world. And to hear something like that as an alum, that's a big deal. And you certainly represent Hope College athletics very, very well.
Thank you.
What is, whether it's on the court or off the court, what is maybe one of the coolest moments you've ever had since you've been here at Hope College?
Oh wow.
That for you too, Coach.
Yeah. I've got to think too. Oh, man.
That is a tough one. This moment, I'll always remember. It was my freshman year, and this is an on-court example. We were playing in the MIAA championships. We were at home playing our rival Kalamazoo, and as a freshman, I was able to play, which I was really grateful for, and I was really psyched up, really excited. I was in the middle of playing, and my mom came from Iowa and surprised me, and that got me even more hyped up to play. And it wasn't easy from what I remember, and we fought so hard, and we won. We won the championship, and going into the tournament, and we won, and we went into the NCAAs after that. But that was a moment to me where I just thought, like, wow, this is what it means to come together as a team and to achieve what we've been looking for this entire time. It's not all about winning, but when you get to have that experience where you grasp onto what you've been looking for so long, it's a really cool feeling. And as a freshman, I got the clinch belt, which means, you know, I won the match to win the meet, and that was also really cool. So I got to be on the social media, and that was a pretty cool day for me. Lots of good things that day. So yeah, that was a really cool experience for me.
Yeah, I think for me, it's tough for favorites. Like, I think a lot of my favorite moments, though, are probably like whether we're at practice or in a match or just whatever we're doing at the time. I think while we're out there actually playing, and then you see, I don't know, one of them do the strategy well and it works, whether it's in practice or in a match, or they're just having a great day and they're out there pumped up because of it, and then like you make eye contact with them and then they give you a fist bump and like they're right at you and they're pumped up about it. It gets you all jacked up, and I don't know, they're probably my favorite moments, honestly, just throughout all this, going throughout the day-to-day, just those little tiny moments of watching the light bulb go off for them and whatever they're doing, and just makes it, everything's worth it. But those are the little moments that make it worth it, I think, on the coaching end. So
that's great. Well, before we go to the interview that you've done with one of your alums, I think it's is it Tyler?
Mm-hmm.
Tyler Stafford. We are trying to raise money today, right? Like, so we're trying to raise money for the Orange and Blue Fund, and I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about what you think makes Hope Athletics and specifically Hope Tennis worth the investment.
Man, I think from my angle as the coach, I've been a part of a few different colleges up to this point. But full transparency, I mean, just the day I got here, the welcome I received just from everybody was just over the top in the best way possible. Just comfortable right away. The environment that is around this place, I mean, just the people in general, not even like the amazing facilities we have or any of the bells and whistles part. Giving to Hope, yeah, you're giving to great facilities and a great college and everything, but you're also fueling teams and coaches that are made up of some of the best people I've been a part of in a coaching and college environment. So like if anything, I would view it in that sense of just like the people you're fueling with it. Don't think of it as anything else. Like you're helping the people push Hope in a better direction. So
one of the things that the Orange and Blue Fund has supported has been the involvement of a group called What Drives Winning. And What Drives Winning is Becky Burley and Brett Ledbetter, who are doing a lot of leadership team consulting with a variety of different collegiate athletic programs across the country. And every month they get on a Zoom with us and talk a little bit about some of the challenges of making sure that we're coaching this generation in a way that is going to be meaningful for them. Can you talk just a little bit about how those What Drives Winning calls have been impactful for you personally?
Yeah, I think they're the most impactful because those two are amazing at maybe not asking uncomfortable questions, but asking the right questions that make you reflect on how you go about coaching. Yeah. And they maybe not second guess yourself, but they definitely make you think like, man, is like that the best way for me to do it? And then they do it in a way where you can talk to the other coaches about it and get their ideas, and they just create a really cool, even on Zoom, just like a cool environment for you to think deeply about how you go about coaching and just how you can change for the better in any given example that they bring up for that day. So extremely worth it. They're some of my favorite things, honestly, that we do as a coaching staff all together. So very cool. I love them.
Yeah, anytime that you think that you know it all and you've got it all figured out, just get on a call with Becky and Brett, and you're like, whoa, didn't think about it that way. And I think it really encourages all of our coaches to remain learners as well. Like we are in this learning process with our student athletes. As we are with this live feed today, we're learning as we grow here. So great. Ideas about why Hope athletics and Hope tennis is worth the investment.
To me, it's a trickle effect. You know, when you invest in Hope athletics, when you invest in Hope tennis, it impacts the space around you. It impacts the people around you. Somebody asked me the other day, like, what gets you up besides your alarm? And I said, the people here at Hope. But once it impacts the people, it also impacts the culture and the environment, the atmosphere. And so when you invest into something like Hope Athletics, I mean, people come and go. As much as we've got legends here, right? There are people that will never be forgotten, but people do come and go. And what stays is that culture and that perspective, that atmosphere. And so I truly do believe that it goes from the top down when you invest into the tennis, volleyball, football, whatever it is. It does not go unsaid, and it does not go unnoticed. You know, everybody really appreciates it. We're D3, we're not getting paid to be here, right? We are here for the enjoyment of our sport, the love of our sport, the love of our school. And so to know that other people also want to invest in this kind of experience is really impactful. Yeah.
There are a lot of challenges in in NCAA athletics right now. A lot of things around name, image, likeness, a lot of things around, coaching salaries. It's great to hear, kind of talk a little bit more about the purity of the experience that's available in Division III, and that's an experience that's worth really continuing to make. We're not talking about millions and millions of dollars of investment. Unless you want to make millions of dollars of investment, we've got facilities that we need for that. We're certainly not going to turn that down. But especially in a day of giving, the Orange and Blue Fund trying to be able to provide just those little extras that are going to go a long way. The little extras that are going to make an investment in your coach so that he can be better for you every single day. The investments that help a team come together just a little bit more in order so that you can go to that next level as a team and continue to grow. So thank you for sharing that. We are going to come back in a little bit. We're going to play a game right after we go to, hopefully, right after we go to your alumni interview with Tyler Stafford. So let's see if we can make the cut.
All right, dude. Thank you very much for doing the call. For everybody who's watching, this is Tyler Stafford, a recent graduate of the Hope men's tennis team as of literally a year ago. But this interview will be really cool, not just for me, but I think for all of you, because I'm spoiling a little bit of the surprise maybe, but he's back as one of our assistant coaches. So when I could interview someone, this would have been really cool as someone who's just gone through the program and at least for a few years with me, and then coming back to kind of contribute even more. So Tyler, thank you very much for agreeing to do this. I'm excited to hear all this stuff from you. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
The first thing I want to ask you is, after graduation, how would you describe the job search and kind of that transition from student athlete to finding a job, and then what are you up to these days? What was all that like for you?
Yeah, for me, all throughout my college career, I didn't get an internship. Most people try to get an internship between their junior and senior year that summer. I didn't end up doing that. I coached tennis at Hope still in their summer programs. For me, after school, it was tough for a while trying to find a job, trying to find a good fit. Luckily, with my connections at Hope, with playing tennis, I had a lot to fall back onto as far as, I was able to coach tennis for the summer, coach at my old high school too, coach at another college, and eventually end up at another club. it was great, to have that experience with tennis, and I could fall back on that while I was still looking for a job. Eventually, I did recently find a job at Acrisure, so a little more related to my degree, full-time gig, but it was, I think, being a college athlete, I think a lot of companies see that, especially while interviewing. A lot of companies nowadays are looking for strong work ethic, and I think being a college athlete shows that. It shows time management skills, being able to balance, your course load and practicing, and also, having that drive to go out there every day and practice and compete. I think that can translate into a professional career too.
For sure. Yeah. And I think it's cool how at a place like Hope, what you talked about, being able to either fall back on or just like continue being a part of the sport as you search for what you're going to do is like that opportunity is really cool. And I think very specific to Hope, honestly, not too many places out there like that. So, no, that's
Yeah.
great. How active are you? How do you play a lot still? How would you describe that?
Yeah, I mean, I play quite a bit still. I do a couple of USTA leagues. Um, I do two of them. Play a lot of weekends. I have a group of guys I hit with 8 to 10 on Wednesdays. With the team, like ideally, being able to go to some practices, hit in, is nice. So I really like staying active in the sport. I didn't really get burned out from playing in college, which is something that I loved because I felt like at some other schools, like I might have gotten a little more burned out and lost a little drive for the sport. But I really still have that, and I love playing. I love still trying to get better with the sport.
Yeah. It'll be fun for you as you now you assist us and we'll throw you in there and see if you can get it going a lot as you age here, we'll say. But no, that's great. That's awesome. Now that you've gone through at least a little bit of being out from Hope, a few months, we'll say. But like, if you could look back, this will be good because it's kind of fresh on your mind. Like, if you could nail down like one of the most memorable experiences for you, like what do you think you would nail it down to as a Hope student athlete?
For me, in general, it was all the trips that we took as a team. I'll always remember those, especially like spring break, going down to Florida, going to Orlando for a week. I will always remember that. Not, the tennis is a big part of it, and playing is fun for me, but really the guys on the team, the community, the teammates, the friends, so big for me. I'll always remember like getting back from like like junior year spring break, getting back. We had played two matches that day, and we got back, and we were just gassed. And I'll always remember us just like everyone just collapsing in the living room, turning on March Madness, watching some basketball.
Oh yeah.
Those kinds of experiences I'm gonna miss so much. And yeah, I mean, it's tough. Like just trying to appreciate, like looking back, like if I was if I was still playing, like I'd really try to appreciate and spend time and really just enjoy the moments with my teammates, is the big thing for me.
Yeah, that's huge. And it's really cool. I mean, literally as yesterday, as we have a match, 3 of your former teammates show up too that all graduated with you. And so like,
Yeah.
I don't know, getting to be around those guys again, I'm sure felt pretty great too. But you kind of gave a really great innuendo, honestly, into another good question in terms of like you've been through the whole student athlete experience and then kind of what you just said, learning to kind of like almost slow down and kind of appreciate the moments while you're in them. But like, that's a great piece of advice, I think, in and itself. But like, I don't know if you could think about your time and just like all that you did accomplish and went through. if you had like maybe a nugget of advice for a freshman or even just someone who's new to Hope, like what would you go to, do you think, with that?
Yeah, kind of going back to that, just enjoying the moments. I think now that I've been out of college, like, I've been playing a little bit, like USTA leagues and stuff like that, but none of that stuff lives it goes anywhere as close to like a college match. Like that experience, the energy, the intensity, the competitiveness, the camaraderie, all those things, you just don't see anywhere but in the college space. Um, and it's just enjoying all of those moments, those matches where you're playing and you got your team on the sideline cheering for you. Um, that's so special. And I think
Yeah.
Hope, the the environment we have here, um, really encourages that. And it's something that'll stick with you for the rest of your life. I know I'll remember it. I've talked to alumni, um, from the 2007s, 2003s, like they still remember those moments, of playing matches, going out after matches. Um, yeah, just really taking the time to enjoy those moments.
Oh, yeah. I think we all kind of, it's tough. Me included, and you've definitely heard me say this too, I think, from like the coaching angle of it all. It's just now I see y'all going through it like in all the time, every single day. Then you can't help but even while you're out there coaching, sometimes think about like, oh man, I remember this, and like I would totally do this different, and boom, boom, boom. So no,
Yeah.
that's great. That's really good. But I think a ton of just being a student athlete too. You've got so many people that kind of touch your life in just all kinds of different ways. A lot of we've talked about teammates, which is probably the most. I'm not gonna say influential, but you're definitely around them probably the most out of anybody. But you got your coaches, obviously your professors, but like in
Yeah.
your time at Hope, not including what would have been me, your head coach at the time, it could have been anyone else. Like, who were a few people involved in your entire, student athlete experience that really, I guess, touched you and had a real impact on you?
Yeah. I think something really specific with Hope that I haven't seen at another college is our tennis center as a whole, the staff at the tennis center as a whole. I have been playing, the summer camp I mentioned before at Hope. I started going to that in eighth grade. And the staff there, all of them have had just a massive impact on my life. They're the ones that, eighth grade, I was picking up tennis for the first time, and they're the ones that got me into the sport. And that ultimately led to me, you know, going to college at Hope, playing at Hope, and meeting my lifelong friends at Hope too. Um, the staff there is so incredible. Nate Price, Adam Ford, Jay Vanderlaan, yourself. Um, yeah, them, and then the athletic training staff at Hope too. All of them, whether it's strength and conditioning, recovery, um, just the time they're willing to spend with you so that you can play your best. They really care. That's one thing that really comes across. Um, so yeah, they've had a big impact during my college career, but even before that and after that, it still had me an impact.
Yeah, I think it's funny, like what you described. I think people who tend to get maybe a tad bit overlooked are the trainers and the strength coaches and all that stuff. Just I think different people come in with experiences of like I know people who are like scared to death to talk to their athletic trainers just because they may not believe me or whatever. But like yeah, I would totally agree with you. Ours at Hope or even from mine as the head coaching role of all of this, it's impressive just to see how much they are willing to do for the players and even us coaches if we really ask for it. So no, that's great. That's awesome. And I think, one big question too, I'm excited, like from my angle as where I've been your coach for the past 2 years, it's really cool to have you back as an assistant because I think like Nate and I have talked about this, like you're probably someone that just like gets how to do the coaching. Like, I don't know, just being like brand new at it. We've talked all the time, even when you were here as a player, just like he should probably just be a coach. Like at this point, and so I think with you being fresh, pretty much out of college, and like you were saying, you've been coaching at your high school. You did a stint with another college, and now you're back at Hope. I can't help but think that's got to feel cool of just coming right back, and now you get to kind of do it in the coaching role. But now that you are, what would you say? Might be a loaded question, a tough one, but like as a coach, what are you most excited to? I'm going to use the word contribute to these teams, or like what do you want to give to them based off of kind of like what you went through, if that makes sense.
Yeah. The big, yeah. I guess the biggest thing for me, I tried to do this in high school coaching too. I still coach a little bit of high school programs. It's just at the end of the day, I think we can get so, with any of our sports, we can get so focused on improving and grinding and just, you know, spending hours and hours and hours a day trying to improve our game. And sometimes that can burn us out. And it can, take away from, why we really do the sport. Because at the end of the day, I think, especially, um, in our division, like we're here because we love the sport at the end of the day. Like we want to play. And I think just trying to help, you know, players, find that, especially like when they're having a tough day or um, struggling in a match, like, try the best you can to enjoy this, try the best you can to problem solve, enjoy the process of it, is the big thing for me. Um, my goal would always be like, if I have a high school player, I want them to love the sport for us in life. I want them to be a lifelong tennis player. Same thing with college tennis. I don't want you to be burned out at the end of it. I want you to, graduate from college and think to yourself, man, I want to keep playing. I want to join some leagues, like make some connections. That's the big thing for me. I just want people to love the sport, and love what they're doing.
Oh yeah, that's a big one. Yep, I think for so many, it's kind of common to kind of just want to wrap it up and be done for a very long time, and it takes forever to kind of rekindle that fire if you even want to get back into it. So, no, that's great.
Yeah.
Overall, I didn't obviously go to Hope, but I don't know. Every time I talk to somebody, amazing things about it. Then just the more I'm obviously involved here, you learn more and more just how amazing it is and how really it sets itself apart from tons of different places out there. So this was great. I think overall, you're an alumni, so this was awesome just to hear thoughts from you. But also, I'll see you tomorrow, bright and well, no, not Tuesday, bright and early. I'll see you at
Tuesday,
practice.
yeah.
We'll get it going. But
Yeah.
I want to thank you for your time. This was awesome, dude. And thank you for being an alumni. Thanks for being supportive and coming back, my friend. So
Yeah, of course. I wouldn't, I love this program so much, and it's done so much for me, and I've seen it's done so much for others too. Um, yeah. Yeah.
yeah. All right, dude. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you later.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back. We are ready to go with our minute to win it game. Actually, 30 seconds to win it, pretty much just to kind of keep things moving. But while we are away, the Miyako spun the wheel and came up with the dice stacking challenge. So the dice stacking challenge is going to require us to put the little tongue depressor in their mouth and then try to stack as many dice on top of it as possible. Hang with us here, folks. If the mic is still on, we're going to get the camera dialed back in.
Any jokes? No? May I ask, what does your first name mean? It's a beautiful name.
Thank you. Miyako means, I think, gentle, beautiful child.
DJ, thanks for.
Very nice, very nice. And how about you? Just kidding.
Yeah, I probably couldn't tell you.
How are we doing? We're back?
Okay.
Okay.
So, Coach Hunt, you're going to go first. We got 30 seconds and to stack as many on the tongue depressor as you can. On your mark, get set, go. He's got 2, 3. Oh, it's 3. Now we got 3.
We're at 15 seconds.
4. Okay, so 4. 3. 2, 1. All right. Maximum was 4. So that is the score to beat. Miyako, on your mark, get set, go.
Yeah. I see. Now you see.
1, 2, 3.
No way.
Oh.
All right, see, now you got it. 15 seconds.
Wow.
5.
Oh. 4.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, and it's a tie. We hate ties, but we will. That's 2 points to be awarded here. So student athletes will get 1 point. Coach, you got us 1. You got us 1 point.
I'm sorry. On the board. On the board. That's right.
We're on the board. All right. So thank you guys so much for participating in this. We really appreciate it. We wish you the best. What's the next game in store for you guys this season?
We are playing Lake Forest tomorrow in Illinois. It's away, 7:30. It's going to be one heck of a competition, so
Awesome.
We're excited.
When's the next home game? Home contest.
A while from now. We
Okay.
got that
After
one
spring break.
after spring break. So we've probably got like 3 weeks, at least 3 or 4 weeks until we play at home. But we'll see you there.
Awesome. Good luck. Have fun. And we'll be right back. I think we've got baseball coming up next.
I was made for this. Yeah, yeah. I was made for this. I was made for this. Face it, greatness is in my genetics. Rely on me, you never regret it. Victory's mine, yeah, that's where I'm headed. For this passion and drive, I'm forever indebted. Known to motivate each person near. I'm sure it's my purpose to persevere. Yeah, you looking at the chosen one. I said you looking at the chosen one. I was made for this. You know that I was made for this. I was made for this. You know that I was made for this. Running great, now I'm showing up. You looking at the chosen one. I was made for this. You know that I was made for this. I've stumbled and failed and got up again, rising with the hunger for another win. Been too strong for too long, I can't give in. That's the discipline of a champion. Overcome adversity and get it done. Didn't run, stood my ground, then I won. Yeah, you looking at the chosen one. I said you looking at the chosen one. I was made for this. You know that I was made for this. Oh yeah, yeah. I was made for this. You know that I was made for this. Running great, now I'm showing up. You looking at the chosen one. I was made for this. You know that I was made for this. 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 You know that I was made for this. I was made for this. You know that I was made for this. Oh yeah. I was made for this. Yeah. You know that I was made for this. Alright. Running great, now I'm showing up. You looking at the chosen one. Woo. I was made for this. You know that I was made for this. I was made for this. I was made for this. Don't get me started, I'm pleading. If this is a race.
All right. All right, welcome back. And we are excited to just continue this orange and blue Fund-athon. That's what we're calling it. It's not only because it is trying to raise money, but because it's fun.
It is fun.
And we're
It is
having a
fun.
good time working this out. What were some of the things that you took away from that conversation with our tennis team?
So, again, it's not a huge spectator sport, so you don't get to know the student athletes and the coaches for some of these sports as well as you might have. They're amazing. And once again, coaches impacting their student athletes and meeting student athletes who you just have this feeling are going to positively impact this world. That was a great interview. Both of them did a wonderful job.
One of the things I wish we had asked a little bit more about was how the men's and the women's teams relate to each other, and that kind of combination. How that all works. We'll make sure that we talk to some of the other kind of co-ed teams as we go here.
Definitely, and also with Coach Hunt being relatively new, stepping into a situation where there are expectations at a Hope College, regardless of the sport, to come in here and do what he's done and been successful, had to have been a challenge, had to have been a little bit daunting, and yet he's done an amazing job, and he's certainly impacted his players.
We are trying to raise money here during the Day of Giving, and we are looking at the leaderboard that if you go to hope.edu/give, you're going to get the chance to click on the link that brings us to this community-funded page. And you can see that there's a number of different types of things that you can give to. And again, the theme around today has been about student stories. And so you'll see Kanaya's thing a little bit for the Hope Fund. You'll see Alex and Maya with regards to Awakening. You'll meet Richard with regards to the Hope Western Prison Education Fund and the program. You'll meet Tim with Campus Ministries. And with us, you're going to meet all of the different student athletes and coaches that are benefiting from the little bit extra that the Orange and Blue Fund is able to provide. Right now, you can see we are at $2,475 raised. $2,475 of our $75,000 goal. I don't know if we can. The next time around we'll come back to the gifts, but again, our gifts goal is to $400. Now, you don't have to give $100. You don't have to give $250. Again, we're going to take what you are willing to give to us. But what we're really looking for here is a number of gifts, Because once you start giving, then you start to feel a connection. And that's what we want. We want you to feel a connection to the types of transformative experiences and competitive excellence experiences that our student athletes get to have. We are so, as the volleyball coach here at Hope, I am so thankful for the community that comes to our matches, fills DeVos Fieldhouse, and recognizes our student athletes as they're walking down the street, asking them how their season is going, asking them who won the game last night. Just the community piece of it is so valuable to our student athletes, knowing that what they're doing is valued and appreciated. Darren is a huge member of the community. Talk a little bit more about Hope in the community.
So Miyako and I were just talking a minute ago about when you come to Hope College, you get almost like a Division I experience at the Division III level, whether it's facilities, whether it's coaches, certainly in education. There's absolutely no doubt about that. But this is a town, this is a community, a greater community that truly loves Hope Athletics and the student athletes that participate here. You go to a volleyball match, a basketball game, a tennis match, soccer, whatever, there is a level of support and a level of love for what is being offered. Granted, it's great to win. Love that. Nothing wrong with that. But the experience as a whole, for these student athletes and for this community to come in and be able to have these opportunities to watch great competition with amazing student athletes that you just know are going to impact the world in some way, shape, or form. So it is just a wonderful all-around experience being a part of Hope College Athletics.
You know, talking about that Division I versus Division III type of experience, we say that all the time in our recruiting pitches, where we're talking about the best of both worlds, right? You get the best of Division I, which is being able to play in great facilities, being able to have expert coaches, being able to have a lot of the resources that you need in order to be able to play the game at the highest level that you possibly can. But to also be able to counter that with a balanced experience where you're getting the opportunity to engage in classes, academic experiences, clubs and organizations on campus. Your sport doesn't run your life. And what we want to try to do is to be able to provide some of those extras that lean into the best of what college athletics has to offer without all of the negative that also comes along with maybe feeling like you're being owned by your athletic experience, or that you're doing this as a part of a job. This is fun, it's engaging.
And we've heard that. Miyako said it. We have fun when we play. Sydney Viss and Lauren Leach talked about the Special Olympics that come here every year. It's that experience, that opportunity that they remember as much as any win or loss. This is a special place. It really is. For someone like me, I met my wife here. Both my daughters went here. I still get to be a part of this, a small part of it in some way, shape, or form as an announcer. And it is truly my happy place. And for a lot of people, Hope College Athletics is their happy place. So the opportunity is here for you to give, like you said, give what you can. It makes a difference. Regardless of what the final numbers are, whatever comes through here for the Orange and Blue Fund will make a difference. And as you've seen in just a short amount of time, it certainly impacts our student athletes and coaches.
Well, we're so thankful for the ways that you continue to live into the Hope athletic experience and the student athletes, the coaches. You are like a really valued member of this community. When we came up with this crazy idea to do 16 hours of a telethon telling these stories, we said, who else would do this with us? And the first person we called was you, because you are a guy that says yes to things, and we know that your love for this place is real. So
it's very real. This is about as important an entity in my life as anything. And again, you get to meet some wonderful people here. I just don't know of too many places that have the kind of coaches that truly impact students in such an amazing and positive way. and then these student athletes who take it and run with it and impact the world. It's an awesome, awesome thing to be a very small part of this.
Well, that's what we're doing. Your small gift, whatever that gift may be, is going to go into a fund that is going to have an impact on student athletes. And then that impact on those student athletes is going to go out to have an impact on the rest of the world. And so we just, one of the things that we're going to be talking about throughout the day here is what is it about Hope Athletics that makes your investment worth it? And the impact is felt not just on the hearts and minds and bodies of these student athletes, but in the communities that they are a part of now and will become a part of when they leave.
Amen. Amen. Folks, it makes a difference. They've talked about New York. We've talked about seed programs. We've talked about all sorts of things that aren't necessarily on the court or on the field. This is what makes Hope so unique. It's not just about the actual athletic experience. It's so much more. These are the kinds of monies that help make that happen. So again, we hope you give whatever you can.
Thank you so much. We'll be back in just a little bit with baseball head coach Stu Fritz and a couple of his student athletes. So join us in just a few minutes.
I wanted to go on a seed trip because one of my coaches from softball talked about it, and she just said it was one of the best trips of her life.
First, I knew that you travel. You know, it's a little bit of a bonus.
I've been on a couple mission trips in the past, but never one that incorporates sports into service.
Each day we would go to a different school that Push to Rock had partnered with, and so we would play games with the kids and teach them about our sports, which was really cool. And then we would share a faith story with them. And then it was really awesome. After you would share your story, these kids would just gravitate towards you.
From the moment we got to the Dominican and met the leaders of GO, I knew that this ministry was something special. They really emphasized their partnership and community with the Dominican people. They emphasized that they are not there as this outside organization to be the savior, fix things. Every position in GO is co-led by an American and a Dominican.
The relationship part was pretty cool. I am definitely super close with the whole group. Now we're doing like a Bible study. I could totally see some of them being like my best friends.
Because I'm introverted, going into a trip with other strangers, like that was very interesting to me. Getting to know people isn't really in my comfort zone. So kind of being forced to know these people really helped. And I've learned that I can be personable with people I don't know, and I can make relationships with people, relationships that are still strong.
On our trip, I feel like we grew really close, really quickly, which everybody said would happen, but it was crazy how fast it really did happen. Like, my heart has so much joy when I see the people I went on my trip with, and it's cool to see athletes do well in their sports and just bond over the same thing that we shared.
You kind of already have that unspoken connection with other student athletes on campus, but I never could have imagined the extent of the bonding that would happen on that trip. Coming back to campus, I have a whole nother group of friends. Those are my people.
I'd say that soccer was the language between us on the team and the kids. If we had a soccer ball, like, we didn't even need to say anything.
Even though a lot of us didn't speak their language, it was cool to use sports as like a platform for God's kingdom, and you can use that to communicate with the kids.
At least once a day we would have worship. It's like different, but it's really cool. A lot of dancing, a lot of singing, so kind of similar to chapel, but taking a few notches higher.
Half of the team went to the school for kids with physical disabilities, and I honestly didn't really know what to expect. What I experienced that day, nobody could have told me how good and how fun it would have been.
At each school we would go to, we would take water filters for the communities, and we would demonstrate them and teach them how to assemble the water filters. And then when we were doing that, we would say the unfiltered water is like your life before Christ, and the filtered water is like your life after Christ, and because of God, now you have new life. And ultimately, like, water is the gift of life to them, because it's something that they don't have, that we often forget and take for granted.
The looks on their faces as the water dripped out of the filter, and then drinking the water knowing that it's clean is definitely something that we all will never forget.
If we look back about a year ago, with my faith was just like, I guess like questioning, like prodding around, just trying to learn more.
My faith before going on a sea trip, I would say, was pretty stagnant. I would go to church and I'd go to chapel, but I felt like I needed something more.
Like I was kind of coasting, like nothing bad was happening. I didn't have a very significant reason to like count on God, but I just knew He was always there.
After the trip, I felt like I had this spiritual high and just this connection with God that I never wanted to lose, because I never want to not feel that way again.
After, I just saw like how blessed I am and how blessed I am to have a relationship with Christ and with God.
Even with like all the hardships that they were going on, they were able to see it through like the light of God and always be like grateful for what they had and things like that. So prospectively, it was like wow, like we should take a little bit of that away and be just grateful in general.
A lot of the kids play with soccer balls that are absolutely destroyed, but it still brings them so much joy, and they complain about nothing. And a lot of times, like, we place so much value on materialistic things when ultimately, like, we don't need that. They have so much joy with having so little, and so it was cool to see God in a different aspect that way.
The biggest thing I'm bringing back, and it's something that I think about a lot on the women's soccer team, is it's so much more than soccer. Sports is so much more than sports. It's about high-fiving your teammate when they make a good play. It's about putting your arm around them when they're down, lifting each other up, celebrating. And it was just really, really neat to travel so far into literally the middle of nowhere and see God at work.
For those who don't have as strong a faith with Christ or do not have a lot of background in service, I'd say that this is your chance to take a leap of faith.
Biggest thing I say is just go. Think about the next time you might go, or if you will ever go to a spot like that.
For those who have never been on a mission trip before, like, God will use you where you're at, and it's also a really great opportunity to bond with other athletes and to create friendships that will last you for the rest of your life, because you all share an experience that no one else has.
I'd say don't be nervous about where you are in your faith, whether you're all into it or you're not at all or you're somewhere in the middle. Not intimidating. Faith aspect is always around you. Like, you're always able to reach out into it, but it's also not like pushed onto you.
If you've never been on a mission trip ever before, there's no better time than right now to do it, than college. When you're learning who you are, when you're learning who God wants you to be, this is the time to step outside of your comfort zone and do it. God teaches us so much when you stop thinking about yourself and look towards other people. And that's exactly what Seed does.
All right, welcome back. We are here with baseball. It is baseball's hour on the Orange and Blue Fund-athon, and so we are excited to welcome Coach Fritz and Robbie Sturzma and Owen Krzantz. We'll get started with Coach Fritz. We had one of your players on earlier to do the national anthem. Zach
Lawrenson. He played it for a game, 2 years ago? Something like that, and tore it up. It was unbelievable.
That's awesome. We are thankful that you guys are here. Coach, in your final year at Hope, this is got to be a year that's got a lot of mixed emotions to it.
Yeah, you trying to make me cry before we get going here?
Is that okay?
You know what?
Can we?
I do it easier than I ever used to.
I understand.
Yeah, lots of mixed emotions. It's, we open on Saturday, so it's status quo right now, I would say. Lots of last firsts and first lasts, and we have our team meeting tonight in the locker room, and as I prepare for that, my mind goes everywhere. Not that it doesn't always, but my mind goes everywhere thinking about what we want to talk about, and just super grateful for the group of kids that we have this year, and really for the 31 years that I've had a chance to be at this place.
That's awesome. I'm sure that you have lots of stories and experiences through your time here at Hope. And we'd love to be able to hear just a glimpse of some of the best ones. So if you've got one that comes to mind immediately, and then we'll prompt some.
There are stories that come to mind. Most of them don't involve baseball games. I'll tell you one. We practice in the morning. We use SportQuest in Zealand, and we had a Tuesday morning practice, or a Monday morning. It was our very first practice of the year. And we started at 5 o'clock in the morning, and it was great practice. Everybody was there on time, and really got a lot of things done. And that night, about 7 p.m., I get a text from one of our young men that said, "Coach, hey, I'm sorry about missing practice today." I was confused. I thought that he had been there, and so I called Coach Rube, and I asked him if this young man had been at practice, and he said, "Well, yeah, I think so." Here was the problem. He had taken a nap after practice, woken up at 7 p.m., thought it was 7 a.m. the next day, and he thought that he had missed Tuesday's practice when he woke up at 7 p.m. the night before. The best part about it is he had missed practice because of a serious eye infection. However, Tuesday morning when he got to practice, it was completely gone. So whoever his doc was, I want him to be my doctor.
I love it.
And there are 100 more of those. And it would be more fun for our viewers if I told them who it was, but I won't do that.
I love it.
How about any stories or experiences around a team that really rose to a challenge, like a team that maybe dealt with some adversity, but found a way to be able to get through and reach either their potential or expectation, however you want to say it?
Yeah, we've had really good culture and great leadership with lots of teams, and I guess I would go back to a little bit more recent history with that. Our 2022 team won a conference championship with just a great group of kids. We'd been on a bit of a dry spell in terms of league titles, and that group of kids just did a really spectacular job of leading, finding a way to get it done. One moment, I guess, and I love to talk about moments. One moment, the guy sitting to my right here, Robbie Sturzma, his freshman year, we're playing Trine at home, and we had a milestone for the Hope baseball for my career, and just really wanted to get it over with, to be honest with you. And I'll just tell you the truth in this story. Robbie had been put in late to pinch hit, or to play defense, can't remember, pinch run maybe, and he comes up late in the game. Nolan Gardner's on third base with 2 outs, and we need to end the game. It's late. And I looked at Coach Rube and I said, "Rube, what do you think about we're going to let Robbie hit?" And he just kind of shrugs his shoulders. So Robbie hits, and the moment from there, you can't make it up. Robbie hits a 2-run walk-off home run against Trine for our 600th win, and the special relationship that I've had with the Sturzma family for a long, long time. Met Robbie in the first day of his life. So for him to be able to do that in my career for Hope and for our program was a pretty special moment.
That's awesome.
So one of the things I've loved about you all these years, and we've been fortunate enough to have known each other for a while, I love the collective approach that you have when it comes to recruiting, whether it's your players, your coaches, and what have you. You bring them to different things here and there, and you seem to bring in some amazing young individuals. What do you do to sell Hope College? What do you talk about when you want to bring in a prospective player?
Well, I think from my standpoint, I look at Hope, we have a great product to sell. Absolute great product to sell. So we can start with that. And then I talk all the time, probably too much, about being able to tell our story.
Yeah.
So what is our story? And I think our story is different from every person that's been here for a while. For me being here 3 decades, I have lots of stuff that I can go to. But it comes back to the type of education that we have, the community that we live in. How many boxes are you looking to check?
Right.
And then I would say the biggest part of our recruiting experience and our recruiting days would be these guys.
Yeah.
These guys are the best ambassadors that we have in our program. I found out early in my career, I would go to lunch with the recruit and our players. I was the odd man out. They didn't want me there. And I realized that these guys can tell our story from their perspective really well. And then when you see us at basketball games, we use recruiting days. They spend a lot of time with our players. And that, to me, is the most important thing. So to be on campus, to see what we have, to meet our people, and then to meet our players would be the biggest thing for us.
So also with that collective approach, you have been here for a long time. You've had a number of assistant coaches over the years. What kind of a role have they played in not only just your success, but getting players like these two here to understand the Hope experience?
Yeah, I say this often as well, that I don't think your assistant coaches or your coaching staff has to be your best friends, but it's awesome when they are. And my top assistant coach, who's probably the head coach, is my wife. She makes our program unique. She does everything. She meets with our kids, she washes our clothes, she does lots of things. But then I could go down the list, and I would have to start with Coach Rube. That's too long a story for me to tell you.
It is, yes.
But Rube and I met in 1988. It was my first job, Humboldt, Iowa. He was a sophomore, and you know, a God thing. He comes to Hope College in 98, as a 25-year-old junior. Plays for 2 years, one of the best players we've ever had, and then stays with me, and he's in his 25th year as an assistant coach. Rick Heisman, one of my other very good friends, 12-year professional guy, coached with me for 10 years, now he's back. But Dane Wysocki, Ryan Doro, John Newman, the list goes on, and I apologize that I'm going to leave guys out. But to have a coaching staff that doesn't agree with you all the time, it's nice if they do on occasion. But just to have a coaching staff that's going to keep us grounded, it's meant the world to our program.
We've had a couple of coaches talk about some mentors in their life. And one, I'd love to know who some of your mentors were, but also the name of the stadium with Coach Boovy. I actually had him as a coach when I was in Little League many years ago. Who are some of the people that have been a mentor to you?
Yeah, that's a long list as well. Ron was out at practice last night.
Of course he was.
Ron and Sonny were like second grandparents to Tuck and parents to Carol and I. But I guess when I think of mentors, I think of the people that gave a 26-year-old guy from Iowa a shot here. I met Glenn Van Weeren, an incredible moment where I think our creator put us in the spot to walk through a certain door. So Glenn Van Weeren, Ray Smith, Jack Nienhuis, George Kraft, Nancy Miller, all of these people that gave me a shot when I was a young, inexperienced coach. And then I could go to Terry Beauchamp at Aquinas and Jeff Pettinga at Calvin and Frank Juranko at Albion and Billy Klink at Elma. Those were guys that took me in as a young coach into the MIAA. So lots and lots of mentors and just people that have helped me along the way when I got here. And I need a lot of help. I mean, daily I need a lot of help. So I seek that out. But I've just had just a long list of incredible people in my professional life.
Outstanding.
Yeah. What are the hardest aspects of this job, and what are the aspects of the job that give you the most joy?
I think what gives me the most joy would be seeing our kids experience joy, seeing our kids develop relationships and having transformational experiences that'll change their life. I have to throw this in there. Our son Tucker got married 2 years ago. It was the greatest night of my life. Just to watch our guys, our culture, I won't go into too many details, but to watch our guys and the culture of that night, for one of the few times in my life I stood on the outside and looked in and just, kind of watch that. And then tell me again what you asked me.
What are some of the hard aspects of the job?
Sorry, I get going. I think the hard aspects, at least where I'm at right now, is winning is a relief and losing stinks. So the game day experience has gotten harder. I love it, but it's gotten harder. The grind of practice, the relationship part of practice, I would say is an absolute gift. And you know, for our kids, the games are when they get to put their talents out there in front of everybody. Baseball's a hard game. It's a hard game. It's a lot of failure. It's dealing with emotions. The recruiting thing has gotten harder just because there's lots of good options that are out there. And I'm thankful every day that we have the product that we have in Hope, from facilities to people to community to location to all those things that can entice kids to come here.
That's great.
Well, speaking of some of these players, we got two of them here today. And we've been asking so far, all the student athletes that have been through here, what are some of the things that drew you to Hope College?
First thing that drew me was my parents and sister. My parents both went here, and then Hannah went here. And so I just think like that obviously drew me here, and then had no idea what I really wanted to do. And then obviously with a parent working here, it kind of helps out with everything and whatnot. And so it just made sense to come here to start off and see where that led me. And I would never like take for granted what I have here. I think this place is awesome, and don't really see myself going anywhere else. And like I don't think that I could really fit in anywhere else. So I think I'm where I need to be.
Wow.
Yeah, for me, I'd say it's the relationships. These guys, like Rob, everybody else before I got here, I knew what I was getting into. I already met some of these guys. It started with our fall or summer camp when we were in high school. I mean, we're talking crap to each other, growing like we didn't even know each other then. And so like it's stuff like that still talk to the people that graduate. You build this connection that will last forever, which is great.
That's fantastic. What's your favorite moment so far as a student athlete here at Hope College, on and off the field, that you've experienced?
Obviously, like a fun moment, like Coach talked about before, was the walk-off. I mean, that's like everyone's kind of dream. I feel like in baseball is like hitting the walk-off. Would have been cooler if it was a grand slam, maybe, but
there's always another level.
Yeah, I had the wind blowing out, which helped a little bit, and so. But yeah, like that was a fun moment, just to like, especially as a freshman, like you gotta make your impact where you can. And that day, that was my impact. But I would say like winning the MIAA sophomore year, like that was just a ton of fun. Like we struggled early on, and finally at Alma, Coach sat us down in between games, said a few choice words with us, and got us going. And after that, I mean, 14 in a row to win the league, and just like the culture of that team and like how much fun we had during games when we were winning. Like I feel like that was my biggest, like those are my biggest memories, is having fun during games. Even when like some trying games, it's senior day and it's 1-0 going into the 9th, like that stuff is still fun. Like we were still having fun, even though these games are so serious and everyone takes them so seriously because we need to get things done. But it's just having fun within the game. I think that's just the most fun to me, and the most memories come off of that.
Cool.
Yeah, I'd go with our 5 a.m. practices. They don't really sound very fun, but they're a blast. Especially our Fridays, sitting down. We get donuts every Friday after practice, and we go class by class and talk about hardships, life, stuff that scares us. That's something that I love, brings the guys together. And then maybe like the 5 a.m. lifts with Margaret's. You walk in there with your eyes closed, and your heart starts racing as soon as you hear that whistle. He gets you going. He loves it. He loves the guys, and it makes it a lot of fun.
I made the mistake one time at a luncheon of some sort, sitting at a table between Stairs and Margaret's. That was not an enjoyable experience. But so one of the things we've talked about some of the transformational stuff that really this whole thing is about. What are some things that you are involved with off the field that have impacted you in a way that's special?
I'd say I pretty much really connect with the baseball program, but for me it'd be the recruit stuff. I love bringing the recruits out to lunch and meeting new people, talking to parents, and just telling them about this place, telling them about my journey. Everybody's different, so just meeting new people and recognizing that they're going to have a different path than I did, and kind of just helping them along that route.
Nice.
One thing that we did this year, we had to volunteer for a class and then write about it. And one of the volunteering things that I did was the kids' food basket. So we packed lunches for, I think it was like 600, 500 lunches or something like that, or like big snack bags. And so it was all of the student athletes. And I think that was just enjoyable for me because it was all of the programs coming together to like do one task and be like, everyone just help out, and just one night took an hour, and it could have taken hours if it was just a group of the 5 people who set it up. And I think it was fun for everyone coming in with a okay mindset on it and leaving like a super positive attitude and wanting to come back and do it again. So I think that just leaving from that was probably one of the biggest things I've done, is knowing that you've helped someone and you've impacted someone's day that were to come.
We're talking about impact. Can you talk about maybe one person other than your head coach who has impacted your Hope experience?
I don't really want to talk about my dad, so I'm not going to. So I'd say like the assistant coaches, Rube, Newman, and Doro and Hayes for right now. Like coming in, I knew Rube before, but never really got to know him. Didn't really know how crazy he was until I really got here. And so getting to know him, and I like how we were just talking about outside before we came in, is how honest he is with you. And I think that has helped me for sure. And I think Owen and I can agree on that. He's honest with you, and he'll tell you, and he'll set you straight if you're not in place, which I would rather have that than someone beat around the bush a little bit. But just the leadership from Rube and Newman when he was his first year here, he was young. It was my first year, it was his first year, so we were kind of learning together, which was kind of fun to learn alongside a young coach and learn from his experiences and where he failed in college and where he succeeded. And so I could kind of take that to my experience at Hope. And he went to Spring Arbor, so it was a little different, but learn from his mistakes. And then learning from Doro, just coming from the league. He's got tons of stories, so obviously that's going to be some interesting stories to hear from, but just to learn from his experiences there and how much different the game is within the game, and how he's had to play these little games and what he brings to our team. And then haven't really got to know Hayes the best just because he's with the pitchers and they're on their own program sometimes. And so, but he just learning from him is awesome. And then Devin Schaefer is just learning from, because he played at Hope, so that was awesome to hear his stories and how coaches even change some of his ways sometimes and adapt to the newer times. And so I think it's just that stuff that's fun to hear about. And so I would say just the coaches and former players, I think, are what I learned the most from.
Yeah, to piggyback off that, I'd go with Carol. She's amazing. She's there for you even if you don't want it. She really I'd go back to a story of mine in high school. Didn't know where I wanted to go to college, and she showed up at my high school with cookies, and I was like, "What is going?" She didn't even want me to just pick Hope because I didn't come to Hope at first, but she just wanted me to figure it out and get me to where I needed to go, which was awesome. Something I'll remember for the rest of my life. And yeah, if you come to a game, you'll hear. You'll
really?
Hear. And then it just shows how much she cares for the team, whether it's success or just relationships. She wants people to meet each other, get out there, have fun, take chances, and grow, which is great.
That's awesome.
If I can piggyback on that, I've been involved in Hope College since I was a student back in the 80s, and involved in some things here now. My favorite Hope memory is when Carol Fritz showed up at our house. My oldest daughter, Lauren, it's your oldest kid, right? You want certain things to fall into place. She got accepted to Hope. There was Carol at our front door. All the wonderful things I get to do here and meet people like all of you, that is my favorite memory, and I'll never forget that. So, great choice.
If people were going to come to see you play this year, what's 3 words that you would use to describe what your fans are going to see out on the Hope baseball field this year?
Competitive, energy, and dedication.
Yeah, I'd go along the competitive is just we're gonna compete this year, and we're seniors, so it's one more year to do what we want to accomplish, and walk out with a banner around our shoulders and the ring on our finger. So I think we're gonna compete. We're gonna have a ton of fun. So I think just having fun, and then laughter. I think we're gonna laugh a lot.
Talk a little bit more about that, because that was something that came out in the conversation that we had with Coach Hunt regarding the tennis team. I think that there's a different aspect of fun around Hope teams than maybe a lot of the other teams that we're competing against. So how will we know that you guys are having fun other than the laughter? What is it that brings that out?
I just think fun, the fun of within the game is, baseball's a long game, so it's hard to be locked in for the whole entire time. So it's just finding that specific times where you can pick out your certain aspects. And I think within that, it's 4-hour bus rides. You got to get to know people on that. So I just think, if we're winning more games, then we're having some more fun because we're getting to know each other better, and we're pushing each other, holding each other accountable. And I think when you see us laugh about someone striking out, I think that's when you know we're in a good spot.
There you go. That's great.
I think that might be the most degrading thing that you can go through in baseball is striking out in front of all your friends and family and your own team, and then when Rube comes up, hey, great at bat. All you have to do is just laugh. I mean, that's where you want to be, and I think it's a lot better than charging coach a bunch of broken helmets. I think you gotta be able to find that, and so I think when you come off the bench and it's just he beat me, you laugh it off and just live another pitch.
It's awesome. This question is for all of you. This day is about trying to bring money into the Orange and Blue Fund, a fund that is used in order to supply just a little bit of the extras, kind of that go beyond just getting you to games, making sure you're fed, making sure the umps are paid.
Good catch.
Thank you. I knew that you would not let me down on that one. Although I'm sure some umps you don't want paid.
I'm getting better with that this year.
But from the standpoint of the extras that go into making this, to providing you the opportunity to have competitive excellence, to be able to have a transformative experience, what do you think is worth the investment that our fans, our community, friends, family, alumni, why would they want to give to the Orange and Blue Fund to benefit you guys? What's the positive that comes out of this?
I think from supporting athletics, it helps build a strong and large community. I think at Hope, over the years that I've seen and been around Hope Athletics, it's grown. Even when I've been here, it's just grown so much because they see the joy that athletics brings. Obviously the student athletes, and then the college, and then cities, and everywhere around us who travel, and everyone says Hope travels well. And I think that's just the community that we've built at Hope, and that you guys have built at Hope before our time. And I think it's just the experiences that kids can get from athletics just exceeds whatever they can learn from the classroom, because the classroom is what you learn from your professors and your textbooks, but no one's going to go through that much adversity with a textbook as they would a team who's struggling or injuries and whatnot. So I think athletics can teach you a lot more in life than people think.
That's great.
Textbook thing was false, but I'd have to say winning's not easy. It takes more than just the guys in the field to win. And so, like, with the help of the community, it goes a long way in helping us win, helping every sport here win, and then we can celebrate as a team, or like as one big team as well. And then you look at like our spring trip, we couldn't do that without the help of others, and that gets us ready for conference play when we get back. So it's a huge advantage for us and the guys on the team to get ready for the regular season. So it's huge.
Want me to answer that?
Yeah.
My response would be that collectively,
Wow.
I don't think we've ever been better as an athletic department. And for me, ever is a long time. It's a lot of years being here, and I think from administration to our coaches to our people, we really have embraced the one team concept.
Yes.
And you can walk up and down the hallways and you can feel that. And then I also think about the kids that have gone before these two. I go back to my first team in 1994, and I had him with his son here on a recruiting visit last week. I just think of the number of kids that have gone before and how this place has impacted their life. And if this Orange and Blue Fund can continue to grow and impact the kids that we have currently in the same way that it has in the past, that this place will continue to elevate and our athletics will get better, and we'll just continue to produce outstanding young men and women in the women's sports.
Definitely. I don't know, and you've mentioned this a couple of times. You mentioned, we hope travels well. Certainly winning does help, and we all know that it's hard. But you also, for someone like me who gets to maybe meet a few of you here and there with my role here, it truly is amazing to understand a Hope student athlete is just different from everybody else, especially Division III athletics. You guys truly are student athletes. That really is the definition. When you go to other places, I mean, is there just no vibe there? Meaning, I mean, you certainly don't have you don't see the kind of support in other places do. Do you understand the impact that you have on it? It's not just about the win. People come to watch you play because of what you do on and off the field. That's got to be a bit humbling, I would think.
Yeah, I think it's just super special to be at a place that people want to be at.
Mm-hmm.
I think some schools people go just to play sports or just to do their and some people just go to school. But I think here you can do both, and the community that Hope brings is very special. And obviously, going from other to other teams, their facilities and whatnot, we have the best, and if not the top two, top three. But I think we truly do have the best facilities in our area, if not in the country. And I think that's hard to do, but like with people donating, like we could never do anything without their help.
Right.
And so I just think that people want to watch us play because Hope is a beautiful place. And on my college search experience, I'm not going to say where I was visiting, but I stepped on campus, and within the first 5 minutes, I was comparing everything to what I already knew, which was Hope, and it was really not that much better, and it wasn't even close. And just like the first thing I looked at was the landscape, and so shout out to all the grounds guys out there.
Oh man.
And first thing I noticed was the landscape, and I was just like, I don't see myself going here because there's no presence of happiness. And I think Hope comes with the presence of happiness and joy and excitement, and every day is a new day. So I think it's big.
For me, so like I said earlier, I didn't come here my first year. I went to a community college for a year, and I got to witness like that whole community, that life of junior college baseball, and I don't regret anything I did, but like to go there, but to come here was such an eye-opener, to see the facilities, to see like we fill the stands and like it's snowing out, and why are you at the game? I don't know, but they're there, so it's stuff like that. And then like just when we travel to like other schools and looking at their campus, it's like you don't get that energy like you're saying. Like ours just is, it's warm, it's fun. People are out walking around, talking to each other, no matter what sport you play or what program you're in. People talk, they have fun and communicate, and I think we all grow as one, and it's pretty cool.
You mentioned facilities. I think we'd be foolish not to mention Jim Spielman with what he does to take care of the facilities here. And to that point, he takes it personal. His staff takes it personal. Not only does he want to make it look good, but he wants to give these student athletes the best experience they can. So it really is a team effort in making things happen.
Shout out to Grounds.
Amen.
Coach, one last question for you. Robbie mentioned a little bit of how you have maybe transformed yourself through your experience in head coaching, and thinking back to the coach that you were when you came here to the coach that you are now. What's different?
That transform myself thing scares me a little bit. I would say if I could do one thing today, it would be to call every player that played for me in my first 5 years and tell them I'm sorry. I was 26 years old. I was trying not to mess things up. And I would say from that time to this time, what has remained constant is I learn more from our kids than they learn from me. I think that I've learned to not take the game or myself as seriously all the time. But between the white lines, it's always been about winning. It will be that way this year. It's about performing to the highest level that we can to give these guys an experience. We want to win. We simply want to win. We want to win off the field. We want to win on the field. And I have zero hesitation about how much we win off the field. We have incredible young men in our program. We have had for years. One of my greatest joys is when they come back. Oftentimes you get asked the question, well, how do you define success? I think you have to win some, but success is about relationships and former players and their kids and their weddings and all of those things. So that has transformed me, I would say, into seeing a bigger picture than when I started. So for those however many hours between the lines, that hasn't changed. I think I've grown some. I have a ways to go. But off the field, it's those experiences that you just can't trade them for anything.
That's great. We are going to cut now to a video that you did with DJ Rayburn, alumnus of the program, and a guy that umped in the World Series this past year. I think you do give a little bit of a lead-in to that, but is there anything you want to say about kind of what DJ, kind of doing beyond hope means?
Yeah, DJ, his mom Terry was the AD at DeWitt. His dad, I honestly don't know what his real name is. He goes by Spanky. Just incredible contributors to our program. And for DJ, for me to watch that young man grow from a freshman to a senior and see what he's doing now, I didn't do a great job of introducing him in the video, but it's been an absolute joy to follow him, to watch him do his thing, to work as a precursor to the video, to watch him work the plate for Game 1 of the World Series, to get to know his wife Cherie and his 3 kids and all of that. That's been the biggest joy.
Awesome. We'll be right back with let's have you spin the wheel first to see what game we're going to play when we come back from.
Spin it, Rob. Don't spin it too hard. It's not very stable.
Oh.
Come on.
Yeah. Our wheel needs Tilt a Cup Challenge will be coming up soon.
Tilt a cup. DJ, thanks for joining me today. We're putting together a little video for our Day of Giving telethon, and I thought you'd be the perfect person for me to have a little conversation with today. So, yeah, appreciate you jumping on. Tell me, DJ, what you're up to. What's going on in your life right now?
Graduated from Hope in '99 and instantly moved back in with my parents because I became a minor league baseball umpire. I got into professional baseball as an umpire right after college. Graduated in the 99 grad, but I ended up graduating in the winter, December of '99, and then January of 2000 went to umpire school. And the minor league life as a player and an umpire and all around, coaches included, it's not lucrative. And so spent the off seasons back in Michigan at home with my parents and substitute taught and did that kind of stuff, odd jobs until the season started up, and then went back into the season as a minor league umpire. So did that for 4 or 5 years, and then met a girl in Nashville, Tennessee, and moved down here in 2004, where I've been ever since. Raising a family and lucky enough to still be umpiring baseball.
Yeah. Tell us a little bit more about your family, Deej. I've had the opportunity to meet your kids and spend some time with that. So tell us a little bit more about your family.
Yeah, we have 3 kids. I got one at each building. I got one in the high school, one in the middle school, and one in the elementary. And so I have a daughter who's the oldest, and then 2 boys. They all play sports. They all are very involved in youth sports and doing great in school. And then my wife Cherie is from the Nashville area. That's how we ended up down here. She takes care of things. 185 to 200 days a year. She's a single parent, so it's tough, but it's the life we chose, and it's paying off.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's been super fun to watch you do your thing. One quick story, Deej, and you and I talk about it some, is we had a rain out in a makeup game, early on in your umpiring career. And I think for some reason I knew that you were in Chicago and called you. And one of my favorite things that you said to me that day is, Coach, are you calling me as asking me to umpire, or are you calling me as your coach? And I said, as your coach, and you came up and worked one of our games, and it was by far the best umpire game we had that year. So that was a funny story. But talk a little bit more about your path. You've been in the big leagues now, and I'm sure you'll tell us exactly how many years, but talk a little bit about your path. I got to see you a little bit as a minor league guy in A-ball and saw you in Akron, and but talk about your path a little bit to get to where you're at today.
It's a long, hard road for major league umpires. The guys you see on TV working major league games, they spend anywhere between 8 and 14 years as a minor league umpire. And that's a tough road. I think that I always say the toughest thing to do in professional officiating is to be a AAA umpire working in the big leagues, because you're officially still a minor league umpire, and you're up there working in the big leagues without kind of the protection of a full-time employee. And a couple mistakes here and there, and you say the wrong thing or do the wrong thing, they don't have to bring you back up. So it's pretty difficult. And then, the minor league path is a tough one, but I wouldn't trade it for the world. I'm glad I went through when I did. We had a lot of freedom back then. It's just you and one other guy on the open road, get to your games. It was basically, you had a specific hotel you had to check into when you got to that city, Clinton, Iowa, or wherever. And it wasn't, there's not a Ritz or a Grand Hyatt in Clinton, Iowa. I don't know if you know that, but there are.
I do, DJ. I'm an Iowa guy,
Yeah, I know. So it's not always glamorous, but it's what makes it all worth it when you get there.
Mm-hmm. So this year, after I'm taking a guess here, maybe 4 years or so doing playoff baseball, this year you get your dream shot, to work the World Series. How different was that, being on the biggest stage in the world for baseball? How different was it calling that game versus maybe an ALCS or a wild card or something like that?
Yeah. So the playoffs in general are always different. You work 110 games during the year, 120 games. And so it starts to become a little bit routine, and, everything's routine until it's not. But when you get into the playoffs, it's quite a bit different. And I learned that early, like in A-ball, umpiring nervous is different than just going out there every day and doing it and during the regular season. So there's some things Jim Evans used to say, it's okay to have butterflies. You just got to get them flying in formation. And, and that's what it is, right? It's anxiety control. And it was completely different. To answer your question, the World Series was, it was different. It was just different than everything. First plate job in the postseason was stressful. But nothing, I kind of got those butterflies flying in formation a little bit earlier in the wild card and the divisionals and stuff like that. In the World Series, it was a constant struggle to just, and you do what you do. You stay focused. You stay focused on the baseball, and that kind of helps. You're just.
Do you have a chance, Deej, to take it all in? I mean, you sweep the plate, and you get back behind the catcher, and you're standing there waiting for pitch one of the 2023 World Series in Texas. Do you take it all in?
Yeah, definitely. It was a lot of deep breaths throughout the night, and brushing the plate off the kind of the start of it, right? Like, okay, now it's like really like you get back there and watch a couple warm up pitches or whatever. But then when you brush the plate off and that leadoff hitter comes up, you're like, okay, here this is happening. And from all the praying and support I had, it was felt. I felt it throughout the day leading up to it, and I felt it that night on the field. I was working out earlier that day. You got to get into the gym or get some of that anxiety out, some of that nervous energy. And I told my wife when I came back, I was like, man, I don't know who was praying when I was working out, but I was feeling it. Like it just hit me real strong. And then I got excited. Then I wanted to get out there,
Yep. Yeah, that's awesome. Well, it's been an absolute joy to watch you do your thing. Let's shift gears a little bit back to your college experience and talk to us a little bit about some of your most memorable experiences as a Hope College baseball player.
Yeah, I think the first thing that comes to mind is the Florida trips. I had 4 of them, and that's just a special time. I mean, when you're in college, spring break's kind of a big deal. And, my friends, they're all going off doing things, going to Florida or doing different spring trips and stuff like that with their friends. And man, I didn't miss that at all. I was so happy to just be with the baseball team. Again, that's just, I'm with 20 of my friends, and we're playing baseball and we're down in Florida, and that, I think that those 4 I can remember all 4 of them distinctly, just all 4 different. We switched, halfway through. We went one place for the first 2 years and a different place the second 2, and those were different. And I just, those Florida trips were great. It didn't hurt my senior year that I, hit 4 home runs in 10 games my senior. So that was, that was memorable too.
I think the balls were juiced or something.
I think the fences were pulled in a little
something
bit.
was going on. But I mean, when you get together with your old teammates and just going off what you talked about being memorable experiences, do you ever talk about scores of the game, or is it different things? What do you talk about when you're
rarely? Yeah, rarely is. I mean, God, you remember a couple of the big hits and the home runs and the big moments like that, but no, it's the times together. We had a crazy time, and you'll remember, we weren't supposed to play at Defiance, and then the game was supposed to be canceled, and you ended up trying to round us up at 6 a.m. on a Friday to get down to Defiance to play, game 1 of a 3-game series. And, that was funny in itself. But when we got down there, we're exhausted because, you woke us up and we're trying to get on the bus, and, 6 o'clock in the morning is pretty early for a college kid. And they put us in a locker room that was,
I remember, with
85 degrees. And they had all the pole vault mats in there.
Yeah.
And we get off the bus and we just threw our bags down and laid on the pole vault mat for about 5
I remember
minutes.
vividly.
Yeah, trying to get ready to play, and then we end up winning the game in the bottom of the ninth. I think I ran in on a pass ball to win the game,
You did. I
Yeah.
remember it vividly.
And then we swept them the next day, and that was a fun trip. But yeah, just those kind of things are what you remember.
What would be some things that you remembered, or really experiences that you had as a student athlete at Hope? What would be some experiences that have basically formed some principles about how you live your life today? I mean, is there anything that stands out to you?
Well, yeah, I mean, I was lucky enough to have a coach that held you to a standard, and you knew where the line stood. You know, you knew where that line was, and when you tiptoed up to it or crossed it, then there were consequences. I think that's, you know, one of the things I've carried on in my coaching. I coach youth basketball because I'm home that time of year, but parenting as well. I think just setting, you know, you got to communicate what the expectations are, and when those expectations aren't met, then there's going to be consequences. And I think that's just, you know, that's just life lessons. And you know, I think you and Hope College in general, you know, just kind of have that. You know, doesn't mean you're not loved, and it doesn't mean you're not going to get another chance, but there is a consequence. You know, when you show up late for a morning practice, you spend the, you know, first 30 minutes up on the track in the dowel running around in circles, you know, when you show up late because you slept in. So yeah, just that kind of stuff, I think, is what has a lasting impact.
Mm-hmm. And you know, as a coach, Deej, one of my greatest joys that I've had is just to watch young men in our program grow. And what you realize very quickly is the small impact that you might have had on them comes back to us tenfold by watching you guys, you know, go out and do your thing. So other than your head coach, Deej, who would be some people in your life that have just shaped you? And, you know, at different times of your life, I'm sure you've had different mentors, whether it had been in elementary school or high school at DeWitt, or coming up through the minor leagues as an umpire. But talk about some of the people that have just meant a ton to you relationally, just on your life.
Yeah, I would like, one of the biggest reasons I coach basketball is because I had so many good youth, you know, mostly your buddies' parents, but also just youth coaches in all sorts of sports. And I look back and I was so blessed to have just really strong charactered men in my life, you know, showing me the way. And that's, you know, my biggest incentive for coaching. I'm coaching a basketball team like right now that I don't even have kids on, 4th and 5th graders, because you know, I want to be that guiding light. And just, you know, you only get them for a couple hours a week, but just you know, I think it's so important for kids to have that. So, you know, I had a high school basketball coach in DeWitt, Jim Lutzke, and I basically just used everything that he taught me, you know, through the game of basketball for my youth basketball leagues. And yeah.
Do you think you realized that at the time that you were going through it, that these guys were that impactful, or is that something that you figured out later on?
Something that I figured out later on in life. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, no question. I don't think you know that when you're a kid. You know, you don't have any. I didn't have any comparisons. I didn't have any other thing. I didn't know anything different than just you know. And then when you get older and you start to realize not everybody had that same experience, you know, you start to appreciate the experience that you did have.
Yep.
You know, and I think college is where you kind of start to learn that. You start, you know, meeting other people from different communities and all different sorts of walks of life. And you start to realize that, you know, hey, my parents were pretty good, or, you know, that coach was pretty awesome, or that teacher was, you know, gave me some life lessons.
You start to appreciate the wisdom that some of the people in your life had as you get older.
Yeah.
So Deej, you know, you came into Hope, and I think you ended up kind of as a business major. Is that correct?
No, I started education.
Yeah, I remember that.
Started education. Then when I decided that I was going to pursue the umpiring thing.
Yeah, talk about that a little bit more. When that became, you know, a goal for you, or maybe it was a dream, maybe it was a pipe dream a little bit, but people that knew you knew that, hey, you were going to go after it, and, you know, to see if it could work out.
Yeah, that actually, that dream was realized at the 3rd floor of Collin Hall. I was with my roommate, Jay Lights, who's still one of my best friends to this day. And we were having a conversation about life and what we were going to do. And I was in the education program at the time. and not really, it wasn't really speaking to me. I just kind of came into college like, well, I'm going to be a teacher and a coach, and that was as far as I had thought. And then when I said, if I could be anything, I would be a major league umpire. And Jay said, that's attainable. You can do that. He's like, I thought you were going to say astronaut or something. He's like, but you could be, you could. And I said, you know what, maybe I could. Cause I was umpiring little league. I started when I was 16. So I'd umpired and refereed a lot of basketball and umpired a lot of baseball, on the youth level. And I was really enjoying that. So yeah, the next semester I switched my major to sociology.
Yeah,
because I really enjoyed Don Leiden's, Deb Swanson, and Roger Nemeth. I had classes with all three of them, and I enjoyed them as professors, but I also enjoyed the classes that they were teaching, and it was interesting to me, and I was better at it because I was interested in it. And so I just switched. I was like, I get my degree, and my parents would pay for me to go to umpire school once I got my degree. So it was a graduation present. So that's kind of how that all came about.
Yeah. Yep. What did you've been out for a while now, and as you kind of look at Hope from a higher elevation, what would you say excites you about the opportunities that our kids have here as student athletes, and maybe what being a student athlete might teach them, or how that might prepare them for whatever it is that's next in their life?
Yeah, I think that just playing a college sport is going to prepare them for what's next in life. Just the challenges, and I think one of the biggest lessons you learn, growing up, is that you're going to get knocked down, or this world is going to knock you down, and you got to get back up and push forward. And I think you don't learn that anywhere better than in sports, whether you're playing at Hope or just playing a rec league or intramurals or whatever. If you're putting yourself into it, and really, if it's just a little bit important to you, you're going to get knocked down in sports and get back up and have to go fight again. So I think that's the lesson that you learn. And as far as the opportunities at Hope, I mean, wow, like, I mean, the opportunities that they have, that we didn't, we thought we had a lot, just the success that some of the programs have had. I mean, the girls volleyball, and the girls basketball, I mean, come to mind. I mean, what a great job they've done. The kind of the organization, just being able to, pursue playoffs. I mean, that was like, we made it one year, and it was so hard then because there weren't as many teams that got in, or, it wasn't as organized. You win your conference, that didn't guarantee you a spot and all that stuff. And then just the facilities that Hope is, been able to come up with over the last few years. It's beautiful and amazing. And, they got these jerseys hanging up back here. I bought that orange jersey.
Yeah.
We had to buy those ourselves, and we had what did we have? 3. We had the away grays, the road grays, the blues, and then we bought out of our own pocket the orange ones, and then that blue one was, donated because we were there at the right time. We were able, I think you got new blue uniforms the next year when I left, and you let us take those home. I think those were donated too, right? By some woman in Iowa.
Yeah. Some woman in Iowa. That was my mom,
right.
But no, it's fun for me to hear you talk about your experience. And I think I'd miss out if I didn't talk about this, your last at bat, Deej, of your senior year. And I know you remember it because you've probably told the story 1,000 times, but the home run that you hit at Alma, and how times have changed. We did our little banquet in the parking lot at Alma.
Yeah.
Because our season was done and you guys just went home.
Yeah.
And, that's probably 28, 29 some odd years ago. And it's just like it was yesterday. I can remember seeing that home run down the left field line, and it's just memories. It's life's about moments, right? And that was one moment that I know you'll never forget, and that I'll never forget. But
it's the furthest I ever hit a baseball.
I think the wind was blowing out, wasn't it?
And it was off a good pitcher.
It was.
Dude, he looked at me when I came around home plate. He couldn't believe I hit that ball. He was a good pitcher, and hitting in the 9 hole, and just, we all knew it was going to be our last at bat.
Yeah.
And we were all trying to yank one out. Yeah.
Yeah,
I pimped that one too. That's the only time I kind of gave a little extra. I threw the bat towards the dugout and gave him a head nod, and it was pretty fun.
And we probably let that slide a little bit.
Yeah, we did. You still told me I wasn't that good when I came around third base.
Yeah. Well, Deej, I certainly appreciate you jumping on here. It's been so fun to watch you and follow you and see you grow into an unbelievable husband and a great dad. And I think Hope does a fantastic job of preparing our young people for that. And I wish you continued success. It's been a joy of mine to be able to follow you and be with you and see you do your thing. So thanks for jumping on here today, and best of luck to you as we move forward.
All right. Thanks, Coach. It was my pleasure.
All right, welcome back from that interview with proud alumnus DJ Rayburn. We are now going to get into the Tilt-A-Cup Challenge with our baseball student athletes and head coach, Stu Fritz. So, Tilt-A-Cup Challenge, he is going to bounce a ping pong ball off the table, catch it in the stack of cups, and then gradually move cups on top of the ping pong ball and continue the process until the tower gets really wobbly. The number that he is able to get to by the end of 30 seconds is the number that we will be counting and moving forward. So, are you ready, Coach Fritz?
I'm ready.
All right, on your mark, get set, go.
Oh. Yeah, take your time. Take your time. Oh.
I mean, this is like stealing.
Oh, yeah. Well, good start. Time's running out. 30 seconds.
15 seconds.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah, time's running out.
Hey!
Oh,
Ah!
you need a cup.
Time!
You need a cup.
The
Come
cups
on.
are broke.
Oh, wow.
Last one
3,
right here.
2, 1.
No.
No, all right. So the official is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ping pong balls in the cups, right?
5. Well, I
You
didn't
got
get one up there.
Oh, you didn't get one. All right, so 5 ping pong balls is Coach Fritz's
Good start.
My guess
time
is
to
that'll be
beat.
quite a bit better than they'll do.
Let's see.
Hot take.
Here you go, Rob.
All right. On your mark, get set, go.
Big hop. There we go.
Just take your time.
Did you glue them in there?
a time element here.
Holy cow.
What's going on?
Glues the cup together.
What is
15.
going on?
10, 8.
10 seconds.
Good.
Noonan.
Oh! 5, 4,
Oh!
3, 2,
No! Buzz beater.
Oh,
after the
was
buzzer.
it?
That was good. That was clean.
After the buzzer.
Was still what? Only 4? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, you got 5
Are you
in.
gonna give him that one?
That was a buzzer beater. That's clean.
I don't know.
Right here.
We don't really have
I have to be honest and say I believe it was after the buzzer.
after the buzzer. All right,
I
4.
would've thrown the
Coach
challenge
Fritz
flag.
is ahead on 1. All right,
Wait. Make sure you move the cups.
Krazan,
You want the fraud cups at the bottom.
it is on you.
Glue them back together.
We got 1 point for the student athletes on the line here. All
There we
right,
go.
that is what you're trying to do. Here we go. On your mark, get set, go.
Bad start, Owen.
1, 2, 3,
We need something to happen here.
15 seconds.
4.
Uh-oh, is right.
Comes down to this.
Up high.
5. He's got 5 to tie.
What are we at?
Can he get?
5,
Can he
4,
get?
3, 2,
Buzz beater.
1.
Oh, he got 6. That was fair. Got it. All right. So 1 point for the student athletes, and 1 more point for the coaches. All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Good luck this season. Good luck in spring break around the corner. Who is the first? When is the first game?
Saturday.
Saturday.
Saturday at Grand Park.
All right. All right. Well, good luck. Have fun. And we look forward to supporting you guys throughout the season.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with women's soccer and Coach Lee Sears.
I was made for this. Yeah, yeah. I was made for this. I was made for this. Face it, greatness is in my genetics. Rely on me, you never regret it. Victory's mine, yeah, that's where I'm headed. For this passion and drive, I'm forever indebted. Known to motivate each person near. I'm sure it's my purpose to persevere. Yeah, you looking at the chosen one. I said you looking at the chosen one. I was made for this. You know that I was made for this. I was made for this. You know that I was made for this. Running great, now I'm showing up. You looking at the chosen one. I was made for this. You know that I was made for this. I've stumbled and failed and got up again. Rising with the hunger for another win. Been too strong for too long, I can't give in. That's the discipline of a champion. Overcome adversity and get it done. Didn't run, stood my ground, then I won. Yeah, you looking at the chosen one. I said you looking at the chosen one. I was made for this. You know that I was made for this. Oh yeah, yeah. I was made for this. You know that I was made for this. Running great, now I'm showing up. You looking at the chosen one. I was made for this. You know that I was made for this. 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 You know that I was made for this. I was made for this. You know that I was made for this. Oh yeah. I was made for this. Yeah. You know that I was made for this. Alright. Running great, now I'm showing up. You looking at the chosen one. I was made for this. You know that I was made for this. I was made for this. I was made for this.
All right, welcome back. We are excited to have you continue this Orange and Blue Fund-athon on the Hope College Day of Giving. Again, the whole theme of the Day of Giving this year is understanding student stories, and we thought that one of the best ways to be able to do that would be to have a telethon where we heard the stories of the student athletes and the coaches that make up our athletics team that benefit from the Orange and Blue Fund. So you are continuing to hear some of these different stories. We are on to the women's soccer team now with Coach Lee Sears and Olivia Diepa.
Yes.
Got it? All right, awesome. So welcome to the lounge. What are we calling this? We call this the lounge?
The H Club Lounge.
The H
I kind of
Club
like
Lounge.
that. Kind of like that.
I like it. Lee, can you talk to us a little bit with the Bob Barker microphone? Can you talk to us a little bit about the things that you tell your recruits when you are trying to get them excited about hope? What differentiates your program from others?
I think a lot of things that make our program special is we talk about soccer a little bit, and I think most coaches spend all their time talking about the game. And I tell them I need really good players who are going to help us win games because we desperately want to win. But it's not about that. It's about their development as people and as leaders, and that when they come here, they're going to be more important than just a player to us. And I feel like so many coaches look at kids as, what can you do for me and how can you help me win? And this is more for us, how can we develop you so when you go to graduate school, professional career, that you're going to succeed?
That's awesome. I know that your program probably has one of the most extensively defined cultures. Like a lot of times with teams, there's this, culture is a buzzword where it's, everybody wants to talk about good culture. But one of the things I've been most impressed with your program is that you're very intentional about creating a very specific kind of culture. And the ways that you help your student athletes grow as leaders throughout their 4 years, the ways that you encourage them to live into some pillars. Can you talk a little bit about what that looks like?
Sure. I think our culture, a lot of people describe it as upside down. I think a lot of college teams hang on to this idea that freshmen do the dirty work. They had to do it, so they forced somebody else to do it. And for us, it is, we're here to help the freshmen succeed. So all they have to do is get up, and I tell them shower, eat breakfast, go to class, get to practice, eat dinner, put their phone down, do their homework, and go to bed. That's the only expectation. As they become sophomores, their job is to bring in the next class of freshmen and to lead them. So they start practicing leadership skills on the freshmen. Juniors sit in the gap, and they're in charge of everybody below them. They also do things like sweep the locker room, clean the field, and then they help the seniors lead. The seniors are at the bottom, and they move the goals, they get the balls, they do anything that's dirty work that needs to be done that honestly the younger kids don't even realize it takes to run a program. They help the coaches run it, because in all honesty, the coaches are at the very bottom. And I always say, things roll downhill, and I'm the one at the bottom of the hill catching all the stuff.
Yeah.
Right? So.
Yeah, awesome. What do you think when you describe the type of team that you want to have, and the way that team is going to behave both on the field and kind of off of it? What does that look like for Hope Women's Soccer?
I want good players, but I tell recruits it's more about having good people. I want kids who will celebrate their teammates' successes. It's not going to be about them. What if they come here and they don't play 90 minutes like they did in high school? How are they going to handle that? Can they cheer for the woman in front of them? Are they going to hope she gets hurt so they can play? So it's very much, I think, how we carry ourselves matters, how we treat each other matters, and they have to come to the realization at some point in their 4-year career that it's not about them, it's about the bigger group.
That's great.
So I get the pleasure of announcing your games, and I always find it somewhat comical when I meet especially someone like you, Olivia, because if your hair were pulled back, I would have recognized you. I don't get to see you very often with your hair down and so forth, but to that question about culture, I get to see the way the women's soccer team particularly, you really do have a collective mindset, don't you? It's a collective win, it's a collective loss. Can you talk about, as a student athlete, the culture amongst just the players?
Yeah, for sure. I think Lee definitely hit it when she was talking about like the upside down framework. I'm only a sophomore, so like still on the bottom or on the top of that pyramid, I guess. But yeah, it's been really cool. It's unique from any program I've ever been a part of. But yeah, like as a freshman, you come in and you're really just expected to be there. You kind of don't realize it in the moment when you are in that position. But yeah, you're just there trying to live out what the team expects of you, and then like everyone there is just there to support you. And I think that was the coolest thing my freshman year, was seeing that and like just how supported I felt by everyone, encouraged. And you kind of start to learn this idea of leadership freshman year. And then sophomore year has been cool because now you just get to implement that with the freshmen. You get to see them experience the same thing that you experienced your freshman year. So that was cool. And then obviously like just watching the juniors and the seniors, like they're such servant leaders. And obviously like that's been a result of like our coaching staff. They're awesome. And they've just built this incredible culture. We are for each other, and especially on a team of like 35 girls. We have a lot of people. But I think that one thing that we really stress is that everyone wants to feel heard. And so making sure that everyone on that big of a team is heard is kind of difficult to do, but I think we do it really well, and that's been awesome.
So I am very biased when it comes to this place, and there's a reason I went here. There's a reason my wife and my children went here. What is it about Hope College that brought you here?
Yeah, So I live only like 20 minutes away. I'm from Hudsonville, so it's always been something that I've known. I obviously know a ton of people that came here. I knew a lot of the staff. But I think the biggest thing for me was I visited on a day that was a really big game for them. I think it was their conference tournament finals. And I just remember showing up, and Jenna Mustafa, who is a senior on the team now, was only a freshman, and she took me around on my visit. And I just remember having so many questions and like being so lost because I was late to the recruiting process and everything. And I just remember her calming everything and easing my nerves. And she just kind of had answers to a lot of things. And then with that, like such a big game day, but like in the locker room, I just remember all of the upperclassmen, the underclassmen, like everyone on the team came up to me and like make sure that they knew I was there. And I just felt this like sense of calm and chaos almost. And that's like when I knew that hope was home.
So you mentioned Jen Mustafa, one of my absolute favorite players, my favorite student athletes, period, actually. When you have that kind of experience with someone like her, and maybe there's others too that you did, does that help you prepare to be that kind of person down the road?
Yeah, I mean, Jenna, her story is awesome. So coming in, having her be the first person that I met here was so cool, and really just a blessing in disguise. But then coming here and getting to play with her for 2 years and like learn under her leadership is awesome because she walks in just humility. And she's one of the best leaders I've ever met. So to be able to learn from her, watch her play, learn from her in like a game setting, but also learn from her more as a person has just been an awesome experience.
Go ahead.
What's been different about your experience than what you expected?
I would say I really expected it to be more soccer than people. I know Lee touched on it earlier, but we just like really stress the relationship side of things, and obviously we want to win games. Like that's with any sport, you want to win. But I think like having that relationship side of things was so new, and it also just built like a sense of community, and it makes like you want to win for like the people that you're playing with. So I feel like that's been a lot of our success has been like because of the relational side of things, and that's just been a unique experience here.
And I want to jump on that as well. You came into this year with a freshman goalie, and there were a couple of games where she was absolutely phenomenal. And to watch her teammates, you included, just surround her at times with love, support. I mean, there was something special about your group this past year. You could just see it. And so that collective mindset, that team thing's a big deal. I'm assuming you've been playing soccer for quite a while, and we're going to ask you this question a little bit as well. Who are some of the people that you would consider to be mentors or people who influenced you, maybe not even on the soccer field, maybe on and off the soccer field? Who are some of those people that have positively impacted your life?
That's a good question. I feel like there's so many people. On the field, I mean, definitely my coaches. Our assistant coach here, Holly Van Nord, was my high school coach. So I've been playing under her for a long time, and she's just been a very influential person in my life. I think one of the first people that implemented that like person over player mindset in my life. So that's been awesome. Obviously getting here, the coaching staff here has been great. But outside of that, like getting to know my professors, all my teammates, classmates, like I feel like everyone has just played such an important role in my life. Yeah, just so many people. I can't really pick just one.
That's a great problem to have. Coach, how about you?
When I think of this question, I think back to college, and I think I played at Ohio Wesleyan, and I think I was just on a panel for Ohio Wesleyan for like a Women of Wesleyan thing with all athletes, and I think I was really fortunate to have all-female coaches in college, and in the 80s that was unheard of. Like every female sport at Wesleyan had a female coach, so I think my basketball coach and my soccer coach had big influences over me, and then I still talk to the men's soccer coach there, Jay Martin. And once they realized I wanted to coach, They did everything they could to help me get teams and prepare me and get me to conventions and kind of help me on my journey. So, I mean, I still talk to those people all the time. So they were the first people I think that I thought sport is more than sport. I had relationships with them and they invested in me as a person, and that was just unique.
One of the things that, we're obviously here trying to raise money for the Orange and Blue Fund. One of the things that the Orange and Blue Fund has been used to do is a little bit of professional development for coaches through What Drives Winning. We've mentioned it before if you've been staying with us, but if you haven't, What Drives Winning is a group led by Brett Ledbetter and Becky Burley, and they have done some videos, but they also do some consulting work, and they've been working with Hope coaches over the last about year to, in some weekly Zooms and some conversations to really help us grow as coaches. I think you were on the ground floor of watching reading some of the What Drives Winning books, we went to one of their conferences in St. Louis together a long time ago. Can you talk a little bit about what some of those types of professional development experiences have meant to you as a coach?
I'm a What Drives Winning junkie. I was listening to Becky Burley talk at soccer conventions before What Drives Winning existed. And then, of course, we went to St. Louis. You and I went to Chicago. I was in the original coaching lab that they had. I didn't say a lot, but I was on it listening. And I just think I heard tennis talking about it. It's just the way that they frame things and make you think about it. And the emphasis on the person and the question asking. And it's like, as coaches, I always feel like I'm not trying to, I don't need followers, I need leaders. So I don't need people to follow me, I'm trying to create leaders. So how do we help develop them and get them to understand what they're going through and how to handle the stresses of it so that they can lead themselves well and then lead their teammates well. So I mean, I've got every book, we've used their workbooks, we do a lot of their team building kind of activities. I think it's been phenomenal.
That's great. When you think a little bit about transformative experiences, mission of Hope Athletics, competitive excellence, transformative experiences, and academic success. We think about those little extras, those benefits, those little things that maybe sometimes it's a little bit more challenging to do in the course of our normal budgets. But through Orange and Blue Fund giving, has there been any way that you've tried to provide a little bit of a different transformative experience for student athletes?
I'm not sure that they would consider it transformative. I do. We just don't have the budget for technology. And granted, we had to sell some of our old gear to help do this, but all that goes into Orange and Blue, so that helped provide us with heart rate monitors. We can't afford Catapult like the big schools can with all the GPS and stuff. So we had to come up with a way, how can we track heart rate and workload, and can that benefit us day after a game and how we run a practice, or can we tell if somebody needs more work or less work? So for us, that's been the primary way that we've used it.
Awesome. Olivia, can you talk a little bit about some of those types of experiences that have been most transformative in the 2 years that you've been a part of Hope Women's Soccer?
Yeah, so with the heart rate monitors, I think that it's really been awesome. Obviously, my freshman year, we didn't have them. So there would be practices after games that we'd be running, and it was a lot. And obviously there's no way for the coaches to know that. They're trying to push us, trying to get us to be the best that we can be. But yeah, with the heart rate monitors, there are days that it's I wish it was an easier practice, but we need to be pushed that day. And there are days that it's been a really hard practice, and then they'll let up a little bit. So it's been really good for our flow of practice, and I feel we've seen a lot of improvement, especially from last year to this year. So yeah, that's been cool.
What's been impactful in your experience as a part of, that's maybe helped you go from the person that you were when you came in here as a freshman and the person that you are now?
Yeah, definitely the people above me. The grades above me have been awesome. Obviously, they've gone through it. They've been in that position freshman year. They've been in that position sophomore year. So just having those people to like guide you, teach you how to be a leader, implement core values and everything that we stand for. That's really just how I've grown as a person and as a player. Yeah, I think there have been just some really influential people, and then just knowing that like they're gonna hold you accountable, they're gonna make sure that you are the best that you can be at all times. But yeah.
That's great. When culture like is really done intentionally, it reinforces itself, and a lot of things just kind of like take care of itself from that kind of perspective.
Right.
The people really make a difference in that.
Yeah.
And speaking of people, one of the things that's so great about this place is, regardless of the sport, there really does seem to be such a strong fan base, and the support is there. When you come to Van Andel Soccer Stadium, whether it's a big game or just a game, it's usually a nice contingent of fans that are there. What does that support mean to you?
Yeah, I think it's awesome, especially just like in women's sports in general. Like a lot of times there's a lot more people at men's games. So to see like the transition of like more people coming out to support us has just been really cool. My family's there every game. They mean the world to me. Like that's awesome. But then just like we talk a lot about like women's sports, supporting other women's sports. So we'll go watch like volleyball, basketball. I'll make sure to support everyone, but then they do the same for us. So that's been cool. And then just like we have a great relationship with the men's soccer team too. They're there at every game, we're at their games. So the fan base has just been really cool.
And Van Andel Soccer Stadium is just a special place to
It really
play.
is.
What has been your favorite memory so far in the short 2 years you've been here? What's been your most fun game or favorite memory that's been played there?
Oh gosh, that's hard. Honestly, probably my first game my freshman year. I think that there's so many nerves with that game. You're coming in, you think that there's so much pressure on it, and like I was so afraid to mess up, so afraid to do everything. But just like the comfort that I felt, I remember specifically like the seniors coming up to me before the game, like it's just a game. It really means nothing. So I think that just the support I felt in that moment from everyone, from the team, and just like the excitement of you're playing the first game of your college career, like that's awesome. So yeah.
I think there's something very special about women's sports. Not that men's sports don't have this, but there's sometimes I feel like the camaraderie with women's sports is just uniquely different. And again, I get to see that from a very unique vantage point. You've already talked about some of the seniors and some of the people in your life on your team that have really impacted you. What are some things you take away from that team experience that you think are going to help you once you leave Hope College?
Yeah, I think we talk a lot about intentionality, and like doing the little things well. So I think that's just helped me like put into perspective all of like my relationships, whether that's in soccer, in sport, in class, and literally anything. So I think that has been really unique, and I've like recognized that a lot, that when you're intentional with someone, that's what builds a relationship. So just like the check-in text or the let's go get coffee, I feel like my relationships have grown so much in the past 2 years that I've been here. And it's just really cool to see like the way that comes from soccer, but then builds into something that's like bigger than soccer.
It does. Lee, we'll come back to you with the final kind of question. Do you have, you played Division III, soccer, basketball, and one more.
Dabbled in track.
Dabbled in track. Is there something from your collegiate experience that continues to drive the type of experience that you want your student athletes to have?
Yeah, on some levels, and I tell them this regularly, so this isn't new, that we're a little bit spoiled. We have such great facilities and things. When I played, you took your bag, you went to the field, no locker room, no practice clothes, you just played. But for us, it didn't matter because it was about the people. So it's no matter how much stuff we have, it's not about the stuff. And it's really nice stuff, but it's people come here not because we have a stadium, and they come here because of the people on the team. So it's about the relationships and the people, and I think it's valuable to have like coach player really good relationships, and they get to see Elliot with his family at his house. They come to my house. It's just so much more than soccer, and that's what it was for me in school. We wanted to win, we had fun, but it was the people. When you go to graduate school, nobody asks you what your collegiate record was. Right. You know what I mean? It's just it's good enough that you're on a team. So I think those things are kind of the most, as I get older, those are the most important things to me.
That's awesome. We are going to play a game here, but before we play this game, we are going to, while we get it set up, we're going to cut to a Karen Page Courage Award video with one of your alums, Rachel Bragington. Mental health is a big deal right now. It's a big part of the conversation around athletics. There's going to be some insights into that experience that are going to come through in the video. But there's a lot that Hope Athletics is trying to do with support of the Orange and Blue Fund to try to benefit the and be proactive in addressing mental health with our student athletes. So we'll get to that, but before that, you want to spin the wheel here to figure out what game you're going to play? Blindfolded cotton ball challenge. Oh, yes, this is going to be a good time. This is going to require a little bit of setup. So
you will not want to miss this, folks.
We will get it going. Until then, watch this video about Rachel and her experience, and then we'll come back in a little bit.
Division I, Granville took on the girls of Troy. Scoreless in the first half, Rachel Bragington receives the long ball, fools the defender, switches to Sydney Blitchak, who fires a rocket top corner. Bulldogs up 1-0. Granville took on Caledonia at Caledonia. Her Sydney Duel blows by the defender and sets up Rachel Bragington for the goal. The rebound and the goal, and then here it's Rachel Bragington all alone left corner, and Granville beats Hudsonville 2-0.
First things I remember about Rachel was probably a recruiting meeting in my office. Granville High School kid, highly talented player, really smart kid. I think she had offers to go play, but she wanted the Hope experience and she wanted to be pre-med. So on the outside, she was very confident and very put together, and she knew exactly what she wanted to be, and she wanted to be a doctor.
Deciding to come to Hope really was based off a lot for me. A lot of my teachers and a lot of the people I knew that had graduated from Hope were just amazing people, and I knew that was kind of the culture I wanted to be around.
We had Elizabeth Perkins, who got hurt in the preseason, so Rachel steps in and plays has to start the first 6 or 7 games, and I think in the first weekend she had 6 goals, and we were like, okay, she's pretty good.
That first year, Rach just jumped in right away. She was definitely a go-to player, and we were just having a blast. She connected well with everyone on the team, and she was super fun to be around, and just you could tell she was just loving it and having a dream freshman year.
Soccer, it went pretty well. I started the first half of the season, and then I ended up with some bad shin splints, so I started just subbing in. But I was a leading scorer. It was really good, but I never really felt super good during it. I remember being angry a lot, and I couldn't really figure out why. And there's a lot of things looking back now. I noticed I wasn't really happy when I should have been, and I wasn't really getting fulfilled by friendships and things like that. I don't even know if I told Lee right away until the end of my spring season freshman year. I was really overwhelmed with school and with trying to be in therapy once a week, and it ended up starting off as being more of a burden because I didn't really buy into it. I was just going, and I started missing some of those appointments, and I finally went to Lee and told her that I needed to take a break from the rest of the spring season. Luckily, I had a family friend who was a psychiatrist, and so he helped me out with getting in and getting on some medications. So it was the beginning of tryouts. I kind of sat down with Lee, and I told her that I wanted to address the team about it, and so everyone just kind of sat in after one of our fitness tests, and I just kind of told them what was going on, told them that I had been diagnosed with depression and anxiety, and that there's a chance I was going to miss some practices and miss some things for appointments, but it was really important to me to take that seriously.
As a freshman, I was so shocked that this was something that she was already dealing with. She's, 19, 20 years old, and how could that happen to somebody? Because college is supposed to be fun. You're supposed to grow. You're supposed to do what, you want to do, and it was just something that was like, okay, this is like a real place, and we're going to grow here. And clearly she was showing us the ways that life can hit you.
She's always been willing to talk with me, very easy to be around, very reliable and funny.
Braggs was easily one of my best friends coming in. Freshman year, she took me under her wing, was very outgoing and positive, made sure I always had plans. Like, if there's one person that I can attest to me becoming acclimated to Hope, it's Braggs.
I was very social on the weekends. I would go out, I would hang out with people, but it was really during the week that I found, I was missing class. I was too tired to get up and go to the dining hall. I would convince myself, I would sleep instead of going to my therapy appointments. It was just kind of more of those things where it was when I had a bunch to do is when I started to shut down. It's a hard thing to put words to. It's something I think a lot of people struggle with when they're talking about it. It's this place where you just have no control over what you're feeling, and your logic knows that a lot of what you're feeling isn't what you should be. Your surroundings, it's no, why am I feeling this way? Things are good. I'm playing collegiate soccer with a cool group of girls, and I'm at an amazing school, and I have a great family. But yeah, you just feel out of control, and you're angry and you're sad, and nothing really lines up of why. It was hard because I was also lying to people, trying to seem better. It was almost like I was trying to tell myself, fake it till you make it. And it worked for a while. It got me through sophomore year, and through the summer and stuff like that. And I felt like going into my junior year, I was in a much better place. But it just kind of cycled again. I guess it was junior year, actually. It was junior year when I sat down with my team again, and I kind of explained to them and opened up with them about where I had felt I was in sophomore year. And I opened up with them about how bad I was struggling.
I didn't know what she was dealing with, but at our team dinners, some of the seniors would share their story and their testimonies, and Rachel was one of those people, and she shared her story with everyone. And I remember sitting back, and some of the freshmen and I were just like, wow, did she really just share it? The fact that she was that vulnerable with all of us so quickly, that was very eye-opening to me.
Once soccer season ended, things started to go kind of crazy for me. I ended up actually having a surgery that was really unexpected right before exams. So I missed all my exams, which was really hard because it just put me farther behind in school. And I had Christmas break that I was trying to catch up on all of that. And I all of a sudden had so much time on my hands where now I had to deal with all my emotions, and I had to deal with what I had tried to push down for a long time. And it built up on me, definitely. And it put me in a place that was very scary. And I talked to my mom in the beginning going into the second semester of my junior year, and we talked about maybe pulling back a little.
That week, I hadn't heard from her, and I'd reached out to her a few times, and like I said, it had been difficult. She was going through a lot. I had texted her the week of, asking her to hang out, and she was like, yeah, we'll see. I mean, I might be busy, but we can, I'll let you know. And so I texted her a few days before to plan on rides, because I think we're going to a hockey game or something, and I didn't get a response.
I had people text me hey, I haven't seen you in a while. Are you doing good? And it was so easy to just be yep, I'm doing fine. It became just such a lying game. And I was lying to my mom, oh yeah, I'm going to class. Oh yeah, I've got it under control. And my parents, they were texting me daily. Are you sure you're good? Is everything good? And it was just like, yeah. And I was just stuck. I was stuck in my bed and I was stuck in my room. And one of my coping mechanisms that I always try to do is I like to go out for drives. And so I finally pulled myself out and I was like, okay, we're just gonna go for a drive and we're just gonna get out of the room and see if that helps. So I went for a drive and I ended up in the DeVos parking lot, or Van Andel, I guess it was more the Van Andel parking lot in front of the field behind DeVos. And I hit a point where I felt like I had lied to so many people and I had gotten behind on so many things, and I dug myself in such a deep hole that there was no way I was going to get out of it. And that I couldn't disappoint that many people. And so I had some of my medications with me, and I kind of just took a handful, and I realized pretty quickly what I had done, and that it wasn't something I wanted to do. So I called 911, and we had the ambulance come out, and campus safety was out there, and I felt super embarrassed because I knew that wasn't who I was, and that was really hard. And I remember getting in the ambulance, and I think the guys or girls basketball team was pulling in, from a game, and it was it just, I don't know, it took me back to realize that I had put myself in such a place and felt like I was so lost that I couldn't come out from it, and that there's still life going on, and there's no reason that I can't join that again.
Seeing her go through what she's gone through and hit rock bottom like that, and receiving a phone call like that, that she was in the hospital, changed my mindset completely, because you don't believe that somebody as beautiful, smart, talented, has everything going for her as Rachel would ever be in that situation. So like you said, it's a total epidemic, and it's devastating, and it's something that people deal with, and it's a very real thing.
I think initially, selfishly, everyone's like, what could I have done better? Which is, I think, a natural thing to do. But I'm also like, is she okay? Why did she do this? What was she thinking? I think also selfishly, I'm like, Bags, you're one of my best friends. How could you do that? I think, too, it was just, was she alone? What, put her towards that point? I don't know. It's a lot. It was a lot of emotions, and I think still getting, still today, even talking about it is scary.
Most kids would have not come back. Maybe they would have been ashamed or said, people are going to look at me differently. I don't think she cares what people think, which is the best part. She took care of herself, she did what she needed to do, and she came back and she had a great senior year.
It definitely impacted us all as a team, but also as women, we became more connected. There's already a negative stigma behind mental health and depression, and I think the fact that she was willing to share her story kind of showed us, underclassmen, that it is okay to talk about how we're feeling and the things that we've been through.
I'm just so pumped that she had an incredible year of soccer. She's just doing great in a ton of areas of life, and no one deserves that more than she does. So I'm just super proud of her and just so thrilled that she's doing well. And I'm just really thankful for where she is today.
I think if Rachel was sitting across from me, I'd want to tell her I love her. And I love who she is and what she offers, and just who she is as a person. I'd tell her that God loves her, and I would tell her that she's been huge in my 4 years at Hope. And I think I would tell her I'm sorry that I probably didn't tell her that enough. And I hope that, I don't know, I hope our friendship lasts, because she's awesome. And I don't know, I just hope that she knows how much love I have for her and how much other people have love for her.
Her impact, I think, is bigger than she knows, because last time I talked to her, she's like, why is this special? And I was like, I don't think you have any idea how big it is, because I think lots of teams struggle with mental illness, but nobody will say it. And it's not uncommon for somebody in our locker room at the end of practice to say, sit down, I need to talk to you, and say, I'm struggling with depression. And it might seem strange, but it's a really safe space, and kids feel free to say, and I think it's because of her example, to say that I'm struggling.
I encourage people to don't be afraid to step out and own who you are, and that's okay, and it's okay to struggle, and it's one of those things that more people than you would think deal with, and the more you can put it out there, the more people you can help, and the more people can feel comfortable with it, and hopefully it's not something we have to be afraid of anymore.
All right, welcome back. It's difficult to segue from a very serious topic and in hearing Rachel's story to fun and games, but we're going to do it. So the game that Coach Sears and Olivia are going to be doing is called the Blindfolded Cotton Ball Challenge. And so they're going to be given 30 seconds to wear our blindfold and try to scoop up as many of these cotton balls and fun little fuzzies into this bowl as they can. The winner will be the person that gets the most into their bowl in 30 seconds. There's 2 points on the line here. So the winner will get 2 points. If it is a tie, both will get 1, and we'll go from there. So are you ready? Get the eyes on. Goggles. In honor of our swim team competing in the MIAA championships this weekend. Okay, 30 seconds on your mark. Get set, go. You're doing great. Keep it up.
20 seconds.
Actually, quite a bit here. This is going to be tough to beat, I think.
15. 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And stop. All right. Wow. All right, Darren, you want to count those real quick? We'll arrange these. Spread them out a little bit. Get all the ones that are on the floor. Have you been scouting the game board? Do you see where the clusters are? That was very well done. I've seen this game done where there is not a single one in the bowl. So the spatula might have been a good choice on tool.
54.
54 is the score to beat. We get our goggles on.
Where's the bowl?
We'll get the rest of all these are on here. There's the bowl right there.
All right. All right.
Let me reach you the clock. There we go.
We'll reset. Oh,
Oops, no.
yeah, got one. All right. On your mark. Is it set?
No, hang on.
Clock trouble. Your eyeballs will be pressed into
Yeah,
your
pretty
much. Spectacular.
Oops, that's not right. I'll fix that later.
The score is 4-2. Student athletes winning.
I don't know why it's not switching.
There it goes.
There we go.
All right. All right. On your mark. Get set. Go.
I feel like there's none.
I don't make pancakes on it.
You?
10.
What in the world? I feel like you guys hid them from me.
15.
Do I have any?
You have a couple. You're doing
10.
good. Come on. You've got, ooh.
Oh.
5,
Double hit that.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Wow, Cliff.
Stop. Okay.
All right.
I'm just
All
gonna
right.
say I won.
Yeah.
We're going to go ahead and call that one for the coaches.
This whole crowd over here didn't see that one.
just pushed them.
13.
Solid. 54-13. Coach Sears, way to represent.
Finally, I win something.
Well done.
2 points here.
2 points for the coaches. And it's a tie. It should be a tie ball game. We'll fix that. Fix that later. All right. We are going to cut now to an interview that Coach Sears did with one of her alums, Allie Wittenbach. So enjoy this alumni story.
All right, so I am Coach Lee Sears here with Hope College Women's Soccer, and I've got 2018 alum Allie Wittenbach with me today. And Wit, which is what we're going to call you now, she's Wit. What are you up to now?
Hey, Lee, thanks so much for having me on today. What I am up to now, I was in West Michigan for the past 5 years since graduation, and I was working in the nonprofit sector. I recently made the switch to pharmaceutical sales, and I am now over on the east side of the state, just recently relocated over to Ann Arbor area.
What you doing in Ann Arbor?
In Ann Arbor, my fiance is coaching at Eastern Michigan University. And then thankfully, my role with Endo Pharmaceuticals is statewide. So it just kind of worked out. But yeah, so over here with Matt as he pursues his new role as associate head coach with Eastern Michigan and their women's soccer program. And so apparently I just can't get away from soccer.
Evidently. So tell me, what are you still doing to be active? You still playing?
I am still playing. So for the past few years, actually, when I was over in West Michigan, I had the chance to play with several alumni in some co-ed leagues, which was a lot of fun. Riley Dalton, Grace Buben, Rachel Bragington, was able to play with them. Recently, though, I have taken more of an approach of just personal fitness over here on the east side. So I stay extremely active after graduating from Hope. I actually got my certification in personal training. So not only did I spend the last few years training others, but I found a new love for fitness myself. And so I've recently been getting into CrossFit. So that's been how I've been staying active.
Okay, then. Tell me this: when you think about Hoka-Oso, which is Hope College Women's Soccer, what are some of your most favorite memories or experiences?
Yeah, favorite memories definitely include, I would have to say NCAA tournament trips definitely stand out. Just so much fun being with the team, going on the road, and having that experience. Most of my memories definitely go back to those bus rides with teammates or just hanging out in Phelps after practice. MIAA championships and dinners after practice at Phelps with the squad and just hanging out together, just experiencing all that Hope College had to offer with one another.
I'm surprised you didn't say one of your most favorite moments was your freshman year at Wheaton. Was it overtime?
It was double overtime. Double overtime at Wheaton. I was going to say it. Thanks for bringing it up. I wasn't going to say it. I'm glad that you did. But I do very fondly remember being a freshman on the team and in double overtime in the first round of the NCAA tournament. Aaron Brophy, now Aaron Doty, gave me an incredible pass and we defeated the defending national champions, Wheaton.
Yeah, I would say that's still your my icon on my phone of you is the celebration from that goal, the airplane celebration.
That was so fun.
You mentioned a bunch of alumni. So when you guys get together, like who do you stay connected with? And when you guys get together, like what memories do you have?
Yeah, definitely. I stay connected with a lot of alumni. People are scattered, that's just kind of how life goes. Not everybody is local anymore, but keep in contact with a lot of people just via social media, via text, via quick FaceTime calls to catch up. I hang out, I would say mostly with Dana Dunning and Aaron Brophy, Aaron Doty now. And when we get together, I think there's just this gratitude for having been a part of the program. We share a lot of great memories, but I think the consensus is always that we were able to be a part of something so special and so transformative together, and that's continued past the program. You know, it's continued past our time playing together. It's lasted long after our last game that we played with the program. And now it looks like standing in each other's weddings and, you know, welcoming people's first children and being there for huge life moments. And that is such a gift that the program has given us. We reminisce a lot about the fact that we all just can't believe how lucky we were that we got to go to practice, go to Phelps, and then just like walk home and experience Hope College together. Like that was our life, that we got to go to school, go to practice, and hang out with each other 24 hours a day, 24/7. Especially now being in quote unquote the real world, working 9 to 5s and all that good stuff. But I think the gratitude really comes from building really strong friendships that now, you know, we get to experience all that life has to offer together because Hokoboso was what bonded us together. So really fortunate for that.
How would you, looking back, describe the culture of the team?
The culture of the team, looking back, it's transformational and it's extremely impactful. Like I said, it's something that impacts you in the program as you grow within the program and then long after. And it makes you realize you're a part of something so much bigger than yourself. Our core values are still, you know, values that I live by every single day in my personal life, in my professional life, and they've continued to serve me well. I think it took me a little while to figure that out. As it does most people, you come in and you realize that you're a part of something really special, but you don't exactly know why yet. And so I have to give a lot of credit to, you know, people who came to mind for me were Maddie Bursma, now Maddie Goodike, and Elizabeth Perkins, now Elizabeth Bounds, for how they helped me really see what was forming and what was happening within our team and how that culture was impacting all of us and how they helped me grow into a leader within the team and within the program.
What would you say that growth looked like for you, though? Like, I remember you distinctly your freshman year coming in, Spitfire, you know, not in a bad way, but yelling at people at practice. And we had to say, okay, how do we do this? Right. So how did you find yourself growing from coming in, like just ready to take it by storm? What did that transformation look like across your years?
Definitely. Across my years, there was a ton of growth, a lot of personal growth, a lot of soccer growth. Like you said, I came in firing, thinking, I came to Hope, you know this. I came to Hope just thinking, awesome, this is where I can play soccer. Sounds good. Gonna get a good education, move on from there. And I'm embarrassed to say that, almost embarrassed now, because Hope has so much more to offer than that. And so when I came in, my focus was solely on soccer. And as I continued to grow in the program, I was surrounded by people who showed me it's not about you, it's about the team. It's not, you know, none of us around here are talking about personal accolades or harping on each other. We're one team with one goal. We support each other. We love each other on and off the field. You know, a big thing too was academics were always put first, which was not something I was expecting. So it really helped me grow in that respect, to prioritize in my life of, yeah, absolutely, soccer is important, but there's also other priorities. So I really grew in that regard. But I think as time went on, I started to see the big picture that soccer is just a piece of it. You know, we talked about one thing that stands out to me. I remember sitting in a park I think it was in Chicago or Illinois. We were all sitting in a park and we talked about person over player. And so really just hearing that firsthand of that, you, Els, the coaching staff, and the seniors at that time, that we were fostering an environment of, we want you to develop as a person. We love you as a person before we love you as a player. How are you as a person before we even look at any of your soccer capabilities? And that was a big moment that helped me grow. Another time, you know, that really stands out to me was when I broke my face. My junior year, so broke my zygomatic bone going for a header, and I remember Elizabeth Perkins pulling me aside and saying, "Whit, you know, I'm sorry about your face, but you got to put the team first here. We're about to go to the NCAA tournament. This is a time for you to lead in a different way." And I still remember that moment and thinking to myself, yeah, it's time to lead in a completely different way and to put the team over myself, in the most concrete way that it had been for me. And so all of those just contributed to me growing as a person, as a leader, and to see that leadership comes in many different ways, shapes, and forms. So went from the person yelling at everybody and coming in with my head on fire to, realizing that leadership comes in many different ways, shapes, and forms. And that it looks differently across your entire 4 years.
I would say a big part of our program, and it's really a buzzword, which I hate, is this idea of servant leadership. And the older
Mhm.
you get, the more you serve. What did that look like for you? And was that like an unusual thing to be like, oh, our team's built on service?
It was extremely unusual. That was something I thought of immediately before hopping on this call with you. When I came in, the seniors were the 9, which was an incredible class who graduated in 2014 or 2015. And just hearing about my friends who had gone to other universities, other colleges, and they were saying, yeah, freshmen need to grab the balls, freshmen need to do all of the grunt work, freshmen, don't get these sorts of privileges, etc. And then having a completely flipped on its head experience of the seniors pick up the cones, the seniors are there for the freshmen. The seniors are texting you to check in to see how your experience is going or how tryout week is going. It was very surprising to me. And it also just started to show me, okay, this place has something different. This program is different. And it set the example, for the leader that I wanted to be as I continued to grow in the program.
How have all these things that you've been talking about served you in your like professional life, and like in terms of, did it help you? I'm not saying it got you a job, but like in an interview process or things to lean on in terms of looking for employment.
It definitely, I mean, I would be remiss if I didn't say that it's helped me land professional opportunities or has helped and served me extremely well. I think most notably, is the ability to work in a team, the team over self mindset and that core value. Employers love that. And I think it's also a rarity. I think also, just prioritization, being able to say, I attended Hope College and I went for a degree. I pursued, a major or a double major or whatever. And I also competed at a high level and played college athletics. I worked alongside my teammates toward a common goal, etc. All of those things have served me extremely well in my professional life. And I think that it just speaks to the program and everything that it fosters. But I'm trying to think of concrete examples. I think in terms of just completions of projects or goals of teams, the ability to have hard conversations. That is something that I learned, from Hope Athletics for sure. The ability to have a hard conversation and move forward toward a common goal. The ability to put the team's goals over personal goals. And also just, in terms of identity is a core value that comes up for me a lot. Because during my time in the program, I was constantly reminded that my identity was not, dependent on our successes or our failures. Like my identity is separate from soccer. Soccer was what I did. It's not who I am. And I think because of that, I'm able to have a really healthy relationship with work and balancing that in my quote unquote real life today.
The real life.
Real life.
Yeah. How have you stayed involved with the college and more importantly to me with the program?
I love Hope College. I am always out supporting sporting events, whether that is women's soccer, of course, but I also love going to basketball games and just getting out into the Holland area whenever I'm able. Love it out there. But in terms of staying involved with the program, this past summer is extremely notable that Dana Dunning and I were able to accompany the team on your trip to Ireland. And I think that again just speaks to the involvement that is available long after your time of graduating. I'm 5 years out. And to have that opportunity to come on the trip to Ireland, to get to know the current players, to experience something like that, with such a special group of people. I always say, you know, that Hoko Woso, it continues to bless me long beyond my time in the program, and it continues to introduce me to the coolest people that I know. And so that was a really cool experience to head over to Ireland with the team, to get to know the current players and just to continue to build memories together. It was awesome.
If you had advice for our current players right now, or just current student athletes, what would it be?
Current student athletes, I would say cherish every moment in your respective program. It goes by too fast. Everybody says that, but it really does. And also, you know, focus in on those things that will last so much longer. Your legacy within the program, you know, is going to be much more than any stats that show up in the paper or in the scorebook. Your legacy is going to be built on your relationships, how you treated people, and how you put your best foot forward and gave your best effort. And so just give it everything you got while you're in the program and continue to, you know, really sow and reap the blessings that Hope Athletics has to offer.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah.
And I'm sure I will see you soon.
Sounds great. Looking forward to it. Thank you, Lee.
As always, love you, Whip.
Love you more. Thank you. Bye.
All right, welcome to the men's soccer portion of the Day of Giving telethon.
All right, welcome back. We just heard from the women's soccer program. Now we're on to the men's soccer program. So, Coach Blahnik, you want to introduce your guys?
Yeah, thanks for having us. Really excited to be here and help support Day of Giving. And I have a couple guys I was very specific in picking, but now we have Dan Hesselbein, who's a goalkeeper of ours, AJ and Matt. AJ transferred in from Western Michigan, and Matt is here in his third year. And Matt and Dan are going to be seniors next fall, and AJ is going to be a junior next fall.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, one of the first questions we love to ask is, because it gives us a really good insight into your program, is if you were making your recruiting pitch to a prospect, what would you talk to them about what makes Hope Men's Soccer unique?
You know, I think I think similar to you and Coach Sears talked about being upside down. I really despise normal. And I think what's normal is at every other school is these recruits are just hit over the head with all the specific soccer things that they can talk about, and that's awesome. But I think what I really try to do here is talk about soccer last and just let Hope outside of the soccer field show what Hope is that makes it truly different than most of the other schools that the prospective student athletes we're looking at are. And so there's a time and there's a place to talk with them about soccer, but by the time we get to soccer, I believe that they and or their parents have seen and heard enough about all the other great things at Hope College that really by the time we get to soccer, they're almost already sold on hopefully wanting to come to Hope and then just making sure the soccer fit is right. And I think that's unique. I think that most schools or a lot of schools have some great things about them, but I wouldn't say that there's a lot of schools that I would consider elite or an A+ in all the areas. And you're kind of picking and choosing, hey, I really like the soccer and the academic program, but I'll tolerate maybe the location or the faith component or the greater purpose component or the social component. And I think that's what really makes us rare, is that we are elite or A+ in all those areas, in my opinion. And I think the guys would answer that as well. And so by really heading with, hey, let's talk about, what are you looking for faith-wise in a school or greater purpose? What are you looking for socially, location, friends, teammates, that type of stuff, and then talking about academics. And then once we've hit all that, it becomes easy to kind of talk about soccer. And I think they're already leaning, and then it's really up to me to not lose them because of soccer, if that makes sense, because they're really excited about all the other areas of Hope. So it's something that's naturally easy for me, because it's all genuine, and I feel that way about it, and those are the reasons why I want my sons to hopefully come to Hope College in the future. So,
well, you've got an interesting story of how you came here. So, can you fill us in on that?
Yeah. we might need a 3-hour block on that. But no, I didn't go to school here. I'm a Chicagoland guy, and I was the head coach of my alma mater, Olivet Nazarene University, just south of Chicago, and loved my time there and my experiences there. And but I married a Michigan girl, and we and the long and the short of it is, but we are very familiar with Hope in Holland, and we drive through it every summer up to Sleeping Bear Dunes, and I'd spent a lot of time here. And I had always kind of said, if we're gonna leave, we knew we wanted to try to raise our family in Michigan was our hope, and I didn't want to apply to just any other school. And in fact, Hope College is the only school I ever applied to outside of being at ONU. And just something that we felt different about, the energy. You can talk a lot about that, and I think you've heard it from some other coaches. I could talk about everything about Hope for hours, but you could also just say there are some things you can't talk about that you just feel, right? The energy. And that's true. So the long and the short of it is, when I first applied for the job, I knew it would be hard for me to get. I didn't get it right away, but we moved here anyway. And I was able to get a job in the soccer business world and still coach on the side, and actually was an assistant coach here in 2018, the year we returned back to nationals, which was fun. And then hung around in the community for a few years. I helped out broadcasting games on the live stream, which was fun, and my kids were coming to camp here and going to tennis academy and all that. So we were in the community, and then it opened up, and even though I didn't get the job the first time, it worked out for the best, I think, for everybody involved. And it was I'd say it was a lot of weird coincidences that make you believe it was maybe more than a few coincidences. But couldn't imagine being anywhere else, and I'm thankful every day to be here.
Well, we're glad your perseverance paid off. So.
Amen. So I've said this a couple times already, but I get the pleasure of announcing your games. And so it's fun to see you guys up close. I will tell you a fun fact. When we're up there doing the, whether it's the live stream or announcing or what have you, we actually...
Hold on a second. Darren, let's turn your mic on.
There we go. How about that? Does that help?
And,
okay. All right. Yes.
Great. We said this joke before. This is our first rodeo.
It is. It is. So up in the booth, it's fun to watch you guys play because it takes a village of us up there to figure out who scores and who assists on stuff, primarily because a lot of you have the same haircut. And we can't figure out who's who at times, but we find a way to make it work. But having that vantage point, watching you play from beginning to end, I love, I've said this many times already, collectivity of what your team is and the way you build each other up. Can you describe, for people who don't know much about soccer or the soccer team or what happens in the locker room on the field, what's it like? What are some of the positive things that come out of being on the Hope College men's soccer team?
Yeah, let's start with Dave. I mean, kind of like Blahnik said, I mean, I could be here for hours talking about all the things I really like, but if I were to characterize what I really truly like about home men's soccer, I'd really just say the brotherhood.
Mm-hmm.
I have genuine brothers on this team, including two sitting right next to me that I feel I'm genuinely really close with. I mean, the soccer itself is obviously a very high level, but beyond that, I feel a sense of belonging here. And I think that's really what the Hope men's soccer team can offer to recruits that come in, and I mean to transfers that come in. It's a sense of belonging. AJ, I don't know if you want to go off that, but
yeah, I think I can agree with that. Yeah, just back to my story. I kind of came from a college where I didn't feel a sense of belonging, really at all. And I wasn't in a happy place. And when I came here, just to back exactly what Matt just set up, I felt happy, and I felt that the guys on the team really made me feel at home here. And I think that speaks to like who we are as a soccer team, just including everybody, and trying to make everyone happy. So.
Cool.
Yeah, for me, I wasn't sure what I was getting into when I came to Hope.
I'm from the Chicago area, so I didn't have too much familiarity with Hope as a whole, but this soccer team has blown me away. The community at Hope in general has blown me away with the sense of community and brotherhood, like both of these guys mentioned. It's just been a different level and something that I've never experienced on a sports team before, and I'm really grateful for it.
Go ahead.
I think that there's a lot of good soccer players or student athletes out there, I think, when we're recruiting, but I think something we do take pride in is trying to find guys that are the right fit to a lot of the things you're talking about. Not that we want they're not all going to be perfect and they're going to make mistakes, so we want there to know that there's freedom for that, but we look for guys who, they want to win championships, but they want to be a part of something beyond just success on the soccer field, which I think in turn shows their commitment to each other. And I've been blown away by these guys and the maturity that they have, and myself and my assistants often, like we had a non-traditional practice last night where they make us better as adults. Just at times where maybe we need to give them that little boost of energy, they also give it back to us. And I'm a big believer in, the strongest teams come from learning from the tough times or the mistakes. Right. Seek the mistakes so that you have an opportunity to become better and stand out different. And I think that's what shows, probably hopefully up from the booth from your original question, which is something that we're proud of. But it's one of those where like we could talk about what we do to instill it, but really they come from great backgrounds and great families who have instilled that in them, and a lot of it is them bringing that to Hope and wanting to be a part of something different.
And I think something that's really unique here, and I truly believe this, and we're here for a reason regarding the Orange Blue Fund, but there's a support here that is really, again, I think a little bit unique, maybe even different to some degree, especially for the Division III level. And getting to experience that from the booth, even, you can just feel it. What's it like being at the stadium for, whether it's a big game or not? There's usually a really, really good crowd there. But what's the vibe like when you're playing at Van Andel Soccer Stadium and it's a full house?
Yeah, I guess I'll start. I guess like when I'm thinking about like our first game of the season, when we walk out to warm up, I mean, there's usually not that many fans in the stands yet. That's usually when it starts to fill up because we warm up 45 minutes before the game. But that feeling of, going to our possession drill and seeing the stands start to fill up and seeing familiar faces, friends, family walk in, it's awesome. I mean, there's so many people here to support us, so many people we don't know that are like willing to that are fully invested in us and the program, and I mean it's just, I mean the vibe is, it's indescribable. It's really an indescribable feeling, looking at the stands for the national anthem, getting your name announced by yourself. I mean it's truly an amazing feeling, and I'm humbled that I'm able to experience it here.
Yeah, and I think it goes back to the Hope community, or the Holland community, I would say. I think, kind of like what Matt was saying, people come to our games that don't even know us, and I think that speaks to what Hope is and like what we bring in. It's just a different atmosphere, and going back to my past college. There's probably double the amount of people at our games at Hope compared to Western, and I think it speaks to just the college and how awesome it is. So
cool.
Yeah, I think the atmosphere at Van Andel is indescribable. We have incredible facilities. This field that we play on, we're so fortunate to have, and I think the people around Holland just go to back that we are just fortunate and blessed to be here. I'm super grateful for the facilities we have and the support that we have within the team and also within the broader Holland community. Just I feel the support when I'm on the field. I feel the encouragement. I know that soccer often isn't a super popular sport in our country, but at Hope it feels like we're a part of something, and we do get good turnouts, and I just want to thank all the fans and supporters and alumni that have poured into this program for that to be the case.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to add, I think Dan chatted about it a little bit, but those are some of the things we can talk about is we do have what we believe to be one of the best locker rooms and soccer fields in the country and stadiums, and it's just beautiful. And going up in the fall with the leaves changing on the background of the trees against the river with the brick scoreboard. I mean, some of the photos we get from that are just, I mean, professional teams are envious of it. And I think there is something to, and I'm sure you have your own, I think there's some nostalgia to being an outdoor sport in the fall. It takes me back those October, November nights when you can almost smell fall.
Yeah.
And it's a little chilly. Like, it takes me back to like nostalgic moments of when I played. So all that together, I just think there's other great places out there, but to me, Van Andel Soccer Stadium and its location and where we are with our fans, there isn't a better place in the country, I think, to play college soccer.
One other thing I'd like to ask you, and actually maybe ask and comment on, is since you've been here, and this is really a tribute to you, whether it's poster day or just after a game, I feel like your players are very intentional to talking to people afterwards, whether it's adults, but especially kids. And I say that because I've got two nephews have come to your games, and I know you wouldn't know who they are, but they know you. And it might have been you, if I'm not mistaken. One of them went up to you. I think I introduced them to you a year or two ago. And you gave them the time. And little things like that make a huge difference. And I'm saying it doesn't happen anywhere else. I'm sure it does. But that particular moment, I don't know if you even realize how many moments like that you've had. Is that something that is intentional with you as a coach and as players, or is it just something that's both intentional and natural?
It is, and I think it's intentionality is a word we use a lot. You'll actually, I think, hear about it a bit in our recorded interview. But it does go back to, I think, an intentionality in us to recruit guys who we can see also want to be intentional beyond just scoring goals, or stopping goals. Which is cool, but it does speak to the guys, and I think we just do a lot of reminding. Like, they have it in them, and like just like we need to be reminded, we just remind them sometimes. Like, hey, win, lose or draw, remember after the game, that type of stuff. And also too, I think guys like this, like Matt's great at it too, but we both have 2 elementary PE majors here, so then just guys who want to help kids and do things like that. It's fun, but and as you know, I have 2 young sons who think these guys are cooler than me. I mean, like the coolest guys in the world. Mm-hmm. And my 4-year-old, if Cole Pauly's in the room, he doesn't care about me. So it's just like we remind them of that, but they have fun with it, and it's all genuine. You can tell guys to do it, but you could see if it's not genuine. And I think with our guys, it's genuine.
Well, it's working. Yeah. It's working.
I can attest to that as well. My son came to one of the poster nights and got your autograph, and we still have that poster up on the wall, and he won't let me take it down because he feels a connection to you guys, which is an interesting little segue because, this day, the Orange and Blue Fund-athon, Day of Giving, is all about trying to find ways to be able to supply those little extras that make a difference, right? And one of those little extras that we've started doing the last few years, in part because of money from the Orange and Blue Fund, is the poster days. To be able to do that for all of the different sports teams that we have at Hope, to give them that type of experience, and to not just do it as a way to self-promote, but to actually offer those connections to the community. And so, if we didn't have, there's no budget for that type of thing. We've found ways to be able to to be able to bring, using orange and blue money to be able to make those types of things possible. So a big part of today is about understanding, like, why is Hope men's soccer and Hope athletics in general worth the investment, you know, of the fans, the community, alumni, to be able to not just come to games and support with their voices and their enthusiasm, but with actually their dollars and cents. What's the value?
Yeah, I think one of the big things that I've learned from being at Hope is that it's not just about myself, and it's also not about soccer, but it's about being a people of hope. And through the generosity of folks that have been here, folks that have attended Hope, alums, all that, we've been able, the three of us and all of our teammates have been able to, like, step into our greater calling. Whatever it might be that each of us is pursuing in life, I know that we're becoming men of hope, and that hope will impact our colleagues in the future, our students for AJ and myself, and anybody that we encounter. And I think the beauty of being at a place like Hope is having stuff like the Day of Giving, where there's generosity and there's love and there's compassion for athletes, coaches, staff, everybody at Hope. And so I just think that I wouldn't have found my greater calling in a better way than being at Hope and being a person of hope, and then also being able to learn these things and then go and spread them after being at Hope. It just wouldn't be possible without the support.
That's great. Dan, while you got the mic, one of the big phrases that we use in Hope Athletics is be strong, be true. And the theme around Day of Giving is student stories. Do you have a story, maybe an experience where you learned a little bit more about your strength and your truth?
Yeah, our freshman year, me and Matthews Davidson's freshman year, we underwent a difficult coaching change. We lost the coach who recruited us and who brought us into Hope, which we're super grateful for. But it was a difficult transition, and there were guys on the team that were upset and mad, and I could resonate with those emotions too, myself. But we also had a transition in perspective, that it wasn't just about soccer, and that we were being called to become leaders for the future of the program. We didn't have a coach at the time, so it was kind of in our hands where we were going to take the program. And there were some really influential people, Paulo Alcala, Keegan DeKuyper, Matt Davidson, myself, and a bunch of our other teammates that stepped up and said, this is where we want this program to go. And so that opportunity and that adversity that we faced brought out an inner strength that I don't think I would have seen in myself without that opportunity to experience some suffering. And I think that goes along with a lot of biblical messages too, that suffering produces perseverance, and perseverance produces character, and character produces hope, which is what we are. So
that's awesome. Great. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah.
No, I was just going to say, now with the season coming up next fall, a couple of seniors here, how excited are you? Or are you ready to go right now?
I mean, to say I think about it every day would be an understatement. I mean, like, I feel like it's all I talk to AJ about. We probably text every day about doing something to get ready for season next year. I mean, I'm thinking about lineups in my head. I'm thinking about where I'm going to play. I'm like, I got to be fit. I got to be ready for this fitness test that is impossible to pass. I mean, like, I mean, senior year, this is where it feels like everything's on the line. And I'm just ready, you know? Like, I'm enjoying my spring. I'm enjoying my off season, but I'm itching. I'm itching to get back out there and do something great. Yeah.
Awesome.
Go for it. Yeah, go for it.
I mean, I was just gonna add. I think last year kind of ended with a sour taste in our mouth, in all the players and all of the staff, and so I think kind of with that feeling, we've went into this off season with a bit more drive, and like Matt said, we just want to get back so that we can prove what we are and what we can accomplish. And so because of that sour taste in our mouth, I think we just want to be back really bad. So
For Matt and Daniel, being seniors this upcoming season, are there some things that you've learned on the field that you think are going to help impact you off the field once you go into the adult world, if you will?
Sure, I'll get us started. Man, there's a lot. Being a goalkeeper, I've had to learn a lot of resiliency. Every failure, every mistake could be the difference between winning or losing. And so I think something that I'll definitely take with me is resiliency, learning to bounce back from failures, learning to bounce back from when times aren't going well. That's a big one. But then also on top of that, I think one of the things that my teammates have credited me for is my ability to encourage others. And I think being at a place like Hope has allowed me to have teammates that recognize that in me, where in other places I haven't heard that. So guys are like coming up to me and encouraging me by saying like, hey, thank you for telling me that I did well on this play. It made a difference in how I practiced. And I think going into my work, or going into coaching, going into teaching, I just want to bring that encouragement with me wherever I end up, and keep like giving people praise when they do things well. I think it's so important to the cohesiveness of a business or of a school or of a team. It's just so important to encourage others when they do something well. And then that's when you're really able to give people criticism as well.
Nice.
Because they've seen that you've seen what they've done good.
Cool.
Yeah, so mine's a bit unique because in a sense I learned it I learned it on the field, but it was by being off the field that I really learned my most valuable lessons. I came to Hope, and soccer was everything for me. That's the reason I came. I will say now that is why I came to Hope. Obviously, I love the facilities. I was looking to be an engineer as well, and I liked the engineering program, but I came to Hope to play soccer. That's what I had told myself. So sophomore year, when I had to sit out for academic reasons, I mean, I had to really take a step back and recognize, like, what am I doing here? What, like you're not just here for soccer. You can build a life. You can understand who you want to be in the future here. And I think that whole year where I was forced to sit on the sidelines, watch my teammates make it to the conference final, I mean, I learned some incredibly valuable lessons about patience, about valuing your time here, and more importantly, just about a greater purpose than just my sport. So I'd say that that's the most I've learned was, funny enough, actually not being on the field at Hope.
Wow. I mean, Dan, your answer to the be strong, be true question was awesome. That one was too. Because that's the type of transformation that, like, when we say that Hope transforms, when we say that competitive excellence, transformative experience, academic success, like what Hope Athletics is all about, that hits the nail on the head in terms of what we're hoping for through this whole experience. How was it kind of going through that with him?
Well, I think what's unique about all three of these guys is that all three of them have had to miss, Matt shared his own story, have had to miss significant time. Dan and AJ due to injuries. And I think it's safe for me to say, within that moment and the next day, it was one of the hardest times of their life when soccer was kind of taken away from them. What some of those things that make Hope different, like we're talking about, is that all three of them, although it stunk not having them on the field, all three of them came out of it far better men and teammates. And I know they have all expressed that with me individually in one-on-one meetings in their own ways. So, but those are the things that I think tie with what we're talking about today. Is it's not just because of the soccer team or because I did anything to make them better. It's a collective of all those things here at Hope, the support and everything, and the people, the professors, the athletic trainers, Lindsay, Scooney, everybody, that they come out of the most difficult times from their athletic experience in a way almost thankful that they had to go through what they went through. I know Dan spoke on that, I think, in Fall Athlete Chapel, which was cool, but those are the things that truly make Hope different. And it's easy, quite frankly. Like, I have confidence we're going to be successful next year. Soccer's a weird sport. Sometimes you lose when probably more often than not than any other sports, you lose or tie a game. Maybe you shouldn't, but I'm at peace because I know that these guys are the men that they are, that they're going to do everything they can to bring success on and off the field.
That's amazing.
I see three people here who are going to impact their respective worlds in a very positive way, and especially for the two of you that are looking to go the teaching route. Those are stories you need to share with your future students, because that perseverance is a big deal. Injury, academics, whatever, that not many people do that as well as they would hope. And I see three people here, and two in particular, who are going to impact kids that way. And I tell you, the intentionality that you talked about, I don't know if you realize this, but little things that you do, and a lot of student athletes do that here. Again, I'm very fortunate to be able to do what I get to do here. I think I've introduced myself to you a couple times just to say thank you, a great job, to a T. You always say, hey, thank you for what you do, and I appreciate you doing it. And all I'm doing is, saying your names and goals or whatever, and you have no idea how that makes me feel, like I'm a part of that. So when I talk about me or my nephews or that little kid that comes up to get your autograph, you guys are incredibly intentional and positive about that. You're already making a difference whether you realize it or not. Very cool.
Yes, you are. All right, well, we have got some games to get to. We said that every team is going to play some minute to win it games. We have got, it's a coaches
He doesn't look happy.
versus student athletes
I would just
challenge.
say, I do have some lower back issues, so as long as it's not too physical.
Our hope and desire is that we don't injure anyone in these games. But we're going to get one set up here. If you want to spin the wheel of games.
Who's the lucky spinner? Don't
It's
break
just
it.
leaning there, so be gentle.
Probably.
You go the other way. There you go. Wow, it's not even. Oh, it's the. Wait, let's. We've already. I think we're right there. I think we're on the mirror ping pong ball challenge. That's great. We'll get this set up while we go to an interview that Coach did with one of your alums. You want to give a brief little intro in this?
Yes, did it with Steve Binnig, which all these guys know Steve from helping camp. And Steve, I know you're watching right now. He's on a work trip in Key Largo right now. So
poor baby.
I know you wish you were here in person, but no, Steve's a recent alum who's stayed very connected with the program and was excited to speak with him.
Awesome. Enjoy that video. We'll be back with the mirror ping pong ball challenge in just a few minutes.
All right, welcome to the men's soccer portion of the Day of Giving telethon. I am David Blahnik. I'm very excited to be here, and I am I'm just finishing up my second full year as the men's soccer coach here at Hope College, and was an assistant in the past. But super excited to be here, and more excited to bring on an alum that I've gotten to know in my somewhat short time here, but somebody that has really been helpful for me, both professionally, but also just as an alum, and somebody that I know cares so much about not only Hope Soccer, but Hope College in general. So I'd love to bring on Steve Binnig. Steve, welcome.
Yeah, Coach Blahnik, thanks for having me. You're too kind, but my list of passions is relatively small. Hope College soccer and Hope College in general are up there for me. So thanks for having me on.
absolutely. And I don't know if it's a compliment or not, but it's one of those fun things that Steve has been coming back to help during summer camp. Our as many of you know, our highly successful and great residential camps that we do. And Steve takes time off from work. He uses some of his vacation days to come help and spend time with us. So it's been great to get to know you, and appreciate you for that. And I hope that you continue to do so. Use your vacation days for that. But let's get right into it. I know you've been out of school now for 4 to 5 years, I believe, and kind of out enough to you're in the real world now, and you're kind of on a good path of what you want to do with your life, both personally and professionally. So why don't you just let us know kind of where you are right now in your life, both personally and professionally?
Yeah. So my wife and I were southeast side of Grand Rapids. My last soccer season at Hope was fall of 2018, and I graduated the winter of 2018. Spent a couple years in my hometown of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, post-grad, and then made it back to West Michigan, which if my wife has it her way, we'll probably be here for the long haul. But now I'm in business development in a sales role for a locally owned insurance firm, just about 15 miles from campus. Love living in West Michigan as an adult, and have really found my footing, which has been fun. And I think we'll get into it, but a lot of that can be attributed back to obviously the education at Hope College. But then, I ascribe a lot of, my success in my professional career to what I learned on the soccer field as a member of the men's team.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's great. And I know it's been cool, and maybe we'll touch on it a little bit later, but one of the things that's been fun for us and the current Hope Soccer student athletes is you helping with our LinkedIn Hope Soccer page, where we've added alumni, and you as kind of a local businessman and connector, if you will, have really been able to help some of our current Hope Soccer student athletes to connect with past Hope alums, Hope men's soccer alums and Hope alums, not just the more recent ones, but maybe a way that can connect them to find an internship or something that they need, which has been great. So I appreciate that. Something that's interesting that I know obviously is, but yeah, you're not from here. You're not from West Michigan. You're not really a local Midwest guy, at least.
Right.
You graduated high school from, and I've noticed in recruiting, everybody knows about and seems to love Hope College here in the Midwest. But if you're outside the Midwest, you may not know about it. So if you could just briefly describe, like, how did you end up here at Hope, being somebody from PA, and what got you here in the first place?
Yeah, I was actually just sharing this story with one of my coworkers this morning. My mom and I did the classic Midwest Christian college tour. I kind of narrowed down my options to mostly Christian schools, so was looking at a few of the bigger ones out east, and then obviously some of the more comparable schools in the Midwest. I like to joke that I got tricked into moving to West Michigan because we came in the middle of July. We met with the current coach at that time, had a great tour on campus. You see the facilities at Hope. They're, in my opinion, better than a number of the, mid-major to small Division I programs out there. So that was obviously a selling point. But really what it was for me and my family, we used to vacation in North Carolina, and we'd never been to Lake Michigan. And I'll never forget, 8:30 on a July summer night, perfect sunset, being out on the beach at Lake Michigan. And I was like, I feel like I'm, in North Carolina right now. So if somebody would have told me what October through, March would look like, which is obviously the majority of the time that you're on campus when you're a student, my opinions might have been a little bit different, but I've been crazy enough to move back too. So don't know how far that gets me.
Yeah, that's awesome. And then, yeah, obviously, like you said, you married somebody who, if it's up to her, it seems like you'll be here for the long haul. Yep. And I would say that was kind of my situation as well. I married a Michigan girl and quickly understood coming in the summertime what all the hype was about, which is great.
I think if I was to expand on, what got me to Hope and what really sold me on the vision, obviously, soccer was a massive part of that. For me, what was really unique, just getting to know at that time the current players, the coaching staff at that point, they seemed extremely interested in me as not only Steve the soccer player, but also Steve the individual. And then like, hey, what do you want to do with your life? What does it look like, once soccer is no longer part of the picture? How do you view your future, both personally, professionally? how can we get you there? And does this place really line up on all those fronts? And that was that intentionality that I experienced from the onset was unlike, a number of the other schools that we looked at. And it really has nothing to do with me. It's just what colleges do when, a student athlete shows up on campus. Everyone has kind of their routine as far as, hey, you're going to meet an advisor, you're going to meet an admissions rep, you're going to see, some certain parts of campus. The Hope experience from the first time that we visited was different as compared to everyone else. And it's a hard thing to kind of explain and materialize, but it was enough to completely change the path for me and get me to West Michigan.
That's awesome. Yeah, I know it's, as you just mentioned, some of it's hard to put into words. And I'll also say that I can put a lot of time or a lot of things into words and take a lot of time talking about it. You and I are both talkers. We're both salesmen, so we could both do that. But sometimes I just sum it up. I was like, hey, just get here on campus. There's just something in the air. There's a different energy that is hard to put in words that you really do, you feel when you're here and you're around the people. Kind of piggybacking off of that, of the experience here. Like, do you have any, maybe one or two, like, memorable experiences, maybe on the soccer field, like, or as being, a NCAA student athlete, or non-soccer wise here at Hope, that just kind of really stand out to you?
Yeah, there's one that will live a little bit in infamy for me. My junior year, Calvin game at home. Calvin was ranked #1 in the country. Less than 3 minutes into the game, I scored an own goal. So I played center back for Hope for 4 years. And later, as the story goes, one of my good buddies, James Raymond, scored a free kick from probably 35 yards out. And there's still a banner of me that pops up on campus with, it actually looks, I don't look excited. I look like I'm ready to go chase somebody down and like tackle them or something. But it was just pure like intensity and excitement that, here we're playing the #1 team in the country at home. I've completely put my team kind of under the bus a few minutes in. And then my teammate, later in the game bails me out. I'll never forget that. And it's cool that it's kind of been cemented in the view, or at least in the form of marketing material around campus. I would say off the soccer field, there's a few things that jump out to me. I mean, educationally, the opportunity to do May terms. I went on, Tim Schoonveld's trip to Alaska. That's a memory that I'll hold forever. Met some of my closest friends on that trip, people that, stood in my wedding are still my closest friends today. And then another one that's kind of related to being a student athlete. Tim also afforded me the opportunity to go to the NCCA or NCAA national conference in Indianapolis, which was, I believe, my junior as well. And just really cool when you go out there, you meet other, not only student athletes, but specifically Division III athletes from different parts of the country. And I know you mentioned, Coach, that it's Hope College is not necessarily a name outside of the Midwest that you hear. But in my role currently, I'm all over the country visiting with clients, visiting with partners, and it is really interesting. It feels like over the past 5 to 10 years, specifically athletically, I mean, can credit the women's volleyball team and the women's basketball team, especially with national championships in the last 10 years. But just we are known across the country. And when you drop the Hope College name to other folks that were student athletes, it's recognizable. They know it. And it's like, wow, like that person was a Hope athlete. That means something to me.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. Yeah, exciting to hear that. And it's funny going off you talking about that, the picture of you that we still see, and I'll still see it flash on the TV. And every time I try to get a screenshot or I try to take a picture with my phone and send it to you, but it's too fast. And I loved it when somebody explained to me, well, you need to ask Steve more about that picture. And that's when you explained it to me. That was the look of, like you said, my teammate bailed me out and we're going to go do it, which is awesome. So I've always enjoyed hearing that story. Obviously, you brought up, without me prompting, Scooney, kind of him helping you out in a way, or seeing something in you that was maybe different. Again, the type of people that are here at Hope beyond soccer coach, like beyond Coach Smith, Coach Brand, or myself. Like I'm assuming Scooney's up there. Is there anybody else, maybe a professor, somebody that you really had a connection with, or that it's just another person where you're like, you know what, this is something that just somebody here at Hope that makes it a bit different than just going to another school?
Yeah, I think the greatest value, and it's something that's shared when you're a Hope student and you don't really understand what it means until you get to see it post-grad. But the relationships and the connections that you make at Hope College are absolutely invaluable. And I've already, as someone that's only 5-6 years out of school, seen them pay off tenfold, which is pretty remarkable. Some names that come to mind, Dr. Lauren Hewitt, who is still in the business department. She was in the communications department at the time that I was a student. She was massive for me as a student. We did an independent study my senior year, which was quite literally us reading some pretty, relevant like novels, as well as reading some pretty dense, leadership-oriented text. And that time with her, just unpacking kind of where I was going from, student athlete into the professional world. I was pondering thoughts of marriage and things like that, to my now wife. So just to have someone that I can unpack that with, she definitely comes to the top of the list. Folks in the campus ministries department, I just ran into Paul Boersma downtown on 8th Street a few weeks ago, and haven't seen Boers in 3 years. He still remembers my name. He still remembers that I was from Pittsburgh. He still remembers my wife's name because he affiliates it with Christmas. Her name's Holly. Like, you don't really understand it, like I said earlier, when you're there. But once you get out with the dogs, if you will, in the real world, especially in the business world, that level, and I mentioned it earlier, the level of intentionality that everyone at Hope embodies, it's just rare. It's unique. I'm convinced that it's one of the few places in the country, let alone the world, that you can probably find that level of care.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. It's funny, you used right before you said it, the word intentional was coming to my head, and it's a word I use a lot, and I challenge myself when I'm busy. Hey, just try to be intentional. Try to be intentional, and that it stands out, like you said, something as little as remembering your wife's name or along those lines, which is awesome. So, all right, thanks for sharing that. It's something cool. You're talking about campus ministries, a professor, SCUNY, and it is something there are a lot of schools out there that check some of the boxes, but I'm just amazed at how I would consider Hope to be elite in all of the important areas. And for me, what I tell our guys is faith, family, academic, soccer, and the faith or the greater purpose side, obviously. The family, the social, the people you're around, whether it's your best friends, your teammates, the people in the cafeteria, obviously the academics, and then for us specifically the soccer. And I think it's fitting in the locker room. I wanted to do this in the locker room. Just, as you know, we have some of the best facilities in the country, and you maybe don't come to Hope College just because of our locker room, but it's all these little things that add up that come from the support and generosity of alums, family, and friends. And I think it's something every time I come in here, I try to remind myself of that. So thanks for mentioning that. If I was to wrap it up right now, what, maybe like a 2-part question, but what if you had any current advice for current Hope student athletes, briefly, and then kind of going off of that, what excites you about kind of the future of Hope, the current student athletes and the future student athletes? What excites you about the opportunities that they have going forward by going to Hope College and participating in Hope Athletics?
Yeah, I think like any athletic, the lessons that you learn on the field, they translate into so many other areas of your life. Obviously, friendships, socially, professionally, especially for someone like me who's in a high intensity, still trying to win every single day in my current role. I tie a lot of those back to lessons that I learned on the field, in close relationships, like with your family, with your spouse. You're learning so much as a student athlete at Hope College that will reward you again tenfold down the road. But I actually had the opportunity to sit down with a current athlete at Hope just last week for lunch, and really, really talented individual, has the whole future in front of themselves, and just asking a lot of big questions about what's next for me. And my biggest piece of advice for that person, and it would be for anyone at Hope College, is like, be where your feet are, enjoy the moment that you have, because again, you don't recognize just how privilege is not a word that I throw around lightly, but just how privileged you are to be a Hope student athlete, and to have coaches, professors, teammates, community members alumni, donors, whoever it is that truly give a crap about you. It's sorry to be flippant with it, but that's a really, really special environment. So that would be definitely piece number one. And then just what excites me about Hope College and where it's headed. I think obviously what President Scogan has going on is pretty remarkable. I mean, just as a slight tangent, but Malcolm Gladwell is a podcaster that many of us listened to when we were students at Hope. And so, as a younger alumni, to see him coming back to campus and being involved with the Hope Forward campaign, that's obviously just it's putting the college on the map in a completely different from a completely different perspective than before. And then more than that, every time I'm back in Holland, living in Grand Rapids, I'm clearly not far, but the innovation, the development of campus, it's clear that, we have tons of generous donors, and the college is very good about using those resources to create not only meaningful, but also relevant, in a timely manner, opportunities for students. So it's a vague answer to a bit of a vague question, Coach, but I think that all of the opportunities that I've already gotten to experience and take advantage of, I know that the opportunities and the experiences that, those that are 5, 10, 15 years behind me within a program like Hope Men's Soccer are going to be that much better. And I can't wait to see how this play out.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's great. And I'm glad you mentioned kind of thinking about beyond college. And I think that's something that is important for us to remind the students here is, I think in college, it's so easy. You're thinking about next semester, next year, and obviously what you're doing post-grad. And at a place like Hope, we need to just really say, like, hey, just enjoy today. Enjoy today. Enjoy your friends. Enjoy your class. Enjoy practice. Enjoy the dorms. All of that, which is a great reminder. So awesome. Well, I really appreciate it, Steve, and you both as an alum, but also just a friend. And I know that you're somebody I can always rely on to call to get advice or a different perspective in regards to whether it's Hope or just anything in life. So I personally really appreciate you, and thank you for taking the time, and look forward to seeing you soon at some Hope events. I know I will.
Awesome. All right, Coach. Well, hey, thanks for having me on. Happy to do it. Glad to be a part of it.
Thanks. Have a good day.
All right, welcome back. We are ready to go with the mirror ping pong ball challenge, but the problem is we don't have a mirror. So we are going to use a phone to be able to give the phone video camera, use that as the mirror. Coach Blahnik here is the first one up. He is going to be trying to toss ping pong balls in the air, catch them in the basket. And the number that he gets is going to be the number that he will stack up against his two student athletes. The one with the most number of balls in the basket is going to be declared the winner. We've got 30 seconds. Ready to go. On your mark, get set, go. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4.
All over the table here. Hey, when you have young kids, you do weird stuff like this.
Right, Coach?
We still got 4. We still got 4.
All right. 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Ooh, is that a rim?
Oh, it's in! 5.
I just got nervous that Matt was actually recording.
2, 1. Ow!
Try to use me as I think you got one.
He did not. He actually lost one.
I lost one.
Yeah.
I got a little too aggressive.
I don't know. Do we have a ruling on that? Is it the number of balls that you end with? Because if I think so. So we had 5. We went down to 3 with the burst of energy. And this is the opportunity to learn, right? Like we learn, we grow. Demonstration and modeling, right? Elementary PE teachers. This is an important key to learning. Okay. All right. Now let's get 2 guys going at the same time. Yeah.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, sure.
And.
I don't need that, bro.
Yeah, okay. Wait, we got it. Coach, are you able to do the mirror for for Dan?
We need
my phone is right over there. Can you grab my phone?
Dan's got his.
Yeah, this is fun. Here we go. All right.
Wait, no, there's a phone. We got 2 now. We have 3.
You want me to record it for you?
Oh, we're good?
Oh, no.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Guys, are you ready?
Yep.
On your mark, get set, go.
Behind the scenes, look here. We're recording it for Dan.
We are at 0 and 0.
You have made 0
Zero.
shots.
This is hard. 10 seconds.
There
Oh,
we
well, I
go.
got
1
one.
and 1.
1.
Uh-oh.
2. 3. We are tied. 4. 2.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
definitely.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Jump up and down.
Is he gonna get? Oh! All right.
Wow.
How many? I lost track. That was amazing.
Doesn't matter whether my 5 counted.
All right, so we got one winner. We got second winner. It's a tie. So we are batting 1 point to both the coaches and the student athletes. I think it's the other one. Yep. There you go. So is it now 5 to 5? 5 to 5, coaches and student athletes. The games will continue throughout the day. Keep watching the score as we go. We'll be right back with softball ready to go.
Here comes the noise, bringing it loud, like a stadium shaking the ground. There's 7,000 voices in a crowd. It lifts me up and I ain't coming down. Oh, I'm unstoppable. Oh, I'm unstoppable. We fight the powers that be. Come rule the world with me. This time our fate is victory. So come rule the world with me. We can rule the world. Hey. Rule the world. We can rule the world. Hey. We can rule the world. We can rule the world. We take this sound and bring it to the streets. Can't hold us down. We're taking no defeat. And the people keep singing your song. One day a week will soon be strong. And oh, unbreakable. Oh, unbreakable. We fight the powers that be. Come rule the world with me. This time our fate is victory. Come rule the world with me. We can rule the world. Hey, rule the world. We can rule the world. Hey, we can rule the world. We can rule the world. Here comes the noise and we'll turn it loud. Rule the world and shake the ground. We got the fire, we ain't falling down. Ain't falling down. Here comes the noise and we'll turn it loud. Rule the world and we'll shake the ground. We got the fire, we ain't falling down. We fight the powers that be. Come rule the world with me. This time our fate is victory. So come rule the world with me. We can rule the world. Rule the world. We can rule the world. We can rule the world.
All right, welcome back. We are now on to softball. The 1 o'clock hour is dedicated to our softball team. Excited to have you here. I know that a lot of you recognize Darren from being his work in announcing a lot of games, being a fixture of the community, but he is also plays a pretty significant role in softball nationally. Being on the board of directors for USA Softball.
That is correct.
So, Darren, let's have you take this interview away. Let's go.
We can do that. We can. First of all, it's great to see all of you, and welcome, Coach Brander. Glad to have you here. Could you introduce yourself and your players that are here today, please?
Yeah, I'm Coach Michelle Brander. I'm in my first year here at Hope.
I'm Sydney Zombo. I'm a senior at Hope.
I'm Jenica Boltman, and I'm also a senior.
So we're going to probably get some really fun answers from you because we've talked to coaches who've at least been here for a couple of years. But the simple question is, what brought you to Hope College? And this is for all three of you, but we'll start with you. What brought you to Hope College?
You know, it was actually a pretty last-minute impulsive decision to throw my name in the hat. But as that progressed, it felt very much like God was leading me here with a lot of just little, what you'd see as coincidences, but it just felt like everything through the interview process and just from start to finish, it just felt like God was just, everything was almost like, I don't want to say easy, but you know what I mean? It just felt right along the entire way. So what came from a friend just saying, why don't you try it? And me, emailing A.D. Scooney that night just turned into the interview process, and a week later, I was blessed with the opportunity, and yeah.
What's your first few months been like?
It's been phenomenal. It's been so much fun, and obviously a huge learning curve just being new and new in the college world. But I couldn't ask for a better group of seniors, a better team. The girls are amazing, and they've stepped up a lot and really just showed me the ropes with a lot of things and done a good job with the underclassmen. Super blessed to have Coach Doherty stayed with us. She's been phenomenal and huge, holding my hand through a lot of stuff. But no, it's been phenomenal, and we're just excited to get going.
Well, glad to have you.
Thanks.
So for your players, obviously you had a lot of choices several years ago in high school, and you chose to come to Hope College. Could you tell us why?
Yeah, so I was deciding between, my top two schools were very different. It was Hope and Western. So small school in Holland and big school in Kalamazoo, and I had no idea what I wanted to do. So I got down to the final two, and I toured both in the same day. Toured Hope first, loved it. I was like, okay, wow, this is a really cool place to be. But I was like, I wanted to keep my options open. I just didn't want to make a quick decision. So I went to Western, and honestly, I was like, this is not for me. I knew walking around on campus, being on the tour, talking to the tour guide even, I just knew this is not where I'm supposed to be. Being on Hope, being on Hope's campus just felt like the sense of community, and then just all that goes into athletics. The community around athletics is so big, and that's something that I was looking for and something that I've truly enjoyed since coming to Hope. So yeah, that's my big why.
Cool.
I actually was not originally going to come to Hope. I wanted to go somewhere warm and with sun. And so I kind of jumped the gun pretty quick in high school and committed to a school in Arkansas to play softball. And I came back to Hope over winter break my junior year, and I went to a basketball game with my grandparents who live here in Holland. And I talked to some alumni and some advisors and some of the people that are coaches here, and something just kind of stirred up inside me, and I was like, I think I need to kind of relook at my decision. And so I kept talking to people, and then I knew that with Hope I could find a place that I could grow my faith, have a very rigorous education, and then also play softball. So yeah, it was a great decision.
So obviously softball is a part of it, but what are some of the other things that drew you to Hope? And honestly, what are some of the things that you were involved with that you feel have made you a better person, both on and off the field?
One of the other big deciding factors for me was just the faculty and the class sizes at Hope. everyone tells you like, oh, like you get to make a good connection with your professors, and it's like, okay, like what does that actually look like? But since being here, like my accounting professors and my accounting classes, like those are the people I've been with for 4 years, and like they know me as a person and they truly care about me and like care about my success, both like in the classroom and outside of the classroom. Like you're more than just like a student in a class. So that's a big thing.
Yeah, kind of going off of that, I think Hope is a place where you can be a lot more than just your sport or just your major. I've been blessed to be in the nursing program, and I think that the Hope Nursing Department could not have prepared me better for being a new grad nurse. And through Hope, there's so many opportunities, like going on mission trips. I went on a seed trip this summer, and it was amazing. Doing Bible studies, like those things like chapel and the gathering Sunday nights just aren't things that are at colleges all the time, and so I think Hope just gives you a really well-rounded opportunity to become like a person with a lot of different attributes.
Jennifer, you're the first to bring up the seed trip experience. Can you talk a little bit more about what you did on that trip, where you went, and the kind of transformative impact that it had on you?
Yeah, I went to Costa Rica this summer, and it was very out of my comfort zone. I'm kind of like a type A person, and it was just kind of something that I really had to trust God with. And what we did was we did two major things. We did water filtration, especially kind of out in the more indigenous regions where they don't have access to clean water, and then sports ministry with churches and elementary schools. And I think just going to a different country and seeing the way that people worship God just made me realize like how big our God is. Mm-hmm. And like he loves me and he loves everyone here in West Michigan, but like all the way across the world, he loves those people just as deeply. And I think that just really opened my eyes because I knew that, but I didn't know that and see that until I went on that trip.
That's awesome.
One of the things with women's softball, girls softball in general, I've been a Parks and Recreation director for almost 33 years, so I get to see a lot of different sports over the course of time. There is something unique to girls softball. During the game, before the game, sometimes even after the game, the chanting, the cheers, the things that you do, I don't know if you're all that creative in class like you are on the ball field, but honestly, that is some of the most unique things I've ever seen. And that, I mean, especially when with softball, there just seems to be a true sense of camaraderie when it comes to softball teams. But am I wrong in that?
No, you're definitely not wrong. I feel like at Hope Softball as a program, we've had these traditions that we've stuck with and that have grown over the years, and definitely like some of our cheers and pregame rituals and everything like that have carried on, which are like great. They're what makes it so much fun, and like doing it with our whole team, it's nice because you know like you're gonna laugh. Like it's easy to take things so serious, whereas like doing these things, like it's just like gets us all loose, like remembering like it's a game, like we're gonna have fun regardless. So yeah, but they're definitely a big part of our game.
It is. It's fun to watch. There's no doubt about that. Now I believe you've got your first game tomorrow. How are you feeling right now?
I'm just excited. The bus ride's going to kill me. Yeah. Just waiting to get there. And, they've worked so hard, and they worked so incredibly hard on their own during the off season. And so I think it's just seeing that in action. And we're excited and we're ready. I think they just want to hit the dirt and yeah, just see where we are. So.
You brought up an interesting point, was that you have lots of traditions and rituals that you've been trying to continue. And I want to get your perspective on that too, because as a new coach, well, it doesn't matter who answers this first. As a new coach, I feel that it's sometimes really difficult to come into a program that's got a lot of tradition, to be able to say, okay, this is how we're going to do things, but also like to lean into the good of what was in the program for kind of the lead up to your leadership in it. But then also trying to, like, you've had 3 coaches in 3 years, right? That's not easy, and it's not easy to maintain those traditions. And unless they're really things that you feel strongly about and you're able to find a compelling reason for. So I'd love it if you guys could just talk a little bit more about that. The transition of coming into something that's been built up like that, and the challenge of kind of trying to keep it go.
Yeah, I think, with us coming in, my staff, we had the same experience at Central playing there. And so, and we're 15 years difference between myself and my assistant coach, Danny Marlink. And so it was important through that 15 years between me and her, even, she was still doing some of the same things at Central that meant a lot to both of us. So, like, one of the things that we've kind of brought is the word arete, which you'll see on Sid's back. And that's just like personal excellence and virtuous and loving like God and just being the best you can be, as well as the serenity prayer, So we kind of came and we were really trying to figure out how to like implement that here as well. But then we made sure, that we were talking to the girls, like, what do you want? Like, what's important to you? What have you guys done that you love? And you want to make sure we keep going too, so that it's definitely a good mix. Because, Hope Softball is a phenomenal program. It's got a great legacy with Coach V and Coach Walters, and it's like, we definitely want to keep things going that have been going from the beginning, and that's important to obviously Hope Softball. So we definitely brought some things that we felt very strongly about, but we wanted to make sure the girls were comfortable in telling us what they love and is important to them and that they wanted to keep going to.
Was arete something that you've used in the past, or is that something that you came across that you thought would be really good for this team? What's the genesis of that?
So Coach Margot Yonker, who was our coach at Central, she kind of brought it in. And it started when I was there. And like I said, then it carried. It's still actually there. They're still using it, which I didn't even realize because they've had a new coach since Margot for about 4 years. Yep. So we went recruiting, and it was funny because the new Central coach, who I do know, she had arete on her back. And I was like, oh my gosh, like, we literally just brought this up to our girls. Didn't know you still used it, and it was kind of like, do you mind? And she's like, no, you're alumni, like, we think it's awesome.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, so Margot introduced it, and then just as we kind of were working with the girls on just important words for each class and what we want the mission of Hope Softball to be and what we want to embrace as a program, then we were like, well, let's pick a word as coaches that means a lot to us, and that we came back to arete at that point to like bring that to them. But then each class also went through and picked a word that symbolizes their class and what they're striving for and to impact and be a part of our program. So
awesome. Yeah. Do you have something about trying to keep some of these traditions going?
Yeah, JV wants to answer this one, so
we'll
go for it.
Yeah, I think like one of the things that really impressed me about you, Coach Brander, was the first time like we found out that you were going to be our coach, you called each of us, and one of the questions you asked was, what do you love about Hope Softball? And that gave us an opportunity to kind of talk about those things that we really did want to keep going, and then also things that we might want to change with the program. And so I think coming back this year, we kind of as a senior class knew what we wanted to keep and what worked for us, but also being open to changing things that kind of needed to be changed. And I think the coaching staff has really respected us and what we want to keep, but also I feel like we've just been communicating really well about how we can make the program better.
That's cool. Fun fact, where did Margot Yonker go to high school?
Holland.
West Ottawa.
West Ottawa.
West Ottawa.
Like, I know
Yes,
she's
she
from
did.
here,
She did, yeah.
but-
So, okay, you got your first game tomorrow. The excitement's got to be building and what have you. What are your expectations besides wins and losses? What are you expecting this team to accomplish this year?
I think just competing, period. Despite the outcome. I mean, I think that's all we can really ask of them, and to put trust in themselves for how hard they have worked and what they have done through off season and practices. We're pretty, especially our senior class, is pretty gritty and feisty in a great way. So I think it's great leadership on the field, because I think they're just going to show that fight, and it's just obviously going to filter through the whole program. But I think we just want to see that fierceness and that, like, not winning, but the drive to win, right? Like, because we can't, predict the outcome, and that's not the end all be all. But I think it's just to see them with that fight and that drive and that want, and just to influence the younger players with that when they're on the field. And I think just for them to continue to keep growing closer as a team, and that happens in in the hotels and on the bus and stuff like that too. And obviously that will filter onto the field too. But I think just getting them out there and letting them do what they know how to do.
Just go play.
So, exactly.
Just go play.
And have fun. And the outcome will take care of itself if we take care of the other things.
So you've already mentioned Margot Yonker, who was an amazing coach, amazing person. We've talked a lot about mentors or individuals that have impacted, whether it's you as a coach or you as players. Who are some of those people that you feel have really helped you get to where you are now?
I've been extremely blessed with phenomenal coaches. Like, I don't really have a bad story of a coach that was demeaning or just yelled all the time or made us feel, I've just been extremely blessed with coaches that way. But Jerry Hogue at Jenison, he's a legend and he was phenomenal. And of course, Margot Yonker, but both of them were very much teaching coaches. So we never, when we even left Central, we never did a drill there where we didn't know why. She always explained everything and why we were doing it, which of course then translated into our skills on the field because we could teach it and understand it. But Jerry Hogue and Margot, they just very high expectations without like any form of like the yelling or anything like that. So it's like you wanted to play hard for them and you didn't even know why. You just respected them so much. And they just put so much into us. We knew they loved us like unconditionally, and yeah, we just wanted to play hard for them because of the people they were and how they were for us. So,
how about the two of you?
Yeah. So for non-coaches, obviously, the Schoonies have been a big part of my experience at Hope. Both of them, Lisa Schoonfeld being our like team's mentor. She's been with us since freshman year pretty much, and she does so much for our team without like even knowing it. I think like even the freshmen who barely know her, like they already love her. Like they know how important she is to us and how helpful she can be to us, whether it's like grabbing coffee or just like seeing her at our games or our practices, just randomly showing up at 6 a.m. with donuts. Like she's always there for you. And then AD Scooney, I was able to go on a trip with him to Alaska for my senior seminar. And obviously like I've known him my whole time at Hope, but just seeing him outside of athletics and hearing about like his life and his story and just everything like he's taught me from a different perspective outside of sports was huge. And like I know like I have that connection with him and that relationship where it's like the same thing as Lisa. Like I know I can text him, call him, go to his office like whenever I need anything or need advice or anything like that. So those two have been like a huge part of my life here at Hope.
That's awesome.
Sorry.
I have two people that came to mind. The first is Trigby Johnson. He is like my dad here when I'm at Hope, being so far away from family. And he's just walked with me every step of the way through college and just like a great mentor to talk to. And the second is Professor Sherry Bertolone. She is my nursing advisor and she led my pediatric clinical rotation and just a phenomenal nurse in person and someone that I want to be like when I'm at the hospital.
I want to hear a little bit more about how you're balancing nursing because that is, for the viewers, nursing is a major that at a lot of other institutions, their coaches say you can do anything but nursing, and we get a lot of student athletes, really talented student athletes who could play Division I softball or other sports. Who say, no, I know that nursing is my calling. I know that that's what I want to do professionally. I'm probably not going to go play professional softball after this experience. So, I need to prioritize that. Can you tell us a little bit about how you have balanced it, right? Like the give that you've had to give on softball side, but also like what it's been like with them working with you in order to try to make it work.
Yeah. It's definitely not been easy, but definitely God's grace and just giving me sustenance and having people that understand. Like Coach Brander has never said anything about me being at the hospital and missing practice, and the other way around, like the people at the hospital understand that I'm an athlete and have commitments, and I feel like all these adults are just so generous with understanding. But yeah, it's definitely taught me time management. I also have the absolute blessing of having another senior on the team who's also a nursing major, and just like going through it with another person has been the best way to do it. So.
That's great.
Wow.
So you hear that? You
Yeah.
hear that, recruits? You can do nursing at Hope College.
Future
and
nurses
you can,
come to Hope College.
You can do it well.
So I was thinking, you go to Florida again this year?
Mm-hmm.
How many games do you play down there? 10 games down there. And you don't have too many home games this year, if I remember, like, is it 5?
I think so.
Something like 5 this year.
Yep.
But for the two of you who have been here, we've talked about this in other sports here. There's usually a very good following with Hope Athletics, whether, especially at home games. Softball games, there's usually a nice contingent of folks there. What does that support mean to you? Obviously, a lot of it's probably family and friends and so forth, but stands are usually pretty full, and you got people in the outfield, dogs running around, going after foul balls, everything. What's that like?
Yeah, it's definitely special. I would say like 2 of our biggest supporters are definitely like our alumni and then even our professors. Like one of our housemates just came home today actually, and she was like, oh, like my professor, I just had a meeting with her and she let me know that she doesn't have any late night classes, so she'll be at both games, not just the 5 o'clock game. So it's just like stuff like that. And then seeing our alumni there, it's just so special. Like Hope Softball was so special to them and meant so much to them that they want to give back to us and support us. Even if we didn't play on their team or like they don't know who like the newcomers are or anything like that, it's still just like so special to see them still supporting us like after however many years.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that. And I also think like Hope College is a place where your professors will send you an email and say, great game today. And that doesn't happen at other schools. And also our bus driver, Jim, will literally show up to games and give everyone a high five as they're running. And that just shows how special Hope is.
One of the things I love about what you do actually after games is the whole team gets out there and you re-prep the field, cover it up, and do things like that to make it, a little bit easier to prep for the next time, for another practice or game. And there's some amazing people here, like a Jim Spielman and his staff, when it comes to facilities. Walter Stadium is a great place to play. What's it like? I mean, they're not exactly on staff per se as far as the softball part of it goes, but do you realize the number of people like the Jim Spielmans of the world and others who are invested in what you do and take the time to make it personal? The field always looks good in between games, what he does and his staff does. I watched people from the opposing team just sit there and watch, and like, we don't have that happen here. That's got to make you feel pretty special, I would think.
Yeah, it's just a blessing. I mean, every single practice, like the dirt is perfect, the grass is perfect. They're out there all hours of the day, repainting stuff, and it just really shows how much like our community and staff and grounds crew, everyone cares about Hope Softball. We have phenomenal facilities all over campus, so we're very blessed.
I feel like something we've like talked about before is like you can't have Hope Softball with like out like the gyms, like because we have like the Jim who does our field and then Jim our bus driver, and like both of them just mean like so much to Hope Softball, and they are both so like personable. Like our bus driver Jim, like he makes a purpose to know everyone's names. He like probably knows our majors, like he knows so much about us, and like he'll remember after like the first time you tell him, and he'll ask you how your day is. The high fives are endless. Like it's just. They're both so special to Hope and Hope Softball as a whole. Like we wouldn't be like where we are today like without them. Like honestly.
Can you you mentioned before your relationship with Lisa Schoonveld, athletic director Tim Schoonveld's wife. Lisa is an alum of played softball for Hope back in my day of being a student athlete at Hope. Can you talk a little bit about Team 43? And kind of what that is all about, and how it's made an impact on the experience of you and your teammates.
Yeah, so Scooney is our Team 43 rep, and she gets coffee, lunch with players all the time. And just the endless support that she has, like, I know that if a player on the team needs something, she's going to be the one to reach out. And I think Team 43 has really allowed Hope Athletics as a whole to understand how mental health can impact sports and life, and just understanding that it's okay to have a lot of mental stuff going on, and just the support between teams and just like with our mentor and players is just incredible, and it just makes us such a better program.
Yeah, I think it's important for our community to understand that Team 43 is not a replacement for seeking out mental like counseling or like therapy, but it is an opportunity to be able to get on the front end and make sure that people are developing coping skills, that they are like talking through some of these things with trusted adults, you know, who have been through some stuff, right? You know, and have got some perspective and wisdom to offer. And Team 43 is one of those things that's provided because of the Orange and Blue Fund. All those coffees that, and I've seen, I'm a big Bigby fan, and I'm in there, and I'm constantly seeing Lisa Schoonveld there with meeting with student athletes, and I think it's just absolutely wonderful, the power that can happen through regular conversations with people who just get life, you know, and you know, versus feeling like you have to figure it out on your own. So, as you think about the transformative impact of this experience, you know, I think that like Hope does a really good job of providing budgets and resources so that we can offer a first-class type of experience. But the above and beyond stuff, like the little extras that come into play, what types of things have you been able to experience through your experience? Got it. That have made a difference in like kind of just making this experience just a little bit more transformative. Or if you want to answer this, like the types of things that you're trying to do that might be a little bit more than just like really good coaching on swing technique and base running strategy.
Although that's good too.
It's good too. No, we got to have that. But
I think from the start, just trying to get to know the girls on a personal level right away. And last year was a challenging year for them, and I think it was just trying to do some of those extra things to make sure they understood it. It's, you know, there's just a better place to be in all of this, and as a sport, and that, you know, the sport is really the vehicle for our relationships and what comes of it. But we tried to do, you know, we've done quite a few like senior breakfasts and stuff like that to work through just situations and talk about what leadership looks like, and really, you know, how God wants us to lead, and servant leadership and stuff like that with the senior class, and just to continue to get to know each other and how they, you know, the impact they can make on the underclassmen. So we've done quite a few of those, and then we've done, you know, each class has had a breakfast, stuff like that. You know, we did like coffees with everybody individually in the fall. Same thing, just trying to get to know them on that personal level, and, you know, where they need more help or how I can help, you know, be a part of it and stuff like that. So I think, you know, Lisa Schoonveld, you know, she's taken me out to lunch multiple times. How are you? You know, and I think that's what's so great about just this community as a whole, you know, everybody just cares so much about everybody. And I think, you know, those little things are how those relationships grow, and everything just gets better, period, right? So.
I think, like, going off of what Brander said, the relationship aspect of, like, Hope softball has been huge. I know, like, with Coach V, like, we always talk about, like, you'll find, like, your, like, lifers. So it's, like, your life friends, or, like, your 5-minute friends is what she called them. Like, you know that you'll all, like, your teammates, they'll always be there to have, like, a 5-minute phone call or, like, a quick text or anything like that. And I, like, can honestly say, like, all my teammates and, like, even, like, my class, like, we are those people for each other. And I think that's just special to have those relationships, like, outside of softball, because obviously, like, we all love softball and we all love playing with each other, but, like, to have that, like, friendship and those relationships, like, for just life in itself and not related to softball is huge. Sorry.
Yeah, I think just like the relational level goes a lot deeper at Hope. like I was able to do like a small group with AD Scooney and a couple other athletes to talk about leadership, and I just don't think those opportunities are really given at bigger schools. And just the emphasis on relationships, that's what kind of starts the end win, like having those relationships, building that trust, like those are the things that we need to pour into to get the end result of a win. So I think we just have done a really good job of that so far.
Awesome.
You mentioned back in the day stuff.
Yeah?
I was AD Scooney's AAU basketball coach back in the day. Yeah. We had some issues. Anyway, moving on. I want to talk real quick about the season, the upcoming season. I don't think people realize just how good MIAA softball is. There's some really good teams in this league, including Hope. And I don't even remember where you were picked. I think it was in the middle of the pack somewhere. Could care less about that. I really feel this team has the potential to be incredibly competitive, make some noise, maybe even hurt some people before it's all said and done. How are you feeling about the season as coach and players?
We're excited. I think where we fell is perfect. I mean, it's nice to be an underdog and not have a target on your back, and I think that just gives us room to go out and play hard and see what happens, and just really enjoy being out there and not focus on the outcome. I think, we're trying to talk a lot about like the process of every play and complete each process, and you can't do the fourth step if you don't do the second step. And so I think we're just really trying to focus on each play at bat, all the little stuff, and then obviously hopefully we get the outcome we want. But no, I definitely have higher hopes than the middle of the pack, and I know they can accomplish that. So I think it's just getting out there and just trusting themselves to do what they can do. So.
Yeah, I think definitely as a senior class, we're all just excited to like have fun. I feel like last year there was a lot of pressure on our season, and then as the season went on, like it was just hard to have fun. And I think being that it is our last year, like I think we want to put a lot of emphasis on that, because we'll get results like when we're having fun. Like we don't want to be tense the whole season or be like, oh no, like what's gonna happen, like that type of thing. So I think just focusing on having fun and playing together and for each other instead of like playing for yourself or for the end result will have us where we want to be.
Yeah, like what Sid said, and just like one game at a time. Like we don't need to worry about May yet. We can start in February, and so I think just enjoying every single day that we get to be outside playing together, because it goes fast. So yeah.
I already feel for you a little bit because I'm a little biased, especially with this one, because I've known her since she was born. But come senior day, you're going to have a lot of really cool things to write about these people. And again, folks who are watching this and have seen some of the other student athletes here, this is it. This is what Hope College is all about. And we're here for the Orange and Blue Fund, obviously. And we hope that you are willing to give to this fund to allow this to happen, actually, and to flourish. And we've been very blessed so far for these last few hours just to meet some coaches and student athletes who represent exactly what this fund will impact.
So in just a couple, in about a minute, we're going to cut to an interview that you did with Peyton Wells. And just to kind of catch up with an alum and see what the kind of transformative impact Hope had on her. But the first thing you guys need to do is to spin the wheel of games to see what the competition is going to be. So yeah, be gentle, because
you're going to want to go the other way. There we go.
What are we doing? Oh, the Oreo, Chad, the Oreo face wiggle. Very good. We've been waiting for this one to show up.
This is going to be a good one. This is going to be a good one.
So you'll not want to miss this. Join us back here in about 10 minutes. We'll after hearing this interview with Peyton Wells.
All right. Hi, I am Coach Michelle Brander. I'm in my first year with Hope Softball. And today I'm interviewing Peyton Wells, who is a Hope Softball alumni and played for Coach Mary Vanderhoff. When I asked Coach Mary to give me some input on Peyton, what she said was Peyton was a 4-year starter at first base from Rockford, Michigan.
She was always in the heart of the lineup for her career. Peyton is still in the top 5 in Hope softball history for RBIs, triples, and home runs. She was a 2-time captain, which was very rare. She loved her teammates, and Peyton loved the game and gave her whole heart every game, all while balancing a lot academically as a nursing major. So thank you for being here. We're super excited to talk to you today, and we appreciate your time.
Thank you.
So what are you up to now?
Yeah, so I graduated with my nursing degree. I worked as a bedside nurse at Holland Hospital on the spine orthopedics unit my whole career since Hope. So about a little over 8 years I did that, and just recently switched in August to be the professional development educator. So I'm on the same floor, which is good, but a different role, which of course has been both exciting and also hard. I loved bedside nursing, but that's where I am at career-wise, and I still live in Holland. I married another Hope grad, and we are expecting our third here in a little bit. So
Congratulations. That's exciting.
thank you. Yeah.
What children do you have?
My oldest she just turned 3 in October. Her name is Sawyer, and my second daughter, she'll be 2 in about a month, and her name is Charlie. And we're having a little boy, so.
That's exciting. So cute.
Yeah.
Very cool. Are you still active?
Yeah.
Or do you
So
I continue to play the sport?
Yeah. So after graduating, I coached at Holland Christian for 3 years, and then kind of rejoined Hope softball and as an assistant, which was wonderful. Kept me kind of involved softball wise. I really haven't played myself like in leagues or anything like that, but coaching really fulfilled that passion. So since having kids and obviously having to kind of transition out of those commitment levels, I have been mainly, I do actually love running. I can't believe I'm saying that. Even freshman year, Peyton would have been laughing at that, but I've ran a half marathon since graduating and gotten into it, which has been really good. I'm not fast, I'm very slow, but that's been fun to kind of see that, like, I can do something I didn't really think I could do, which has been really good. And then I'm also very competitive, so I have to do something. So I play pickleball.
You say it's going to be pickleball, isn't it?
Yep, I decided it's going to be like, the sport of the retirees, apparently, but I love it. I love it. So
that's great.
Yeah.
What were some of your most memorable experiences as a student athlete?
Yeah, I will. That's a hard thing to keep concise. There's just so many things. I mean, the obvious ones are just the people you meet and connect with and become lifelong friends with. I went from being like so excited and also intimidated by Coach V to coaching with her to being friends with her. And just, yeah, that's been really special. And then there's of course memories on the field. I mean, ending your rivals' 30+ game win streak at home when you're totally the underdogs, like just, I guess, doing things that you never thought you could do or that you were capable of, and finding more and more reasons to believe in yourself and the people around you is really awesome. So
great. When you get together with old teammates, what stories do you tell?
We would definitely joke that at the beginning of Coach V's career, she was a little more intense in a way that we didn't know how to relate to her, and so that's kind of funny just to look back and just knowing that we're so close now. There's always funny conversations about that. There's of course, I mean, the traveling you do, things happen when you spend time with people. So the memories of spring trips, and we used to play an indoor tournament in the Uper Dome in February, and it was always terrible. Like the softball was bad, the conditions of traveling were terrible, like all of it was so bad, and a lot funnier looking back than in the moment. But I mean, somehow all of that becomes this really positive experience in your past. It's cool.
How did you grow through your athletic experience, and how have you put that growth to use in your life?
I would say just as someone, I was an achiever and I had high expectations of myself. And softball is a sport of a lot of failure. If you're doing well, you are failing 2/3 of the time, or like it's just kind of a unique sport in that way. And I think there's things that I learned. I mean, knowing that there's always things in life out of your control, like calls an umpire is going to make or things the other team's going to do. Knowing that, you know, softball is a game of like literally millimeters and milliseconds and all of these things that can change outcomes drastically, even the tiniest things. And I think, yeah, that's prepared me for life in a lot of ways. I mean, I think that having to mentally be just as on top of things as much as physically, there's not many things outside of, I feel like, sports that, at least for me, could have done that or prepared me. So I'm really grateful for it, but it's hard learning.
Definitely. Who made a difference in your life beyond the head coach?
Oh, so many people. I mean, of course, my teammates. As far as at Hope, Tim Schoonveld, I still have a letter he wrote me when I can't remember if I was a junior or senior in high school. But he wrote me a personal handwritten letter, just saying like, it's special here. Hope's going to change your life. And I think I was at the point where I was like, I knew I wanted to go there. And then he sent that and I was like, wow, okay. That was definitely God making that very clear that I was supposed to be at Hope. So even from before I even knew him, he kind of became just a role model. And unknowing, like my husband and I didn't know each other our first couple of years at Hope. My husband had him as an FYS teacher, and obviously me being an athlete, he started pouring into us in ways that he probably has no idea. It's grown into a relationship with his whole family. Like my kids were in their wedding, they were all at our wedding. I mean, just like really, really special. People that you're friends with and also like look up to like crazy. So really grateful for them. Mm-hmm.
If you had advice for current student athletes, what would it be?
Be where your feet are. I'm sure they hear it all the time that it goes so quickly. But don't wait to start being the best version of yourself. That starts, like, do it now. Whether it's being around the hard people and pouring into them, or whether it's just, pushing yourself to be the best version of yourself. Don't wait to be a quote unquote adult, because there's never a better time than now. But yeah, and be present, like do the funny stuff. Like, I'm not saying don't sleep necessarily, but I sacrificed sleep over my 4 years and I don't regret it a bit. So I don't actually mean that, but I'm just glad I felt like I gave it my all. And you don't want to have to look back and be bummed that maybe your focus was somewhere you didn't want it to be. But yeah, be where you are.
I had to stop and write that down. That was a good one. What excites you about the opportunities that current student athletes have through Hope Athletics?
Oh, so many things. I think one of the things that developed after I was an athlete there was the seed trips. I mean, that's one little thing, but I had the opportunity to help lead a trip in summer of 2019. Yeah, to Costa Rica with my husband, and that was just amazing. I mean, to see how the athletes grow as individuals and connect with people on different teams, that was really special. And obviously the bigger picture of just working toward being servants and having a bigger worldly perspective of all of the things going on around us. So those are awesome trips. Highly encourage anyone that can do those to do those. And then just the way that Hope values its athletes, like they want them to have great opportunities and experiences. I felt like I was academically encouraged too. There's just this nice balance of I just felt like everything was valued in the right proportions. Not that it was easy, it was very hard, but they just really care about the individuals that they have as a part of it.
Very cool. Well, thank you so much for your time. That is all the questions I had written down. We greatly appreciate it. And it was just nice to talk to you for a minute.
Thank you. Thank you.
No worries.
All right, dude. Thank you.
All right, welcome back. We are ready for the long-awaited. We've been waiting, Darren and I have been waiting all day for this, the Oreo face wiggle. If you're unfamiliar with the Oreo face wiggle, it is taking an Oreo cookie and putting it on your forehead and then trying to find ways to be able to get that Oreo down and into your mouth without using your hands. I'm gonna keep this in. I'm gonna eat it without doing the embarrassing part. So you guys each want to grab your cookies. Now, just so that the folks at home know the scoring system here, this is coaches versus student athletes. So Coach Brander, all she has to do is win. All right. If these guys are able to both beat her, then student athletes get both points that are on the line. If Coach Brander wins, then she gets both points that are on the line. However, if one student athlete beats Coach Brander, then it's a tie, and both coaches and student athletes get 1 point, which is kind of how it's been going. So I'm going to say this is just a race. There's no clock on this, guys. This could go all afternoon. Here we go. On your mark, get set, go. And remember, try to catch the cookie if it's gonna fall. Gotta go back. It's in the eye. It's in the eye pocket. Oh, all right, here you go.
Oh, thank you.
Yep. No, I'll take it.
I've seen people do this.
We've got cookie casualties.
It's on my eye. It's the eye part. I need a bigger nose to put it on.
I am finding myself leaning into it just like them. Yes, try it. Oh, get it! We may go through this entire sleeve. I will say, oh. Oh, okay, yeah. And yeah, careful with landing on the cookie. Okay, keep going. Yes. This is harder than we expected. Oh, you can do it. Come on, Coach. We may.
I think every team should have to do this and see where they fall.
I'm gonna make a call. The first one to get it is gonna be the winner. So, like, if a student athlete gets it, then they win. If Coach Brander gets it, then she gets both points. Maybe.
I don't know if we're gonna get this ever. I'm sweating over cookies.
If we run out of cookies, it might have to be a tie.
Oh, goodness.
There's a lot of laughter and a lot of downed cookies.
I've like seen it done before. Oh god, it's like all the way over by my ear.
Oh man, I'm falling here.
Cookies broke. There's like none left. Oh.
There we go. All we need is one. We need one winner.
Come on, girls, we got this. Oh, okay. Once it's in your eye.
Oh, good catch, good catch.
Oh, so close.
Oh.
There's so much cookie in my eye.
just gonna run out. It's gonna be
All
the
right.
end of it.
If we can get a cookie to touch the tongue, that is the winner. A cookie touching the tongue wins.
Watch me.
Don't, you can't.
That's not a bad approach.
Don't think that worked.
Okay. I'm gonna get it this time. Maybe. We're ruined. I can see you guys like looking at me. Oh goodness.
That was close.
How do I move it from my eyeball?
Oh!
Did you get it?
Did you get it with the tongue?
I don't think so. I should have just said yes. Sorry.
Honesty. Honesty is the best policy.
Oh, other side.
Winner, winner. To the student athletes, 2 points. Right here, here, right here. 2 points. Awesome, awesome. So one of the things that these folks talked about was Team 43, and Team 43 is one of the things that has been a proactive effort for Hope Athletics to try to make a difference in the mental health of our student athletes. And they're recently put a video together to kind of describe a little bit more about that. We're going to roll that now.
When you pass through the waters, I will be with you.
And when you pass through the rivers, they will not sweep over you.
When you walk through the fire, you will not be burned.
The flames will not set you ablaze.
Research will show that it takes 5 meaningful adult relationships to help shape the lives of students. And so we said, hey, what if we developed a partnership with people in this community who we know are amazing with students? We assigned them to a team, and we said, hey, you don't have to be a coach, you don't have to be a counselor, you don't have to be a chaplain, you just have to walk with students. And so really, out of that came Team 43. It's based on Isaiah 43 and just talks about not walking alone.
In a single word, if I had to use a word to describe Team 43, I would use the word presence. It's about being with. When you walk through the waters, I'll be with you. When you're walking through the river, they will not overwhelm you. The flame will not burn you, and you will not be consumed by the fire. It's about being with, being present to others.
I think when I first heard about Team 43 last year and heard that John Brown, the pastor of Filler Church, was going to be our mentor, super pumped. As a leader on the team, the baseball team, I just wanted our guys to have a guy to reach out to, just a mentor to go to when things are tough in their life with no strings attached to the athletics department. I know that it can be hard to open up to a coach or an AD or somebody that's connected to the school.
So Graham and I met. He was being recruited to Hope, and he came to Pillar on a Sunday morning as like a senior in high school, and he sat in the back row. And I saw this kid, and I introduced myself, and lo and behold, he came to Hope, and so we've actually known each other for longer than Team 43's existed, at least as long as I've been a part of it. So then when I got to be the Team 43 ambassador, it's like, I get to hang out with Graham. I mean, his life, it's amazing to walk with this guy. We're gonna be together on Thursday. We're gonna take a walk because he's making big decisions about grad school. He wants to talk to me about grad school. It's just great. He's a gift to me, and honored to be in the journey with him.
I think John met with almost everybody, if not everybody, on our team in the fall. Took him out for a cup of coffee or a walk around Holland. And I heard from a lot of those guys how great of an experience that was. I think they needed a little bit of coaxing to sign up, but then once they did, they were like, I want to do that again. And just talked about how great John was and how listening he was, and kind and caring. I know for a fact that several of them have stayed in touch with John and are meeting with him regularly, doing Bible studies, just check-ins, that sort of stuff. John's come out to practices. He's been around
yeah, just a good guy that's visible for our team.
So it's hard enough being a college student. You've got classes to take and exams and papers to write and the new social dynamic to experience from home to college. And then you add to it for student athletes the competition, the pursuit of perfection and excellence, and that creates a whole new set of challenges. The successes are amazing to celebrate, but along the way, even to the great successes, there's a lot of failures. And for me, there's a draw there to the student athlete specifically, because they're always walking through some version of failure. In baseball, if you hit the ball 1 out of 3 times, you're like Hall of Fame. That means 2 out of 3 times you didn't get a hit. And guys carry that, and what do they do with that in their own selves? And I get to show up and walk with them and encourage them and support them and reframe the story they're telling themselves into a much bigger, better story about who they are and who God is and how much they're loved.
I know for me that John Brown has been a great mentor for me. And yeah, that's been the biggest impact on my life, to be able to call him up and go grab a cup of coffee or go for a walk and just bounce ideas off him, tell him about ways in which I'm struggling, or ask him questions about faith or relationship, about sports. Yeah, as a senior planning for my future, he's been a great resource for me as I start moving towards jobs or more school after Hope.
And one of our mottos in athletics is kind of one team. So, it's 22 programs, but we're one team, and I think that's really something that this embodies. Is it takes all of us, and it's going to take all of us within the college. It's going to take all others within the community. It's going to take some partnerships at home, coaches, those types of things, to be able to truly help, I think, create opportunities for transformation within our student athletes. And I think that's what we're most excited about. We feel really blessed to have that.
I get so much from John, but I also get to learn so much from him and see how he walks with me and how he's walked with others, and how I can do the same. Make sure the freshmen, sophomore, and juniors, seniors, even fifth years on the team know that I see them and that I hear them and that I'm there for them. Yeah, John has really helped me grow in that aspect of leadership.
I think the gift of Team 43 is partnering a community member, leader, mentor with each athletic team at Hope to walk with each athlete, student athlete, in whatever they're going through. The joys of successes, the victories, the struggles of difficulties and losses, family dynamics, relational dynamics, and they have the opportunity to have someone walk with them, to be with them when the rivers are flowing and the water is rushing or the fires are upon them. Someone will be with them, a sort of reflection of God's heart for each of us.
I'm going to interview Paul Casey now.
All right, welcome back. This is now, what time is it? I don't know, Darren, I'm losing track.
Looks like it's 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. All right, we've been at this now. This is going into our
We're
6th hour,
about
7th
halfway,
hour.
yeah.
All right, we are having a great time. And you know what else is having a great time? The Orange and Blue Fund. The Orange and Blue Fund is at $10,400 of giving so far, and we appreciate every cent of that. Now, one of the things to keep in mind here is that there is a challenge that is out there, and the challenge is for every team at Hope to get to the $1,000 mark. All right, and we've got a little bit of an update on how that is going. So, let's say this. I've got a liberal arts education, so I'm going to do a little bit of math. Baseball is 27% of the way there. 27%. So that means $270 donated on behalf of baseball. Men's basketball, 4.5% there. Women's basketball, 47% there. Cheerleading is 5% there. Men's golf, 10% there. Women's golf, 5%. Okay, I think that's going to pick up after this hour. We got all your fans
there's no doubt.
on the screen. Men's soccer has reached it and then some, so stop donating for men's soccer. Just kidding. No, keep it coming. It all benefits everyone. That's one of the beauties of the Orange and Blue Fund, is that it's not allocated to one specific sport. When one sport needs something, there's an opportunity to be able to go to it, no matter how much was put into it. All right, so the women's soccer, we got to get on the board yet. Women's soccer alums, let's jump out there. If you're a fan of watching our women's soccer team, come on out and show your support for women's soccer by making a donation. Football is 56% of the way there. Men's lacrosse is 72% of the way there. And the next page, women's lacrosse is halfway there. Cue Bon Jovi. All right, cross country is 5% there. Yeah, we're getting to that point in the day.
We are, yes.
Women's track and field is 5% there. Men's track and field needs to get on the board. Men's swimming is interesting. 1.2% there. I love it. The $12 donation. That's great. Women's soccer, or women's swimming, $12 donation. They're busy. They are in the pool right now. They are swimming their hearts out, diving, earning some points. So I'm sure those will come as things continue. Maybe we can get a challenge out there. For every event that we win, somebody will donate $100 on their behalf. I don't know.
I think that's a great idea.
We got lots of great swim fans out there, some loyal alums. Let's keep going. Volleyball has got about 30% there. Softball got $8. Let's get that. Yes, come on. Softball was just in here. Yes. I think they deserved much more than $8 for the Oreo face.
That $8 pays for the Oreos that we just went through.
And we spent $8 on the Oreos. Now we need to back that up. Men's tennis, get on the board. Men's tennis, women's tennis, you are at 5% of the way there. So some progress here. We have had some good donations though to all sports, which is again, one of the great things about the Orange and Blue Fund is that it is something that all sports have the opportunity to access. And like one of those things that's challenging about fundraising for our sports is that like teams that have a lot of participants have a big donor pool, right? And one of the challenges with that is that teams that don't have a whole lot of participants don't have a big donor pool by which to draw from. And so golf has been one of those sports, right? Like how many people do you guys have on your team this year?
12.
12, okay.
And 9.
12 and 9, right? And so there are elements to this that it would be challenging to be able to maybe like pay for a new golf simulator, for instance, if we didn't have the opportunity to be able to move some money around and share the wealth, right? You know, a little bit from fundraising. I can't wait to hear about this new golf simulator, though. I do have a student that is one of your golfers that's in my senior sem, and he was talking to me about it the other day. I want to get in there and get ready for the spring. But if we can have our coaches and student athletes introduce themselves, that would be awesome.
Scott Lokers, men's golf coach.
How long have you been coaching?
This is my 7th year.
Wonderful.
Yeah, great fun.
Good.
Greg Stafford, women's golf coach. I believe this is my 15th year.
Abby Fansler, I'm a senior. I'm a captain on the women's golf team.
I'm Liam Casey. I'm a sophomore, and I'm a business major.
Awesome. Very good. Awesome to have you guys here. Can you talk to coaches? Let's start off first. Can you talk a little bit about the things that maybe make your program special? The things that you're first to talk about when you discuss with a recruit what makes Hope a little bit different than the other golf programs that are out there.
The first thing I always bring up is the amount of All-Americans we've had as far as academic All-Americans. Last year we had 4 again, I believe. We usually average about 4 a year.
Wow.
I always have a great group of academic women that I always bring that up, recruiting-wise.
So a third of your team are academic All-Americans.
Actually, more would be, what happens is you can only have, you have to play X amount in order to do it.
Wow.
And we can only play 5 in a match.
Wow.
So really we would have more, right, fans? Yeah, we would have more.
That's awesome.
Yep.
I always talk about the quality of people on our team. So current members of our team, alums of our team, what they're doing now, the former players that I still hear from that are encouraging me, encouraging present members of the team, and just love it that I get to hear. We got players now all over the country, and I get to hear what's going on with their lives. Not all of them do I hear from, but and the thing I hear are the bonds that they have made in their time here and how those serve them so well for the rest of their lives.
That's awesome. I mean, both programs have been incredibly successful over the years. And can you talk a little bit about like kind of the aspects of what you see in your student athletes that have resulted in that success beyond just being good golfers, right? Like, I'm sure that you guys are able to attract, recruit, like really talented athletes, student athletes, to be a part of it. But what is the differentiating factor that when they get here, how they continue to achieve at such a high level?
For us, starts with, I think, the whole Hope experience. The fact that Hope has so much to offer, and we tend to draw students that are just outstanding in every way. So it's not unusual for us to have players on our team that are pre-med, for instance, and how they get everything done in a day, I have no clue, but they do it. And so it starts with drawing students that are really outstanding individuals. The other thing I'd say for our team is, and I learned this from the previous coach, so I played for Hope 100 years ago, and we weren't that good, didn't have as much fun as I see the guys having now. At least I hope they're having fun. And I think part of the secret sauce, I learned this from Bob Ebels, who did this for 26 years, of pulling together and playing as a team. Golf is an individual sport, but we play it as a team. And that we're trying to pull for each other really makes a difference. And I see, I believe that sets Hope teams apart from some other teams that I see.
How do you do that? I would imagine that would be really difficult.
Yeah, it is. So when I'm talking to students who might want to come to Hope and play golf at Hope, I'm going to stress 2 things: asking you to play your best every day. All the guys on our team would want to shoot the lowest score every time out. And at the same time, I'm asking them be the best teammate you can be every day. So I will say, so let's just use Liam. So Liam, if he's having a career day and his best buddy on the team is having a rotten day on the course, I'm going to want that buddy to be happy for Liam at the end of the day. And if those roles are reversed, I'm going to want Liam to be happy for him. So it gets tricky and it's hard to do, but I'm asking them to do both things at once, not one or the other.
Liam, can you talk a little bit about like kind of what that sense of team looks like from your perspective?
Yeah, so I'll give an example. So this fall, we were playing in our 4th Jamboree, our 4th conference tournament, and kind of the chatter amongst the team was like, as the round goes on, you wonder where people are at, and in terms of score and other things, and we kind of learned that we were all kind of within a couple shots of each other, and even then, you really want to, we do have a drive to yes, at the end of the day, it's an individual sport, and to shoot that lowest score. But if we're all trying to shoot that lowest score, kind of that team, that idea, shooting the lowest score, although only one of us can do it, the other 4 of us are going to do just fine. And just when the round gets done, just like being supportive of your teammates. Of like, obviously, like in the way golf goes, it's going to be some guys gonna be like, oh, lost a couple shots there, could have did this, could have did that. But at the end of the day, there's a lot more good that happened than bad. And just reminding ourselves of that is really key to our team's success.
That's great. Awesome. Coach, how do you talk about success with your team and bringing them along to being able to sustain that tradition of success that you've been able to establish?
They both said it very well, I think. We try to do a lot of the same thing. I like to tell the kids, too, that you can't win. It doesn't matter if it's golf or anything. You don't win, you win with good people. And we're blessed here at Hope that we have a ton of good people, and then we work at that. The other thing, like Liam said, it's a little too competition. Yes, you're playing a team competition, but at the same time, you want to be the low score on your team this year. Unfortunately, she has kind of ran away with that this year. But so it's like a double competition in a match where there's a great pride that whoever on Hope's team, they want to go the lowest. Yeah. But the biggest thing is, I can't emphasize enough that you don't win unless you have great people and good people, and we are blessed with having good people here, and that's the big thing. And the rest kind of falls into place.
Awesome.
I would love to hear from both of you as players. As someone who is, I'll just say, not very good at golf, but I enjoy it. It's fun, especially when you're with the right people. What fueled your passions for this game of golf? How did you get involved with it, and where do you think it can take you?
Yeah, I really didn't start golfing until I was a freshman in high school. Really just my dad got me involved in it, started playing with him, and I still play with him like every week in the summer and after the season too, and he comes to all of my lessons, so he's just been a great support for me. And it's just been something that has helped me in my life too. Like, it teaches you so many lessons of like resilience, determination, and you can take that from on the course and translate it into your life too.
The way I got into golf was at a very young age, probably before I could walk, really. It was golf in my family is a family game. We all, the 4 of us, will go out and play golf. My sister played golf. Mom and Dad both play golf. And from that family element, especially my father, he really got me into the game and then handed me off to people that knew more about the game, and so that I could excel. And yeah, so I would say my kind of that family background really fostered like the love for the game that I have, as well as like being able to spend time with my family while playing the game that I love.
So this opportunity with this Fund-athon has been so much fun so far in talking with coaches and student athletes and getting all these different perspectives. I would like to ask the 2 of you, especially with the sport like golf, besides that, what else about Hope College brought you here?
Yeah, so I'll go on that. So I would say the smaller, more personalized access to education. I'm going to know my professors, and my professors are going to know myself, and I really appreciate that. I didn't really see myself at a bigger school, where a lecture hall might have 200, 300 people in it. I didn't really feel like that was like where I want to be as well, and just that more personalized, smaller education really is what ultimately drew me here, other than golf.
I'd have to agree with Liam. What really drew me here was like the community, the small atmosphere of Hope, and then as an engineering major, just having professors that are always there to help. They're so supportive, and then that hands-on experience that we get as engineering majors, and just being able to do that at the same time as golf is not really common at many other small schools. So having that small school feel with that major was really drew me here.
When it comes to coming together as a team, what are some of the things that you do as a student athlete, as a leader, to bring the team together that your coaches aren't necessarily involved with? What are some things that you do to bring your team together in a more collective way?
Yeah, we try to just be, in general, really supporting and uplifting of each other. And to do that, we do like some team bonding events, or every Sunday during season we have a team meeting where we talk about like some strategies of how we can perform better on the course, and a lot of that has to do with the mental side of it, and that has to do with supporting each other and uplifting each other. And recently we've been talking about like our good brain versus our bad brain and how we can let our good brain win. It's really important with golf, and then just bringing everyone together, letting that good brain win with everyone, and really just fostering a great team community.
I would say to that, as a team, we do spend a lot of time at the golf course, and that's where a lot of our time is ultimately spent. But a way that at least our team does it is we try to eat together a lot, and whether that be at a teammate's house, coach's house, or just at Phelps. Like those moments, like talking after practice about, what happened, what did we do well, and it isn't always the most serious of conversations either, which is almost more beneficial, because when we're at the course, it's a lot more, we're doing our business, we're getting things done. But after that fact, like when we have meals together, that's when we can really kind of, laugh and joke around and become like closer as people.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm curious about, one of the questions we've been asking is like, can it describe what fans would, how fans would describe your team, like if, like they had to use 3 words. Like if you had to hope that teams would, or that somebody that's watching you guys compete would describe your team with 3 words, what would it be? I think one of the things I'm really interested in too is like, how would they describe you guys if they were in the van with you on the way to a tournament?
Yeah, so I'll start off with that one. In the van, it's very interesting. We almost have 2 van dynamics. We're on the road at 6 a.m, and we're not very talkative, and people have their pillows and they're sleeping still. And then we have like, where are we going to eat discussions and the chitter chatter amongst that, or like just like the kind of the debrief of the round after the fact is, where it's ultimately not very serious. Like people are doing tongue twisters in the back, and we're having a laugh, and I feel like those moments also like add a lot to our experiences. Just kind of doing the not so, I want to say not so sporty things, but also that also brings us together as well.
I'd have to say the van rides going to a match are very different than the van rides leaving a match. On the way there, it's just more like serious. We're preparing, getting ready for the match. On the way back, we're recapping the round, talking about anything funny that happened. It's just a lot of fun on the way back. And then we're deciding where to go to eat, who gets to choose that day, and it's just a lot of fun.
What's one popular place no matter who's choosing?
Chick-fil-A. Definitely Chick-fil-A.
There you go.
Yeah. Same thing?
Yep, same thing.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go. Here we go.
I was hoping you guys were going to contribute to this because
I would say Blaze Pizza in Kalamazoo.
Ooh, there we go.
Oh, that is good. Yeah.
So for me, the van ride is a riot because I'm driving the van and these guys are behind me and I get to listen in on the conversation. So it is my cultural immersion trip.
There you go.
Oh,
And
yes.
part of the reason I keep doing this as an old man is I love hearing what's going on with college students. And how many times do I laugh when I'm not even part of the conversation, because it's just a riot. So it's part of the fun.
That's wonderful.
So I want to ask the coaches this, and I'm going to tell you right now, I'm coming at this with a lot of bias. I'm a little biased when it comes to Hope College in general. We've had the opportunity to talk to some amazing student athletes, including the 2 of you here today. As coaches, when they come in and you see the potential there, not just on the golf course but off the golf course, and then as the years go by and you see them accomplish what they want to do, become the type of people that you think they can be, what is that feeling like?
I'll take that first. She's sitting right next to me, and I was just kidding her before we started today. This girl, as a freshman, wouldn't say 2 words. Now she's a captain of the team. She's one of the best leaders we've ever had. Yeah. And just watching her mature through the years has been wonderful. And she's also very much like a lot of players this year, where this year we had a lot of freshmen come in, but a lot of times she didn't start her freshman year. She went through the ropes, and she's been a starter since her sophomore year. But I mean, she's a perfect example. She has just blossomed here at Hope.
It's the most fun part of this, the most rewarding, certainly. It's the relationships, and I'm sure you hear that from every Hope College coach. But that's why we're here, and I keep learning that from all the other coaches as well. So that 4 years, pretty amazing things, and so I love that, and I would say even beyond. Again, I already mentioned that, but part of the joy for me is former players that stay friends of our program who I get a chance to catch up with and hear what they're doing. I probably didn't start with Glenn Van Weeren, but I remember Glenn saying, how's your team this year? And he said, well, I'll tell you in 20 years, how we're if we're going to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish. And that is true. But the 4 years, just amazing. Yeah, great fun.
Well, and especially with the smaller size teams that you have, you can't help but probably get to know each other pretty well. For you as players, when you have the types of coaches that you do, who truly care about you on the course and off the course, what does that mean to you, and what do you take away from that experience? And I know one's a senior, one's a sophomore, but I'd be very interested to hear what that dynamic is for you.
Yeah, I'll go. Kind of that, with us being a small team, it's 9 players and coach, and we do have an assistant coach, so 11 guys. Still not that much of a difference, but just knowing that they have our backs, and not just the coaches, but our teammates as well, because there's only 9 of us, we know each other pretty well. There's only so many questions you can ask each other.
That's true.
Just knowing that I have a community around me that backs me whenever I may be facing something difficult, either in golf or at school, is really reassuring of that fact that I know I'm cared for, and I know that I also know these guys very well, and I can equally care for them as they do for me.
Yeah, same with our team. We're super supportive of each other, and that's on and off the golf course. We're doing homework together. We're helping each other in our classes if someone's already taken that class. And then staff is just so supportive of all of us. He structures practice in a way that we have time to balance our schoolwork and our practice, and we can still commit enough time to both to do the best that we can in both.
All right, so you all just installed a new golf simulator over at the Dow, and you had a place where you were able to play. But I'm guessing, and I haven't seen it yet, but that this new system is a lot more advanced to how you're able to train in the off season, or even in season during days where you have got some pretty bad weather. My guess is, because I know a little bit how Hope works, is that you were not able to pay for that out of your budget. So my guess is that either came about by either a donation, some support from alumni or somebody a friend of the program, or maybe through some giving that is similar to what the Orange and Blue Fund is. Can you talk a little bit just about the way that facility is now going to impact your team's golf? We talk about relationships, right? But we're about transformative experiences, academic excellence. We're about competitive excellence too. We want to be able to do our sport to the best of our ability. How is this going to be a game changer for that?
For our team right now, we've been having practices on Mondays. It's partly like a team bonding thing where we can just go in there and have some fun. But the simulators give so much data. Like, I'm a huge data person as an engineer. But they give so much data, and they're very accurate. You can see like how far you're hitting it, how far offline you're hitting it, and it's very helpful when you're trying to maybe like tweak a little thing in your swing, or it's very responsive. And then just some of the courses that we get to play on there. Like we have Pebble Beach on there, for instance. I would never play that in real life, but I get to play that on the simulator, and that's so cool.
Don't say never.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Last week we played.
Yeah, we played the old course last week.
Oh,
No,
wow.
We played a scramble on St. Andrews.
Yeah, that was so fun.
I bet.
So, for me, my golf game, I'll talk as the team experience as well, but the way the simulators have impacted my game, and not only my teammates' game, is I'm now more in tune to what is actually happening when I hit the ball, in terms of, like, in the summer I'll go practice at my swing coach's facility, and we use the same simulator, that GC Quad, and I know that what numbers are needed in order for me, like, when have I played my best golf, or when have we played our best golf? I know what those numbers look like before, and now that I have a chance here at school to be able to see those numbers and make sure I'm within those is really reassuring, not only for myself, but for the whole team, to have that sort of confidence to know where, like, when we were playing our best golf, or when we are playing our best golf, our numbers are within these ranges, and having that accurate data really helps us zero in on what we're doing well and what we need to work on. Additionally, just having a new space has really brought our team together. We'll have impromptu texts, like in our group chat, about like just golf room ? And that's like 2 hours before, and all 9 of us will be in there at 4 o'clock just practicing, and that I feel like has really brought our team together as well. Not only are we becoming better golfers, but we're coming together more as a unit.
That's great. Coaches, anything to add?
You both said it very well. I think we're tip of the iceberg, right? As far as there is so many stats and so much, that we have to even know more about it. But it is so helpful that to know your numbers. It's just overwhelming.
I just want to say thanks for this room. I believe it's a game changer for us. We'll have to see if that bears out this spring and going forward, but I believe it is. So the support of athletic directors who were willing to say, all right, let's raise the money to do this, donors, and it was more than one. Number of people stepped up, and just all kinds of help to get this done. And I love it. I love it, and it warms my heart to hear you two talk about it's already having a transforming effect. So, love it.
That's great.
Talk about your teams right now. How are things going? What are your latest set of expectations? What can we expect from the Hope College men's and women's golf teams for the rest of the year?
Sure.
Whatever, whoever, yeah.
Right now, we're really just focused on improving and getting ready for the spring. We're going to try to do the best that we can in the spring. We're kind of in a position league-wise where we have a very slim chance of winning, but we have a very young team, and it's looking very hopeful for the coming years. And especially with this new simulator, I think we have all the tools necessary to still be so successful in the coming years.
With our team coming from the fall into the winter now, and now moving, almost feels like spring outside.
It does.
We're ready to get out there. We're in a good spot in terms of our league positioning to ultimately end up winning a MIAA championship and going to nationals again. And I know we as a team are very excited about getting out there, improving, and we know that we probably will end up facing adversity at some point in the road, but you know, going through that with a sense of enthusiasm, knowing that we will eventually face those, and we know when we have the tools to ultimately overcome those challenges is really motivating.
That's great. I think that we're going to, I'm just looking at the time, I think we're going to go to a conversation that you had with Josh Gibson, one of our national champions in golf. When was that? When did that take place? Do you remember?
That he won the championship?
Yeah.
2016, I want to say.
2016.
I believe so.
So we're gonna cut to that, and then we're gonna come back and play some games here. But before we do that, we're gonna spin the wheel to see which game we're gonna be playing. So, Coach Lookers, do you want to do the spinning?
How do I do this? This way?
This way, yep.
Yep.
Go that way.
I think that thing's got to be down, Coach.
Yeah, it still works. Ping pong bounce challenge. Oh, this is a good one, guys. We'll explain it when we come back.
My name is Scott Lokers, and it's my privilege to coach the men's golf team at Hope College. And we're really excited about being with you today. And this video and this interview, I've got with me a person that I think the world of as an athlete, but more importantly as a person, and that's Joshua Gibson. Was a member of our golf team, graduated in 2019, engineering major. It was electrical engineering. That's what I was trying to come up with.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go. So Josh, really glad that you are here. Before I ask you a question, let me just say a little bit about you, because I know you don't broadcast this, but I think it'll give some context to the people watching this in terms of your accomplishments. Josh is just simply the best player we've ever had in Hope College men's golf history. Three-time All-American. He won the individual national championship his sophomore year. And one of the things about golf is there's only one individual national champion every year. And Josh was that his sophomore year. And then junior and senior years, he was the Division III National Player of the Year, received the Jack Nicklaus Award twice from Jack Nicklaus. So was just an awesome experience. And Josh is a great friend of Hope Golf, and I'll say a little more about that later if we have time, about how he continues to help us. But Josh, really glad you're here. Thanks for taking the time.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, my pleasure. So let's go back to the Hope days. Let's start there. And you had a memorable career. I'm sure lots of memories, but could you pick out one or two that you'd be willing to share with us? What stands out from your experience at Hope College?
I don't know if these are going to be specific memories, but I miss it every day because I was just such good friends with every other guy on the team. And unfortunately I don't get to see those guys as often anymore. But yeah, I mean, it was just so cool to go on trips, like to nationals. And I think maybe probably the best memory was the spring break golf trip we took my freshman year. I don't know. It was just kind of a bonding experience for everyone, but it was also just a ton of fun. And I mean, obviously a spring break golf trip is you just go play a bunch of golf. So that was awesome. But I don't know. I always I know I'm kind of jumping. There was jumping questions here, but they talked, or one of them was about what do you guys talk about when you get back together and stuff. And I know sometimes we're just talking about our van rides back from tournaments and stuff like that. Guys would be sleeping and we'd, play pranks on each other. And I don't know. It was just such a fun time. I do miss it. I mean, but it was best experience of my life for sure.
Great. Good. And you really it was a bonding experience for you and your group.
Hmm.
And some of these guys on the team are still some of your best friends, right?
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, so we came in. Uh, there was three people or three of us in my class that all came in together. Ben and Kramer and Andrew Goebel, and I knew Ben a little bit from before coming to Hope, but coming and then having like three guys your own age that we didn't know what was going on. Um, it was cool. We spent a lot of time together and obviously got really close. Um, and yeah, those are like two of my best friends, and I'm sure they will be for the rest of my lives too, or our lives too.
Good. That's cool. Thanks. Um, so could you talk a little bit about uh, lessons you learned or how experiences golf team and the entire Hope experience shaped you, prepared you, helped you in terms of what was to come after graduation?
Yeah, so I definitely think one of the big things it taught me is like time management and having a busy schedule and like still being able to get stuff done. Um, I know I kind of struggled a little bit, especially in like the fall of my freshman year when we first came in, because I mean we missed a fair amount of class, and so I was kind of falling behind right off the start. I think I want to say the first Friday we had classes, we were gone for a tournament. So I had met my professors like once or twice or whatever, and I was like, "Hey, I'm going to be gone tomorrow." But there's that. I think I really matured as just a person over my 4 years, and part of it was being on the golf team and being surrounded by the guys that we had there, but a lot of it was just Hope in general, and a lot of I mean, not only the other students, but the faculty and some of the chaplains, and so yeah, I just feel like I really matured as a person. I kind of yeah, I don't know, maybe I was a bit immature. I don't know, maybe Coach, maybe you have a different opinion. I don't know what you thought when I got there.
Oh, um, just I've got nothing but great memories, really, of your time at Hope and with your teammates. And but I certainly did. I would affirm that the maturity that you experienced and guys around you. And I think one of the things that stands out for me is the kind of teammate you were and a catalyst for the rest of the team. So obviously, your play, just so gifted and at such a level that we'd not seen before. But I also remember your really wanting to bring other guys along. And the team goals really matter to you. It's an individual sport, but we play it as a team. And you always cared about that. So I don't know if there's anything you want to say about that. Why did you care so much about the team?
Well, for one, I think team golf, I mean, everyone plays their own, you know, plays their own ball. You shoot an individual score, but I don't know. I've just always thought it's like the coolest thing in the world. It's kind of a merging of a sport that you can play by yourself. But I don't know, like representing Hope and having guys, by your side. I don't know. It's just fun. It's something I've missed since then. And I mean, I did it in high school too, but yeah, I don't know if I could have it. I mean, because it's weird because like we also all wanted to beat each other like while we
Right.
were on the team together, right? So not that I was rooting against anyone, but I wanted them to play as one shot worse than me. No, but yeah, I don't know. It was just maybe it was just the guys we had on the team made me want to pull for them.
Yeah.
One thing, I think we don't regret it or anything, but I think what was sixth place, we finished at nationals twice.
Yes.
And so we never could quite get, to the top. We were really close.
Yep.
And I'm not going to lose sleep over that or anything, but man, I think it would have been really cool if we could have done that. And we were close, and yeah, so
We were good. Thanks. You have any advice for current Hope student athletes as you think about your experience and so now 5 years out from Hope, from that experience, what would you say to current Hope student athletes that are listening in?
One thing I would definitely say is get involved in other things, other extracurricular activities outside of whatever your sport is. Because I mean, obviously, your sport's going to take up a lot of your time, and it will prevent you from probably doing certain other things. Like I was never going to be able to do the pole or anything because that was right in the middle of golf. Like we had golf practice when they did pole practice. So,
Sure.
But I feel like I still got involved in a lot of other stuff on campus. And those were all really good memories. And especially if you're, a freshman or sophomore, it's a great way to meet new people. So there's that. I also think one thing there would be no way to know this while you're in college, but once you graduate I stayed in West Michigan. So if you move somewhere else, maybe this isn't the case, but I mean, there's so many Hope grads in the area. And so when you're looking for, things like jobs and stuff, like my current boss went to Hope. So that was kind of a bonding, thing just right off the bat. So things like that. I mean, I didn't know him, from college. I met him after college, but there's just a lot of people at Hope who are really passionate about Hope in the community. And so being involved in things, I think is, you might meet some of them or maybe, 10 years down the line, you'll meet them, but, oh, hey, you did this thing. You were involved in campus ministries. You were, maybe they played the same sport. So, I don't know. I think getting involved on campuses, and they're some of the best memories I've had in my life. So it's not just like a future looking thing. I mean, it's, you want to have fun too and stuff.
Absolutely. Yep. Good. Thanks. It's great. Once you graduated from Hope, you played golf professionally, and you're still a professional player.
Mm-hmm.
Share a little bit about that experience and whatever you'd like to share. What have you been doing since Hope, and especially that professional golf experience? What was that like?
Yeah, so I did that. I want to say it was like 3.5 years is kind of when I did it like seriously. So yeah, from basically right when we graduated until a year and a half ago now ish. Yeah, I was traveling the country playing mini tour golf events. It was pretty cool. It was totally different than than Hope and college golf. I mean, I was driving to some of the most random places that no one's ever heard of to play tournaments, but I had a lot of fun. I have a lot of great memories from that too. I used to play this tour called the Dakotas Tour during the summer. It was just for like 2 months in like July and August mainly. So I'd go, and I was in towns no one's ever heard of outside of, at least if you're from West Michigan, but 5,000 people live there, or whatever. But man, I love those places. It was fun. I met a ton of people, and got to see a lot of the country, which, places I've never been and may never go back to. I don't know. I mean, I'd like to go back, but we'll see, what happens in the future. Yeah, I have great memories of it. I think I kind of realized I probably wasn't ever going to play on the PGA Tour. So I'm not, sad about not playing anymore or anything. But it was a great experience while I did it.
Good. What's the biggest misconception about professional golf? I didn't put that question on your list, but it just occurs to me.
those of us who are wannabes, we're watching on TV and we're reading the articles, but what's the biggest misconception, would you say?
Well, I mean, I was never really playing on TV, so I don't know if I can speak to, what you might see from, or what those guys' experience is, but man, I will say it's crazy, like how many unreal good players there are, like people that, can just go out and shoot scores that, 99% of people will never even, dream of. And they just do it like every day. When I was playing in South Dakota and, some of these towns, and there was, I think I had a tournament one time, I shot like 18 under for 3 rounds and I lost by like 4 or something. I mean, like, and this is just in the middle of nowhere. No one's watching us or whatever. Like, so, but yeah, there's just a lot of great players. I don't know. I was kind of surprised at that. I didn't think there'd be the depth of guys would be there, but
Good. Thanks. And what are you doing now, Josh?
So I work for Kendall Electric. I do inside sales there. We're like a electrical supply distribution company. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I like, I like going to work every day. So, so that's good.
That's good. Do you still love golf?
I do. I took a little bit of a break from it last summer. I mean, I didn't like take a huge break, but I just didn't play as much as I had been. But it's fun. I don't really take it quite as seriously anymore. I probably am only gonna maybe play 1 or 2 tournaments this year, and that's fine with me. I don't have any problem with that. So it's fun to get scratch the competitive itch still, but not have to do that every single day.
Good. Good for you. Cool. Is there anything you wanted to say that I didn't ask you? Anything that you think would be important for Hope community or college athletes, or just anything you wanted to say I didn't ask you?
Well, can I ask you a question?
You can.
You answer. So I noticed, well, and you've talked to me about this a little bit. I haven't been out there to see it though. Is I know Hope has a new practice facility for the indoors. So right after I left, conveniently, you decided to upgrade. No, I'm just kidding. I have great memories of that room too. It's still the same room, isn't it?
Same room. We added space to it. And,
Okay. Yeah. So
significant upgrade. Yes.
So how's that going? I mean, is it all running? Are the guys, enjoying it?
It is. It is. Thanks for asking. That is just a huge thing for our program. I think it is for the women's program as well. And just so thankful to have it. Athletic directors worked hard and some other people to help us get it. And so we have 2 simulators now and we have space. There's also a difference. I won't get into the weeds here, but a difference in how we count the season now. So we can actually have official practice starting January 15 and just count days instead of weeks. And we have space now that we can do things as an entire team. And so that has been really exciting for me. We've been experimenting with that this off season. What does that look like? And trying to be sharper coming into the spring. I have felt like, especially the last 2 years, we hit some good momentum with our team in the fall. And then it was hard to maintain that coming into the spring. So it's been great fun. And their guys are using, I can only speak, to the men's team, but they're in there, they're using it. We're doing stuff together as a team. I'm hoping it's going to have a big impact as we hit the spring. And, it's always our goal to get to nationals and to do well at nationals. I'd like to improve on that all-time best of 6th place. If we can. So,
go beat it.
Yeah, well, that's the goal. And but no, it's really I believe it's a game changer for us. And so
I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to hear that everything's kind of off and running with that now.
Yeah. Thanks for asking. All right, I think we're going to move toward wrapping up, Josh. But again, thank you for this conversation. Let me also tell everybody that's listening, Josh continues to be a great friend of Hope Golf. He served 2 years helping us as much as he could as an assistant, coming to practice, pouring into these guys, and just so appreciate it. It helps with recruiting at different times. And so, Josh, just really appreciate your impact that continues. And yeah, as I started, think the world of you and so appreciate your time.
No, thank you very much.
Good. See ya.
See ya.
Oh, I had 3 on that one, so I would fail. 3 chances at every level. If you miss the hitting it within that level, then you are out. The top 2 point getters, or the folks that get to the 2 highest levels are going to get the points for the coaches versus student athletes challenge. Abby, are you ready? All right, so let's have us ready to go here. I think we're all going to get this one down, but I don't. Well, let's go. Let's give it a shot. Go. All right, 1. Staff 1. Liam, well done. All right, we're on to 2. 2. Oh, that's 1. 2 passing. That's 1. Onward. Here we go. Oh, first time. First time. Now we're up to 3. Level 3. Nice.
Wow.
Nope.
That was a bank board.
It was a bank. That does not count. 4, 5. All right.
I'm out.
Oh, staff is out. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, pressure on. Deal.
Well done.
2. Got it.
Good job.
Counts. 4. Nope.
You're a Hope coach. Come on.
1, 2, 3. Ooh, and it's got to go off the back of the table. 2, 3. Oh, Abby's out. All right, it comes down to the men's golf program. 2, 3, 4. That needs to go off the back of the table. Oh, pressure. Pressure. Oh, all right.
Coach, big point for the coaches here. Here we go.
If
You did it.
winner. That's right. 2 points. 2 points for the coaches. Great job.
Football game's all tied up.
Great job, golf. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for continuing to stay tuned to our Orange and Blue Fund-athon. We're having a great time. I hope you guys are getting a better insight into what makes Hope College special. The stories and experiences that our student athletes have are absolutely amazing. We get the opportunity to work with some of the best people in the world, and they are deserving of the support that the Orange and Blue Fund is providing them. Proactive ways to be able to influence mental health, providing more people between Team 43 or support for more assistant coaches or assistant coaches in more significant roles, being able to provide equipment that is going to be game changers for their competitive success. The impact is endless of the money that we are raising today for the Orange and Blue Fund, and we hope that you'll continue to support Hope Athletics through that. Remember that there is an opportunity on that website to cheer for a team. And so if there's a team that jumps out to you that you want to try to support, especially if it is getting us closer to that $1,000 per team goal, so that we are able to get that $20,000 matching gift from the Borchter family. We thank you for continuing to tune in. We've got football coming up next. I'm sure that we are going to have to turn the mics down for Coach Sturzma. Should be a great conversation. We'll see you soon.
The following segment.
Here we are with Coach Sturzma and one of his fine student athletes, Dylan Clem. We are excited to be back in the studio, the H Club Lounge, as we're calling this right now. we're getting some insights. New shoes.
Always.
Those
Love the shoe game.
Those are sharp. I love it.
I like yours too.
Let's showcase. Hey, we're excited to be able to have a conversation with you guys about the exciting things happening in Hope football, things that make it a little bit of a unique program to be a part of in Division III and what makes it special. So first, can you just kind of introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about how you got to Hope, and Coach Sturzman, then pass it off to Dylan.
Well, thank you. First of all, thank you to both of you for all your work today, and Beck, especially to you for taking on this day of giving. It's a huge day for us, obviously, and has been wildly successful over the past few years. So I was a student here, graduated in 1993. I student taught here, or student coach while I was student teaching for Ray Smith and his staff, and was away for some time. I came back as a defensive coordinator under Dean Krebs, and then I left again for some time, and have been back here for now 7 years as the head football coach here at Hope College, and very honored and privileged to work with young men like this sitting next to me, Dylan Clem, and the guys that we get a chance to work with. So proud of them.
Awesome.
I'm Dylan Clem. I'm a senior here at Hope. I'm from Stevensville Lakeshore, which is about 50 minutes south of Holland. I kind of came to Hope. It was my senior year of high school, and I've been here twice on campus. The first time was for a football game where we dominated Albion, beat them by like 50, I think. That was a pretty good game, right?
It was a good game.
And then I actually came back for the basketball game, and I do a bunch of recruiting lunches. So when I talk to parents, this is the one story I tell them. And you go to a football game, and it's cool. Like you have the outdoor environment, ton of people there, crowds cheering, going crazy. But when I was here inside, like in DeVos Fieldhouse with student athletes, like people in the stands, students in the stands, and like just the environment of hope. That's like you felt it, and that's when I was like, this is where I want to be. And that's kind of like my story of, why I chose Hope and why I'm here right now.
That's great. Can you give the recruiting pitch? What you talk to families about when they're in your office? I know I've seen a lot of them come through lately. What makes Hope special and is worth the investment of their 4 years and this experience?
Yeah, thanks, Becky, for that question, because I think we get asked that all the time, like what makes you and your program, what makes Hope unique? Well, that's about an hour discussion, if you will, because it can go in so many different directions. So I'll try to really narrow it down to something that I truly believe in, and that is we check all the boxes here at Hope College, in my opinion, of what it takes to be a student athlete here. I very much want our players to be outstanding student athletes. I want them to be absolutely, I say, killer bears on the field and huggy bears off the field. We want to recruit the finest student athletes that we can. But you notice I say student athletes. We want them to be outstanding young men in the classes. We expect they sit in the front row of every class. I don't want them to be a football player in the class. I don't want their hood to be up in AirPods. I want them to know who their professors are, to make sure they say please and thank you. They hold doors open for people. Say welcome to Hope. They're grateful and show gratitude for what they stand for. And I always say to the parents, I say it at every banquet, as I know all of you are parents, is that we always want our kids to behave in a certain way when they're away from us. And I always tell the parents, you know what, your young men, when you send them to us, they're outstanding human beings, and when they're away from you. And we check all those boxes, as I said. But when you put outstanding young people with high character that are really good football players into a situation like this, then you have young men that are going to graduate from here and go on and absolutely kill it in the real world. And what does that mean? Is because when you look around here, we have it all. We have the campus, we have the facilities, we have the town, we have the spiritual component, we have the athletics, we have everything that you could expect to have at an institution called Hope. And to be able to see what our guys do later on, to be able to sit with a young man like I'm sitting with, who decided to come back for his 5th year, for a final semester, his COVID year, because you want to know what he said? To play with his dudes. He's got a job. He's got multiple job offers. He's got wonderful opportunities that await him. He's going to be big time. There's no question about it. But he wanted to be with his dudes. And that's pretty cool. That says a lot about our program, says a lot about our young men. And I say to our parents, I said, we're gonna love up on your kids. We're gonna push them really, 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 really hard. But we're gonna love them up too and watch them grow from 18-year-old, I'll say kids, into 22 and 23-year-old young men to go set the world on fire, to be great dads, great husbands, and contribute to society, because I think that matters big time.
That's awesome. Dylan, what kind of, I know you said that you enjoy the recruit lunches and like that kind of thing, but can you tell me, when you were applying for jobs, maybe you had an interview and maybe one of those potential employers said, hey, I see you play football. What kind of difference has that made in your life? What's your response?
Yeah, I mean, being a two-time captain on the football team, it's just provided me with a lot of different situations, a lot of different scenarios where, I've had to do something one way, where I have to, take someone to the side and have a private conversation with them, or vice versa, where I need to call this person out right away so I can kind of, fuel their fire a little bit. And then, obviously on the field, like those split-seconds decisions that you make from game to game, that's what I've seen is like in the working world. I mean, you could be working on a project for a month or two, and then your boss comes up to you and says, hey, this is not how we're doing it anymore. We got to switch it. We got to go here. And you have to be able to adapt to that. It's just like the same way. Like there's various times throughout the week during football where we're preparing for a game. And then on Thursday afternoon, our offensive coordinator comes in and says, hey, we found this on film. We're going to switch it up. We're going to run it this way. We're going to do it that way. And that's just a testament to our team. We do a really good job of adapting and changing to what's going to give us the best chance for success. And that's just kind of how we can kind of go forward into our future, like jobs and stuff like that.
That's awesome.
You talked about the character of your players and what you hope to help them become. Just to let you know, one of your players, Isaiah Hicks, is currently in my wife's classroom at Harbor Lights Middle School. And let's just say he's doing a wonderful job. And he's already impacting things there. I'm hoping to get a chance to meet him tomorrow after we're done here. But my wife says a lot of wonderful things about what he's brought to the classroom. So what you're doing is working. And what I love about things when you say that, you've got a huge team. I mean, you go to a home game, there's a sea of orange or blue or white or whatever you happen to be wearing that day. But yet there's an element there where you can just tell all of you are family. How hard is that to do? I mean, just the sheer numbers of it all, how do you get that accomplished?
Well, you're right. There's 125 guys on our team, and thank you for your nice compliments about Zay.
Yeah.
Zay, when he was injured his freshman year, helped us out with recruiting on game days, and I would get an email every Saturday or Sunday from a parent about the interactions they had with Zay on that recruiting trip. So thank you for saying that.
You're welcome.
He's an awesome young man from Grand Rapids Catholic Central. In fact, he's going to be coaching with us next fall. Yeah. He's got a bright future in education. And so, to your point, one of the things that we have on our bracelets is Be on Two, which is Brothers on Two. We call it the brotherhood. Every time we break a huddle, it's Brothers on Two. We say it. We believe that a culture of an organization, and in particular our team, is not something you just put slogans on the wall and just have people repeat them or put it on a T-shirt. It's something that we live out every day. And what Dylan said is, I have the luxury of working with our captains, and so we try to segment this out. We this past year had 6 captains. We have 12 council leaders. We have a staff of 5 full-time coaches, a strength coach, and then we have 7 or 8 part-time coaches and some volunteer coaches. And so it is a big organization, so we do have to segment that out. And one of the things that we try to do in our captains meetings, I say, guys, who are you worried about? Who do I need to talk to? Who are you worried about? They're my eyes too. We use that thing, see something, say something. That's a middle school thing, but see something, say something. What's going on? Someone's not right today. Hey, Dylan, the captain, say it all the time. Don't worry, coach, I got it. Yeah. If he says that to me, I don't worry, because he says he's got it. He's a young man that understands that. And to see our captains go from the roles that they've been in, and literally, I like, if you ask me what I'll enjoy about our captains the most, yeah, they're unbelievable players. They're unbelievable young men. And I got to see them in times when maybe it wasn't so good, or we were, trying to find our way, and then to just watch them navigate through that and watch them just learn and see those aha moments. And so it's a brotherhood. And I say this all the time. I think if we could get our society to act like the locker room of a football program of 125 dudes, we'd be pretty good in society, wouldn't we?
Yes, we would.
Because you got a lot of people there with a lot of different opinions, a lot of different approaches, and a lot of different walks of life, a lot of different sizes and shapes and roles that they play. And they all find a way to walk out of that locker room, whether it's practice or a game, trying to do the same thing together. And yeah, it gets testy, it gets feisty, it gets whatever you want, it gets competitive. And then guess what? We get to walk off the field together. One of the greatest memories I have of this fall, we were in our bye week and we were practicing on Wednesday and Thursday. We didn't know if we were in the tournament. Analytics had us in. We didn't get in. We didn't know that on Thursday. On Thursday practice, you'll remember that. He was one of them. The offense is on one side, the defense is on the other. At the end of practice, under the lights, 2-minute drill, and it is as competitive as you could imagine. They're chirping each other. I love that. I encourage chirping. Because you know what? We're trying to create and simulate the game competition of what it takes.
Yeah.
And like he said, that's why they take that and translate that into the real world, because it's about competing. Mm-hmm. He, as an offensive lineman, and the defensive lineman decided that they were going to lift at the 5 a.m. session 4 times a week. They decided that. Wow. That tells you a little bit about the guys we coach.
What you said earlier, you're going to push them really hard.
Really hard.
Yeah. Can you talk about a time where you, and I'd love to hear this from both your perspectives, a time where you were pushed and a time where you were doing the pushing, where you saw the results at the end of the day that you wanted, like that you saw the effort really come through.
You want to go first? I don't want you to take mine. So this was junior year, so 2 years ago during the 2022 season. All of fall camp, we kind of have a lot of guys returning back from the year before when we won the conference. And our first game was Aurora, which they were a top 20 team in the country. Sturs had talked about all offseason how we're going to schedule better and better teams as we go on so we can go in the right direction with this program. And the entire off-season and camp was talked about how good their D-line was, how they have 2 All-American D tackles who are going to absolutely just dominate us. And he was in our ear all week, all camp, about how these 2 guys are going to dominate us, just chirping us along. And that pushed the O-line to go do extra sprints, to go do extra things after practice, to be like, no, we're going to dominate this game. And in that first game of the year, we found ourselves down 17 in the middle of the third quarter. And I don't know, there was like this sense of just calmness in our offensive huddle. Like, this is what we've been training for. Like, we could tell that we were grinding them out a little bit, and they were starting to get a little more tired, but like, we all looked at each other and like, this is our moment. And from that point on, we rushed for like 150 yards. We threw for 250 yards, and we ended up coming back. Our defense got 3 stops in a row, and Kenya Houston jumps through over our left side of the O-line, where Luke and I are double teaming their All-American D tackle into the end zone, and we end up winning in the last 30 seconds. So I think it's a testament to him to just, even when things are going good, he's always going to push. He's always going to write little notes in our locker like, hey, you only rushed for 170 yards last week. I thought we agreed 200 was the mark. Like those little things, and that's what gets us fired up and get ready to go.
I love it.
I think to your question, what do you try to push? When do you see some of the results? I think the greatest thing in the world that a coach can have, and I know you've experienced this as a highly successful, I call her the legend, by the way.
I will too.
Highly successful coaches. I'll say the time when I can put my headset, my speaker up and say, guys, you should watch these dudes balling out and flip it up. Because when you just get a chance to watch dudes play and watch them care so much, I always say the more it hurts is the more that they put in and the more that they care. And to just watch these guys care so much, because all 11 guys have to be doing a job precisely every single play 83 times every game at precision to make a play work. I don't know if you know this, but every offensive play is designed to score a touchdown. Man,
No
fancy
kidding.
that, yeah. Every defensive play is designed to stop them. Well, obviously that doesn't happen, and so you have to have ultimate precision. But when you see that, putting your headsets up and just saying, watch our dudes, ball is fun. Watch them compete. Watch the energy. There's nothing in the world, and Becky can attest to this, in a locker room after a huge win when your team knows that they just absolutely poured it all out there. And by the way, that doesn't guarantee that you're going to win, but when you pour it all out there and in it, and the whole thing is happening, it's pretty cool to see the results, because that's life-changing. That's what matters in life, because I always say to our guys, like, if the worst thing that happens to you is you lose a football game, you're in a pretty good life, aren't you?
Life is good.
And because it's going to test you. But that's, again, why I just think so highly of our guys. So just today, a couple of our staff members went to Fair State University, and Tony Neese is a good friend. He asked me to speak to his team at 6:30 this morning about leadership. And at the end, someone said, "What's the coolest thing about your program?" I couldn't tell them because I got choked up, because it's dudes. Yeah. It's the guys. That's what matters. Don't let anybody ever fool you. It's about having the right cats in the right program and having these guys ball out. That's fun.
So Dylan, I'd like to ask you, we've heard throughout the course of the day, but certainly more emphatically now, about the role of captains. Is that something that you aspired to when you first came here? And what do you think you did that got you to that role?
Yeah. All throughout high school, I was just, because of my sisters, I would say, in high school, they were all captains of their teams. And as I was kind of coming up, they were all 6 or 5 years older than me. And so as I was coming up, it was kind of like expected in a way that I was going to be a captain. And so that was like a weird experience for me, as I was a junior on the basketball and football team, being a captain and kind of being younger than the guys I was being a captain over. And then when I got here and kind of restarting that role of just being a freshman, just being a sophomore, just being a player and leading by example and not having that platform was just something that I enjoyed. And then seeing the guys like Brady Aiding and Purnell and the past captains of our team, Riley Schultz, and just seeing how they led, not by all this rah-rah and all this like exasperating, but just by example. I mean, the year we won conference, there was no drama. It was all business. It was just, let's just go and let's just go do it. And our captains never had a meeting. Our captains never did anything extra. They laid out the expectation. They pulled us all aside when we needed to. And just kind of seeing that contrast from me in high school to that like leadership that I saw here, I was like that's what I want. Like, that's who I want to be as a leader. And so like looking back on it now, I've had 2 very different years as a captain. My junior year, we went 6-4. We had 10 to 12 bigger injuries on our team, and we lost 3 conference games in a row at a really down point in, his career and my career. And he said, he kind of talked about this earlier, is I at that point in time as captains, we were questioning what we were doing wrong. The year before, we were conference champs. We're riding off that. What's happening? Where do we go from here? And then this past year, my senior year, it felt a lot like my sophomore year. There was no drama. There was I remember sitting before the Alma game in my locker room for the first time in my life. I didn't feel nervous for a game. I was just like, wow, this team is at the capacity it needs to be to win this game. Obviously, we didn't go out and execute, but I'll always remember that moment. I was sitting in my locker room like, I have 125 guys around me, next to me, that are all locked in, ready to go. And I think that's not just me as a captain, that's our council leaders, that's the other 5 captains, that's our coaches preparing us, and just that evolution of time, it's really made me grow as a leader and as a captain, and I've enjoyed it a lot.
Coach, I got to ask you a similar question. When you go into a season, when Dylan comes in as a freshman, do you have people like that you just think to yourself, yeah, this guy's going to be a captain someday? Or does somebody end up being a captain that maybe you didn't expect to be?
Yeah, there are always those examples. Yeah, there are always guys you're like, yeah, he's just got it. He's got it. And we could go and debate, are leaders born or are they developed over time? I think both. Yeah, he has a little bit of it to him. I also, as he mentioned, that kind of trial, tough time, I remember sitting with our captains going, guys, quit worrying about what's going on the outside of you. Quit worrying about that. Quit worrying about this. Just worry about what you need to do in your job. And this past year, we kind of went back to some of the basics and went back to the things that I think sometimes we assume that things are going to get passed along. That culture is going to get passed down and traditions are going to get passed down, and the right way to do things, it's not always the case. You got to hit it every day, and it's hard work, and you got to grind through it every single day and reestablish and refocus on the things that matter to you. I've been really enthralled with the retirements of some major coaches, including I'll put Stu Fritz, Nick Saban, and Jim Harbaugh leaves, and some of these other coaches. I've been truly like what makes a good coach, tick. Becky Schmidt. I'll give you a word that just keeps resonating with me: consistency. Doesn't mean they don't evolve. Doesn't mean they don't change. Doesn't mean they don't change with times, but they are consistently consistent. And I say, selfishly giving of themselves to selflessly help others is really a big trait that I think leaders have. And to watch these guys learn from some of those things and realize, hey, this is what we want to do. Yep. And to have that calm before the storm, it's a great feeling to have.
We talk a lot about be strong, be true, right? The line from our fight song that is like plastered up all like around our facilities. It's on our T-shirts. You described perfectly, I think, the be strong piece when you were talking about overcoming some of that adversity. You talked about the be true piece. And you talked about like that moment where you like became centered. You found that calm because you trusted the people that you were in it with. That's like there's all kinds of ways that we can define what be strong, be true really means, but I think that's one of them. And I hope that in the future endeavors that you're going to go out to do, you continue to find people that are that truth for you.
That's awesome.
You might want to get his autograph now, because
I was just gonna say, yeah,
he's kind of a big deal.
Can we talk
it is going to be a
afterwards?
big deal. Like, he's going to be big time.
That's awesome.
Yes.
So, Coach, we have conversations often about like what it looks like to find that next edge. Like, how do you find that competitive edge that keeps you advancing forward? Because really, what this day is all about is about having some resources that allows us to be able to find that next edge. Hope College athletic budgets, generous with regards to providing the experiences, the competitiveness, the games, the content, the transportation, the nuts and bolts of what we need in order to be able to do this and to do it really well. But those next edges are the places where we need to continue to find to grow, and the Orange and Blue Fund helps some of those types of things happen. So as you're thinking about what's the next edge for Hope football, what's the next edge for Hope athletics, what are some of the things that you see on the horizon that if we had the financial resources to be able to do this, we could change the game?
Honestly, to make this tuition free and follow on the lead of Matt Scogan in the Hope Forward to say, the model of higher education's got some issues to it, and if we were to ever fix that model and be the first one to do it here, that would be the biggest game changer in the history of college football, in my opinion. Yep. Not NIL, not anything else, but the fact that we could say we can compete with anybody in the country from a cost and tuition standpoint, then we're going to get dudes. Because like you say, it's be strong, it's be true, it's about hope, but it's about the dudes. You get the dudes and good things happen. And you get them into a system, into a program, and into a belief, into a concept, into I think it's just a belief system in what you're doing and the confidence that they have and the trust they have in the people. But that, to me, is the biggest thing. Now, if you want little things, yeah, there's certainly technological advances, and I mean, we film our practice from 3 different angles. We have a drone in one end zone. We have an end zone camera. We have a sideline camera. We have the technology right now that we don't have the resources for, which is to have all of our scout team players wear basically an iPhone on their wrist or on their belt that will be able to punch in the scouting plays that the other team will run. So you can have a graduate assistant or someone over there just hitting that play, bang, it shows up. They'll run the play. The defense will line up against the defense that we're going to play for an All-American guard, so you can see that. So that's next level stuff if we're talking about little stuff. But if we want to talk big, because I know that's what Matt Scogan's vision is, I know that's what Scooney and our athletic staff and our coaches' vision is let's think big. If we think big, that's the biggest thing, is how do we get this to a point where we are a sustainable model over time in higher education, and that we're not worried about that one component, which takes us out of the conversation in many cases in the recruiting battles.
So one PSA for all of the people that are watching right now. The Day of Giving at Hope is a much bigger thing than just what we're talking about here. And there are student stories that go into talking about the Hope Forward program. There's a way to be able to help with anchored tuition, which is a Hope Forward concept that every student at Hope is experiencing right now. That the tuition that they're paying in their senior year is the exact same tuition that they're paying in their freshman year. And every student benefits from that. And it comes at a cost of about $2 million a year to the institution. So there are things where Hope Forward is really starting to come about, not just in trying to reduce that tuition cost for every student, but in the meantime, until we get there, trying to make it a lot more doable. So there are other ways to be able to benefit Day of Giving today, not just the Orange and Blue Fund. Thanks for teeing that up, because I think it's important for us to recognize that we're part of a big team here at Hope and working together.
Speaking of team, I don't think there's spending time with this gentleman to your left. You can't help but get inspired. You know, I mean, every time I have a conversation with Coach Sturs, I'm ready to run through a brick wall and do this. You wouldn't want me on the field, a little slow. But besides that, if a recruit comes to talk to you about the possibility of playing football, or a student athlete at Hope College in general, certainly the coaches here are amazing. What else would you tell them about Hope that really stands out in your mind?
So this will kind of circle back to the first question. I think it's just the competitive edge, no matter where you're at. I mean, you can go to chapel Monday, Wednesday, or Friday, and there are 1,500 people. There's only standing room, and these recruits come and they're like, "Is that only full because we're here? Like, is that just like a ploy? Like, does Stursman only have all this energy because we're here?" I'm like, no, you'll be annoyed with him by like year 2. No, but like that's the thing that I need to kind of have that side of him in me. Is he wakes up every morning at 5 a.m., 4:30, and just chooses to have that parent model for our team, to put all the stresses and put all the bad things aside and just focus on us. Today we got to get through practice. Today we got to dominate practice. There's other stresses in the world. There's other stresses with our team, but today we got to win practice. And that starts with him, and it goes all the way down to the starters, the captains, the council leaders, the people in the council groups. And like as a team, it's all centered from him, and it branches down. That competitive edge, I mean, earlier in the week, I'm in a class with a couple of football guys for engineering, and one of the corners, Trevor Hansen, looks at me with his test, and it's a point higher than mine, and he gives me a little competitive. I'm like, so this happened last semester. I got him on the last 2. So, nice. But I think it's just the campus day to day. Like everyone's here, whether you're a student athlete, whether you're just a student, whether you're in Greek life, like people are here to compete, to win, to just enjoy life. And that's just, it's really nice to see, just to walk through the Pine Grove on Wednesday when it was nice, and just people throwing a baseball around, people throwing a football around, and I go on a jog and he drives by and that's a sight to see, and there's
you must work out.
Yeah. There's 150 other people just going on runs, and it's refreshing to just kind of be in a place where everyone else is pushing you.
So when it comes to game day, one of the things I love, I get the opportunity to be a public address announcer here, not for football, but for a lot of different things. And we've heard about the vibe at the facilities that we have and the fan base that's here. Ray and Sue Smith Stadium is honestly, it's a beautiful place. Compared to what it used to be when I was a kid, believe me, it's just wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
And you see the crowds that attend these games. Football obviously is a big deal. It always has been. But that fan base, you talk about consistent, it's there. People arrange their lives around football games.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest question I get during certain seasons is when we used to do the luncheons. Hey, we're going to do the luncheons again, because they want to hear from these coaches. They want to hear from people like you. But what is that like, playing a game at Ray and Sue Smith Stadium when it's a full house?
Yeah, I mean, it starts with our walk up about 2 hours before. We meet at DeVos. Everyone parks their cars over there. We have all of our travel suits on, whatever we need to hold, and then we walk from DeVos over to the field. And as soon as you turn that corner on the 14th Street there, or whatever, and you see all of your parents and fans, and there's just side by side, everyone with cowbells going crazy. And I've done it 30 times now, 30 games I've played, and I get chills every time. I get chills every time. And it's, my parents, my grandparents, Sturge's parents are there, Sturge's wife, and Robbie, and it's 2 hours before the game, and there's just hundreds of people just ready for the game. And then the one thing that stands out to me with this, and then he can go, is the fact that our student section is on that grass hill.
Yes.
I have so many memories of Mount St. Joe this year, where we're driving down the field and the whole the whole basketball team is under the goalpost, and Elijah breaks one down the sideline. He's dabbing them all up and just having a great time and going crazy, and just driving down the field and seeing all the support right there on the hill. It's something special. And then obviously the fans of the community, you can go to any sporting event, whether it's basketball, soccer, volleyball, football, Holland shows out and supports, and it's a really nice feeling to have that.
There is a definite desire to be a part of Hope College athletics in this town. There's no doubt about that.
No question. I don't know that I have much to add to that, because he summarized it very well. But it's, and football's unique. We get one game a week. It was so fun. My wife and I watched Becky and her team and the run that they had, and to play 3 days in a row. I mean, that's it's a grind. We have to do that one time, and so there's some fanfare that surrounds that. It's different, right? It's just it's a different management of that. And I give her team a tons of credit and props for that. But I think I always say the pageantry of Saturdays in college football is pretty cool.
Yes, it is.
It's pretty cool. And we certainly, you're going to get better crowds when it's warmer. We do play football in the north, but on a Saturday afternoon, it's pretty special and pretty unique. And I think what people realize, and it's and I tell our guys this, not everybody's here to watch a football game. They're here because it's an event. You get a chance to spend time with family, friends, and seeing the parents all lining that walkway, and that I wish everybody had a chance to see it, because it's really cool.
Could I ask one more question?
Absolutely.
For home games, one of the things that I think is so cool about what you do, we've used this word intentional a lot today. I love what you do with veterans during the home games. My father was in the Army. My grandfathers were in the Air Force and Navy, respectively. How did that come about, and why is that so important?
Yeah, so I have to give credit to Mike Lapchak, was a receiver coach of ours, and he brought the idea up to me, and I said, yes, I saw it at a Grand Rapids Griffins game where they did it in between the periods, everybody stood up. And so we, since that time, and we actually need to have some more people involved because we've run out of volunteers and things, but we've done it at the end of the first quarter. And we're gonna redo that and have it go back to some of our players, to say grandparents and things of that nature that have been involved, in parents, of course, and brothers and sisters. But it's really cool to see everybody. We always talk to the official about it before the game. And when you talk to the opposing coach, oh, that's awesome. And then when you see the opposing team and their fans stand up, that's really cool, especially if you've had someone involved in the military. And there's so many stories that go on, around the pageantry of college football, and that you'd never get a chance to see. But it's special, it's unique, and I'm just really, really proud of our guys to get a chance to be a part of it.
All right, so if there's one thing, I've taken a lot from this, but one thing that I've taken is how, like, much football players chirp at each other. And, like, you just get that little competitive juice
I
going.
encourage it.
Yes, you do. So I am going to play along here. You guys are currently third in Day of Giving money raised. And so I think there's some work to be done here. So let's get on the horn. Let's call some folks. Let's reach out. Alums.
Maybe our athletic director should add up what happened maybe a half hour ago. Come on now. If
we'll see.
Stay up on there. Maybe we need to have a little mathematics lesson.
Well, I would love to see an update that's going to come through here in about an hour that will push you guys ahead on this. But no matter how large or small your gift is, every gift counts. And so, yeah, let's go.
That's awesome.
Let's rise to the occasion. Hey, we're going to cut now to a video.
Do the
games. Yeah. All right. So I forgot. We got to do a game. So, sirs, you want to spin the wheel? See what your game is going to be? Oh, boy.
I almost knocked it over.
Rickety. Okay. Blindfolded cotton ball challenge. That'll be a good one.
Awesome.
Here we go. Enjoy this video with alum and defensive coordinator Jacob Pardnay.
Awesome.
My name is Peter Serb, the head football coach here at Hope College, and I'm excited to interview an alum, Mr. Jacob Pardnay. Jacob Pardnay, what are you up to now?
I'm now working as the defensive coordinator for Hope College football.
Love it. What are some of the most memorable experiences you had here as a student athlete?
My sophomore year, we were 2-8, and we turned it around in 2016, my junior year, and went 7-3. That was pretty remarkable. And then, went on a seed trip to India while I was here. Participated in a dance marathon every year while I was here. Started a Big Brother program. Did a bunch of stuff for the Hopies. Like, there was a lot going on.
Love it. When you get together with your old teammates, what stories do you tell? What do you talk about?
Beating up on Albion, pretty much. Getting the shoes from Kalamazoo. Hanging out.
If you go through your athletic experience, how have you put that growth into use in your life now?
I would say the relationship piece, and that's probably across the board from professors and staff and coaches and just my teammates, the guys, the relationship piece, probably.
Could you share with us the one thing that you really, I think is a staple that I see and observe out of you as the defensive coordinator? You always tell your defense to always
win the next one.
And I love that because I think that's so much a parallel to life.
Yeah.
And the experiences that you had.
And that was formed here, kind of that lens.
Who made a difference in your life beyond your head coach?
I hope all of my buddies, my teammates. I would say Scooney. I would say Stacy Jackson in the business department. I would say Stephen Smith in the economics department. I would say Mike Ricketts, former DC legend. Yeah, I knew a lot of the coaches. I was close with a lot of coaches. Coach Fritz, Coach Mitch, a lot of the coaches here.
I love hearing that. If you had advice for current student athletes, what would it be?
Talk to everyone. I'm not kidding. Like, meet as many of the people here as you can. Do as much as you can. Like, there's so many different, like, join a club. I don't know. Do as much as you can within your mental capacity, but, like, do it all.
What excites you about the opportunities that current student athletes have through Hope Athletics? What gets you fired up to see the guys that you get a chance to coach and the opportunities that they have?
It's just all in front of them. Like, it's all there for them. And they get wherever they want to take it, they can live it out in this unpainted, so to speak.
That's great.
Yeah.
Well, on behalf of the coaching staff, the football family here at Hope College, I want to thank you for being a part of Day of Giving. It's really an honor to be a head coach of a young man that's now working in our program. and just help our guys that are in the program currently and our staff that gets a chance to love on them every day. Go Hope.
All right, always an adventure over here with the Orange and Blue Fund-athon. We have got the blindfolded cotton ball challenge. Coach Sturs, you are up first.
Okay.
All right, so the first thing you got to do is make sure you can't see. So let's put those.
I can't see.
No, yes, you can. Let's get the orange. Yep, inside. Yep.
I can't see.
Boom. Now you can't see.
I really can't see anything.
All right, I'm going to move you to the center.
Coach Taves would love this. Like I could be a
Spin around a couple times.
Swimmers, take your mark.
All right. In your right hand is the spatula. You have to, in 30 seconds, to try to get as many of these cotton balls.
I can't use this hand, just this.
Just the scoop. And the bowl has to remain, here, hold the bowl. The bowl has to remain parallel to the floor and above the tabletop. And on your mark, get set, go.
On the tabletop.
Wait, I'm on the tabletop.
The bowl.
No, the bowl you can hold it. You can hold it.
They're falling off.
20 seconds.
It's helpful if you know where the bowl is. There you go. All right.
10 seconds.
10 seconds remaining. Oh, that was an illegal. That was, the bowl dropped below.
3, 2, 1.
I won.
No, I think no matter what Dylan does, he's going to be the winner. That was a complete fail of following directions. And
I didn't know all the rules. I was trying
Just the important ones.
Right, you said put them all in the bowl, so we're trying to win.
I gave you very specific. Dylan, do you know the rules? I'm not surprised that Dylan knows the rules because Dylan is gonna be killing it in the world this next year.
Okay.
Wonderful. I don't know if you noticed this, but it was a close game. Coaches, student athletes, it's tight. There's an opportunity to go for 2 points here, Dylan, if you put one in.
Let's hope I can do that.
All right, wait. Okay. There you go. On your mark. Get set, go.
Well, he won. Well, that's so nice.
I love this. He could take the bags approach and just start throwing them off, but no, he's still going. See, this is what differentiates
20.
big time dudes. This is what separates dudes.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Did I win?
Okay, 1,000. He's got 1,000 in there and was the winner of this challenge. All right, great. Thanks for playing.
There was sarcasm to that.
2 points for the student athletes. And now we are going to go to a Karen Page Courage Award video of a football alum named Kamani Dooley, who is doing great things right now, right? Can you give us a little... Come close.
So Kamani was a young man that when I took over here at Hope was a junior and had some injuries. But then when we heard his story and I learned of his story, this was one of the most unbelievable Karen Page Courage Award interviews you'll ever hear. Kamani's doing great and living in Detroit and spinning houses and just doing great things.
Awesome. All right, cool. We'll go to this clip and we'll see you back in about 10 minutes.
Kamani's injury is the first quarter at Albion. They're going towards the scoreboard. He comes up to make a routine defensive play. Looks pretty normal. After the play's over, I see him sitting on the ground. It looked like he was stretching because he had a cramp. That's what it looked like.
I went to tackle somebody, and our knees collided, and I just collapsed.
Well, then when our trainer went out there, Tim Caberta, and then he walked off, and I saw how much pain he was in, and then as a coach, that's that pit in your stomach.
And I remember feeling something pop, and I was just thinking to myself, like, no, this can't be real. And because I remember earlier that week, we have a meeting on Tuesday, the defense, and Coach Ricketts was telling us, like, it could all end now. Like, you never know when it's your last time stepping on the field. And I was just thinking, like, I'm a junior. That don't apply to me. I'm not gonna get hurt. And I ended up getting hurt that game, the week he told us that. And it was just depressing. You know, went through a lot of pain. And I remember when I got carried off to the sideline, Tim told me I tore my PCL. And
you so want it not to be Kamani, certainly because of his athletic ability and his presence on the field and his ability to be a part of our team, but there's always part of you that says his story doesn't need this. His life doesn't need this right now.
Was always a quiet kid, say very introverted, and get more so that way when his mom died.
I remember the day of, the night before, I remember we were eating tacos, and we played a game called Life. It was me, my brother, and my two uncles, which were her two brothers that she, like, they had the same mom, and they were living with us too. They were about 15 or 16. We were playing Life, us four, and I remember she was on the phone, and I fell asleep on the floor in the living room playing the game. And I remember waking up that morning, and I know we had to be to school at 8:30, and I remember, it's like, as soon as I opened my eyes, because I fell asleep on the floor, I seen we had Comcast cable, and on the box it said 8:03. It was 8:03 exactly. And I remember, like, why she didn't, like, wake us up. And I didn't know why she didn't wake us up, so I was thinking, like, I didn't want to go to school, so I went back to sleep. And about 30 minutes later, I hear my uncle running in the front room, and he just he was like, get up, get up. There's like something wrong with Wanda, and I wasn't like, it didn't like hit me until he like, Wanda's dead. I'm like, what? So we all got up, ran in the back, and I remember seeing her body laying on the bed, like hanging over the bed, and like blood dripping from her mouth, and she was dead.
He totally just turned off to everybody pretty much. His dad went and got him, brought him over to his house, and attempted to raise him.
I had to move with my dad. We was like, me and my brother were forced to, because like he was our dad, and the court said we had to.
But he was not really open to that at all, because he hadn't been seeing him, you know, while he was, from the time he was born to 9. It seemed sometime that it would bring him over to the house, sometime over my house.
Before my mom passed, my dad wasn't in my life. I would see him probably once every 3 months.
I get a call one night from Grandma, which is Dad's mother, saying, Mike, come get Kimani. I don't know what this is about. Before I could even leave out my house, I get a call from his uncle, who lives in New Jersey, telling me, go get Kimani. Now I know this is serious. They both called me, telling me to come get Kimani. I don't know what's happened. So I go over to the house, and she tells me, well, his dad had choked him.
When a kid has two parents and one of them is deceased, the state provides Social Security, and the single parent gets that Social Security, but once the kid turns 16, he's eligible to get the Social Security itself if things are not going well with the parent. I moved out with my Uncle Mike for about 3 months, and I saved up the Social Security checks because he let me keep it for myself. And then when I saved up enough, I decided to get an apartment with one of my older brothers. He was 20 at the time, and we actually split the pay, and
took my younger brother in with us. It was a good experience because it taught me a lot. It taught me to become a man, and I had to do stuff for myself.
Sports pretty much saved him. That gave him an outlet, something to do, because he played basketball, football, and ran track. So he's always busy. And that really kept his mind off his dad and the situation he was in.
I remember getting my first letter, my first football letter from a college, and it said Hope. I didn't know what Hope was, where it was. I didn't even know it was a school. And I would just open the letters. I would get about 3 or 4 a month. And finally, Coach Ricketts, he called me, and he asked me, like, what did I plan on doing after high school? And I didn't know. I wasn't thinking about college.
Well, Kamani got connected with Kamani through his high school coach. Attended a recruiting fair over in outside of Detroit, one of the high schools over there, and he said, hey, I got a couple players, and he mentioned Kamani, and he said kind of an unusual situation for a high school kid, but is a good student and is committed from an academic standpoint and is also a very good athlete.
So we took a trip up to Hope, and we went to Olivet, I think one more school. For some reason, he really liked Hope, and I liked Hope.
It took a little bit before we got him on campus, but he came and visited and did the application and did everything and followed through, did financial aid forms and got that all done. And so we went through the process. Communicating with Kamani was always pretty short and to the point and moving on. And then financial aid, all that stuff worked out. And then he got his package and he said, I'm coming.
My first impression of Hope was very white. It was, different. Like, it didn't seem like I would fit in.
I would say it started off a little rough for him at Hope College, actually. He didn't really find a big group to hang out with.
Kind of felt his way through and connected with just a few guys along the way, and he kind of had a small group.
Yeah, it was very different. Like being like one of the only black people in every class, like one of 9 black people on the football team out of 150. That was hard. I noticed the first day of every class, I didn't know many people unless it was a football player, but if I did know a football player, I would sit by myself, and I noticed the seats next to me would fill up. They would be the last seats to fill up in the classes. And I remember having group projects or like group assignments with like some other white students, and they wouldn't talk to me at all. They would just do the work themselves. It was very hard. It didn't make me feel welcome here. It made me feel like stand out. Yeah, it didn't feel good. I wasn't comfortable. I felt I would be more comfortable back home, where I would go to class with people sort of like me.
I was aware of him thinking about transferring, and when I found out, I was actually pretty sad.
Kamani had a tough fall. I think, and not so much from a physical standpoint, just a tough from a personal and trying to find his niche and at the college, and it was tough on him. Kamani had a decision in mind, and he felt was going to be best for him. And at the point, he wasn't totally happy, so he had to find what was going to make him happy. If that was it, that was it.
I decided to transfer out, and once I left, I realized I made a mistake. It all hit me at once. I lost a lot of credits, and I was surrounded by trouble. I wasn't doing the right thing. I was skipping class because it got out that if you're a football player there, you don't have to go to class. Teachers they just pass you just because you're a football player.
He got there and found out that it was not the better place for him, that maybe things are pretty good where they were at. And he came back and he just felt more, it seemed like he just felt more at ease with himself and also with the college and his teammates and everything, and was just, I guess, at the point that, this is pretty good. I can make this work, and I can benefit from it, but also I can help contribute to things.
We talked about it a little bit, and he's happy he's back. I'm happy too, but he really appreciates what he's got going here.
He's a lot more
Years of age. And I think he every day wakes up and says, hey, that's my story. Though I don't share it very much, that propels him each and every day. And to me, that is the definition of courage. Regardless of what your circumstances, regardless of what things have been done around you or to you or for you or what have you, that you take those circumstances and say, that's going to be a part of who I am. It won't necessarily define who I am, but it's going to be a part of who I am, and help to continue to tell that story.
Courage is the ability to overcome and not letting hard times knock you off your path.
And we now have women's volleyball here today. So I'm on my own a little bit as the host of this section because we have Coach Becky Schmidt with us here today.
Other side of the couch.
Other side of the couch, and the amazing Lauren Lee here today. I have been looking forward to this part for a variety of reasons, which I'll get into later. But first and foremost, how's it going? How's your year this past year?
I mean, it's going great. We had an amazing season. We had an amazing season, and we're already starting spring season, so that's going well. I mean, I always enjoy seeing the girls now a little bit more frequently than we have these past few months, so it's good to get back in the gym. Yeah, I mean, everything's going well so far.
Going great. Having an awesome time. Yep.
Good for you. So I want to get to some of that in a little while. But we're here primarily to talk about athletics in general and also to get to know some of the student athletes and coaches a little bit better. Hope Athletics has a tremendous following. But the great thing about this is we get to learn a little bit more about each of you and about the program as well. And Coach, I'm going to start with you. Can you describe your journey here to Hope College, both as a student athlete and then as a coach?
Sure. It's quite a long one because I moved to Holland when I was about a year old, and my parents had residence in Gilmore Hall. They were also in Emersonian Hall. I don't remember any of that experience, and I was really young still to remember, but I do remember some of the experiences in Gilmore. And there are head resident kids running around this campus, and I look at them and I say, there's no better place to grow up than on a college campus with these kinds of people, these kinds of students. It's absolutely amazing. But we moved out when I was like 4 or 5 years old, but continued to live in Holland. I've got connections to this place. My stepdad was a professor in the religion department. I'm third generation Hope grad. When I was looking at colleges, there was no other place that I was going to go. And yet, Stu Post, the admissions coordinator, or one of the admissions reps in admissions, would send me my newspaper clippings every time I was in an article for basketball or volleyball in high school. He would send those to me. So he was still recruiting really hard. I was like, Stu, you don't have anything to worry about. Like, I'm coming. I had an incredible experience here. Actually came as a basketball player that didn't
even know that.
Yeah, that didn't work out the way that I kind of expected it to, but then had the opportunity to be able to pursue volleyball. And just knew from being in the volleyball program for about like 20 minutes that this was like the team and the group of people that was gonna make a difference in my life. And so had a pretty good volleyball career. Ended up, kind of deciding that I wanted to go into coaching, that was going to be my dream job. About 5 years later, I was able to come back to Hope and be able to do that. So, that's my journey.
That's definitely a God thing, isn't it? I mean, just everything you described was almost like steps to the next level, and here you are.
It's funny, like I'll go into that a little bit further because one of my best friend's mom, the weekend that I got cut from the basketball team, and my best friend was also in that group, her mom sent me a card that said, all it said in it was, "God has a different plan for you," and that knocked me over when I was graduating. I just found that card again. That knocked me over because I was pursuing a completely different sport. I was pursuing coaching. I didn't know that would be something that was going to be on my path. But yeah, God had a different plan.
So before I get to you, I want to touch on that just briefly again. You've mentioned a couple different people who aren't necessarily volleyball related, but it sounds to me like you've had some very unique and incredible people who have influenced you to be the person that you are. Is there anybody else that comes to mind when you think about your journey here to Hope College?
Oh man, I mean, it's my coaches. It was the woman that I worked under when I thought that I wanted to be a D1 head coach, and had that opportunity. It's other people, coaching colleagues that I've met along the journey. It's a lot of my friends that have continued to be a big part of my life. I really appreciated the liberal arts experience when I was a student at Hope, and so it was my philosophy professor and my sociology professor and my bio lab professor that I still think about as being just super igniting in the way that he would make this stuff come to life. So it's a lot of those folks.
I love hearing that because I was a communications major here, and probably the best teacher I ever had was Joe McDaniels. And he comes back into town every once in a while, and he sits directly across from me at basketball games, and he always catches my eye and vice versa. And it's an embrace, it's a genuine respect. He impacted my life in a big way, and he's one of those people that I don't see him very often, but when I do, it's like I saw him yesterday.
Yeah.
That's the kind of impact he had.
And they're everywhere.
They
everywhere.
are, yes.
Yeah, it's
good for
amazing.
you. Lauren, describe your journey coming to Hope College. What was involved in getting you here?
Okay, so kind of like Coach, everybody wants to go be at the Division I schools, and so that's what I was looking at for a long time. I think that was just like the normal at my last club. Everybody was going Division I, Division I, Division I. So a moment of honesty, I kind of looked over Hope as not really an option because nobody was really coming to small Division III schools.
Mm-hmm.
But then, I took a trip out to Boston and visited some of those D1 schools that wasn't even paid for. It was just out of my own interest.
Right.
I just wanted to go see all the options. And I came upon a couple schools that were just big names that people would know about. But the thing is that the facilities were not the Division I, I guess, reputation that
Expectations.
Expectation,
Yeah.
yes,
Mm-hmm.
right. That I expected to be there. I expected pristine locker rooms and just these perfectly polished floors and stuff, and I was kind of underwhelmed with my experience in that. But when I came to Hope and I shook Coach's hand, and she showed me personally around the campus, and I got shown the locker rooms. The locker rooms are great here. I mean, that's not the only reason that I came here, but the locker rooms are amazing.
It's a big one, yeah.
It's really cool that I get to hang out there every day with my teammates. But I think that like seeing the way that I was treated when I came to Hope College changed my mind about my journey into a higher level of education at a big D1 college. Plus, when I came here, I got to meet with an academic advisor, and they showed me a clear path for what I want to go into. Currently, I'm pre-med right now, and I just saw the care and consideration that the professors and the time that the professors took to show me what it would be like to be a student here. And I'm a person who likes to talk. I ask a lot of questions in class. I don't think that's something that I would be able to get in a 400-person classroom. Like right now, I have like some amazing professors. Shout out Dr. Ledden, shout out Dr. Gilmore. Like they just let me talk their ear off in class, which is amazing. It's so fun. I have no shame sitting in the front row because I have my friends to my left and I have my friends to my right, and nobody has any shame about wanting to learn and wanting to ask questions and being chatty. So
I love hearing that. Again, this was a long time ago. I had those same experiences as a student here. I had a Spanish professor, Professor Roof, who was about this tall from Chile. And I sat in the front of her class because she made the class fun.
Exactly.
And even one of my good friends too, sitting there, talked to her in Spanish and said, if you dance the tango with Darren, can we get out of class early? I've kind of figured it out and looked up and she's like, did it? I'm like, we did it. And we had a wonderful time. I mean, so professors here understand, we are a faith-based institution, obviously, but there's also a global view that comes into play that can strengthen any number of things, including faith. What else would you tell prospective students, recruits, that would come to Hope College, why they should choose to come and be a part of the Orange and Blue?
Well, one thing about Hope is that they have a plethora of opportunity here. Like, there are so many opportunities that I had no idea about that I just committed here anyways. But then I got here and I got involved and I started getting these emails that you want to unsubscribe to, but you read them anyways because they're in your inbox, and then you figure out, oh, I can go to a third world country this summer and spread the word of God and play sports. Or our volleyball team, for example, might be taking an international trip this summer, which is something that I never imagined that I'd even be able to do in college. So, and then also summer research is something that I did last year, which I didn't know was available to me until last spring. So I figured out about that. I decided to stay here over the summer. Even though I might have missed home and everything, it was probably one of the best decisions I've ever made. I mean, I loved staying here. I loved going to the beach. I loved working, getting paid for learning, doing research in the summer. I mean, it was just so much fun. And then afterwards, I'd be able to hang out with my friends, and I wouldn't have to worry about homework. So that was the greatest part about staying here over the summer. And that was the greatest part of that experience, is that I was just like, I was hungry for the knowledge, and I've never considered myself like a super academic kind of person. But then I got here and I realized that being here is a privilege and it's an opportunity, and I think that there's a lot of opportunities that are offered here that I just am able to take advantage of. So if you're coming to Hope College, take advantage of everything that you can. There's so many trips that you can do here that are super affordable, and it's just going to be just super impactful for your character development.
We've heard that several times today, have we not? Coach, we brought this up throughout the day. It seems like one of the theme words for this whole thing has been intentional. When you hear a player of yours say stuff like that, I'm going to assume that's part of your recruiting pitch as well. Are you very intentional about spreading the information about what Hope has available other than just playing volleyball?
I mean, I think we are connected to what's going on in the greater campus. And our student athletes know that we want them to be more than just volleyball players here, and so they know that they're going to have that they're going to be, if they choose to do a study abroad experience, it's going to be not like, oh, you're going to miss a spring season. It's like, where are we going? Like, this is awesome. I love it, you know. We've got 4 student athletes that are overseas right now, studying abroad, and we love that, right? We love that doing the collaborative research with faculty. We love the opportunity to be able to get involved in other things on campus. So, yeah, we just, you know, if they're gonna go through and read all those emails that end up coming, you know, then we're gonna support them in the ways that they want to go about doing it. But we certainly want them to be intentional with these 4 years, because you can't get them back, you know, and it makes it's absolutely huge. So.
Yeah. So you've already mentioned that word support. I want to jump on that for a little bit here. We've talked about this all day. The facilities and the people that come to watch you play. There is a support here at this level at Division III that honestly I've not seen anywhere else. And I've been to some of your matches, had the opportunity to work a couple of matches during the NCAA first round opportunities there. What is it like playing here in a full house where the atmosphere is just electric? Can you describe that as a player when you walk out onto the court?
Well, at first it's overwhelming. I know that last year when we played Calvin and we broke the Division III record, I was super overwhelmed during warm-ups when I couldn't hear my hitters 20 feet away from me calling what they want to hit. I was just like, wow, this is a lot of love. And then this past year when we were going into the 5th set against Transylvania, and I heard the entire stadium, maybe not the entire stadium, the entire stadium minus Transylvania's section going, let's go Hope, let's go Hope. I don't know, I felt it in my soul. I think everybody felt it, that we were gonna win that game. It was just, Coach said, can you feel the shift? Yeah. I felt the shift, and I've never had a sports experience like that where I just knew that people believed in us, that we were gonna win that game. And so that support means so much. Yeah. It does. And I think that that's one of the biggest things that I've learned from being on this team is that all you have to do is believe in somebody else and they will succeed. All you have to do is say, I believe in you. They'll pass the ball right into your hands. Or just trusting your teammates, trusting coach, that kind of support. And then I always have these 2 high school girls who come say hi to me after games. And I met them this summer at high school camps, and I appreciate it so much. I don't think that they realize how much it means to me that they come down and they say hi to me after every game. Or these middle school girls who want to take pictures afterwards. It means a lot to them, but I think it means a lot to their team.
Can I piggyback on one thing here, because I want to take this opportunity to genuinely thank the Holland community for the way that they supported us this past year. There's not many platforms that I feel like we've got other than through social media to be able to do this, but we did look at the numbers recently, and we led the nation in attendance this past year by more than doubling the next closest.
No kidding.
It was number 2 averaged 600 fans per game. We averaged 1,200 fans. It wasn't even close, right? When you take that number, we were averaging more than 85% of Division I schools. We compared it to Division I.
It's amazing.
And in a year where volleyball attendance was absolutely insane.
Yes. Yeah. Yes,
people are loving women's sports right now, and it's really, really exciting. And so, seriously, from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank the Holland community for the way that they continue to show up for us.
Well, and I want to bring up 2 things. You brought it up just a second ago, Lauren, the kids that you've gotten to meet.
Yeah.
Just so that you know, it is a big deal. I'm a Parks and Recreation Director and have been for 33 years, and we're involved in a lot of different things, including volleyball, which, by the way, is one of my highest participant sports. And I'll tell you, when they come watch you play, of course they want you to win in this, but they're watching you as not only the player, but the student athlete, the person. it's not just the wins that make a difference. Whatever you're doing, whatever you're telling them, they want to come see you.
Yeah,
And that's a big deal. And it's kind of a responsibility too, but you handle it beautifully.
Oh, thank you.
You really do. That's something that's so cool to see. But with that support, women's sports in general, and this is a great segue, by the way. There's something about women's sports lately. Volleyball, obviously basketball right now, but what do you think it is? What is? I mean, we can talk about basketball with Caitlin Clark and who honestly, I had a conversation with somebody who's the most popular athlete right now, Patrick Mahomes or Caitlin Clark, and the person I was talking to said Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
You know, but something is happening right now. What do you think that is putting women's sports more in the limelight than ever before?
I think we're giving it time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're giving it time, we're giving it column inches. We're talking about it more in the national media. I think that social media has actually helped with this, that it's gotten live streaming women's games has been a way to kind of circumvent the national media.
Right.
But now once it started to grow, national media has taken notice and they've said, oh, all right, you know, we can reciprocate that, right? Volleyball is the number 3 sport on the Big Ten network, second to football and men's basketball.
Yeah.
You know, and people are starting to watch it because the Big Ten network just said, hey, we're just going to do this.
Yeah.
You know, because it's the right thing to do. And then people, of course, it's one of those, if you build it, they will come kinds of things. We've known that we've had a great product for years,
Yes.
right? Like volleyball is incredibly exciting to watch. There's enthusiasm shown in every single point. What I love about the game is that it is the perfect depiction of power and grace at the same time. And so I think it's an amazing game to watch. And once people start to see it, they start to appreciate it. And I think the big difference is that we just started putting it out there so that people could start to see it.
Mm-hmm. So one of the absolute best jobs I ever had was when I was a freshman here at Hope College. I was the manager for the women's volleyball team.
You can come do that again next
Well,
year.
I'll tell you what. So that was, I don't know, you might remember the name Deanne Knoll, Lynette Ojala. Those were some really good teams back in the day. Became really good friends with Deanne. Back then, they didn't have 4 officials. They had the 2 at the net, and then they had students in the corner doing the line judging. So I got to do that, and I enjoyed it. Even on away games, they didn't have students do it, so I just did it, and I loved every minute. Almost got my head taken off a couple times, but I got to experience what you're talking about, the elegance and the power of the game of volleyball. But I got to tell you, the couple games that I did here when Dave was unavailable, to sit that close and to realize the power and the strength and the physicality of it, unless you physically see it and really attempt to understand it, it's an incredibly physical game. And I'm just going to say, volleyball players might be some of the toughest student athletes I've ever seen. You wouldn't see me diving on the floor, I can tell you that right now. But that's just, what a cool thing to witness. And is that something, I mean, what drove you to the game of volleyball?
Well, volleyball has always been in my life. My dad played college volleyball at Michigan when they had a men's club team.
Mm-hmm.
They still have their men's club team.
Yeah.
But when he was in college, he played at Michigan. He's also a setter, and so he taught me mostly every skill-based thing that I know about volleyball. He's incredibly smart and strategic. I will give some of the credit to Coach, though. She has taught me some things about getting my weight behind the ball and retaught me some of my footwork and where to place the ball. But my dad really showed me the love of volleyball since I can remember. I mean, I started local volleyball at Huron Valley Volleyball Club, which is a small a few nets in a garage in Saline, but it's really like the perfect place to start playing volleyball and start loving volleyball. Then my sister started playing, and then my brother, he can hang with us too. And so then we have my dad, then we have 3 girls in our family, so that's a perfect set of 4 for beach volleyball.
There you
So
go.
anytime we go on vacations, it's always a beach volleyball. But yeah, I don't know, my love of volleyball has always been within my family. My favorite part is probably the strategy in it. It's a very intelligent game. And yeah, I don't know. I've always been around it.
It's a phenomenal game to watch and be a part of.
She was very kind in offering some kudos on coaching. I want everybody to know that one of the things that when we look for setters in our program, we look for people who are really good at setting. Not just because it's valuable to have that, but because we want our setters to just be able to run the show.
Yeah.
We don't believe in micromanaging them. And like honestly, I was a middle in college, so I can micromanage middles a little, and so, but with setters, we just want them to be able to feel empowered in the offense, that it's their show to run, we're here to guide, but that was one of the things that we were really fired up about Lauren, because she's able to do it.
Yeah, I mean, that's also true. I mean, she puts a lot of trust in me to run my own offense, and I mean, that's why I like setting for Hope, is I can run my own offense, and it's great. I mean, it's not just a one-man show, because volleyball never is, but I mean, she still whispers in my ear some plays. Oh, I will also have to give credit to Gracie Allen, because Gracie Allen is the eyes in the back of my head. She always tells me where to set her dump, who's open, who's on fire, so it's never an individual sport. So kudos to everybody on my team, because I can't set without a pass or look cool without a hitter.
Well, you look cool anyway.
Hey,
you. I want to tell you that I've been announcing basketball here since DeVos was built, and I've had the opportunity to do any number of things, Hopies and stuff like that. But the night that we had just recently, when we got to introduce the volleyball team, having coming back from the championship game, I don't know if you could feel it. I could. I got to announce your names, and I just found myself revving up every single name that was going on, and the vibe and the feeling, the goosebumps. I don't know if you felt it, but I'm going to tell you right now, for me, that was one of the top 5 moments I've ever felt in this building.
Thank you.
It was
really
so
fun.
cool to see all of you there. But let's talk about this team. And obviously we know what all happened, making it all the way to the championship game. What an amazing run. What fascinated me, and this is a credit to you, you had a number of transfers that came in and some new players here or there. And yet the handful of times I got to watch you play, there was a feeling, the chemistry, the gelling of this group of women, that fascinated me as much as anything. Can you describe that process or how you came to the end result? Because this was just an excellent example of bringing a team together and a display of chemistry unlike you ever see very often around here.
Okay. Well, I don't want to give our secret sauce away.
Please
but
don't.
I mean,
You can give our secret sauce away.
I will tell you.
Inspire Hope more.
Right. I will tell you though. We all know each other very well. We know each other. I mean, better than any other team that I've been on. I don't know. I feel like once you get into college, you're no longer afraid to share hard things. And one thing that we did do as a team is we got together and we shared the hardest thing that we've ever been through. And there was lots of tears, and there was hugging, and there was affirmation, and there was, I feel like a part of everybody healed during that time together, and it was super impactful and super altering to our team chemistry almost, because when you see each other and you play a sport with each other every day for, 3 months, we're coming to the very end of our season, it gets hard to like the person next to you after a while. You always love them.
True. Yes.
But it's hard to come back and like everybody every day, almost like your sister. So what we did to foster empathy for each other is we got together and we talked about the hardest things that we've ever been through and how and we got to appreciate each other's resiliency in all of that. And so then going onto the court, you can look into that other girl's eyes and understand everything. Like, one of the hardest things that they've ever been through, and just look at them and say, like, you're amazing. I believe in you. I've seen you put in all of this work through practice, and now I see it all coming through on the court. It's so cool, and you just know that you love that girl. And you might not like her all the time, but you always come back to loving that girl, and that girl loves you, and it's just a sense of like trust that you have on the court. It's just different. We just gel.
Goosebumps. That was an amazing answer. Coach, when you saw this team and brought them together, did you, I'm sure you knew you probably had a pretty good team on your hands, but were you surprised at all how well they came together and how far you made it?
Surprised? No. Like, I'm always hopeful, right? You know, that they're going to end up building those relationships throughout this experience. Because I do know, like we've heard it a lot today, that it's the relationships that end up being the thing that stays with people over a long period of time. So we're always like cognizant of that. Like, we try to build three things into our program: fun, connection, and growth.
Yeah.
Right? If we are every day are spending some time in activities that we genuinely think are fun, that we are, building a relationship and a connection with other people, and then also like able to grow, like we're a better person or a different person at the end of that day than we were at the beginning, then we've been successful, So that connection is definitely a piece that is something that we care a lot about, I'm just like, I think that we have established a culture where that is the norm rather than the exception.
Last question. You're going into next season, pretty much everybody back. It's going to be a lot of fun. I don't even want to, you're going to get enough of those questions as time goes by. But by the time you're done, do you think, or what do you think are the things that you're going to take away from the Hope Women's Volleyball program that are going to help you in your professional life?
I'm going to take joy with me. I know how to find joy in everything. I mean, after we lost that national championship game, I didn't shed a single tear because I was just so joyful and happy for the opportunity to play every single game of the season with these amazing girls. So just taking away joy, taking away empathy for other people. I mean, one thing that this volleyball team has led me to is the Center for Leadership program, which I learned just so much about how to work with other people through empathy, through having a vision, through serving other people. That's one thing that I'll take away from this program is just knowing how to get along with other people. I'll always have the memories of singing while running through Boston, and I'll always have the memories of, like, I don't know, of just talking for hours in the hotel rooms with my teammates. But yeah, I don't know. It's just an amazing program that I'll take so many like skills, more than just volleyball skills.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, and we could say that to pretty much every student athlete that's been through here, but especially in this setting where I had to be the lone host. Pre-med route, you said?
Yeah.
Don't know where you're going to end up or what you're going to do, but I have a very good feeling you're going to be really good at it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
That
so
means a
much.
lot.
So we're going to take a break here in just a second, but before we do, Lauren, we're going to let you do the honors here, and we're going to move this over if we can. It's supposed to be like that. You get to spin the wheel this way.
This way?
This way,
Okay.
yeah. The other way. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. No, that's fine. That's good. Let's see, what are we going to end up with
I think I
here?
broke it.
No, it'll end up. Try again, it says.
Should I
Oh,
go the other
boy.
way then?
You can try it, see what happens.
Oh, there's.
Yeah, that's good. We'll be all right. And we are at moving on up. All right. So
this
I
is it.
I don't know.
Need more equipment for this.
Uh-oh.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Okay.
We'll get it.
And I don't know what video's coming up, so I think you're going to have to do that one.
Yeah, we've got an interview that I did with alum Teresa Vanderschaft. You might remember her as Teresa Borst. She's also our Team 43 rep. So enjoy this little interview with Teresa.
There you go.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Becky Schmidt. I'm the head volleyball coach at Hope College. And on this Day of Giving telethon, I'm joined with one of our alums, Teresa Vanderschaff. Teresa
Hello.
Dorst. Welcome to the call. If I accidentally just continue to call you T, that's to the viewers at home, that was her nickname that we gave her on her first day at Hope, because Teresa was just too long of a name.
Too long. It's too long.
Too long. So
It's
anyway, welcome.
Thank you.
Good to have you. Good to have you on this call. T, wanted to talk to you a little bit about your experience at Hope, as well as kind of what you're doing now, filling in the viewers and the Hope fans on what's going on in your life. I asked you to do this for two primary reasons. One is that you are the alum that I have seen at more Hope volleyball weddings of players that you never had as teammates.
That's true.
And I think that that's a pretty cool thing. The other reason is because you're involved in Team 43 and want to, that's something that I think is going to be kind of a little bit of a theme throughout the telethon, some of the things that we're doing with Team 43, and we'll talk a little bit about that. But other than that, welcome. What are you up to?
Okay, so I am married. I have 3 kids. We live out in Byron Center. I'm working part-time doing HR stuff. I've done that for the last 10 years, which seems crazy. And I just most recently am the varsity volleyball coach at South Christian. So very excited for that and that opportunity and stay in the game in that way. But yeah, our family stays busy doing all the things, all the schedule things, all the sport things, just all the things. But it's great and we love it.
Awesome. Can you talk just a little bit about some of the experiences that you had as a student athlete that were most memorable, the things that when you think about your experience as a Hope volleyball player, that what you come back to as being meaningful?
Truly, even when you're asking that question, I can feel it. Like, it's weird. I can just like have this feeling inside of what it meant for me and what it meant for my life now too. But my experience at Hope, a huge chunk of it, and why I loved my experience was the athletics. Just being a part of something and having something greater than myself and work towards a team. It was unbelievable. I can still, like, in the background, I can see the volleyball picture, and I can still like see us winning that regional championship and just that feeling and the crowd and the community. It's just really cool. You know, in my circle, I have a lot of people that have played college volleyball, and people constantly tell me there's something different about your experience than mine. And I think when I start talking about Hope volleyball, I just light up because the experience, the people, the community, and it still feels real now, even after a lot of years. So yeah, I just think the relationships that you make, the community that you build. When I go back to Hope games, there's still the same people in the stands, and it's awesome. And it's people come up to me, T, and it's like I've never left. So it's a family there. It definitely is.
That's awesome. I still remember the photo that we got of you celebrating that regional championship win.
Yes. Why am I on the ground?
It was an amazing crowd. You're on your knees, arms raised. Oh, it's just so good.
Yeah. Like I was a middle. Like there's no reason for me to be on the ground, but the body does what it does when it celebrates. So yeah, yep, I know that
right. Well. Hey, I do remember, some of those experiences. One of the things that I remember about your senior year was that we had kind of some people come into the program that year that were pretty talented, right? Mm-hmm. And you started off your senior year at competing for your position, and so. I just, I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about the growth that you experienced through that. through having to like earn your spot, or like even like some of the other kinds of things through your experience where you saw the most growth personally from
Yeah.
your involvement in athletics?
Yeah, that's a great question. When I tell girls that I coach this a lot, and truthfully, that experience, my 4 years, I felt almost every role, right? You feel not playing very much, being a starter, like you said, like competing for your spot, still bringing your best at practice. And that every single role that I played has truthfully made me a better coach now. To be able to relate, to understand, to be able to speak, be more transparent. That the growth that happened was truly remarkable. And a lot of times you don't really feel it until later, right? But I'm just so thankful for those opportunities. And even thinking back to, that 4 year experience that I had, I still feel joy no matter what role I was in. And I think that speaks to the program that you've built and the program that I was a part of. You just love it no matter where you are. But internally growing, and it's just helpful to have those teammates too that are just supportive. It's not, we go in the gym, we compete, we try hard, but then we go home with each other, and everyone's supportive. And it's like I said, it's just truly a family. But yeah, a lot of growth happened, and truthfully, in the long run, it was so good for me, really good for me. So
Well, I think that you've got a naturally deferent personality to like giving credit to other folks. I think a lot of that had to do with your character, and the way that you approached that every single one of those situations with joy, um, is a lot on you too. So
yeah.
yeah, can you talk to me a little bit about? Yes,
We have a visitor.
I love it. Nice hat, buddy. Um, can you talk a little bit about Team 43 and the opportunity that you've had to kind of give back to Hope Athletics? Team 43, for the viewers that don't know yet, is a program that Hope Athletics has kind of started in order to be able to take a more proactive approach to the mental wellness of our student athletes. And one of the things that we know is that if you put more adults in the lives of college students, they cope with things better. And Team 43 is based on some scripture where and I think it's Isaiah, right? Where we hear that you will walk through the fire and we're not going to be burned. Like there's going to be ways that we're going to be protected and buoyed even in times that are tough. And so Hope Athletics has tried to partner with a lot of different types of either alums or community members to just kind of walk alongside of our student athletes during times that might be difficult, and to give them that kind of that buoy, that support. So you were our rep, the volleyball rep for Team 43 this year. Can you talk a little bit about your experience with
Oh
that?
man, it has been such a privilege, first of all, to even be asked to do that. But just like what a cool way to still be involved. And the amazing run that the team had this past fall, I kind of in a weird way, like felt like I was part of it. And I was like emailing them encouragement and excitement. And it's just been really cool to just reach out to them. And in a lot of ways, you're just kind of throwing I don't know, you're just kind of throwing things out there like, hey, I'm still here, I'm here if you need anything, and doing that quite often. And then girls kind of latch onto that and ask to go get coffee, and it's the most amazing experience to just hear like what they're going through. And like I mentioned before, I went through a lot of things too, and just being able to relate to them in that way and to kind of share, it's going to be worth it. And I kind of have a very different perspective than them, right? And so to be able to bring that to them and into their lives. But those tough conversations can be heavy sometimes, but gosh, what an amazing outlet for them to have someone that has kind of walked it, and I would have latched totally onto that, when I was in college. And I tell the girls that all the time, like, this is just a really cool opportunity. So that piece is really cool. But the biggest piece is just like sharing in their excitement, texting them after those big wins and getting like the fire back. And I'm just like, oh yeah, like, we're sharing in this together. And you can just tell how proud they are of the team and how excited they are for each other. And so it's just been an amazing experience. It's still pretty new. So still reaching out to girls here and there. And with the fall season, they're pretty packed schedule wise, but I'm really looking forward to this winter and spring to be able to connect more with them. So it's just been really cool. And they're so receptive of it. I kind of threw it out there like, hey, if you guys want my number, text me. And a ton of them did. So it was just really cool. It's a fun and amazing opportunity. And yeah, definitely something that I think is worth it and worth the time.
Awesome. We're better because of your involvement in that. So thank you so much for the way that you're living into our student athletes.
Yeah.
As you've kind of gotten to see a little bit of their experiences, what they're going through, kind of right now, what really excites you about the opportunities that Hope Athletics and Hope Volleyball like kind of has right now?
Yeah, I just see it growing so much, and even just like the like social media stuff that there is now. I'm like totally dating myself here, but like, like the cool jerseys that they have and just the opportunity, like they're playing so much on the center court. Like it's because the fans are coming. And volleyball, as a side note, is just growing so much in West Michigan. And then that only just makes like the college experience even more. And so it makes me so excited to just see the love of volleyball that people have. But it's easy to love Hope Volleyball because of the passion and the excitement that they all just have on the court. So they make it easy. So hopefully it percolates to other colleges. But Hope Volleyball specifically just excites me with how much it's growing. I mean, and I have my hands in like the high school level, and oh my word, people just want to play at Hope. It's a thing. People are like, I want to go play there. They have something cool, and the success and the level of play. And at the high school level, Hope Volleyball excites people, and that makes me excited too. That means it's growing. That means there's something special about it. And I just love seeing those crowds packed and just coming back home to watch those matches is really exciting.
Awesome. If you had a piece of advice for our student athletes, what would that be?
Sure. So through the Team 43, I've had girls ask me this, and immediately the answer that comes to mind, like without even thinking, is a little cliche, but it's truly enjoy it. Just enjoy it. I wish sometimes I could just go back and redo it and really like soak in those moments more. At the time, of course, you feel like you are, but to go back and just like breathe into people more, be more intentional about your relationships. Make sure like if there's something going on, say yes more to good things. And right. that could go bad. But just making sure that, you're pouring into relationships and just like actively listening to people, trying to understand people, and just being present, and that's something that I'm trying to work on in my own life now. And I just wish I would have done that then, and just enjoying those moments and just soaking it, looking at the crowd every once in a while and being like, man, this is awesome. And I can still feel those feelings, but I wish I would have at the time kind of soaked it in a little bit more. So my biggest advice is just be present, pour into wherever you are. If that's in the classroom, on the court, talking to a friend over coffee, just make sure you're just there.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Tia. It's really great to connect. And so thankful that you continue to live into our student athletes' lives. Also, just super excited for the student athletes that you're going to get the chance to coach at South, or that you've been coaching as an assistant, but now to be able to lead that program, like it's going to be awesome. So
yeah, thanks. I'm excited.
Cool. All right. Thanks so much for being here, and we'll continue to stay in touch. All right.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks. Yep. All right, welcome back. We are at it again. And when Lauren spun the wheel of games, she dialed up, moving on up moving on up is the game where we are going to try and move this red cup all the way through the stack to the place where it gets down to the bottom again. The challenge is we're going to try and do it as quickly as we can, alternating hands while standing one-footed on a Bosu ball. You can't see the Bosu ball, but there is one, which will become abundantly clear as you see me do this. So, Darren, are you ready?
I am ready.
All right.
On your mark, get set, go.
And the race begins. Oh my gosh, I think it should be illegal that you touch the ground.
Well, I am. I mean,
that's okay. I'm going to touch the ground so many times too. Wow, wow, impressive, impressive.
Valence.
There must be something on the line. I should have gotten her that coffee earlier. Holy crap!
Oh no, we're still going.
No,
Keep
no,
counting.
no.
Don't stop.
Oh, and he
Don't
stopped.
stop.
No, keep going, keep going.
How long? What am I at now?
Oh, okay.
Okay, and done.
37.
Plus like 3 seconds.
37. Did you stop it at all?
I stopped it.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
just for
all right.
just for like 2 seconds.
All right. Well, yeah, it's 39. Fair.
Okay.
Fair.
I don't know why. Are you left?
I'm in a flop sweat.
You went left?
Um,
I'm gonna go righty, I think.
Hey, do your thing.
Okay.
Are you all set?
All right.
On your mark, get set, go.
Oh wait.
Oh yeah, alternating hands. Thank you. Not as easy as you thought, huh? Oh, 2.
My PT person says like, squeeze through the calf is what you're supposed to think about.
Keep going. Keep going. You can do it. Believe.
I'm so.
That's fine.
This is too much thinking. I just came out of the lab.
25 seconds.
Wait, what am I doing?
No excuses. Move cups like a champion.
No.
Come on, believe. Get it. Get it.
I think you should add a point for every time
Come
the
on.
coach hit the ground. Oh.
40.
Oh.
Oh man.
Did I just beat my setter?
I'm never gonna hear the end of this. I'm so sorry. Team.
2.
I'm so sorry, team.
2 points for the coaches.
2.
2 points.
Yep. 9 to 9.
Yeah, there've been other teams
my
with like
gosh.
2 or 3 athletes coming in, student athletes. Hey, great job though.
Good job.
Thanks so much for coming in.
Thank you,
Really
yeah.
appreciate you. Fire up, and yeah, we'll see you at practice. Do you have a? Yeah, hold on though. Do you have a tennis game coming up?
Oh, yeah, but it's away this weekend.
Okay. All right.
But
Good luck.
check
She's
the
on the
schedule
tennis team
online.
as well.
I
She's
am,
awesome.
Yes. Division 3. You can do a lot of things.
All right, come. Hey, we're gonna do a little update right now. Let you know where things are standing with regards to the leaderboard and with regards to the challenge that we have for the Day of Giving. Want to give a special just appreciation shout out to George and Sibylla Borichter, who are making this gift possible. The challenge gift, that is. If we are able to get every team up to $1,000, then they are going to donate an additional $20, which is absolutely huge. And so you can see, I don't know if you can see this or not, but we'll do a little rundown. Baseball's at 362, men's basketball 295, women's basketball 553. Cheer, coming through with 1450. Way to go, cheer. Men's golf, $2,600. Women's golf, $50. Let's go, women. We can do it. $1,800 from men's soccer. Way to go. Women's soccer, $100. Football, $637. After a little trash talking, they're stepping up. We got men's lacrosse coming in at $1,070. We've got women's lacrosse at $5,500. That is awesome. Cross country and track and cross country at 50, women's track 50, men's track 75, men's swim and dive 62, women's swim and dive still at 12. Come on, we can do this. They've got to meet, so they're still in the water. That's fine. Volleyball, super proud of the volleyball people out there. $1,400, thank you. Softball, $166. Men's tennis. Let's get on the board, men's tennis. If you know of any former men's tennis players or anybody affiliated with the tennis program, any fans of tennis, call them up, send them a text, tell them to donate. Right now, women's tennis coming in at 60. We got this, all right? The totals over here, Orange and Blue Fund right now is at $20,930. We're standing in 4th place and doing a great job with regards to generating this money. Remember that we are trying to get to $75,000 by noon tomorrow. And as you are watching these different types of stories that are coming through, if you hear of something else that kind of inspires, if you've already donated, but you hear something else that's like, wow, that's a pretty compelling aspect of this too, and you want to donate again, that is perfectly fine, okay? If you also wanted to instead send a text message to somebody else that you feel might be as compelled or inspired by some of the things that you're hearing, then we invite you to reach out to them and to spread the good word of hope. Said before that one of the phrases we love in Hope Volleyball is inspire hope. And we believe that with the help of the Orange and Blue Fund, we are better able to be able to do that in our community, in the lives of our student athletes, and the impact that they are going to have as they leave this place and go out into the world and spread hope to the world. It's good work that we're doing here, and I just continue to encourage you to pursue that. We just had Lauren Lee on, and I remember the first time that we saw Lauren Lee play, and it wasn't me, it was one of my assistant coaches that drove across the state to go to Lauren's high school match, and it was during a time we had a little bit more time on our hands because of COVID, but she drove across the state to go to this high school match, and she came back and said, I found your next setter. This is not the type of thing that honestly I feel like I've got time to be able to do during the course of my day, that in season to be able to drive across the state and be able to do that. But we had an assistant coach who had the capacity to be able to make that happen. That assistant coach's position was funded in large part by the Orange and Blue Fund. One of the reasons I am with you all day today is because I believe in the Orange and Blue Fund, because the Orange and Blue Fund has benefited our program. It's benefited me personally. Because we have a little bit more assistant coach support, I'm able to be with my family a little bit more. I'm able to devote a little bit more time away from some of the kind of busy work of coaching to be able to invest in the big life impacting aspects of coaching. I am very much appreciative of the ways that the Orange and Blue Fund has invested in our program. And I believe 100% that the money that gets put into that gets transformed through the ways that we impact student athletes' lives and their experiences. I invite you to continue to give, to support this mission of Hope Athletics, to build competitive excellence, transformative experiences, and academic success. We can do this, we can reach this goal, and we can continue to make a difference in the lives of the student athletes that are part of our programs. 600 plus student athletes that are benefiting from this. Please continue to give. Thanks.
I really got interested in the SEED program and the trips in general because a lot of my teammates had gone.
I'd gone through some more challenging aspects of my life, and I just thought I really needed that push to break through the superficial relationship that I thought I had with God, and I really wanted to dig deeper into my faith.
Me and Graham, we were just chatting up with Matt Margarone. He mentioned hey, have you ever thought about the Zambian trip? I went on it last year. It was super fun. I think it'd be a great opportunity for you. Talking to Graham, I was like, if you do it, I'll do it.
I feel like everyone says, oh, they're gonna be your best friends. You're gonna go into this trip not knowing them and it's gonna be a crazy connection, but it was truly They are some of my best friends now. Some of them even feel like family.
Really love the aspect of like all the athletes, all the teams come together. We're now supporters of them, so we're showing out to swim meet or like football games or even like a cross country meet. Just building those connections were huge.
You can grab lunch or coffee with them. Our group went to the beach. We'll have dinner together soon.
You see them and you're like, I gotta go say hi. And then you go out of your way.
I think the main thing that stood out to me about Push the Rock is just the selflessness of the people. The way that they use their life to be the hands and feet of Jesus was just so impressive to me.
Their main goal was to serve us, I felt like, on the trip almost, and they were some of the most selfless and humble people I'd ever met.
Facilities in general were just unreal, and I just thought it was so awesome that they have created this opportunity for those kids to be able to like thrive in their sport.
I'm thankful for Sawyer for putting everything together. It's truly amazing.
We did sports ministry, and our trip was specifically tailored to going to elementary schools and in communities with children.
Soccer was definitely the main sport in Uganda, which was super cool because I'm a soccer player. It showed me that it can be the sense of communication between the two groups. Many of them did not speak English. You didn't even need to say words. You could just share in your love of God and soccer.
Kids were following us right away, like you would probably have a kid on your right, kid on your left holding your hand, or like trying to jump on your back. I felt like you've known them for so long and it's like you just met them.
The prison ministry was just not what any of us expected, I don't think. We had some kind of tough-looking individuals walk in, and your first thought is that these are scary people that have done horrible things, but you really realize that like these are people that God has created in His own image, and they cared about us so much, and we're so grateful.
So Christine's house is an area that women and girls will go when they've faced a lot of trauma in their lives and they may need adult figures to help support them. Sometimes you don't know how to give encouragement to someone who's been through so many terrible and difficult things that you can't even like imagine going through yourself. But the one thing that stood out to me the most was basically that regardless of what they've been through, they have this grounded and unshakable faith in God.
We would go into different communities where they had never had access to clean water.
And something that I don't think anyone in our group will ever forget is just like the look on their faces when the clean water comes out of the filter.
You got some water and then put some dirt in it, all this gravel, and it just came out like clear as day.
Instructing these families and how they can have clean water for the rest of their lives was just life-changing. Like there's no other words to describe it.
And like they're thanking us and it's like really heart-touching. It's like, man, take this for granted a lot.
I definitely had a pretty big dimension of faith in my life before the trip. However, it opened my eyes to the same God that I pray to is also the God that these people pray to. And the God that loves me in America is the God that loves them in Costa Rica. It just grew my faith that God is so big and He is just so loving. Like He has so much love all over the world.
Before the trip, I was still trying to figure out who I was. I didn't really know where I was at in my faith walk. Going to Zambia and then coming back definitely helped change that viewpoint. I can't really remember the song that we were singing, but I think it was Thank You, God. And I was really getting into it and like opening up. I could feel myself doing that while I was really being vulnerable with that. David, Justin, there was one more. They all came up to me and they put their hand on my shoulder and they just all started praying for me. And I was like, it's like, wow. It's like, I'm really like starting to open up and this is God's way of like speaking to me, like, I'm here for you. Like in that moment, I was like, I see this. I gotta change something when I get back. Like this is the real deal. Like this is it. I gotta bring this back with me and keep spreading it because I want everybody to feel how I'm feeling right now.
A moment that I will never forget was when these two little boys came up to me and I gave them these little softball gloves and I showed them the ball and they had no idea what it was. I was like, we're gonna learn how to play something called softball. The first time that they caught the ball and the kid just jumps up and just like screams with delight, like I will never forget that ever.
I just thought it was really cool to see like you could just take a step back when maybe you were playing with some kids and just watch everyone and what they were doing, interacting with all the locals and all the other people that were there and kind of like growing themselves as a person. So like see all them do that and like then me being a part of it as well was really cool.
as college athletes at this age, it's super easy to be like, I'm too busy to go. I have other things, but I think after coming back from Costa Rica, everyone needs to go on a seed trip. I just think it's life-changing.
There's no downside. There's nothing like to be scared of. It is such an amazing trip. You create so many relationships, you learn so many things about yourself and about others. If you're thinking about it, there's no reason you shouldn't. You shouldn't be ashamed of like where your faith is at the moment. Like there's no faith level that you should be at. Like everyone's at different stages and everyone in our trip is on different stages.
It's okay to be nervous. I was very nervous. It's okay to be uncomfortable. Make yourself uncomfortable, and that's going to build you as a person.
The mission trip aspect is just really special because you're doing work, but it's God's work. You're God's working hands.
If you're thinking about going on a seed trip, you just need to go.
Do it. Go for it.
If you're thinking about it, do it.
It was the best decision that I've ever made at Hope. God just showed himself to me in ways that I didn't even think were possible, and I made relationships that I know are going to last me the rest of my life.
Here at Hope College. We're very grateful for the efforts that they've made, and we certainly will be recognizing them later on today and certainly tomorrow as well. But right now we are here in our 5 p.m. hour to focus on men's and women's cross country. We are here with Coach Mark Nordheis, and I'm wondering if would you please introduce your student athletes for us, please?
It's 5 o'clock somewhere, so
yes,
this is where we got to be. We're here with Meatball Molly Durrell, and Connor Vachon.
Outstanding. So we've just been blown away by the coaches and the student athletes that have been here throughout the day today, talking about their experiences and getting a better understanding of not only just the particular athletic event that we're talking about, but all of you as people and the way Hope College has impacted your life. First question to you, Coach, is can you give us a little bit of your history? What brought you here to Hope College? What was it that made you feel this is the place to be?
You know, my story here, that's like many of the coaches here, we've grown up, I've grown up with Hope College. Yeah. My parents, my grandparents, all my aunts and uncles, we all came here, teacher education. So I came here as a student, but really, 6th grade teacher had me write a story or write a paper on what I wanted to do, and I wanted to be a teacher and coach, right? So, and Hope College is where I wanted to go. And Hope had what I wanted as a student athlete, both academically, athletically, and spiritually, and turned down the opportunities to run at Division I because this is where I wanted to be. And that's the same reason that drew me back as a teacher coach, would be to be able to teach and to coach, do research, and to invest in these guys' lives.
That's amazing. So to your student athletes here, I want to so desperately say meatball, but I'm not going to. So Molly, tell us what is your story? What is it that brought you to Hope College?
Yeah, so nobody I know really in my family or anybody went to Hope, except for one person in my high school who was a few years older than me, but I heard of Hope from her. And so it was kind of on my list when I was checking it out, and then I decided to tour here. I ended up touring on a very ugly day. It was rainy, it was gloomy, but everything about my visit was just amazing. Like, I loved the environment. I was able to go to chapel and experience that, and I loved it. I met a few people from the team, and I just enjoyed their presence. They were so excited to just have me and even meet me if they didn't know if I was coming or not. But I just loved every part of my tour, and I remember I was getting back in the car with my mom, and I just turned to her right as we got in, and I was like, this is the place. I just automatically knew. it was just a great experience for me.
Good for you. Connor, same question.
So similar to Coach, I knew I wanted to be a teacher and a coach when I wanted to go to college and, be a math educator specifically. My sister actually came here and she played volleyball all 4 years for Coach Schmidt. So that really hurt Hope's chances in my eyes. I was like, I'm not coming here. I'm not gonna follow her. And yeah, Coach, you had her as a student, and so I think that's how you got in contact with me. And I visited, and I really liked the campus. I really liked the guys on the team that I met on my visit, and overall, it was just ended up making the most sense. So I think God led me here, and I was like, yeah, okay, Hope's the place, even though it wasn't my plan. But I'm really happy I went here. It definitely is the place that I was meant to be.
That's been pretty common throughout the course of these interviews today. Coach, if you don't mind going back to you, what we've heard from a lot of coaches today as far as the recruiting pitch or the speeches, whatever you want to call it, we've heard a lot of coaches talk about their respective sport, but really they spend a lot more time on other things when it comes to Hope College. Do you do the same thing, and what are some of those things that you talk about in the recruiting process?
There's only two things I tell every recruit. One is you're not going to get a Nike shoe contract when you get out of here. And two, you're going to have to go professional in something else.
Right.
But I want them to love the sport. And so I approach every athlete, prospective student athlete, as it's got to be a relationship. Yeah. And so I tell them that my coaching style is it's got to be relational. And if they aren't willing to risk it and be in a relationship with me to do it, then they're not going to get everything out of it, and it's not going to be as effective for them. So it's not one pitch for everybody, because I'm sure it was different for Molly as it was different for Connor, because even though they're both into education, and it's easy to sell our education program here, being number one in the state, it's easy to do. But on the other hand, it still comes down to relationship. And so when I am recruiting athletes, that relationship starts right away. And we have to be able to have that in order to have an effective coaching plan for them and plan for them while they're here in college. So
it's a great plan,
yeah.
And you do it quite well. Molly, to you, what are some things that, besides the cross-country program, what are some things that drew you here, and what are some things that you have experienced here that feel have benefited you?
So just as Coach was saying, we're all part of the education program, and that was something that really brought me in, because I had my tour with an education department leader, and then I had a student who was touring me too, and just told me about all these great opportunities that I could be going through. And so I was even excited to learn that I'd be in a classroom my first semester. Like, that's amazing to make sure that, even though I had some experiences in high school, but make sure that I love being in that environment, make sure that's what I want to do. And that's something that, one of the things that really brought me here. Besides that too, like I mentioned earlier, chapel was a big aspect for me. I have a great relationship with God, and I've been able to explore that more being here too. And I've met people on the team that I get to go to church with and experience that with, and it's just been, all the small things around here outside of the team too, and making friends and going into different dorms and meeting new people, going to basketball games, all these small things just make Hope so much better, just make my experience so much better too.
Good for you. Connor, same thing.
I originally was thinking about running at a Division I school because I've been blessed with a great talent, but I didn't want running to be my life. And that was one thing that Coach was talking to me about, like, hey, you're going to have to do other things here. Running is probably my favorite thing I do here, but it's not my entire experience here. I've had the opportunity to grow in a lot of other different places, like I've been an RA, I've joined a fraternity on campus, so I've been able to, put my foot in a lot of different doors around campus and meet a lot of different people and grow with a lot of different people. And it's been, I'm very, very fortunate to have like a very holistic college experience where I feel like I'm focusing on growth in my faith and my academics too. I picked up a triple major like on my freshman year to pick up computer science, so that was really cool too. Yep.
Who just picks up a triple major?
I was gonna say, yeah, what's wrong with
I
you?
just picked it up.
Where were you in RA?
Phelps Hall.
Phelps
Go
Hall.
Phelps.
Oh.
Right above the food. That's where I wanted to live.
Nice.
Right above the dining hall, so you can just walk downstairs.
I was in RA at Collin. Different experience.
Yeah.
Moving on. No, you know what I would love to ask you? What is it about running? I mean, obviously, I've had the opportunity a couple times. I think when Hope has hosted regionals, I think I've helped out a couple times here or there. That is, I look at that as a very demanding sport because it's not just running. There's so much involved to it. What is it about cross country running? What drew you to that?
Cross country running is a very physical sport, but it's also much more mental than people I think realize. Like, you can't just be in good shape for the sport. You have to be ready to put everything on the line, and I like challenging things, so naturally, running as hard as you can every time. It doesn't get easier. Like, it is never easier. From my first race to my last race, it's always the same difficulty. You just end up getting faster. So it's not something that you end up, it's always a challenge. You're always challenging yourself no matter what. It's not going to get easier, and I love that aspect of it. But also specifically with cross country, the team aspect, it might seem like an individual sport from the outside, but the pack running we do in practice, we are working with each other very intently, building each other up and supporting each other. It's just a really cool group to be a part of. And we do a lot of things together. We have meals together. Like, I have lunch and dinner with cross country people every day. It's just a great community to be a part of because we're all working towards a common goal of trying to run our fastest and place the highest we have. And we place the highest we have in the region, and I don't know how long this year. So we're accomplishing our goals. That's what really draws me to cross country.
You just spoke a lot about the hard work of running. In preparation for this interview, I was looking at some videos online, and one of them that I came across was the Hope Cross Country vlog. Which was nuts. And I was clearly you guys are also doing hard work, but also having the time of your lives. Can you talk a little bit about that? Yeah. If you want some entertainment, look YouTube. Cross country vlog.
Olivia Quillen is a great vlogger, and I think Molly can speak better on this.
I don't know, going back into it being such a challenging sport, we gotta have days where each person is picking each other up. Like, we gotta have fun with it. On our harder workout days, we're a little bit more serious, but we're still kind of, chatting it up when we're doing our little cool downs in between our reps. But on our long runs, we're just trying to, build our relationships with each other, and we're just having fun. Olivia Quillen will always ask, what are the odds questions? And they're hard. I'll tell you. But they make you laugh and they make you really think, but it'll just keep your runs going. It'll keep some entertainment going. And I don't know, you just got to find the joy in running. Yeah. You got anything else?
Yeah, the conversations that the guys will have can range from really silly stuff to really serious stuff on the given day. It's a lot like group therapy sometimes. But we love having goofy times because if you're not, I feel like our team is big work hard, play hard. We really love to have fun, but you've also got to have a lot of work there too. And we know how to enjoy ourselves. We have a lot of fun events at Cook Village. After a long run, we'll have a big breakfast, or movie nights we do pretty regularly too. So it's just it's really fun, and we like to get down and groovy too, some dances. So we have our team song, which is classic. I don't know how old that's our team song is from.
What's the team song?
Same team song or no?
No, not my day. It wasn't even written my day. I think we only had drums back then. So.
What is it called? I don't even know what it's. We only listen to it a couple times a year, but we have a whole dance to it. It's by the Killers. All the things that I've done, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So that's our team song.
What's the most quoted movie on the cross country team?
we're very topical. Before the workout 2 days ago, we were quoting all 3 Guardians of the Galaxy movies to each other. It really depends on the day. I don't know. Do you guys have any movies that you consistently quote?
We don't have a top one, but we will quote a lot of random movies. It'll just come out randomly. Like, I think the other day we were quoting Legally Blonde. I don't know how that even came up. How does that come up in a conversation? I don't know, but it'll just come up so randomly, but it's so funny whenever it does.
Oh yeah, I've got. So a fun thing that our team has is we have a 20-sided die that we'll take on runs sometimes, and we call it Diablo. So, we'll be like, oh, Diablo to go jump in the creek or something like that, some dare, and they have to pick a number between 1 and 19, and if we roll the dice and it's that number, they have to do it. And if it rolls on the 20, then it's Diablo, and everybody around has to do the dare. So there's been some pretty fun moments.
Especially at our camp, our camp the first week of school. Yeah.
So I think what's awesome about cross country, and one of my best friends, I don't know if you remember Tim Verhey. Yeah. He was a cross country runner as well, and I don't think people fully understand that team component. I mean, we're talking to a lot of teams and so forth, and there's obviously some individuality to this, but in order to get better, you really have to function as a team. And with what little I've heard, I get the feeling you guys really pick each other up. And as a coach, how does that make you feel? I mean, is that something that you preach, or does it something that you just kind of set up and then let people take it from there?
No, we try to be intentional. Mm-hmm. Going into camp, I tell them we got 2 goals. One is not to get hurt, and 2 is become this year's team and not last year's team.
Yes.
You get 25% new team members each year, and as long as you continue to sort of live in the past and live as last year's team, you can't make progress as this year's team. And so my goal when we come out of camp is I want them so close and really gelling and having fun. And so we find ways, we become intentional at doing things to make them that they have to become this year's team. Mm-hmm. And it can be a variety of different ways. And so that's what we try to do. So we're very intentional at becoming and making it a team. And then from there, then we can talk about how can we use our teammates to help us get faster.
Wow.
And so that's really what we have to do. But we found that that's sort of our secret sauce is becoming this year's team.
Mm-hmm. Can you talk a little bit more about, that concept of using each other to make each other faster? How do you do that with a team?
It's very easy in our sport to all of a sudden say, Janie's beaten me 3 times. I don't think I can beat Janie. Mm-hmm. And so how do you get past that? And so what we try to do in practice and in meets is how can we have our teammates help us to get faster? Okay, the culture we try to create is what can we do to help our teammates get better every day? It might be better at getting away from desserts, sleeping more, certainly running. Mm-hmm. And so we try to, when we create opportunities then, especially in our harder workouts, to how can we make them use each other to get faster? So sometimes I might put Molly in the front, other times she's going to be in the back, other times she's going to be in the middle. So how can you find yourself? Because that's where you're going to find yourself in the race, front, middle, or back, and how do we use those opportunities? And so how can we practice that way? And so then when we see Janie next time, we can let Janie do all the work, and we just get in her back pocket, and then we just run her down. But we learn how to use other people to help us get faster. Okay. Wow. So we want to run, and then we challenge you to go beyond what you're capable of doing. So those 2 things. So I don't want them to be comfortable. I want them to be always reaching for the next thing. Mm-hmm. And if it's too comfortable, then they're not going to do it. But that's part of the reason why we don't race quite as often, right? Because they're being challenged every time they're out there.
What years are you?
I'm a sophomore.
You're a sophomore? And
junior.
You're a junior, okay. So we've heard a couple different team formats here that some of the different classes have certain responsibilities, certain roles. Obviously, we've got 2 of the premier cross-country runners here today. Do you find, as an upperclassman, do you have a specific role on this team? And with you as an underclassman even, do you have a role, or is there somebody that you're following right now that may help you become that person down the road?
For our team, as soon as your sophomore year, you're just trying to make the freshmen feel like they're part of the team. You know, they're part of this year's team. That's what our coach was talking about earlier. And you know, we make sure we always have our doors open for whoever wants to come in and hang out and talk to us. This year, we've got a big cross-country house, so everybody's welcome on the team. And it's kind of just making them feel like they are wanted on our team and they're welcome, and we're glad to have them. Because once we're tight-knit as a team, that's when we can start to see the improvement there. That's I feel like that's the guys' team, junior, senior, and sophomore, all the same responsibilities. Because we mesh really well after 1 year usually.
I would kind of say the same, but also I know we have like captains, like the label of captains, and that's your leadership role. But in my opinion, I think that each individual has their own leadership role on the team. Like, you can be a junior and be leading your pack in a workout, and that's your leadership role for the day. Or your leadership role is making sure that this person that's having a hard day today, you're picking them back up, and you're being that leader today. You're helping someone feel a little bit better. So even if you don't need to have a technical role of like being a captain. That's not the only way to be a leader on your team. It's just to be someone who others like want to be around, or be someone who you can pick others up, and yeah.
We try to institute that right away at camp. We don't just run and eat at camp. Last several years, we've studied books at camp, and so I send out the chapters and they read those and we talk about that. Because I'm trying to find ways to get them to talk to each other. And so we split up into smaller groups, and that way the freshmen feel a little bit more comfortable about talking, and we try to facilitate just that conversation and build that relationship so they feel comfortable talking with the upperclassmen. Because that's the hard part, is feeling like you're part of that team and breaking down those barriers. And so when they come back, we're ready to fly. So I think that's an important thing. The other thing we do is we do create accountability partners right away. As when they say they're coming to Hope, they're assigned somebody from the team who's going to contact them. And with Zoom now, that's easy, and texting and everything else. So they're doing that stuff on a regular basis. So the incoming people have 2 or 3 people that they feel really comfortable before they even get to campus. And so those are things that we try to do. We just try to make them feel comfortable, because once you can break down that, then we can all move together.
I love how the coaches that have done this so far have brought in student athletes who you can tell are already leaders. We just had volleyball and Lauren Lee. I want to hang out with Lauren Lee. I'm going to put that on record right now. She's a hoot. But I'm sitting here listening to this, and you as a coach, when these student athletes come in, can you see right away that, these people are going to be leaders, or the potential's there to be a leader if you give them the tools and resources to help that? I mean, here we are talking to a sophomore and a junior. I honestly thought you were seniors. I didn't know, and I'm listening to 2 people talk who have already, it seems like, taken this team on their shoulders to some degree and really enforce that team concept. Leaders, do you see that when they come in?
You can see that some when you're recruiting people and get an idea when you're talking with their coaches on that, and athletes who have been captains on their team. So that starts to identify that. But Hope does a very good job at creating leadership opportunities for our student athletes, with or without the coaches present. And I think that's really been helpful for us. If it's a seed trip, if it's the leadership retreats over at Pillar Church, if it's other things that they can do on campus, being an RA, being in the classroom right away, you have to realize, okay, you got to stop Johnny from throwing the spit wads at each other or whatever, okay? I think kids still do spit wads, don't they? I don't know, they throw something at each other.
They do, yeah.
All right.
They do, yes.
So like Molly said, that we try to give them opportunities to be leaders in practice as well. It's not like we assign that all freshmen have to carry bags. We don't do that. But we want to find ways, and so if you're intentionally having your radar up, if somebody's hurting, I think that's a great way, because servant leadership is the best way to kind of leadership. And so that's what we really try to convey to the team right from the get-go.
And so I heard you're both looking at education. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I am married to an English teacher, 7th grade English teacher at Harbor Lights Middle School at the West Ottawa District. And there's a current football player, Isaiah Hicks, who's in her class right now. Olivia Bellows was at Pine Creek Elementary Kate Majerus is now a teacher at Harbor Lights from the basketball team. I can tell you, as a member of the school board at West Ottawa, Hope is held in very high regard. Whatever's happening in the education department is spectacular. So when you're finally done here, I think you're going to find that you're going to be ready. Whether it's the interview process or the actual job of teaching, you are going to be ready. What would you like to teach down the road?
Elementary education, and I'm thinking like 4th or 5th grade route.
Okay, how about you?
Math and computer science, anywhere from middle school to high school. Not sure yet, but secondary for sure.
Can I ask you guys how you came to that decision? How you found that calling?
Well, originally I just didn't want to grade essays, so I was like, oh, I'll go into math. I can grade tests. But I do really like math too, as I felt
Good.
like I should teach something I'm passionate about, and a little bonus, I feel like could get a little quicker with the grading, and then could focus more time coaching too. And then computer science was the one I kind of picked up because my brother told me to do something with computer science. My theory is I think that's going to be a core curriculum in the coming future, so I feel like I'd get ahead of the game and be a teacher who has like a very large degree for computer science, but that's why I picked mine.
I've had a lot of family members who are teachers, so I've had people to look up to. But other than that, I've had amazing elementary school teachers that have just made a huge impact on me. Conversations when I was in those grades and made me want to teach those grades, actually. Yeah, so that has been very impactful. I was going to say something else.
We talked about not wanting to help teach them how to zip coats and those kind of things. So
That's true.
Zip coats and white noses.
That's right. Yep. That's a little bit too young for me, but yeah. And it's just been awesome. Hope has given me an amazing experience in being in different grade levels too. So I've been in a 1st, 2nd, 6th grade, and right now I'm in a high school class too. So I've been all over the board, and it's awesome too because I get to experience those and see what I like and don't like about them too. Like, there are great things about all of them, some better than others, just like personal experience. But I don't know, that's just something I love about Hope too, getting you right into the classroom and giving you a whole experience.
So you mentioned people that have been influential in your life, mentors even. Who are some people that have been a mentor to you, whether it was before coming here to Hope College or currently here at Hope College?
So I have 2. One of them is my high school cross country coach, and the second one is Nancy Kamstra, who just retired last year. She was my FYS professor, and I also had her for Health Di. But for when I had her during my FYS, I was going through a little bit of struggles because my mom was sick at home. And I wrote something in like some Google form, and I was like, I'm not doing super amazing this week. Give me a little bit of grace, please, whatever. And she reached out to me. She actually asked me to stay after class and talk about it. And like ever since that conversation, we had coffee every single week for the rest of the year. And she became like my second mom at school. So it was amazing because she helped me like be able to feel a lot more comfortable at school while I was missing factors at home. And she still checks in to me to this day.
Of course she does.
Literally every single race, she'll look up the results and be like, "Oh my gosh, great job! You did a fantastic job. So proud of you." She's amazing. And then my high school coach also was helping me through some things, and she just always has my back. Yeah, just great people.
Nice. Connor.
My high school coach as well, Jackie Story, she taught me how to work hard. She really gave me my work ethic in high school. I love Cam as well. I went to Liverpool with her on the June term with Bill Moreau as well, so they really helped me kind of learn some things about myself. They're great people. The education professors here are fantastic at checking in on you. But also my freshman year of high school biology teacher, Karina White. She was a Young Life leader, She got me into Young Life, and now I'm a leader at Zealand for wildlife. That family is like my second family as well. They really have taught me a lot about myself, been with me through the highs and the lows. Definitely helped me build my character. So yeah, my high school coach helped me build my work ethic, and freshman year biology teacher helped me build my character, I'd say. So those are definitely some stepping stones that I needed to take.
During the last section we had, I talked about a professor I had here when I was a student, Joe McDaniels, who I see every once in a while when he comes back into town, and I happened to see him during the holidays this year, sitting down there announcing basketball, and there he was across the way. I don't get a chance to see him very often, but when I do, it was like seeing him just the day before. And I've got several of those here with my involvement with Hope, and you're spot on, both of you are. There's just the relationship stuff that you're talking about is very powerful. I'd like to ask you that same question. Have there been people in your life, mentors or influencers, that have helped make you become the person and coach that you are?
You know, I'm going to leave somebody out, and that's the problem with doing that. You know, and the problem is a couple of my mentors from here are passed away, Bill Vanderbilt and Gordon Brewer.
Yes.
But they were very influential in my life. My sophomore year, you actually asked how I got back here. Excuse me. My sophomore year, Bill Vanderbilt and I were the only two awake going to an Adrian trip early in the morning. And Bill said, why don't you go out and get your advanced degree? And I'm a sophomore. And he said, go get your advanced degree and come back and take my job. So that's sort of how I got on that true path of that.
Wow.
So when I got hired here, Bill resigned or took a leave of absence 2 weeks later, so all of a sudden now I'm head cross country and head track coach, and so my job doubled.
So he had a plan, is what you're
saying. He had a plan, yeah. And he didn't let me in on the full plan.
Right.
But those two guys, you know, the other night I was able to see Jim Boltman and Ray Smith. I mean, I think when you see people who have lived into your lives, being able to do those kind of things, they're nice. Have breakfast with George Kraft and John Patnott and Stein Sletta. So a lot of people, a lot of my colleagues here have really been able to be influential for me on how to be a good professor coach. Yeah. And that's really what's helpful for me.
I got a question for you, Mark. With you've been here for a while now, and you've had the chance to see like kind of what the Hope athletic experience was like 30 years ago, and what it is like now, and how student athletes are the same and different. I'm just wondering if you can kind of sum up a little bit of what's different about today that's impacting that experience that either you're trying to hold on to, that you want to try to preserve for them, and maybe if there's a way that the Orange and Blue Fund can try to do that.
Things are different now because of you guys still play matches against individual teams, but you have a lot of tournaments. We have got essentially our conference boils down to one weekend. We have to be good in November. Mm-hmm. So September and October we can goof around quite a bit. We just have to get good by the end, and we have to be ready to fly. So that part has changed, because back when I was in school we had dual meets against every school within the conference. And so how do you develop the young people? And that's one area that we have to look at, is how do we develop it? And so by having more coaching staff now, we can have the younger people still get challenged in other meets, and then the experienced runners can do the same thing. So I think that's one area that's worked. Last year the Orange and Blue was able to help fund us to go out to Pennsylvania, out to pre-national meet. We added one extra overnight. Same thing is going to happen next year to give us the opportunities to go against the best schools in Division III and actually some Division I. I mean, when we go down to Louisville, Kentucky, we put our top women against the top women in the nation and let them run against Michigan and West Virginia and Tennessee and whoever else, right?
Why not?
And so
why not?
Put them out there. And so I think the Orange and Blue has really helped us. But that's what's really changed is we probably did one, maybe two invitationals when I was in school here, relatively none in track, and now everything is invitational. And how do we develop athletes that way? So the developmental side of sport is really, that's where we had to make the big adaptations to what's going on.
You've done a lot to try to, if you know that the national meet's going to be in some place that's fairly local, you'll try to get there so that your team has the experience of running that course, right? So
I try to eliminate as many of the unknowns as possible going into it. Okay. Your course, your volleyball square is always the same. It might be a different flooring, but it's always about the same. With us, it's different, and so we want to get on it and we want to experience it. I think this year, seeing the pre-national course really helped you. Same thing with seeing the regional course, made a difference in understanding what it was going to be like to be able to get on that. And so we try to get that to eliminate as many factors as possible. And then when we train, I usually try to have videotapes, but we can have a purpose for training on why we're doing certain things to prepare us for regionals and nationals.
Awesome. I also know that we've got some different types of equipment, either in the exercise science lab, athletic training room. How often are you using some of that equipment for training or for data gathering with regards to your team? How do you use some of the technology available on that end?
You know, and that's what's nice is that that's where my doctorate's in, is in performance physiology is one area. And so we try to do something every year that's going to help us learn more about the athletes and how we can help them become more proficient. This year it was a recovery study. Both Molly and Connor participated in that, in which we were looking for ways to monitor their stress levels during the season of training, and how can we adapt that then so they're going to recover better between meets, between hard workouts. We made some adjustments. We were one of the first people to bust out the go fast shoes, if you will, the fast spikes, and it really makes a big difference. But it was a study we did with a couple of runners on the team the year prior to that. And so we're looking for ways to improve their performance. These guys are all very busy, and we want to try to make it as efficient as possible. And so we will use the laboratory every time. We have a new biomechanist on our staff, and he's willing to help every team to try to find ways to identify people who are prone to certain kinds of injuries. And so he's going to help all of our teams to do that. And so that's just a great opportunity that we have here. It's just still applying the kinesiology and the medical side to our athletic side to help us to train smarter.
I can't wait to get my volleyball players jumping on his force plate. Like, it's going to be awesome. So.
Yep. Fiddy and I, Dr. Davis and I had a conversation today about iliotibial band syndrome. Runners, we've got a couple of kids on the team with that, and you can't, it's hard to cure. But when he was a physical therapist, he's also a physical therapist. Physical therapist in India, he had some things that were helping people with that. So we'll have him come in and talk with the team about how to do some adaptations for that. So we're really looking forward to it.
Do you feel like you get a Division I caliber experience here at a Division III school? Because I brought this up a few times here and there. Obviously facilities help and so forth. We talk about the sports information department, all those kinds of things. I get to see it from that side quite often, and I talk to opposing fans any number of times on things, and they're always blown away by the facilities, the hospitality, and this area in general. And now I'm hearing stuff that certainly wasn't available when I was here. Is there anything you can't do here? It feels like.
I haven't had a Division I experience, but I'm sure it feels something similar. I mean, we have access to trainers whenever we want. We just have to email them in advance. I've been used for a VO2 max study with like a whole tube on my face, like running as fast as I could. That was an experience. But the travel opportunities and the huge meets that we compete at, Division I schools are there, so we're in the same place as them at time of competition. And our new ways that we've been training, I think, are really interesting, and they've been helping me feel a lot more fit this past season. So little secrets of the trade there that we're testing out, but it's definitely some Division I caliber training.
I agree with everything he said. Even adding on to that, I feel like our workouts are so beneficial. We just have a lot of ways to train that are, I don't know, I think a lot of people would think that D3 is just a little bit more low-key. No, we put in the work. We go to school, we go to practice, we lift, we stretch, we do ab workouts, we make sure we're fit, and along with then eating dinner and everything too. I think that, I guess. I think our program does a really good job of making sure that we have everything that we need to just keep improving.
I know Connor has got the hidden talent of drama.
Really?
He was in some theater productions.
Oh, no kidding.
Molly, any hidden talents?
She's a great singer as well.
No. I can't say I have any. No.
Oh, I don't believe that for a minute.
Connor, what's the favorite role that you've played?
Oh, in a musical? A couple, between my freshman year and my sophomore year, I did a community theater and we did a Scottish musical. And I had like my largest role in there. Like I got married, I had 2 solo songs, and we were doing a bunch of Scottish dances. I had to do a Scottish accent. It was really fun.
Did you get to wear a kilt?
Yeah, we
Of
had
course.
to. We had to wear kilts. It was super fun. Yeah, that was probably my favorite. That's when my facial hair really for the first time grew in full force too. Because they're like, don't cut your hair, don't shave all summer, and it was like bushy. It was cool. I felt like a real Scottish lad.
That's fantastic.
Oh, that's awesome.
I just want to add something too really quick. Something that I love is, yes, we've talked about like the relationships between the girls and the girls team and the guys with the guys team. But we haven't really talked about the relationship with both the girls and guys team. So he actually was in a play in the fall, or was it early spring?
No, I think it was fall.
So fall. And we were talking about it on our nationals trip on the bus, and a few girls just went and came and watched him. Like, our relationship with the girls and guys team is so strong, and that's something I love about it too. Like, it's so different from a high school team where girls and guys don't talk to each other, but during workouts, during races, we'll all pass each other and say good job and just cheer each other on. And that's just something that's so important, especially within this sport. But I feel like I can go to so many of the guys and talk about something that's been bothering me. Like, we all have such a close relationship, and that's something that I'm just very thankful for.
That's awesome.
That's
Good
gonna
job,
make-
Coach,
that's
for
gonna make you feel
for
really
developing
good, I would
that,
think.
because
In Illinois, where Molly's from, they have 2 separate things. The only time they see each other, they even have separate conference meets. And so the only time they see each other would be at the state tournaments, because it's really counterproductive, I think. But they're trying to break that down. It's different in Michigan. You know, obviously, like you had the same coach for the girls and boys team. No, it was different.
We had different coaches. Yeah.
But it is different. But it's something that I think you have to be intentional about. Excuse me. And that's what we try to do. But they're grown-ups. They do a great job with it. So.
awesome.
I think we can see that.
Yeah. Hey, we are running out of time now. But we still have some games to play. I don't know if you can tell, but the coaches and the student athletes right now are tied 9-9 on minute to win it games.
We got an easy lead coming up here.
So we're gonna get a chance for you guys to
loaded
compete
up.
against each other. Can I get somebody to spin the wheel of games to figure out which game you're gonna play?
You got it, Molly.
Let's go, meatball.
Let's go, meatball.
Right. Are we ready?
This way.
Oh, this
Yeah.
way?
Yeah. It'll be easier that way. Yeah.
Oh.
There we go. That's all right.
Oh,
Try again. Try again.
Okay.
Oh,
We'll hold the top of it.
it's just leaning up there.
Oh boy.
Drum roll, please.
Oh boy.
What we got, Mom?
Try again.
That's all right. That's all right.
Oh.
Whoops. Oh.
I'm just
Wow.
Did you work out before you got here?
I did.
Sometimes you spend too much time at the gym.
Buy Coach a pizza. No.
Exploding balloon race?
Oh, we got to pump up a balloon, looks like.
All right.
All right, this I can
Floating
do.
balloon race. You want to send us out and then.
You bet. So give us just a couple of minutes to get set up. I think we've got a video coming up. Is that what it is, Becky? Who do we have coming up? I don't even know. Enjoy the video, and we'll be back shortly for an amazing game.
You had your chance to sing.
All right, we're back and we are ready for the Exploding Balloon Challenge. And the challenge here is a race to see who can get their balloon to pop using the air pump. All right?
We can't use the needle.
You can't use the needle. That's right. So you are going to be blowing it up as fast as you can.
Oh, he's
first.
starting already.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Whoa.
Deflate.
There's an age adjustment factor here.
This is no surprise that Nordy would try to find an edge. All right, on your mark, get set, go.
Come on. Come on, Mike. Told you guys had bad luck. No. Come on. Oh, get tired. It's coming out. You gotta find it and plug it.
Okay, that was on me.
I don't know. You just gotta wait.
All right, go.
Pop it.
No, I can't pop it. I gotta deflate it.
Man.
We chose the wrong balloon.
No, he sabotaged us.
Hey.
I don't think these are gonna pop. These are like hoppity hops.
You're getting there. You're getting there. Come on, believe.
Come on, Connor. Uh-oh, this is about to pop. Oh yeah, let it deflate a little bit. That's good. Yeah.
It's deflating. I might need to switch out.
Sub one.
Come on. Go.
This is one.
Does anybody else have this one yet?
No.
Oh, no.
No.
This one's hard.
Come on. Yes.
You win when yours explodes.
It's getting there.
Come on. Yep.
Nordy, that's
Oh.
That's cheating.
I can appreciate this effort, though.
Oh, man.
We need a burnout study. We need a burnout study on this.
Keep going. Yeah.
Oh!
He went.
Oh! Yes.
Oh, we should have done that.
Very nice. All right. Coaches, 2 points. Creative. It was a valiant effort. And I did not realize that was maybe going to produce as much lactic acid as it did in the arms. Hopefully we're not doing. Good thing that you guys use your lower body. Although you use your upper body too. No offense.
Oh, yeah, we do a lot of this.
Yes. All right. Hey, we are going to say goodbye to cross country. We're about to say hello to track and field here in a second, but want to thank you guys for coming on today. Thank you for all you do to represent Hope College athletics well, and good luck as you go into the spring. You guys are running the spring?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Conference
Yep.
meet this weekend.
Meet this weekend, yeah.
Indoor track. Yeah, what events?
A lot.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
okay.
Why
We're
did-
keeping it secret. We don't want.
Until 6 o'clock.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, good luck in all the events that you guys are going to do. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right. Hope fans, thank you so much for staying tuned in. I don't know, Darren, what hour is this that we're in on? Is it hour 10?
We're approaching hour 10 here.
Hour
6 o'clock hour. This has been amazing. Folks, if you haven't been inspired by these coaches and these student athletes, something's wrong. I always thought Hope was an amazing place, still do, but now it's even more so. What we've learned here today, what the Orange and Blue Fund can do to help these student athletes and these coaches, it's amazing, absolutely amazing.
And again, it's not that we don't feel that our budgets or our resources provide enough for us to be able to provide incredible experiences for our student athletes. But the landscape in Division III athletics, in athletics in general, is incredibly competitive. And one of the things that I really value about the Orange and Blue Fund specifically is that that if it's going to be something that's going to gain a competitive advantage, then it gets some support. If it is something that is going to help our student athletes lead a better life, gain a little bit more perspective and control around their mental health, gain a little bit of opportunity to build connections and relationships with each other that are going to pay dividends over the course of their life, then it gets a lot of support. And I appreciate our leadership and the way that they prioritize with regards to the Orange and Blue Fund. You know, we're really thankful at Hope for the facilities that we have, the ways that we're able to do things first class. But Orange and Blue takes it to another level, and it's because of your donations, it's because of your support that goes into that fund throughout the year, not just today. There are people that are making donations to this fund throughout the year in order to continue to make a difference. But today is where it matters. We have got a challenge that's on from George and Sibylla Borichter to try to get every single one of our teams to donate $1,000. And if we do that, they're going to match it. They're going to match it with $20,000 in order to continue to benefit the experiences of our student athletes. I want to thank them for their loyal support. George and Sibylla were in the stands at almost every single one of our volleyball matches this fall. Would see them at Bigby in the morning on our game day coffees. Give a little shout out to Bigby. And they would wish us good luck. They follow along. They love Hope College athletics. And they want to see us continue to thrive. And so we're super thankful. The other thing was that when I did put on my producer hat, Darren, I screwed up the mutes. So we missed the shout out that you gave to sports information.
Okay.
Can you do that now?
I can certainly do that. So I have been blessed to be a public address announcer here for several of the sporting events that go on here. But one thing that maybe some people don't realize is the sports information department led by Alan Babbitt and Mackenzie McMahon handle all of that. You're talking every single stat that's out there for every single sport. Alan, Mackenzie, and the staff come in. It's student-led primarily. They come in and do the stats for all these games, and the coaches get at intermissions get all the information right there in their hands. This wasn't happening even just a few years ago. Now, even at JV games, we do that here at Hope College, and it's a wonderful service. They're really, really good at it. So shout out in particular to Alan Babbitt, to Mackenzie McMahon, Braden Freihoff, Millie Costello, and my daughter Libby Deistemars, who still comes back, though she's been graduated a few years from already, comes back and helps out when necessary for volleyball, basketball, football, you name it. They do an amazing job, and they really, really bring another element of expertise and enthusiasm to the Hope College athletic program. So shout out to the Hope Sports Information Department.
That's great. Thank you very much. We are going to continue the Day of Giving Orange and Blue Fund-athon for another 2 hours yet. 2 hours tonight to be able to continue to support. Honestly, the donation page is open all night long, so you can do it as long as you need to. But I hope that you're going to stay with us and continue hearing some of these great stories. Men's and women's indoor, outdoor track and field are going to be coming up next with Coach Cole, and followed by Matt Margarone, who is our chaplain for athletics out of Campus Ministries. He is going to have a whole mess of student athletes who are going to talk a little bit about some of the faith formation experiences that have been happening through a partnership with athletics and Campus Ministries. Then you're going to hear from some of our other talented student athletes who are going to put together a little band closing. We started the day with Zach playing the national anthem on the electric guitar. We are going to end the night here with some of our student athletes performing some songs that have been meaningful to them and to their teams. So I hope you will join us for that. You're not going to want to miss it. We will see you in just a little bit.
Thank you, everyone. Don't go away.
There are over 5,000 colleges and universities in the United States alone, and nearly every single one of them is named after a location or a historical figure. But along the shores of Lake Michigan, there is a school whose namesake is not a founder, not a historical figure, not a state, city, or physical landmark. It is named after an ideal, a virtue, a way of life. Its name is hope. It is so easy to get lost in what this world lacks, to become discouraged by its needs, gaps, and flaws. Can we see beyond the uncertainty and brokenness? At Hope College, we do. Not by ignoring the world as it is, but by learning and living with the belief that this is not the world as it should be, by driving to understand, to unlock clarity, to amplify truth, by leading with inspired compassion, by embodying a vision that illuminates greater opportunity for all, by serving with anchored conviction, using our collective gifts to offer this world what it needs most: hope. Not simply hope as a desire, but hope as a way of being. Because hope has changed the way we see the world, and hope drives us to change the way the world is. Because hope shapes our calling. Because hope inspires our dreams. Because hope empowers our talents. Because hope frees us to try. Because hope transforms what we believe, transforms how we act, transforms who we are. At Hope College, we know this life-altering grace is a gift we have all been given, and it is the greatest gift we can offer the world. Hope transforms.
And we are back once again in the 6 p.m. hour of the Hope College Orange and Blue Fund-athon. We are here to talk about track and field. We've had a variety of coaches and student athletes here today. We are blessed to have Coach Kevin Cole here today. Kevin, could you please introduce your student athletes for us?
Yeah, next to me I've got two of the conference and nation's premier sprinters, Alex Daniels and Sarah Schimmerhorn.
Nice, welcome, thanks you for being here. So what we've been trying to do today is educate the public a little bit about who you are as individuals, as coaches, student athletes, the experience that you're having at Hope College or what brought you to Hope College, and then we just kind of go all over the place from there. But Coach, talk to us a little bit, just in general, about the track and field program. You've got an indoor season, an outdoor season. Where are we at in the stage?
We're right in the middle of it right now, because our conference meet is coming up this Saturday for indoor, which is pretty much the culmination of the indoor season. We'll have a week of last chance meets after that, and then the indoor national meet, and then with spring break, that's when we really make our transition into the outdoor season.
Okay. Do you go anywhere for spring break, or are you in town this year?
No, we go down south every year.
Down south, do you?
So we're going to Georgia. We've got a camp there set up. We're starting to
Nice.
set up all the fun games that we're going to be doing down there, and the competitions, and in addition to the workouts and the meets that we'll do down there also.
Oh, you'll be doing those
Yeah,
too?
a couple
Okay.
of those things.
Did you hear that? All right. So I would like you, if you don't mind, when you give your pitch to potential recruits that are thinking about coming to Hope College, what are some of the things that you talk about that you think are important for them to know?
I don't really see it as a recruiting pitch. I say that I kind of feel like I'm a used car salesman trying to sell something bad or something like that, and I don't really have to do that, because I think that Hope sells itself, and so I just talk about what a great institution it is, what a great education you're going to have, and what great people you're going to meet, and what great friends you're going to make. Oh, and also you can be on an incredible track and field team, and so I always just try to lay that all out there and just give them the unvarnished truth and let them decide if Hope is the place where they're meant to be. And for a lot of really great athletes, it does turn out to be.
There has been, the track and field program has historically been a very successful program. Are you, when you talk to these potential student athletes, is there anything in particular that you're looking for, some characteristics or attributes that you think would fit not only your program but fit Hope College?
Really, I want people who want to improve and who want to work hard. I always tell them that I don't cut anybody off from the team. I never know who's gonna turn into the next person that comes in not looking like much of a recruit and ends up being an All-American. I've had so many of those people come through that I don't want to tell anybody no and turn them away. It's getting harder. The team keeps growing, and and I have to find the budget to be able to do that with everybody. But I want it to be inclusive and to be a place where people can be part of that. Now, when we get down to the conference meet, they can't all run in it. Spring break trip, we can't quite take all the people along on it, but there's always the next year if they keep building up to it.
Cool. Sarah? So tell me, what was it about Hope College that brought you here?
Yeah, so my story, I wasn't really sure. I was one who waited to like the May or deadline, and I wasn't really sure where I belonged. But I have an older sister who actually graduated last year who came here, and just seeing her and how much fun she was having, and she also ran track and cross here, and all her fun stories, I was like, you know what, I could definitely see myself being a part of this team and also being at Hope College.
How about you?
Yeah, so I'm actually from Holland, Michigan, so growing up, I never really thought about going to Hope too much. I always thought I wanted to like get away or go to a bigger school. And then when it came time to start thinking about it, I was like, okay, like I'll give it a try. Went on a couple other visits to other places, and then I visited here, and I just kind of knew like it was definitely going to be the place. Prayed about it, talked to my parents about it, talked to a couple of my friends that were going to go here, and it all just felt right. And so it wasn't too hard of a decision. I just kind of knew.
And where'd you graduate from?
I graduated from Holland High.
Good for you. I graduated from Holland Christian, and I came here as well. You make it what you want it to be.
Definitely.
I didn't go home every weekend.
Oh yeah.
It was there if I needed it, but you make it what you want it to be, and it certainly has changed my life. What led you to? Did I hear sprinting? Is that what? Okay. Is that something that just kind of happened, or for both of you, did you have to work at it? What turned you into the type of athlete you are right now?
Yeah, so growing up, I was always pretty fast in my sports, playing football, basketball, and baseball. And then as I just kept maturing and getting older, I just realized that was like kind of the thing that would set me apart in sports. So I was like, I might as well just like give it a try in high school, and didn't expect to like it as much as I did. Didn't expect to fall in love with it, but just seeing the times drop, getting PRs, and it was just a lot of fun, working at it, grinding at it. And so eventually it was just something that kind of came to me, and I decided that is something I wanted to pursue.
Good for you. Same question, Sarah. What about you?
I grew up like playing a bunch of different sports, and I played soccer for a while. And so when I first started track, I was more of like a 800, 400 runner. But if anyone's run the 800, it's not fun at all. So then
it is not.
For a while, I was like, you know what? I think I belong in the more shorter distance. And then once I kept on doing it, I was like, oh, like I'm not bad at this. So I kind of stuck with it, and yeah, I've had a lot of fun with it.
I bet you. What did your sister run?
She was like a 800 mid-distance runner.
Yeah. I get it. Completely get it. So what are some other things about Hope College that you would want a potential student athlete to know about, other than just the track and field or the athletic component? What are some things that you feel stand out that have made your experience here at Hope College better?
Yeah. I think definitely the small class size is one of my favorite parts about Hope College. Just the fact that all my professors know me by name, and you're able to make that personal connection, which can help you in like future and getting letters of recommendation and all that stuff. And I've taken a lot of classes here that I've really enjoyed, and I talk to friends at other schools, and they're taking these classes like online or not. I don't know. I feel like just having those personal connections makes it a lot easier to flourish here.
Good for you.
Yeah, for sure. Going off what Sarah said, I think definitely just like the community. So like no matter what your interests are, no matter who you are, you're always gonna find your people here. Me and some of my friends on the track team, we talk about like even if we didn't do track or even if we didn't do a sport, we would still like want to go here just because of the community, the friends that you make, and definitely like the class size. It's really nice getting to like know your professors and getting a personal relationship with them. So some of the kinesiology department professors, I've just really liked taking classes with them and getting to know them, and they've been able to teach me a lot, and it's really just connected with me.
Good for you. So what is it, is there a team concept? I mean, people, it's track and field isn't necessarily, you're not going to get the kind of spectators that you would get for certain sports, obviously. But there always seems to me, whether it's cross country, track and field, there's a unique camaraderie, a unique team concept with those student athletes. One, does that make sense? And two, can you expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, I think that's definitely a thing that doesn't get talked about enough, right? So in practice, I mean, it's just you and the team, and every rep, it's just really competing. So it's like you're there with your friends, like, you're having a good time, but really every single day you're just competing against one another, every single rep, trying to beat each other in practice because it elevates you. So when you have that aspect of just competition and nonstop competitiveness, it's going to elevate the people around you, and it's really just going to like bring you closer as a team. So you get close with your friends and you like have a good time, but it's also that competition in practice and then in meets that really like brings the best out of you and gets you closer to them.
Very nice.
Yeah, I'd say like from the outside, most people wouldn't want to sit through like a full day track meet, but being there, it's honestly, it's just so much fun because those are your best friends who you spend every day with, and seeing like them like have a personal record that day, and everyone gets so excited. And even events like the 5K, which take forever, like there's people there's people all around, there's people on the perimeter cheering and yelling, like everything. There definitely is, like, I feel like especially with our team, such a huge team aspect, even though it is an individual sport, like we all get so excited for each other, which makes it so much more enjoyable. And since we're kind of a smaller team, since it makes it easier since we all know each other and know where we are, and like it's fun to celebrate each other.
So Coach Cole knows my father-in-law, who coached track at West Ottawa for about 40 some years, and so what you just described, if you're not looking for it, you might not see it. That person who may not necessarily score for the team, but gets his or her best time, coming around that final curve, and to see all the teammates, and they know, it's not just that they're cheering for them, they know that, hey, so-and-so's gonna get their personal best if they do this, and everybody's there, and they celebrate that as much or more than the first place person did. And I think that's such a cool thing, and I get the impression you have that camaraderie on your teams.
Yeah.
Good for you.
I got a question for Coach Cole. And you alluded to it earlier when you said that there are sometimes people that come into your sport and you don't see maybe right away that they've got this like all-American future ahead of them, but then they find it during their 4 years. I think that is an incredible story. Can you like kind of go through what that looks like? Because one of the things that I have kind of realized is as Hope has become more and more selective, like the class profile has gone up, right? It's more and more competitive to get into Hope. We're very popular in admissions. There is I feel a desire very early on to demonstrate your excellence at something. But here's some place where you're telling stories of transformation, stories where somebody came in one way, found a passion in this experience, and then took it to a completely new level because of what they invested in. Can you talk a little bit about those stories?
Yeah, and there's 20 of those every year of people who come in, either maybe somebody who I didn't recruit that hard. My daughter is an example. I recruited her because she's my daughter. But she wasn't a standout in high school. But she got here and just decided, I'm going to work my butt off because I want to be the best, and ended up qualifying for nationals. Just something I would never expect from that. And then I get people coming in from other sports where they decided that sport wasn't for them. Libby Stropman came over to us from softball and decided to be a thrower for us, and it takes a little bit to figure out how to throw the javelin, but last year she was the conference champion in it, and she's also throwing the javelin well. She's been a team captain for a couple of years, and so I don't want to say that I'm taking cast-offs, but I'm taking people who are looking for their niche, and they find that niche, and there's so many different events that you can do in track and field. I'm watching somebody and I'm like, you're a pretty good 400 runner, but you could be a really good 400 hurtler. Like, nah. And by the end of the year, you're right, coach. So
how do you convince people to be 400 hurdlers? Talking about how painful the 800 is. I can't imagine running a whole lap having to jump over things.
Yeah, it's a 400 by itself is hard, but putting 10 barriers in the way, all of a sudden it's a brutal event. But yeah, you got to look for the people who just kind of have the guts and a little bit of the speed and a little bit of coordination. And so that's one of the things as a coach I'm always kind of looking for, to fill the niches on the team, because I want to have 4 really good athletes in every one of the events, and I don't ever have that. So I'm always looking, who's my next triple jumper, who's my next javelin thrower. And a lot of those people can come from everywhere, because we don't do that in high school in Michigan. So
I've known your family for a long time. I actually coached Jacinda in basketball.
They were the nicest basketball team
They
ever.
were. Oh my gosh. It's like,
they weren't very good, but they were
please
super
jump.
nice.
But anyway, but I got to tell you, to your point, watching her grow, especially when she came here from her freshman year to by the time she was done, talk about a transformation. I don't think there's anything that young lady couldn't do. It just, maybe there was, but just to watch her grow. Addie Garrig is another one who, when she came here, she had just really started understanding a little bit track and field, high jump in particular, and she became something that maybe was unexpected.
Yeah,
So
talked her into coming out.
Yeah.
She was a, 7-time
Yeah.
league
Oh,
champion, and
exactly.
now she's coaching track and field.
So
you impact
as
their
a
lives.
coach, does that just? obviously you've coached a lot of champions, but when you have that happen, does that give you just as much excitement?
Yeah, I'm always. There's a few different things that just get me going. One is to see somebody just improve, and to see that, I can see their potential in there, and it's not very often that somebody reaches that potential that I can see in there, and when I see that, that's super gratifying. And then the other is just people doing amazing things. I've got people on the team who certainly could be, scholarship athletes, but chose to come to Hope because it's the place that they're meant to be. But I celebrate everybody's personal records. After every meet, I hand out PR pops to everybody who got a personal record for that meet. So
very cool.
Like soda?
No, they're Tootsie Pops.
Oh, okay.
But they're PR pops.
Like, that's an interesting
Hey,
gift.
congratulations! Here's a Red Bull. Oh, that's fantastic. So, for our 2 athletes here, what has been the most exciting athletic moment or even personal achievement that you've been able to accomplish or be a part of?
Ooh, that's a tough one because I can think of so many. Like last year, the girls team just had such a good year, winning indoor and outdoor conference. I'd say on one of our last chance meets, I was part of the 4x4, and it was the weekend before nationals, so we had to run a certain time to be able to send our team, and we were about like 3-ish plus seconds off at that qualifying time, which in sprint events is pretty hard
That's
to just
a lot.
randomly cut off that much amount of time. But we did, and we were able to send like 2 seniors and 2 underclassmen in the 4x4,
Wow.
and we got a school record, and that was just so much fun, running a 4x4 like under the lights and seeing all your hard work pay off. So
3 seconds? That's amazing.
Yes,
Wow.
thank you.
Oh, I can only imagine. How about you?
Yeah, so there's a lot of moments come to mind, but one in particular was this past year, outdoor conference meet, throwing javelin. So we had one of my good friends, Aiden Kyle, back-to-back conference champion in the javelin, and me and him, we were ranked pretty high going into the meet, but neither of us were expected to win or get close to winning. I ended up doing well. I ended up getting a PR and getting third, but he had kind of been battling some injuries throughout the year. He had some elbow stuff, some shoulder stuff, and it had just been hard for him because he wasn't throwing as well as he had been the previous year when he won conference as a freshman. And it was on the last throw of the meet. He had to get a certain mark to win the meet, and he just left it all out there, had like the throw of his life, super clutch, PR, won conference again, and it was just such a good moment to see. For myself, do well. I mean, I was obviously happy for that, but really just to see how happy I was for him and just to see him do well and get back to where he was it was an awesome moment.
That's so cool. I mean, you're talking about a teammate. That seems to be a theme. There's a genuine love and respect and joy for your teammates, and that's just so cool to hear. What's the most fun meet you've ever been a part of?
That's a good question. I would say, I mean, anytime there's a conference meet, the stakes are high. Everyone's, jacked up, excited. There's just a different feel in the air at those meets. So I would say those are always fun. Same thing with the last chance meets, just because you have a big goal, you're trying to qualify for nationals. Everyone there is, you're going against the top competition. So it's just really got a different feel in the air. So, I'm excited for Saturday because that's what we got going. So I would say anytime we have any of those postseason meets.
Where is Saturday's meet, by the way?
Saturday is at Trine.
At Trine.
Yeah.
Okay. Sarah, how about you?
I would also have to go with conference, either indoor or outdoor, just because the stakes are high and you have so many people like from your team there competing, and everyone just gets really into it, and it's all really exciting, especially when it comes down to the end, and like celebrating with your team afterward and running a victory lap. Like, I have such fun memories from that last year. So yeah, those get really exciting.
You can pass the mic back over to Coach Cole. Coach, I'm going to tee you up because I know, like right now, you've got a target audience who is watching this because they care about giving to the college. And I know that there is, kind of need around like small things with regards to the Orange and Blue Fund, the ways to be able to enhance experience, that kind of thing. But, Darren mentioned before that, like track and field isn't a big spectator sport, around here. However, it's been a while since we've hosted a meet, right? And we haven't done that because we don't have a track, right? That is.
We host conference.
We're
in the rotation. We'll be hosting conference in 2 years outdoors.
Okay.
Not indoors. We don't have anything there.
But I know that having an indoor track is something that you've been talking a lot about. And so, and for a while, right?
You got a couple hours?
Well, what I would like to do is give you 3 minutes, okay, to try to make a pitch right now that is like, what would an indoor track and field facility do for Hope? This isn't necessarily something that is going to get paid through like the $75,000 that we're hoping to raise through today's Day of Giving. But if there was somebody watching who is interested in maybe, was like, oh yeah, I'll give you $100, but $100. But what would a larger gift look like in terms of having an impact on a facility like that? 3 minutes. What's your pitch on the value of an indoor track and field facility at Hope College?
Well, I mean, we're sponsoring a sport that we don't have a facility for, and so we're finding ways to do it. I talked to a Mondo rep this morning about laying down just a strip in the Dow Center so we can do a little bit more in there. But we're falling behind. I mean, there's 2 of the teams in the conference who have an indoor facility. Another one's being built. High schools are building them now. And it's something that it's time for it. It's just finding that money for it. And it's if you got a couple $1 million laying around and you want to earmark it to something and make me smile a lot, earmark it towards an indoor track. But yeah, that's definitely something that I think would take a big lead gift to push it. But it's been a dream of mine since I went here back in the 1980s. So
yeah.
Well, and there's opportunities to not only host conference stuff, but I mean, there's more and more high schools competing in indoor events wherever and ever they can.
It would be an incredible recruiting tool because we would host high school meets and we'd have the best high schoolers from around here coming to that indoor facility. And so it wouldn't just be about our team, it would be about bringing in more athletes and more student athletes to Hope College and advertising what an amazing place we are. And there's just, and it wouldn't just be track. And a facility like that would service so many sports and also just the general student body with it too.
So until you are able to get out consistently outside to do your training, where are you training now?
We're in the Dow sometimes. I did find some rollout runway that we're able to do there, so I've been able to do a little bit more sprinting in there and some hurdling in there. We use the tennis center. If I go early enough in the morning, I can have all 6 courts in there, and I can do a 200-meter oval in there. That's where our plant box is for pole vault, and we can do that from 7 to 9 at night because I won't get into that. But and so we're just kind of moving all around, finding the places, and obviously we've been very successful with it, which I hope isn't the reason we're not getting this. It hurts me a little. I think my athletes deserve more, and I think that's something that I want to treat them the way that they deserve to be treated, and I think that's something that we could really do.
I think it's also important to recognize that when you guys are working out in the Dow, that's taking space away from just general campus recreation. Yeah. There is a big need on campus right now for more recreation space. We've been talking about mental health crisis, in the country right now with young people. It's not just within our student athlete populations and the general student as well. And if we're thinking about ways to be proactive for students to be able to manage their mental health well, physical wellness is going to be a component of that. And but if we are taking away general recreation space from general students from like 3 until 8 o'clock at night, because we've got a steady rotation of teams coming around and using those facilities, because those are facilities that we need to be able to use in order to be able to run the programs that we got to run. There is a massive need for this, right? And it's not just something that benefits your student athletes who are very deserving of a facility like this. it's something that would then have a trickle-down effect to every student at Hope in terms of increasing recreation space and opportunity. So if there's questions around whether or not this space would get utilized or how it would benefit more students than just the student athletes, man, like you could write a dissertation on the trickle-down impact that this kind of facility could have at Hope.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and go around to other colleges and see, and it's a center point of their campus when they have sort of a wellness building where people can go and walk on the track. We need a better place for students to be lifting and doing aerobics and aerobic type activities and things, and it would impact a huge portion of the student body. So
the Orange and Blue Fund is a little bit more about like small donations, trying to get lots of different types of gifts, but I didn't want to lose this opportunity to be able to give you the chance to put an ask out there for a major gift if somebody is ready to do it.
I mean, we've got the best facilities in the conference in so many sports, and we're nowhere near that in track and field. I think that's something Hope prides themselves in having excellent facilities, and I think that's the next step.
It's something that gives me a pause every time somebody says, "Oh, it must be so great to play in the DeVos Fieldhouse." I mean, yeah, we have great facilities, and I check myself because I know that there are a good number of student athletes that are making do with something that is substandard, and you guys are winning despite it,
We are.
And so anyway, like I hope that that comes down the pike because I know that it's something that it's bigger than just your team. I mean, it has an impact on everybody, and but you're certainly deserving of that kind of facility and the opportunity to be able to train your kids that way.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks for the opportunity to talk about that. I didn't think we'd be talking about that.
Well, I don't know.
I talk about that a little bit every day and a lot some days.
Yeah,
so.
I might be getting a text message right now from some folks. But no, I think it's great, and what you guys do in terms of a transformative impact for a lot of those kids is awesome. The kids that come here know what they want to do. Like want to excel in their sport, know their gifts, and to be able to just go do them. That's absolutely awesome. Those kids that are finding their way, and learning something new about themselves through this experience. And I think you walk alongside them incredibly well to be able to find those gifts, along with all of your other assistant coaches, which is you've got a plethora of, right? You've got a whole team of people that is specialized to different events. You want to talk about that because I do think that that's a place where Orange and Blue Fund can help.
Yeah, I rely upon my assistant coaches a ton, and obviously Coach Nordheis has been here forever. I've been here 19 years, which seems like a long time, and he has been here longer than that. And actually, Coach Markle, my throws coach, has been here longer than I have. Coach Kara Winton, my jumps coach, I have to look back, what's it, 10, 12 years now she's been coaching. I've got two pole vault coaches. I have a volunteer assistant coach this year who's been helping us out a lot, and I'm getting some incredible longevity of coaches. I'm the longest tenured track coach in the conference, and I have 2 people on my staff who've been here longer than I have. So
that's amazing.
I think that's awesome for the athletes to be able to have that same person all the way through. And I went through high school and college and had 6 different coaches for track and field, and that's tough to make that transition. So having that continuity, I think, is really beneficial to them. And I have some really good assistant coaches.
I'd like to go back to the 2 of you and ask of you, who are some people in your life that you would look at as mentors, influences, or both, that helped you, whether it was just track and field or the person that you are? Who are some people that have impacted your life?
Yeah, so one of the like potential questions I know was like a certain alumni who has influenced you a lot. And when I read that question, since we had so many seniors last year, so many people came to mind, but one specifically, Grace Behrens. She was a senior last year and also a captain, and her ability to like facilitate that team atmosphere in such an individual sport, as well as just make it fun and encourage competition, because we both did the same events, and she would make it just so fun instead of stressful to be like lining up against each other, which is what you want on a track and field team, to keep it like a fun competitive, which is so nice. And I think that helped me like love the sport even more and also want to work hard in it. So yeah.
Yeah, I would say for me, I mean, it's kind of an easy answer, but just both my parents, you know, always just supporting me in no matter what sport or anything in life. So yeah, when I like first started doing track, I mean, they were just like all like go for it, always supporting me through the ups and the downs, keeping my head level, keeping me humble, and really just making me want to keep giving my all into something that I feel like I was getting something out of. And then also, like Sarah said, yeah, Grace Behrens, she was captain last year. She was a great leader. And then another one was my freshman year, one of the captains, Nate Trumbull. I just coming in, not really knowing anyone, being kind of shy. He was really just like the first person to come up to me, introduce himself, make me feel welcome, and make me really want to stick with track and just keep grinding with him. So he was a really big influence, especially on my track career.
We're from the same high school.
Yep, same high school.
Same tiny high school.
Produces good track athletes.
I guess so, yeah. So I'm a Parks and Recreation director by trade, and when I'm either officiating or umpire or talking to whatever program I might be at that particular day, a lot of times I will turn these kids around and have them look at their parents and grandparents, especially the younger kids, and say, I want you to say thank you to them because they chose to be here. And it helps them understand too how important it is for them to be there. So when you say your parents, that's a big deal. That's a really big deal. Yeah, I'd like to ask you the same question. Who are some of the people in your life that have influenced you to be the kind of coach and person that you are?
I've had a lot more time to be influenced than they have. My dad, and I'll stop there because you want to watch me cry in here. But,
might raise a couple more dollars. So
if it gets me into no track, I'll ball away for it. Really going back to my coaches, jump in the Wayback Machine with Coach Vanderbilt and Coach Brewer, my coaches back when I was here. I looked at those guys and I went, that's what I want to do with my life. I saw the way that they were able to, be personable with all the athletes on the team and make everybody feel welcome and really make track and field and cross country fun. And I thought, if I can move on with my life and do something similar to what they did, I'll be fulfilled. And I never thought I'd get here, and it took a long time and a lot of different directions and applying for jobs over and over. But it's one of the things that I do tell my recruits' parents usually is I'm working my dream job. That's not many people who get to say that.
When you see student athletes like this, and obviously you've had success as a coach, that's the icing on the cake. But when you see student athletes who have the kind of impact that they currently have on others, knowing that they're probably going to make a significant impact once they leave here, that's got to be a special feeling.
It's frightening a little. Well, there's so many people coming through the track program. I've got like 140 athletes on the team this year and pretty much every year. And so there's always people going through that I'm influencing, at least in a small way. And I hope that I'm influencing them in the ways that I was influenced by my coaches. And so it's daunting.
Well, let me just tell you, you are.
Thanks,
So
David.
I'd like to ask probably one time for one more question. Okay, so the two of you, when you hear about this type of question, mentoring and being there and all that kind of stuff, I don't know what years you are. What year are you?
Sophomore.
Sophomore?
I'm a junior.
You're a junior as well. Obviously, with success you've had individually and as a team, you're obviously leaders on this team. Do you take that role of being a mentor or somebody who can help influence, whether it's personal or on the track itself? Do you feel yourself stepping into that role more so than before?
Yeah, I think like as a freshman, you come in kind of shy and not quite sure how everything's gonna go. But I mean, as a sophomore, I feel like I can name so many people who are leaders on our team. Like there's not just one specific one. Like everyone's stepping up, everyone's encouraging each other. So yeah, I could name like so many people, sophomores and up, who like fulfill the role of a captain, which is really fun. That like we're all invested and we're all cheering each other on and we're all encouraging each other and having fun and working hard, which is all like attributes of a great leader in my opinion. So yeah.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think so. I mean, I'm only gonna be running here for 4 years, but all the people that I'm gonna meet on the team, people older than me, younger than me, the same age as me, and me and myself, and we're all gonna go on and have like lives the rest of our lives. So anything I can do to impact them in a way that's gonna set them up for a successful life after that, that's more important to me than just my 4 years of running. It's gonna end, and life's gonna go on. So I think I've realized as I've gotten older, that's the more important thing is really how you lead and how you influence the people, especially those freshmen coming in. Just because I remember being in their shoes, being scared, being shy. So I've just really taken it upon myself to do everything I can to kind of build a more inviting culture and just make them feel at home.
Very similar answers to what we had just before you with the cross-country team. Track and field, cross-country, those are teams that really, I think, especially here at Hope College, know how to be there for each other and really demonstrate team chemistry about as well as any team here. You want to see that? Go to a meet, because you will see that. You'll see people cheering for each other, whether they win the race or come in dead last, but do something personally that's even better. So thank you guys for doing all this. All right, now we come to the most important part of this. We need somebody to spin the wheel of games. And once we know what game we're going to play, we'll take a quick break, get set up. It'll be coaches versus student athletes. The coaches have a 2-point lead after Coach Nordheis just dominated his event in the last hour. So, who would like to make the spin here? I think, and I would go probably this way.
Like this way?
Other way, there you go.
This way?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and it's still going. Try again.
I feel this is rigged.
What do we have here? I don't think we can do the Oreo face wig because thanks to the softball team, we went through an entire bag of Oreos, so we had to throw them away. So one more time, Sarah. We have, it looks like the rubber band target practice. You got that? Okay. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. For now, please enjoy this next Hope College informational video. Holding this so it doesn't.
fire and pain and always get up again. There's nothing we can't do, and we're about to prove. Oh, we get stronger as we go. This is how we get it done. This is how we do it, do it. This is how a kingdom comes. This is how we do it, do it. Oh. Whatever it may take, our will never break. Through blood and sweat and tears, we've made our way to here. Oh, on and on we go. This is how we get it done. This is how we do it, do it. This is how a kingdom comes. This is how we do it, do it. Oh. This is how we get it done. This is how we do it, do it. This is how a kingdom comes. This is how we do it, do it. This is how we get it done. This is how we do it, do it. This is how a kingdom comes. This is how we do it, do it. Oh. How a kingdom comes. How we get it How we get it done. This is how we get it done.
All right, welcome back. We are ready for our Minute to Win It games with the men's and women's track and field program. Coach Cole is ready to go right now. The game that they dialed up was rubber band target practice. The way this game works is that we've got a solo cup that's going to be sitting on the table. Coach Cole has assumed a position to be able to aim rubber bands at this cup. He is going to aim them, shoot them, and try to push that cup off of the table in as little time as possible. He's going to set the time to beat. His student athletes are then going to try to beat it. On your mark, get set, go.
Yeah, beat that.
Wow. I am blown away right now by that ability.
Well,
I don't know if I'll be able to follow that.
I was off by 2. I thought it was going to take me 3 shots.
Yeah.
I absolutely have not seen something so athletic today as we did just now in that. Guys, believe.
I gotta do something special here.
There you go. On your mark, get set, go.
Just missed it. Ah.
Well, there it is. One.
Power, Alex.
Oh!
Oh!
One more.
Little trash talk.
Oh!
Ricocheted off.
You can do it. Just a little bit further.
My finger is going to be sore.
Well, just be glad you didn't have the exploding balloon challenge with cross country. That one resulted in some pretty sore arms.
I'm just missing.
Let's go 3 more shots.
Okay.
I believe in you.
Ah! So close.
2. One more.
This is the one.
This is the one.
Ah!
Oh. All right. What was the time on that?
Well, it was 120.
Okay, 120.
Hour 20 minutes?
All right, Sarah, here we go. On your mark, get set, go.
Oh gosh, not the strategy. See, how did you do it like that?
The nails are, I think, a challenge. An advantage?
This is a lot harder than you made it look, Coach.
It was, he made it look incredibly easy, and it's not. Oh. It's so much power in that rubber band.
You gotta stretch it to its limit. He really wants that indoor track, doesn't he? Is that what we're doing this for?
Oh.
It's tough.
It is tough.
It's not tough at all.
Oh!
There you go.
I think I just blew out everybody's eardrums on the on YouTube. I apologize, everyone, for the enthusiasm on that.
I'd say probably 10 more seconds.
Let's see what you can do.
Wow.
Dang.
Sniper! Sniping it.
Last one.
Okay. All right. Hey, 2 points for the coaches. Who knew that the coaches were going to come in hot on the minute to win it games? Yeah. Hey, you guys, thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate you taking the time to participate in this. You got the league meet, indoor league meet Saturday. Let's go. Go get it. Good luck. Have fun. Rep Hopewell, and let's go. Let's get after it. Little shout out to all your donors. Let's go donate to the Orange and Blue Fund on behalf of men's and women's track and field. We need to get up the donations in order to get that, in order to reach that $1,000 minimum for the matching gift that's going to be coming from the Borichter family. So let's help them out, and thanks so much. We'll see you soon. All right, we are still going. We're still going here. It is we're approaching hour 11, Darren.
We have been here for a long time, but time has flown, hasn't it?
It has.
I mean, it really has. We've learned so much about the coaches and the student athletes that are here. What an amazing day so far. And we've got 1 more hour to go and 4 more tomorrow. It's been a great day.
That's the thing. The day of giving is actually 36 hours of giving. We're participating in 16 of those 36 hours. We've got 4 more hours tomorrow starting at 8 a.m. Hopefully, we've got the kinks worked out on our 8 a.m. Maybe there'll be enough time to show the women's basketball alumni interview that we struggled to be able to get on air. Well, we got it on air, but then accidentally took it off. I think we've worked out a lot of the kinks. Still, the audio a little challenging, but we're learning as we go through this. And it's been a ton of fun, Darren. I'm having a great time.
Listen, I get to be a small part of this here, but Coach, you and your fellow coaches here, the stories and the impact that you have, it's inspiring. And I hope you know that. I mean, we have talked to so many amazing people today, and yeah, we're asking for money, we're asking for funds, but for all the right reasons, to help impact this place so that these student athletes who have really made their mark already now, just in their respective event, can go out while they're still here and maybe even when they're done and continue to positively impact this world. And this is an opportunity to do that, and it's just been an awesome experience.
That's great. We are going to be getting ready to go through be joined by a faith formation group. This is going to be led by Matt Margarone, who is with our campus ministries team. In a partnership with athletics, he is the chaplain for athletics and helps to facilitate a lot of different Bible studies on campus, walk alongside student athletes that might be struggling in growing their faith and finding a relationship with Jesus. So this is just one of those kind of things that is the hope difference, right? Like one of the things that not every program out there or school out there has got a chaplain devoted towards their athletics teams, and Hope does. It was the vision of some generous donors to try to make that happen, to be able to do that intentionally. Again, we've talked about it before today, that the amount of times that on teams, like the success that happens on our teams, judging from the conversations we've had today, doesn't happen by accident.
No.
It is happening by intention. And the only way that we're able to do that with intention is to have people intentionally support these efforts with the gifts of either their time, their talent, or their treasure. And I don't want to make other people not think that all we want is money. Like the Team 43 reps, like you heard Lisa Schoonveld mentioned earlier, who is with our softball team. She is giving of her time. She is giving of her talent for being able to walk alongside people and show them love when they need it. There are lots of ways. We've got staff that are working the scores table, and they're getting paid a little bit.
Yeah.
But it means such a difference to us as a coach down in DeVos Fieldhouse, that when we've got somebody that's been doing our scorebook for probably 20 years. Like, I am confident that scorebook is going to be done right. I'm confident that our stats are going to be correct. It makes a difference in the types of quality experience that we have with our students. So it's not just money that helps us to be able to run a first-class operation. It is the community members who give of their time and the talent that they have. So a lot about the Day of Giving is about being able to donate your treasure, about the ways that money supports it, and it absolutely does, but that's not just the only way.
No, and I'm so happy that you brought up some of the stats crew and others that work behind the scenes to make all this happen. Folks, if you could spend any amount of time understanding what goes into a game, a match, quite frankly, once those games and matches start, that's almost like the easy part, really, other than stats ongoing all the time. There's so much that goes into it, to the people that get the field house ready, to the people that pick it up after it's done, to the stats crew who sometimes has to stay after to make sure things go right because they might have missed one thing. I can tell you right now, folks, this doesn't happen everywhere else. It really doesn't. And you talk about the dedication. There are several people who've been doing this for Hope College in some capacity for a long, long time. That consistency, that camaraderie, it's just, even if it's in a small way, even they feel like part of the Hope family. I know I feel that way when I get the opportunity to do stuff here. So, like you said, and it isn't just about the money. The money certainly helps. It really does, because it gives these students and coaches some real opportunities to do something special. So again, please give what you can, and believe me, the money will be used wisely and it will impact people.
All right, I am going to go queue up a video that talks a little bit about our seed trips. Our seed trips are sports, evangelism, equipping disciples. These are trips overseas provided by generous gifts from Sawyer Products in order to go out and engage with the youth of the world through the common language of sport, and when the opportunity presents itself, to share the gospel. It has an amazing impact on our student athletes, transformational. And I think we do a little good along the way. So if you want to just talk a little bit while I cue that up, maybe thank some more folks that beyond our grounds, maybe grounds people, athletic trainers.
Oh yeah, boy, we haven't talked about the athletic trainers yet. Tim Caperna, that wonderful staff that keeps our athletes safe, keeps them healthy, and the work that they do behind the scenes too is incredible. They have such a vested interest in not only the athletes, but their success on and off the court or the field as well. Again, you're not going to find a training staff that does the kinds of things that happen here at Hope College. It's an amazing thing. Some other people that we've talked about, people like Alan Babbitt, Mackenzie McMahon, the people behind the scenes at the Sports Information Department, Jim Spielman with facilities and maintenance. We could go on and on. There's so many amazing people that are a part of this incredible Hope family. For right now, we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Once again, another Hope College informational video.
I wanted to go on a seed trip because one of my coaches from softball talked about it, and she just said it was one of the best trips of her life.
First, I knew that you'd travel. It's a little bit of a bonus.
I've been on a couple mission trips in the past, but never one that incorporates sports into service.
Each day we would go to a different school that Push to Rock had partnered with, and so we would play games with the kids and teach them about our sports, which was really cool, and then we would share a faith story with them, and then it was really awesome. After you would share your story, these kids would just gravitate towards you.
From the moment we got to the Dominican and met the leaders of GO, I knew that this ministry was something special. They really emphasized their partnership and community with the Dominican people. They emphasized that they are not there as this outside organization to be the savior, fix things. Every position in GO is co-led by an American and a Dominican.
The relationship part was pretty cool. I am definitely super close with the whole group. Now we're doing like a Bible study. I could totally see some of them being like my best friends.
Because I'm introverted, going into a trip with other strangers, that was very interesting to me. Getting to know people isn't really in my comfort zone. So kind of being forced to know these people really helped. And I've learned that I can be personable with people I don't know, and I can make relationships with people, relationships that are still strong.
On our trip, I feel like we grew really close really quickly, which everybody said would happen, but it was crazy how fast it really did happen. My heart has so much joy when I see the people I went on my trip with, and it's been cool to see athletes do well in their sports and just bond over the same thing that we shared.
You kind of already have that unspoken connection with other student athletes on campus, but I never could have imagined the extent of the bonding that would happen on that trip. Coming back to campus, I have a whole nother group of friends. Those are my people.
I'd say that soccer was the language between us on the team and the kids. If we had a soccer ball, we didn't even need to say anything.
Even though a lot of us didn't speak their language, it was cool to use sports as a platform for God's kingdom, and you could use that to communicate with the kids.
At least once a day we would have worship. It's different, but it's really cool. A lot of dancing, a lot of singing, so kind of similar to chapel, but taking a few notches higher.
Half of the team went to the school for kids with physical disabilities, and I honestly didn't really know what to expect. What I experienced that day, nobody could have told me how good and how fun it would have been.
At each school we would go to, we would take water filters for the communities, and we would demonstrate them and teach them how to assemble the water filters. And then when we were doing that, we would say the unfiltered water is like your life before Christ, and the filtered water is like your life after Christ, and because of God, now you have new life. And ultimately, like, water is the gift of life to them, because it's something that they don't have, that we often forget and take for granted.
The looks on their faces as the water dripped out of the filter, and then drinking the water knowing that it's clean, is definitely something that we all will never forget.
If we look back about a year ago, with my faith, was just like, I guess, like questioning, like prodding around, just trying to learn more.
My faith before going on a sea trip, I would say, was pretty stagnant. I would go to church and I'd go to chapel, but I felt like I needed something more.
Like, I was kind of coasting, like nothing bad was happening. I didn't have a very significant reason to like count on God, but I just knew He was always there.
After the trip, I felt like I had this spiritual high and just this connection with God that I never wanted to lose, because I never want to not feel that way again.
After, I just saw like how blessed I am, and how blessed I am to have a relationship with Christ and with God.
Even with like all the hardships that they were going on, they were able to see it through like the light of God, and always be like grateful for what they had and things like that. So prospectively, it was like wow, like we should take a little bit of that away and be just grateful in general.
A lot of the kids play with soccer balls that are absolutely destroyed, but it still brings them so much joy, and they complain about nothing. And a lot of times, like, we place so much value on materialistic things when ultimately, like, we don't need that. They have so much joy with having so little, and so it was cool to see God in a different aspect that way.
The biggest thing I'm bringing back, and it's something that I think about a lot on the women's soccer team, is it's so much more than soccer. Sports is so much more than sports. It's about high-fiving your teammate when they make a good play. It's about putting your arm around them when they're down, lifting each other up, celebrating. And it was just really, really neat to travel so far into literally the middle of nowhere and see God at work.
For those who don't have as strong a faith with Christ or do not have a lot of background in service, I'd say that this is your chance to take a leap of faith.
Biggest thing I say is just go. Think about the next time you might go, or if you will ever go to a spot like that.
For those who have never been on a mission trip before, like, God will use you where you're at, and it's also a really great opportunity to bond with other athletes and to create friendships that will last you for the rest of your life, because you all share an experience that no one else has.
I'd say don't be nervous about where you are in your faith, whether you're all into it or you're not at all, or you're somewhere in the middle. Not intimidating. Faith aspect is always around you. Like, you're always able to reach out into it, but it's also not like pushed onto you.
If you've never been on a mission trip ever before, there's no better time than right now to do it, than college. When you're learning who you are, when you're learning who God wants you to be, this is the time to step outside of your comfort zone and do it. God teaches us so much when you stop thinking about yourself and look towards other people. And that's exactly what Seed does.
Hello, and welcome back to the all-day Day of Giving here at Hope College. My name is Matt Margarone. I'm the chaplain of athletics here at Hope, and I'm so excited to be with you guys. What a fun night we have. We have 6 of our athletes. There's 7 of us here to talk about athletics ministry, what it's like to live out your faith and grow in your faith here at Hope College. And what a great opportunity to have a conversation. So I want to introduce you to some of the athletes that we have here tonight. And so why don't we just go down the line and say your name and what sport you're involved in.
Hi, I'm Matthew Mrozinski, and I'm a sophomore on the men's soccer team.
My name is Alyssa Segura, and I'm a sophomore on the women's lacrosse team.
My name is Zach Carlson, and I'm a senior on the football team.
I'm Anna Duesenberg, and I'm a sophomore on the cross-country and track teams.
I'm Ryan Endress, and I'm a senior on the men's hockey team.
I'm Greta Van Dennen, and I'm a senior on the Hope College cheer team.
And I'm Matt Margarone again. So what an awesome opportunity to get to hear from you guys. And I'm so excited to, tonight for the next bit, hear a little bit about your stories. And one of the things that's wonderful about faith formation here at Hope College is that it's a place where you can come as you are, that it's really invitational, and that you can explore your faith in a way that is conducive to you and where you're coming from. And so would a couple of you just talk about like what that was like for you to come to Hope College and then to grow in your faith since you've been here?
Yeah, I can start us off. I think one of the biggest things that really strengthened my faith here at Hope is just the amazing opportunities and the open hands that every person in the campus ministry staff, including Margarone and all the other chaplains, are just there to provide opportunities for us students to join a small group or go on an immersion trip or join a prayer team or something. Just the amazing opportunities to just grow in your faith in such a loving and great way.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting because I originally didn't start off at Hope. I actually transferred the start of my sophomore year. And what really drew me to Hope College was because of the religious element. I really wanted to grow in my faith. And so when I first came here to Hope, I was amazed by the amount of opportunities that is really offered up to students, especially for athletics. One of the greatest things is, of course, being able to lead the football Bible study. Not only has that been an opportunity to grow with my teammates, but really puts me into like responsibility of knowing that I need to personally grow as well if I'm supposed to help lead these guys along with their scriptures and their knowledge of the gospel.
Yeah, when I was making the decision for college, I went to a couple soccer ID camps, and one of the coaches told us, like, hey, if soccer isn't going well, you got to make sure that you love every bit of your college experience and things at your college. And that's kind of what led me here. I feel like I was called to be here with Margarone helping me through the recruiting process, and I think that's what makes Hope special is that it's not just sports, it's life and faith, and there's so many opportunities to get involved through Bible studies and experiences and trips. Like, that's really what makes Hope and athletics different here at this college compared to lots of other choices.
That's great. And many of you all have been really involved in all different ways on campus. You've led Bible studies, you've gone on immersion trips or the seed trips. You've experienced Bible studies through campus ministries. So talk a little bit about those specific experience and some of your teammates or things that you've been involved in, how they've impacted you since you've been here.
So I lead the women's lacrosse Bible study, and we just started it up this year, and it's been just such an impactful experience for our team. It's been a really like open space for like curiosity and just really open questions, and I love being able to just open that space up to the girls to just come and like ask questions like, what are you curious about, like what do you want to know, and like I'll go and grow in my faith and like study, and it's just been such a really cool opportunity for my team. And I'm also involved with a campus ministry on Hope's campus called Met by Love, and we do worship gathering nights on Monday night and evangelism on campus. And that's been just so impactful with just my worship life and just really trying to just spread the gospel on campus to people who haven't heard. And that's been a really cool opportunity here at Hope too.
Like Alyssa, I lead the women's cross country. Well, I co-lead it with another girl on our team, and it's also our first year doing it, and it's been a really wonderful experience, and we have a wonderful group of freshmen in our group this year. And during the season, we did a lot more structured studying of scripture, but now that we're out of season, we've been keeping going with like these painting and prayer nights. So like 9 p.m. every Wednesday we meet in the prayer chapel in the BSC, and we all just like paint. Sometimes someone will bring brownies, sometimes people will bring cookies, and we just paint and pray. We talk about our weeks and we pray for each other, and even though it's not a structured study, like we feel that just getting together in that community has really, really helped our team, and people can just feel comfortable in that environment. And I also think it's helped the freshmen kind of come into the community and feel part of it, which is really important to me, and I've grown close to all of them as well, so that's really important.
Similar to everyone here, I'm involved with my team Bible study as well. I started off as just a member, and as I've grown in my faith and now become a senior, I've kind of stepped into more of a leadership role, leading lessons on that with one of my teammates, Jake Vance. Something I've loved about Hope, and I've preached this since the day I got here, is I've always stuck with the idea of surround yourself with people who are better than you.
Mhm.
And so I've always tried to reach out to those people and learn from them, grow from them. People like Margarone, people like Shamari Tate, these chaplains, Father Nicholas, Monaco, who can help me grow in my faith. I think that's just a testament to the Hope community, that there's so many people you can reach out to, so many friends, so many other athletes like the people here who I'm able to grow with in my faith. That's just the main driving factor, and that's what makes this place so special.
Yeah, that's awesome. And you know, at Hope College, we talk a lot about competitive excellence and also transformational experiences, right? And so surrounding yourself with people that are better than you, you guys are now those people too. And so you're inviting people in to different places, to locker rooms, to the campus ministries house, to your own homes. And so Bible studies happen all over campus, which is really, really cool. And it looks different for each team, right? And describe kind of how you guys, and many of you guys are leaders, describe how you approach that invitational process, making it a space of curiosity, I think you mentioned, a space where people who come from all different backgrounds, who come from different lenses, different cultures, can still feel welcome at Hope, because I think that's what makes Hope really unique.
Yeah, really inviting guys to the football Bible study was a bit of a challenge, just because our team is huge, like over 130 guys, and I would send out, we have a team group me, and we would send out messages, and that's probably one of the fastest way to communicate. However, I learned just by sending a message the day of our Bible study saying, hey, we're meeting up 7 p.m. tonight. Doesn't really go all the way through, because we would meet on the weekends and guys have things to do, homework to catch up on. And so I learned that personal invitations are some of the best ways to get guys to come to something. So like really going out of your way to reach out to this one individual and say, hey, I would love for you to come to the Bible study. I think I've seen you in chapel. But we talk about, we just did a study on Tim Tebow's Mission Possible, talking about what is your purpose in life. And so really talking about what we're covering in our Bible study, that it's really a good small group of guys, that we are just able to talk football, talk about what is our purpose, and really just open up with each other. I figured that's a lot better of just sending out one broad invitation to everyone.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, just to echo some of your thoughts. When we started last year, it was me and 5 other guys every week, and we kind of had a small number, and we were kind of wondering, what can we do to grow this Bible study? And I think it's more, like you said, about relationships and really making that impact with guys. And we kind of, not to say dumbed it down, but we made things simple and started to go through, like, what makes a good team and, like, teamwork, and talk about personal experiences before we dive into the Word, and kind of relate them together to see what we can do on the field. And I think it's really worked. We've grown up to about 20 people each Bible study from 5 last year. So it's a testament to all our guys, the freshman class especially. They've stepped up in a big way. But I think it's talking about relationships and like applying the Word to your personal life that's really got people invested. And I think, to go off kind of Margarone's question, I think it's one of the things that makes Hope so great is that no matter where your faith started or how advanced it is, you're welcome, and you can be insightful and powerful in Bible studies and on this campus. So I think that's one of the things that makes Hope special.
So we just kind of revamped the cheer team here at Hope, and I actually grew up not doing cheer. I'm a soccer player, and so this was like a really big change for me. But so we're still working things out with Bible study stuff and just really implementing faith, but we devote our time before games to just pray, and just pray over protection of just like injuries for us or for the football or basketball team. We also have an acronym that we chant. It's called like F3PDT, and I shouldn't say the whole thing because people will find out at the end, like when you're a senior and stuff, but one of them is faith. And we really keep that just such a foundation to our team. And all of us are just hungry for God's word, and I can tell. And there's a couple of other teammates who also come to our leaders meetings on Tuesdays, and they're both just devoted leaders within just sharing God's word throughout the team and continuing to just be a light on the team as well, and just knowing that God's our strength throughout it all, and he's going to protect us, and he has his hand over just whatever game or whatever practice that we have. So, yeah.
It's pretty easy to see how phenomenal these student athletes are and the way they think and the way they have grown since they've come on campus. And as you give to the Orange and Blue Fund, as you think about where you're going to spend your money on this day of giving, how you're going to invest in people, how you're going to invest in a place. This is a space that is not just about sport. It's about so much more than that. And these athletes here are the ones that are pouring out so much of their lives. So not only are they going to class, not only are they doing their homework, having friendships in their social life, their personal relationships with their significant others, right? They're also giving to volunteer and serve in Bible studies. They're also going across the world and serving people in need. And so that's because of their faith, and that's because of people like you who have been so generous to help provide these opportunities. And some of those opportunities are some of the service things that you guys do, both with your teams, also with the seed trips. So would somebody be able to talk about a seed trip or an immersion trip, service opportunities here at Hope and what that's like? Yeah.
A big part of the women's lacrosse team is serving and volunteering, and so we've been involved with Ben's Hope, which is a ministry off campus, and we volunteer there with the students, and we ran a spa night for adults with disabilities, and we played all these games with them and did musical chairs and face masks and hand massages, and it was just a really cool opportunity to serve the community. And we ended up going back the next week because my coach really wanted to go and join us, and it's just been really cool to be able to give back to the community and like do it as a team and really bond together in that.
Another cool thing that Hope does are seed trips. I mean, Hope College offers up immersion trips for all Hope students that they can participate on a short-term mission trip. With seed trips, it's for Hope student athletes specifically. And SEED stands for Sports Evangelism to Equip Disciples. And they offer a ton of different trips that students can go on to the DR, to Costa Rica, to Uganda and Zambia. And I got to go to the Dominican Republic 2 years ago, and oh boy, it was an amazing experience. We really got to just go down to the DR and help teach sports to these kids who are really, that's kind of their way out of the country and like getting into college, and a lot of semi-pro baseball. Baseball was their biggest sport down there. Sadly, no football, but I was able to still play around and play some soccer and baseball. But one of the coolest things though also was we helped build and then distribute water filters to communities that did not have access to it. And so going to these rural communities that had no clean water whatsoever, and then starting to build these water filters and then show them how to work it, and then all of a sudden they're like, well, we want you to build all of them. So now we're playing these sports with these kids, and we're constructing all of these water filters, and they're just, the amount of joy that is with every single one of those people is just amazing, and it's just truly an amazing experience.
That's awesome. All right. Faith is also fun here at Hope. So, Ryan, I know that the hockey team is not only a team that has a ton of guys that come to chapel and you have your hockey row, but I know you guys are also just a little bit crazy and have a lot of fun too. So talk a little bit about the combination of faith and fun within your team.
Yeah, I think it's always funny. There is that stereotype of hockey guys being a little wild, a little crazy and stuff like that. So it's funny to see that brought in. I think here at Hope, we get the best of both worlds. We really enjoy ourselves and just do things in the community, do things with each other, do things on campus, but we also have that faith aspect that Hope instills in us. And I think a lot of that fun is service and the things that we've talked about, like Alyssa and Zach touched on, things like Dance Marathon. Like right now, I think we have over half of our team registered for Dance Marathon. Each of the past 3 years, we've raised more money. We're almost over $5,000 raised this year, and it's things like that where we just go and we bond, and we do it in God's word, in His will, and do it to help other people. It's not focusing on us and the fleeting desires, but really trying to do what we can to give back to other people, and I think that's what makes Hope so special.
That's awesome. How about on cross country, Anna? How has faith and fun come together?
Like the hockey team, we also have our row. We actually have 2 rows because our team is really big, so we don't fit in one row, which is a good thing. It's definitely increased from last year too. In the 2 years I've been here, like last year we were only just a row, but now we are like to the point where sometimes we have like 2. So we've had even 3 rows, which is like which is so fun. And just like worshiping with my teammates is something that's just like really powerful. It's like you get to know them at practice, you get to know them as teammates, but then you also get to know them as your brothers and sisters in Christ. And a lot of that happens at chapel. And you just take this time out of your day, and no matter what morning you've had, if you had a really bad exam or you're really nervous for an exam later in the afternoon, you become united for just like 22 minutes as a body of Christ, just all one. And it takes it outside of the sport, it takes it outside of academics, and it's like a rerouting, and why we're really on this earth is like to serve God, and to be a part of that with my team is like something that's really special.
So you can see why I have an amazing gig that I get to, like seriously, I get to spend time with athletes like these. Every Tuesday, I meet with a group of leaders, athletics ministry leaders, people that are involved in their team. They're trying to change culture. They're trying to create spaces where people can flourish, where people can be invited in to explore who God is. We've read through Romans together. We read through Mere Christianity. We read through a Bob Goff book. And we have just, I believe my job and my calling is to walk alongside you guys as you walk alongside your teammates. And so that has just been a fun gig for me. And so when you give, when you care for hope, when you pray for hope, all the ways that you give to hope gives to these athletes as they pour out, and it's exponential. And it goes not only to your teams, but it goes to our community and Ben's Hope. It goes to Escape Ministries. It goes to all over the world in Dominican Republic when water filters are given out. And so thank you for considering giving to Hope Athletics. You've gotten to hear from all sorts of teams and athletes, and I know that's happening tomorrow. I know you're going to get to hear from a pretty sweet gig right after this, and that's fun as well. So thank you for joining us tonight. Let's go, Becky. Right. Yeah.
Let's go. Great job, you guys. This is awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. Yeah, it is that time of the night. We are almost done with the first day of our Day of Giving. Before we get ready for our Hope College Student Athlete Band, who has been practicing every night this week for this performance, I can't wait to hear it. It's going to be awesome. Before we do that, we're going to cut to a little video here of the Karen Page Courage Award winner from last year, I think, Derek Smith. Derek is a super inspirational story. If you want a student story to get behind, Derek's is it. So enjoy. Thanks, you guys. Fire up.
The following segment is brought to you by healthcare.gov. Need health insurance? Sign up at healthcare.gov now through December 15th for coverage starting January 1st.
So everybody in.
Welcome back to Ray and Sue Smith Stadium as the Flying Dutchmen get ready to take on the Eagles of the University of Northwestern of St. Paul, Minnesota.
One spirit, one mind.
Hope is ingrained in the players at Hope College in Holland, Michigan. For a junior defensive lineman, it's part of who he is.
Derek Smith, he's been part of the program for 3 years, and hopefully we might get a chance to see him in action this afternoon.
He's a big man, he's strong. He's able to separate from the offensive line.
Coming in here and realizing that I have so much more work to do just supports me and just helps me go through the motions. It's just kind of like, Matt, I really don't want to be here, but you have to come in and have the goals that you want to beat.
He's pushing sleds, he's working out, actually harder than everybody else. You look at him and he's playing football with a prosthetic leg. He can do whatever he wants to do. I dare you to bet against him.
Hope's community is just one. I mean, our name is Hope, so everybody has hope to be as one and come together. I was always into football. It was just kind of in my genetics. My grandpa played for Michigan State, and then my dad played at the college level. So I feel like it was always just kind of like in me to play.
I said, wow, he's a big kid, moves pretty well. Tell me more about him. He goes, what if I told you had a prosthetic leg? I said, let's get him down here for a visit. And I just wanted to see him. I wanted to meet him. I wanted to hear his story.
When he was born, the nurse said he had the biggest hands she had ever seen. He just came out a sportsman, an athlete, just a big kid. I think he's still a big kid.
When I was a kid, I pretty much played everything. I played football in the fall. I wrestled, played basketball. I was on a swim team for a little bit, and then I did track. If I could have had the chance, I would have played 7 sports. I was probably about 6 years old. I was playing football in the living room by myself. I threw the ball out to myself, caught it, and slipped into the couch, and all of a sudden there was this very sharp pain, and I screamed bloody murder.
I go out and it's not broken, it's not swelling, no bones are sticking out, but he's just screaming in agony.
Couldn't walk on it, so we decided to go to the hospital, and sure enough, I shattered my leg.
We went through a cast, still not healed, another cast, still not healed.
We did that process over and over again for at least a year and a half.
January, they started doing surgeries.
And then the doctor decided to ship me off to Shriners Hospital for Children in Salt Lake City. I had severe arthrosis of the tibia and NF1.
That diagnosis meant cancer was deteriorating his lower right leg and would keep him in a wheelchair during some of his most active childhood years.
As an 8-year-old, I was like, these big words, it really doesn't really mean anything to me. I'm gonna get healthy. I'd never even thought about it taking my leg. When they told me that they would take my leg, that it was just kind of like, I didn't do anything wrong. I wasn't in the wrong situation. This just doesn't happen. You just can't take my leg as an 8-year-old. So it was definitely one of the hardest decisions I had to make, but at the same time, it was probably one of the easiest ones I had to make. It was like, do I want to continue to sit in this chair and not have the opportunity to play college football that I've always dreamed of? Or do I want to have it amputated and have a chance to play the sport that I wanted to play?
Sometimes you have to decide, this is not how I dreamed it, this is not how it looked on paper, but this is what I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna make the best of it. And if I don't, you sit on the couch and be a victim, and that's not a life either.
My high school football coach, he had a daughter that went here. So he's like, well, I'll try to get you in contact. I can't make any promises that Coach Sturzma will put you on the team or even give you a chance.
I remember saying, you know, hey, we're really full, but if something opens up, we'll be in touch. Well, whether or not we did have numbers, it didn't matter because he needed to be a part of our program.
Thursday before fall camp, Coach Sturz emails me at like 5:50 in the morning, and he said, Derek, we have a spot for you. And so to get that email, I was able to jump up and run to my mom and be like, Mom, we've made the dream that we wanted. So it was a very, very cool opportunity.
Derek Smith enters the football game and lines up on the far side. The senior out of Niles, Michigan, and helps make that tackle on the far side. How about that?
When I hit the field, they would always shake my hand and be like, yeah, I'm proud you're out here or whatever. And I'd be like, yeah, but you better watch out because I'm just going to hit you just as hard or even harder than the person that was in here before.
Good pressure by Derek Smith that time.
Always after the game, like, wow, you were better than we thought you were going to. I was like, well, you underestimated me just because I have one leg.
Go home! Get your guy, get your guy, get your guy. he has the opportunity to touch people and to get a message out there and to make good in the world. And he can use it, hopefully, in some good way for him as well as for the rest of the world.
Look at Derek Smith getting swarmed under by his teammates. These guys love each other.
It's one of those feelings where every little kid wishes they could play college football and get a sack. When you get those moments, it's just outstanding, and it's just nothing better than that feeling.
I don't know what Derek's purpose is yet, but he's got a platform and he's got will. So, and he's surrounded every day by hope.
Bringing hope to other people comes very easy to me, but at the same time, it's very hard for me. Everybody says, if you have lemons, make lemonade. Sometimes I get tired of making lemonade. I like improving people's lives and saying that anything's truly possible, but sometimes I want to be just another student athlete at Hope College.
He's just that good, and I just feel so lucky and blessed to be able to be around a kid like that. So proud of him, because he's only written the first few chapters of what he's going to do.
Let's go. Let's out of here. Let's go. Brothers on two. 1, 2. Brothers. Hollywood. Hollywood.
All right, now we're back. Okay, so the Hope College Student Athlete Band, take it away.
How's it going, everyone? Like she said, we're the Hope College Athletic Band. Some of us coming out of retirement, others studying here. I'm Andrew Debry.
My name's Keegan D. Kuiper.
I'm Emily Martin.
I'm Bryce Debry.
I'm Micah Whelan.
All right, first song we're going to play for you is Ain't No Mountain High Enough. Listen, baby, ain't no mountain high, ain't no valley low, ain't no river wide enough, baby.
If you need me, call me, no matter where you are, no matter how far.
Don't worry, baby.
Just call my name, I'll be there in a hurry. You don't have to worry, 'cause
Baby, there ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, baby. Remember the day I set you free, I told you you could always count on me, darling. Day on, I made a vow, I'll be there when you want me some way, somehow. 'Cause baby, there ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, baby. Oh no, darling.
no wind, no rain. Oh, winter's cold, can't stop me, baby.
No, baby.
'Cause you are my
If you're ever in trouble, I'll be there on the double. Just send for me, oh baby.
My love is alive, way down in my heart, although we are miles apart.
If you ever need a helping hand, I'll be there on the double just as fast as I can. Don't you know that there ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, baby.
You know that there
Ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, baby. All right. Next song is
this is applicable to all athletes. Sometimes we get distracted, but need a reminder to keep our heads in the game. Here we go with Troy Bolton's Get Your Head in the Game. Coach said to fake right and break left. Watch it for the pick and keep your eye in defense. Gotta run the give and go, take the ball to the hole. And don't be afraid to shoot the outside, Jay. Just keep your head in the game. Just keep your head in the game. Don't be afraid to shoot the outside, Jay. Just keep your head in the game. You gotta get your head in the game. You gotta get your head in the game. Come on, get your head in the game. You gotta get your head in the game. Let's make sure that we get the rebound, cause when we get it then the crowd will go wild. A second chance, gotta grab it and go. Maybe this time we'll hit the right note. Wait a minute, our time and place. Wait a minute, get my head in the game. Wait a minute, get my head in the game. Wait a minute, gotta get my head in the game. I gotta get my head in the game. Come on, get my head in the game. I gotta get my head in the game. Why am I feeling so wrong? My head's in the game, but my heart's in the song. She makes me feel so right. Do I go for it? Better shake this. Yikes. Next we have Micah with a nice piano solo. How to Train Your Dragon. Take it over. Transition over to some country music. Wagon Wheel by Darius Rucker. Heading down south to the land of the pines. I'm thumbing my way in North Carolina, staring up the roads and pray to God I see headlights. guitar, I pick a banjo now. Oh, North Country winters keep on getting me down. Lost my money playing poker, so I had to leave town. But I ain't turning back to living that old life no more. So rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel. Hey, mama, rock me. Yeah, rock me, mama, like the wind and the rain. Rock me, mama, like a southbound train. Hey, mama, rock me. Walking to the south out of Roanoke, I caught a trucker out of Philly, had a nice long tote. Well, he's headed west from the Cumberland Gap to Johnson City, Tennessee. I gotta get a move on before the sun. I hear my baby calling my name and I know that she's the only one. And if I die in Raleigh, at least I will die free. So rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel. Hey, mama, rock me. Oh, rock me, mama, like the wind and the rain. Rock me, mama, like a southbound train. Hey, mama, rock me. So rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel. Hey, mama, rock me. Rock me, mama, like the wind and the rain. Rock me, mama, like a southbound train. Hey, mama, rock me. Rock me. All right, next up, Chasing Cars by Snow Patrol. We'll do it all, everything on our own. We don't need anything or anyone. If I lay here, if I just lay here, would you lie with me and just forget the world? I don't quite know how to say how I feel. Those three words are said too much. They're not enough. If I lay here, if I just lay here, would you lie with me and just forget the world? Forget what we're told.
we get too old, show me a garden that's bursting into life. Let's waste time chasing cars around our heads. I need your grace to remind me to find my own. If I lay here, if I just lay here, would you lie with me and just forget the world? Forget what we're told before we get too old. Show me a garden that's bursting into life. All that I am, all that I ever was, is here in your perfect eyes. They're all I can see. I don't know where, confused about how as well. Just know that these things will never change for us at all. If I lay here, if I just lay here, would you lie with me and just forget the world?
Next up is a classic Coldplay song, Viva La Vida.
I used to rule the world, seas would rise when I gave the word. Now in the morning I sleep alone, sweep the streets I used to own. I used to roll the dice, feel the fear in my enemy's eyes, listen as the crowd would sing. Now the old king is dead, long live the king. One minute I held the key, next the walls were closed on me, and I discovered that my castle stand upon pillars of salt and pillars of sand. I hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword and shield, my missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, once you'd gone there was never, never an honest word, and that was when I ruled the world. It was a wicked and wild wind, blew down the doors to let me in, shattered windows in the sound of drums. People couldn't believe what I'd become. Revolutionaries wait for my head on a silver plate, just a puppet on a lonely string. Oh, who would ever wanna be king? I hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword and shield, my missionaries in a foreign field. For some
close it out, we have Holy Forever by Chris Tomlin. A thousand generations falling down in worship to sing the song of ages.